In the apocalyptic world, the formidable Yu Qiang unexpectedly traverses to the interstellar era, where she becomes the discarded illegitimate daughter of the Yu family. The imposter was originally an exceptional young woman with dual S-class mental powers and an S-class physique. However, due to taking the battlefield in place of her foster brother and succumbing to parasitic toxins, her mental prowess plummeted to D-class, while her physique deteriorated to F-class. After narrowly reclaiming her life and returning from the battlefield, she was met with disdain from her adoptive parents, betrayal from her fiancé, and treachery from her younger sister. Enraged, the false heiress left the Yu family, but met her demise at the hands of an assassin. The reincarnated Yu Qiang retaliated against the assassin and made a swift escape. Reduced to a mere shell? Impossible. Her mental abilities were sufficient for self-preservation. The toxins coursing through her veins were not insurmountable, provided she could procure a dual S-class antidote. Unfortunately, such a remedy seemed to be the exclusive domain of highly skilled senior pharmacists, and its price was exorbitantly steep, amounting to billions. Very well, she must devise a means to accumulate wealth. Since pharmacists were so lucratively compensated, she decided to try her hand at the profession, especially since her predecessor had once awakened the power of alchemical spirits. Subsequently, Yu Qiang discovered that she possessed an unexpected talent for alchemy. While she busily crafted potions for profit, her holographic computer suddenly notified her of her marriage. Moreover, the groom was none other than the esteemed Marshal who had rescued her predecessor on the battlefield. That very day, a pure white kitten unexpectedly appeared at her doorstep. Qin returned from the battlefield, forced into a state of dormancy due to the parasitic toxins. While concerns mounted regarding his health, his spiritual entity slipped away. Chapter 1: Retaliation.
Damn.
Finally caught up. With an F-class physique, how can he still run so fast? A man clad in a black trench coat delivered a kick to Yu Qiang. Yu Qiang lurched forward, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain coursing through her body and the metallic sweetness in her throat revealed the grim reality of her situation. Enough with the chatter. The employer instructed us to preserve her face for identification purposes. Dispose of her quickly, and return to report. Another man, similarly attired in a black trench coat, approached. Yet, the moment he reached out, a look of sheer terror overtook his features. In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon. His companion, startled and about to scream, met the same fate as his brain splattered in the following second. After the two lifeless bodies collapsed, Yu Qiang, pale-faced, forced herself up from the ground. Damn it, having barely reclaimed her life, she almost lost it again. Yu Qiang had just traversed into this body. One moment, she had resolutely self-destructed alongside the zombie king, and the next, she found herself inhabiting this form. This body, sharing her name, was also known as Yu Qiang. She was the daughter of the prestigious Yu family on planet NB001. Her predecessor was a paragon of excellence, a prodigy on planet NB001. Last year, she had secured admission to the Imperial Military Academy with outstanding grades and had excelled during her time there. Under normal circumstances, her predecessor would have spent 3 more years at the academy before joining the military. However, her foster brother, Yu Hui, was nearing graduation and was assigned to the front lines in the First Legion. At that time, the First Legion was embroiled in battle in the star system, contending with the most formidable and numerous shadow insect race. Due to the intense combat, many newly enlisted soldiers were dispatched to the front lines, facing a high casualty rate. The Yu family had enrolled Yu Hui in military school, intending for him to secure a clerical position within the military, never anticipating he would truly see combat. Thus, the Yu couple contacted the predecessor, requesting her to serve in place of Yu Hui. Given that the predecessor was a top student at the Imperial Military Academy, with significantly superior qualifications compared to Yu Hui, and due to the Yu family's manipulation, the First Legion approved her request. Consequently, upon her arrival, she indeed excelled and was swiftly promoted to the captain of the Special Operations Team 1008, entering the main battleground. The main battleground in the star system resembled a slaughterhouse, teeming with countless S-class and above shadow insects, as well as the king insect. During a fierce battle, all members of Team 1008 led by her predecessor, save for her, had their mechas, spiritual entities, and bodies devoured to mere skeletons by the shadow insects. The predecessor's bloodthirsty vine spirit was also gnawed and corroded, nearly leading to its destruction. In a critical moment, the Marshal of the First Legion intervened, driving back that wave of shadow insects. Ultimately, only the predecessor survived the battlefield from Team 1008. After being diagnosed by military doctors with a significant reduction in both her mental and physical capabilities, deemed nearly irrecoverable, the First Legion arranged for her early discharge. Returning to the Yu family, the predecessor had hoped for familial comfort, only to discover that she was not the biological daughter of the Yu family. In fact, they had reclaimed their true daughter long before she had substituted for Yu Hui. In the ensuing days, the predecessor became a despised figure within the Yu household. The Yu family deceived the predecessor into using her military achievements to secure an admission slot at the Imperial Military Academy for the true daughter, Yu Yuan, and swindled her out of her military honors worth over 100 million star coins, along with compensation. Moreover, her fiancé had begun an affair with Yu Yuan after her predecessor's injury. Earlier that morning, Yu Yuan had fabricated a scheme, falsely accusing the predecessor of stealing recovery potions prepared for her. Without due consideration, the entire family condemned her. Heartbroken, the predecessor severed ties with the Yu family and departed. Yet, that family was unwilling to let her go, even hiring assassins to pursue her. Yu Qiang surmised that her predecessor had perished. Fortunately, her swift takeover of this body allowed her to deal with the two assassins in time. Otherwise, even having regained a life, she would not have survived. Cough, cough, she gasped, looking at the two corpses on the ground, coughing up blood from her throat. An F-class physique is indeed pathetic, she muttered before swiftly gathering the electronic disguises that had fallen from the heads of the assassins due to their explosive demise. Next, she stripped the two corpses of their spatial buttons and a set of trench coats. The predecessor had left the Yu family nearly destitute, and now she needed to go on the run. Having already dispatched the enemies, she naturally had to loot. After thoroughly searching their belongings, Yu Qiang donned an electronic disguise and a trench coat, altering her appearance. Then, she melted into the shadows and departed the scene. Nearby lay a black market, which had been the predecessor's intended destination. After leaving the Yu family, the predecessor had realized she was being followed, deducing her precarious situation. She quickly formulated a plan to head to the black market in search of assistance to facilitate her escape from planet NP001. Unfortunately, she never reached her destination and met her end along the way. As she made her way towards the black market, Yu Qiang inspected the two spatial buttons she had acquired from her looting. The contents were scant, containing merely 6 vials of intermediate nutritional solutions, 4 bottles of potions, and some inconsequential daily necessities. All 4 vials of elixirs are classified as Grade B, comprising 2 combat types and 2 restorative types. In this world, individuals engage in battle primarily through 4 distinct methods. The first method involves the manipulation of mechs through mental prowess. For instance, if one's mental energy level is rated at SS, they would pilot a SS mech into combat. These mechs are robust, offering protection to their pilots, and are equipped with an arsenal of weaponry, capable of inflicting formidable physical damage, thus serving as a devastating force on the battlefield. The higher the mech's grade, the greater its overall capabilities. Naturally, this also necessitates a correspondingly higher level of mental energy from the pilot. The second method of combat entails direct mental assaults. In this realm, mental attacks bear some resemblance to her psychic abilities. However, her abilities clearly surpass the mental energy levels prevalent in this world. The mental attacks here are akin to an oppressive force, capable of subduing opponents and diminishing their strength. Her psychic prowess, however, transcends mere suppression. It can dominate and control adversaries, even leading to their demise. For instance, the 2 assassins fell victim to her psychic abilities. In her previous life, her ascent to prominence was largely due to her psychic prowess reaching level 9, which endowed her with formidable strength. Regrettably, despite enduring 8 arduous years in the apocalypse, she ultimately succumbed. The third method of combat involves direct physical confrontation. Physical combat is heavily influenced by one's martial skills and physical constitution. Before the incident that befell her predecessor, their physical level had attained an S rating, boasting exceptional agility and strength. In terms of sheer power, it was comparable to a level 4 or higher ability user from her past life. Alas, her current physical level has plummeted to Grade F, rendering her physical attributes weaker than those of an average individual. The final combat method involves the summoning of a spirit entity to assist in battle. In this world, individuals whose mental energy reaches Grade A will manifest a spirit entity. The majority of these entities take the form of animals, with only a rare few manifesting as plants. For instance, her predecessor's spirit entity was a bloodthirsty vine. These spirit entities can deal both physical and magical damage, their combat prowess rivaling that of mechs. Furthermore, due to their psychic connection with their masters, they often perform even more effectively in battle than mechs. Among these 4 combat methods, The elixirs are ineffective against mechs, but can be utilized on the physical body and spirit entities. Chapter 2. Managing the House. The potions are categorized by their functions, and there are 5 types in total. The first type is the combat potion, which can temporarily enhance both physical and mental attack power, as well as increase attack speed. Additionally, it may inflict extra damage, such as causing the opponent to bleed more or slowing their injury recovery rate. The second type is the utility potion, which can enhance physical and mental movement speed and expand vision and hearing range for a limited duration. Some utility potions can occasionally add effects like stun, weakness, and confinement to attacks. The third type is the defense potion, which can temporarily boost physical and mental defensive capabilities. The fourth type is the restorative potion, which can be further divided into injury recovery potions and mental energy recovery potions. These potions can swiftly restore a certain amount of injuries or mental energy, or maintain recovery over a specific period. The fifth type is the detoxification potion, primarily targeting post-battle poisoning. Some insectoid and star beasts on the interstellar battlefield carry toxins. Being injured on the battlefield may lead to poisoning. If the toxin is mild, there is a chance of self-healing, but if it is severe, a detoxification potion must be consumed. The protagonist had previously been afflicted by the venom of a double S-class shadow bug, resulting in a significant decline in both mental and physical attributes. Without detoxification, she may never recover her mental power and physical level, and she would have to endure the torment of the venom's effects intermittently. According to her prior memories, these 4 B-grade potions could fetch at least 80,000 star coins on the black market. As for the 2 spatial buttons, which possess limited internal space of only 4 cubic units, they could sell for around 100,000 star coins. In total, that amounts to 180,000 star coins, sufficient for her to purchase a ticket to leave this planet clandestinely. After traversing several alleys, Yu Qiang finally arrived at the black market. At this hour, the market had just opened, and there were only a few vendors and shoppers. Most of these individuals, like her, wore electronic disguises. Yu Qiang had no intention of leisurely browsing the black market or setting up her own stall. She entered a fixed shop instead. This establishment, said to be owned by one of the black market's overseers, not only sold goods but also accepted items, with relatively reasonable prices. The protagonist had previously purchased items from the shop. Upon entering, Yu Qiang immediately sought out the shopkeeper. "How may I assist you, dear customer?" the amiable shopkeeper inquired. Yu Qiang was well aware that this seemingly kind demeanor did not necessarily reflect genuine warmth. It was merely a facade of an electronic disguise. "I'd like to know the price for these items. Also, I require the fastest ticket to leave NP001 star," Yu Qiang stated directly, placing the 4 potions and 2 spatial buttons onto the table. The shopkeeper, unfazed by her request, retrieved 2 devices to examine the potions and buttons. After completing the inspection, he remarked, "I can offer you 180,000 star coins for these items. Additionally, in half an hour, a ship heading to LX088 star will dock at the far end of this black market. The ticket price is 80,000 star coins per person." Yu Qiang's eyes flickered momentarily. "All right," she replied succinctly. Although LX088 and NP001 have different stellar codes, they are neighboring planets. An 80,000 star coin ticket for a single planetary journey is exorbitant. However, in the black market, smuggling prices are often several times, if not more, than the standard fare, which is to be expected. After all, if she were to purchase a ticket through legitimate means, the Yu family would likely obstruct her, rendering her unable to escape NP001. The shopkeeper smiled and transferred 100,000 star coins to Yu Qiang's light brain, then handed her a paper card. "Here is your boarding code." "Thank you," Yu Qiang replied, accepting the card and departing. Exiting the shop, she returned to the black market. Still disinterested in browsing, she headed straight to the market's end. Her body was too frail. Prolonged running, coupled with the kick from the assassin, likely caused internal injuries. Half an hour is neither long nor short. She needed to expedite her arrival. After several minutes, Yu Qiang reached the end of the black market. At this point, only 2 other individuals were waiting there. In the subsequent 10 minutes, 2 more people arrived. Once the ship landed, Yu Qiang, along with the 4 individuals, approached the ticket inspector. After scanning their provided cards, the inspector led them to a hidden passenger cabin on the ship and informed them that the vessel would arrive at its destination in 2 hours, landing in the capital of LX088. Upon entering the cabin, Yu Qiang was assigned a small compartment that afforded her a decent level of privacy. Although fatigued, she dared not sleep. With only a 2-hour journey ahead, she needed to swiftly purchase a ticket to the Imperial Star upon landing at LX-088. The Yu family's influence on NP001 is far too significant, and remaining on LX-088 is not a prudent choice. Only the Imperial Star, the capital of the Empire, is beyond the reach of the Yu family's grasp. Moreover, the Yu family had previously purchased a residence near the military university on the Imperial Star to ensure the protagonist would comply with Yu Hui's military service. Now, in her impoverished state, selling that property could provide her with much-needed funds. As the ship traveled, Yu Qiang retrieved a mid-level nutritional serum from her spatial button to replenish her energy, then closed her eyes to rest while contemplating her next steps. 2 hours swiftly passed. An announcement on the ship signaled the time to disembark. Yu Qiang opened her compartment door and joined the 4 individuals in exiting the vessel. The ship had landed at a suburban spaceport. After disembarking, Yu Qiang hailed a hovering taxi, transferred to another spaceport, and finally purchased a ticket to the Imperial capital. Over an hour later, she successfully boarded the ship bound for the Imperial Star. As the vessel ascended, her heart finally found solace. Closing her eyes, Yu Qiang drifted into a peaceful slumber. She slept soundly until dawn the following day. After another half-hour, the ship finally arrived at the Imperial capital. Upon disembarking, Yu Qiang gazed at the morning scene of the capital's spaceport, her spirits rising like the sun, igniting hope within her. Activating her light brain, she exited flight mode and summoned another hovering taxi. 20 minutes later, she arrived near the military university. First, she sought out a pharmacy to purchase an F-grade injury recovery potion to tend to her wounds. Then, she approached a real estate agency to sell her house. Within a single night, she had returned to the Imperial Star. With the Yu family still unaware of her whereabouts, she needed to act swiftly to liquidate her property and avoid any potential complications. Upon learning of her urgent need, the agency promised to expedite the sale. Not entirely at ease, Yu Qiang consulted 2 more agencies to assist her in selling the house. In the afternoon, while Yu Qiang was still perusing rental options, the agency found her a buyer. Properties near the military university were already in high demand, and Yu Qiang was selling at a 10% discount off the market price, nearly 1 million less than the market rate, which explained the rapid interest. Yu Qiang did not linger to view properties. She met with the buyer and completed the necessary paperwork. Exiting the real estate office, she received 8.5 million star coins after taxes. With a substantial sum now secured in her account, Yu Qiang finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 3. Such a life. Moving forward, she would no longer need to rush. Instead, she could leisurely select a residence that appealed to her. Given the exorbitant housing prices in the Imperial capital, she had no intention of purchasing another property. Rather, she planned to rent a more suitable place. She was unwilling to economize on rent, for it was a well-known fact that the more expensive a neighborhood, the better the security it offered. Given her current frail constitution, it would be prudent for her to reside in a place abundant with surveillance cameras, leveraging official resources to ensure her safety. Ultimately, after 2 days of exploration in the Imperial Star, Yu Qiang finally found her ideal residence. The property was situated in a charming villa community, boasting an excellent location and commendable privacy within its confines. Significantly, the community's management and security were exceptionally well organized. The apartment she rented was on the ground floor, featuring 2 gardens that connected at the side and front, comprising a spacious 2-bedroom layout. Although the monthly rent soared to 30,000 star coins, Yu Qiang felt immense satisfaction. She signed a 1-year lease with the landlord, providing a deposit of 2 months' rent along with 3 months' rent up front, in addition to a half-month's rent as a brokerage fee, resulting in a one-time expenditure of 1.65 million star coins. Once settled, Yu Qiang checked her bank balance and discovered she still had approximately 8.4 million star coins remaining. Quite a substantial amount indeed. After moving into her new home, she initially intended to tidy up herself. However, due to her lack of physical strength, she ultimately opted to place an order online through the Star network, renting a housekeeping robot to assist her. It wasn't that she was unwilling to purchase one. Rather, the price of a decent housekeeping robot exceeded 800,000 star coins. Without a source of income, she decided to be frugal. With the help of the housekeeping robot, Yu Qiang found herself considerably relieved. After instructing the robot to tidy up her home, she ventured out to a nearby supermarket for groceries. having sustained herself on nutritional supplements for several days. She was eager to prepare her own meals and indulge in something more substantial. Upon entering the supermarket, Yu Qiang was overwhelmed with excitement at the abundance of ingredients and snacks available. After 8 years of a post-apocalyptic world, humanity had faced severe shortages of supplies. Even as a significant figure, her sustenance had been no better than that of an ordinary person, and life had been quite strained. She felt incredibly fortunate to have returned to a civilized world. Joyfully selecting items, she accidentally filled her cart to overflowing. After paying, Yu Qiang stored her purchases in her spatial button and strolled leisurely back home. Upon returning, she took to the kitchen and prepared a delightful meal: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, diced spicy chicken, and shredded pork in garlic sauce, a feast of 4 meat dishes that brought her immense happiness. After dining, she delegated the task of washing the dishes to the housekeeping robot and, donning comfortable loungewear, reclined in a lazy chair to bask in the warm sunlight for a while. Had it not been for the resurgence of her parasite-induced pain, she would have felt that such a life was truly a luxury. The following day, after breakfast, Yu Qiang busied herself. Having rested half the day prior was sufficient. She now needed to devise a means of earning money. Living off her savings was not her style, and she also wished to save up for an antidote to rid herself of the parasites within her body. Back when she was with the First Legion, the military doctor had informed her that she had been infected with a double S-class shadow worm toxin. The shadow worm toxin was among the more challenging toxins to eradicate, and the double S-class variant was even more difficult to resolve. Only a handful of advanced pharmacists within the Empire could concoct an antidote for the double S-class shadow worm toxin. If she were to utilize the channels from the First Legion, they could indeed contact an advanced pharmacist to assist in the concoction of the antidote. However, the market price for a bottle of the double S-class antidote ranged from over 1 billion to several billion star coins, and given her circumstances, even a single bottle might not suffice to completely eliminate the toxin. The military doctor had estimated that her detoxification expenses would amount to at least 5 billion star coins. This sum was within the financial capability of the Yu family, yet her predecessor had already exhausted her value by serving in the military and accumulating military merit, enabling Yu Yuan to enter the Imperial Star Military University without examination. The family had drained her of her worth, and it was unlikely they would be willing to spend such a substantial amount to assist their adopted daughter in detoxification. Returning to her thoughts, Yu Qiang began to browse the Star Network for information about pharmacists. After a few hours, she gained a considerable understanding of the profession. In this world, individuals could awaken a special power known as the pharmacist spirit in addition to having psychic abilities. Those who awaken this power had the potential to become pharmacists. Yet, among the billions of the interstellar population, fewer than 1 in 1,000 would awaken the pharmacist spirit, making pharmacists exceedingly rare. A smile graced Yu Qiang's lips. It appeared that there was indeed a glimmer of hope. Although her psychic abilities and physical constitution had been compromised, she could still pursue the path of a pharmacist. This was because her predecessor had once awakened the pharmacist spirit. At that time, it had been just before the college entrance examinations. After awakening the pharmacist spirit, she had intended to inform the Yu couple, but before she could utter a word, they interrupted her and encouraged her to apply to the combat unit of the Imperial Star Military University. At that time, her predecessor had believed that the couple had her best interests at heart, especially given her high levels of psychic ability and physical constitution. To avoid distraction, she had suppressed the matter and focused on her studies. Subsequently, she successfully gained admission to the Imperial Star Military University and continued to follow the couple's advice, dedicating herself to her studies to ensure her grades remained at the top, neglecting the subject of the pharmacist spirit. In retrospect, the couple's insistence on her attending the combat unit of the Imperial Star Military University had not been for her benefit. It had been to pave the way for their biological son. Setting her thoughts aside, Yu Qiang glanced at the time and realized it was nearing noon. Putting away her light brain, she rose to prepare lunch. As she was still a patient, she needed to take good care of her health. After preparing a meal, she relished a delightful feast. Following her meal, Yu Qiang continued to search for information, intending to self-study how to become a pharmacist. Initially, she had braced herself for a challenging search for materials and a demanding learning process. To her surprise, she discovered that the path to becoming a pharmacist, or rather a junior pharmacist, was quite straightforward. One simply needed to procure pharmaceutical materials and then, using their pharmacist spirit, refine the materials according to the established formulas. As long as one successfully concocted a potion and recorded the process on video to upload to the official channels, they would receive certification as a pharmacist. Yu Qiang felt a flicker of excitement and began searching for potion formulas. To her delight, she found that numerous formulas were readily available. She effortlessly located dozens of recipes. However, all the formulas she discovered were rated below A class. She had yet to uncover a single formula rated A class or above. F class to B class corresponded to junior potions, while A class represented intermediate potions. S class and double S class were categorized as advanced potions, with 3S class being classified as divine potions. These 4 tiers aligned with the 4 levels of pharmacists: junior pharmacists, intermediate pharmacists, advanced pharmacists, and divine pharmacists. The Star Network seemed to only provide access to junior pharmacist level formulas. Could it be that the formulas for intermediate and advanced potions were monopolized? Yu Qiang pondered aloud. Continuing her search on the Star Network, she soon discovered that it was not a case of someone monopolizing the potion formulas. Rather, there were no fixed formulas for intermediate or advanced potions. It turned out that the refining of junior potions primarily relied on materials, requiring a lower threshold of pharmacist spirit from the pharmacists. Thus, pharmacists had compiled their experiences and ultimately established certain formulas. However, when it came to refining intermediate and advanced potions, while materials remained important, they no longer held the primary role. The leading factor became the pharmacist's own pharmacist spirit. Intermediate and advanced pharmacists needed to adjust the quantities and types of materials used based on their individual pharmacist spirit to ensure that the various effects could be harmoniously and perfectly integrated, thereby guaranteeing successful refinement. Since each intermediate and advanced pharmacist's pharmacist spirit varied, along with their different focuses on potion efficacy, it was entirely possible for multiple pharmacists to refine the same potion while utilizing different formulas. It appears that to aspire to become a mid-level alchemist, one must not only possess formidable medicinal prowess, but also an abundance of creativity. Alas, I am not even a novice alchemist at present, so why ponder such matters? I shall first consult the F-grade potion recipes, procure some F-grade potion materials, and practice my craft. If I succeed, that would be splendid. I could pursue a path as an alchemist. Should I fail, a chill flickered in Yu Qiang's gaze. If failure befalls me, I shall have to resort to fishing for a living, drawing funds from the Yu family. This body is utterly inadequate. Fishing may pose some dangers. With determination, Yu Qiang selected an F-grade healing potion recipe. Subsequently, she acquired 20 sets of the corresponding materials. Upon payment, she noted the total amounted to 800 star coins. Yu Qiang calculated that she would need to successfully concoct at least 15 potions to recoup her investment. Previously, she had purchased a bottle of healing potion at a cost of 500 star coins, but that was the retail price from the apothecary. An alchemist receives only 300 to 400 star coins per potion sold to the shop. It is common for inexperienced alchemists to fail in their attempts, rendering their materials useless. She merely hoped for a stroke of good fortune, a higher success rate. With the potion materials procured, Yu Qiang sought out the necessary alchemical equipment and tools for processing the potion ingredients. Spotting a complete novice alchemist's kit at a shop, she decided to purchase it outright. This kit cost her over 20,000 star coins. With the order placed, she now awaited the arrival of her supplies. While waiting for the package, Yu Qiang tidied the kitchen. A life filled with good food and drink constitutes true happiness. She was determined to cultivate her own joy. As she organized the ingredients, Yu Qiang mused that once she found a means to earn money, she would buy a kitchen robot. Although household robots could handle tasks like washing dishes and tidying up utensils, they lacked the ability to chop and cook. Their assistance in the kitchen was limited. A kitchen robot, however, could prepare ingredients and even whip up simple dishes. She needed both types of robots. After a while, Yu Qiang reconsidered her plans. She thought that as long as she could earn some money, renting a culinary robot would suffice for now. Her current physical condition was rather poor, causing her to tire easily. Having labored in the kitchen for over half an hour, she received a notification that her first package had arrived. After washing her hands, she stepped outside to find a drone hovering at her doorstep. Upon entering the retrieval code, her package dropped from the drone's storage compartment. Just as she was about to return inside, another drone approached, and her light brain notified her of a second package's arrival. Thus, Yu Qiang signed for the second delivery. After placing both packages into the storage compartment, she turned back to her home and proceeded to the secondary bedroom. She had tidied up the secondary room, clearing out the furniture and leaving behind a set of tables and chairs along with a bookshelf, transforming the space into an alchemical lab. At the table, Yu Qiang retrieved the packages containing the potion materials from the storage compartment. She unpacked the boxes and counted the potion ingredients. The recipe she had chosen required a total of 4 types of materials, and the vendor had sent exactly 4 boxes. Each box was labeled with the names of the potion materials and the number of portions contained within. Yu Qiang meticulously opened each box, ensuring that each contained 20 neatly packaged portions of the correct materials before placing them on the bookshelf by category. Next, Yu Qiang returned to the table to open the second package. This box contained her novice alchemist kit, filled with a variety of items. It included 2 low-grade alchemical furnaces, 24 tools for handling potion materials, a basic potion testing device, and 100 F-grade potion bottles, along with 10 each of E, D, and C-grade bottles. Cross-referencing the contents with the order details, Yu Qiang confirmed that everything was present and accounted for before categorizing the items and placing them on the bookshelf. Once everything was organized, Yu Qiang returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a busy morning, she felt it was time to reward her stomach before resuming work in the afternoon. For lunch, she made 3 dishes and a soup, enjoying a delightful meal. After eating, Yu Qiang felt a bit drowsy. As she moved between the alchemical lab and her bedroom, she succumbed to exhaustion and headed to bed, snuggling under the covers. She drifted off to sleep, grateful that she didn't have to worry about zombies attacking while she rested. This slumber was deep and undisturbed, so much so that her light brain's notifications went unnoticed. Eventually, she was roused by a burning sensation from her body, as if the worm poison was acting up. Yet, a warm, furry presence brushed against her cheek, alleviating her pain, and she fell back asleep. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Yu Qiang groggily awoke. To her astonishment, a small white cat lay beside her, purring contentedly as it slept. Was this real? Had a fluffy creature truly come to snuggle with her? Yu Qiang propped herself up, gazing at the little cat that had mysteriously appeared on her bed, unable to resist reaching out to stroke it. The texture was indeed delightful. The cat, sensing her touch, lazily lifted its eyelids. Upon seeing Yu Qiang, it showed no signs of fear and even rubbed against her hand. Amused, Yu Qiang couldn't help but scratch the little cat several times. "Whose little one are you? How did you end up on my bed?" she inquired while petting the cat. What should she do with such an adorable creature? Chapter 5. Married? In her previous life, she had heard that cats possessed the ability to soothe their owner's emotions. That nap had been the most restful she had experienced since her arrival in this world. She suspected that her blissful sleep was somehow connected to the presence of the little cat. If having a cat could alleviate the effects of the worm poison within her, perhaps keeping one would be beneficial. The little cat reveled in Yu Qiang's affection, soon emitting a gentle purr. Her mother had been right. Physical contact with a companion could indeed mitigate the side effects of the worm poison. Seeking a companion had proven to be a wise decision. How fortunate he was to have such a gentle partner. Unbeknownst to Yu Qiang, the furry creature she was petting was not a mere cat, but rather a young white tiger, a spiritual manifestation of General Qin Zhan of the First Legion. Moreover, the consciousness within this spirit was that of Qin Zhan himself, albeit in the form of his 8-year-old self. 2 hours earlier, at the Qin residence, the princess and the head of the Qin family were deeply concerned about the injuries sustained by their son, Qin Zhan. He had been afflicted by the venom of the shadowless kingworm, and the poison was too entrenched to be easily removed. The resources at their disposal, including the 2 antidotes from the palace and the double S-grade antidote that I had concocted, were insufficient to counteract his poison. We now had but a single vial of the double S-grade antidote remaining. I could not guarantee my ability to successfully produce another double S-grade antidote in the near future. If we could not obtain a continuous supply of the antidote, I feared that the princess would not be able to contain her anguish at her son's suffering. Despite being a senior alchemist myself, even I could not create a 3S-grade antidote for the shadowless worm. The failure rate for even the double S-grade antidote was considerably high. My son lies here, and yet I am powerless against the poison coursing through his veins. This sense of helplessness fills me with a profound disdain for my own inadequacy. Do not be disheartened. You have already exerted your utmost efforts. The head of the Qin family gently enveloped his wife in his embrace. If the situation becomes dire, let us place Zhan in hibernation to mitigate the toxin's encroachment upon his body and grant us a semblance of time. The princess nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was their only recourse. However, regarding the First Legion, the conflict in our galaxy had reached a temporary cessation, and His Majesty had granted Zhan a 6-month leave. During this period, the First Legion would not engage in any significant battles. Zhan's absence would be inconsequential. The princess felt a modicum of relief. "Let us proceed," she said, raising her gaze to her husband. The head of the Qin family nodded and assisted his wife into the inner chamber to see their son. Upon entering, they were confronted with the sight of their son, unconscious. His spiritual essence had emerged and was busily engaged with the holographic computer that had been inadvertently left on. "Marshal Qin, your partner matching application has been submitted. Level, highest. Congratulations, Marshal Qin. The mainframe has matched you with a partner, achieving a compatibility score of 9,999. Information regarding your matched partner has been sent to you." The princess and the head of the Qin family were greeted by this astonishing scene as they entered. In the next moment, they witnessed the holographic computer automatically shutting down. The princess turned her head stiffly to meet her husband's gaze. "So we have a daughter-in-law?" The head of the Qin family could not suppress a smile and nodded in affirmation to his wife. The princess was overjoyed.
"Little Jean. Ah,
well done, little one. You are truly remarkable," she exclaimed as she approached the little tiger cub. She and her husband had previously urged their son to seek a partner, but he had behaved like a cold-blooded killing machine, showing interest only in the battlefield. Not only did he refuse to seek a partner, but he also abstained from participating in the mainframe's partner matching. It is well known that individuals with higher levels of psychic ability require early marriages. Engaging more with a partner and fostering deeper communication can alleviate psychic stress and even reduce toxic flare-ups. After their son contracted the toxin, she had once suggested he partake in the mainframe's partner matching, but he had outright rejected the idea. Each individual is the sole keyholder to their holographic computer. Thus, even as his parents, they could not compel him to participate in partner matching. However, now, through a fortuitous turn of events, their son's spiritual essence had inadvertently submitted an application and successfully matched him with a partner, boasting an unprecedented compatibility score of 9,999. Such a high degree of compatibility was something she had never encountered before. Surely, her daughter-in-law must be an exceptional individual. Regrettably, their son's holographic computer had shut down too swiftly for them to view any information about her. The little tiger cub, also known as Little Jean, was equally elated. Upon seeing his mother approach, he obediently leaped into her arms. "Old Qin, please place Jean in the hibernation chamber. Afterwards, we shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to inquire about our daughter-in-law's information." Their son was already unconscious. They could not access his holographic computer, but they could seek information through the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once partner matching is successful, the information is promptly relayed to the Bureau for marriage registration. Although the Empire maintains strict confidentiality regarding citizens' information, as the parents of Qin, they might be able to obtain some details. Once they locate their daughter-in-law, she would certainly bring her home to live with them. Indeed, the head of the Qin family responded cheerfully, immediately setting to work. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had placed Qin's body in the hibernation chamber and initiated the process. Once completed, the couple departed. Unbeknownst to them, just as they exited, the little tiger cub had slipped away. Swiftly, the little cub darted out of the house and made his way to the neighborhood where Yu Qiang resided. The Qin couple was entirely unaware that within their son's spiritual essence resided his consciousness, albeit one with the age of merely 8 years. Nevertheless, despite his tender age, the little tiger cub had an excellent memory and had memorized his partner's name as well as her current address. Once the Qin couple had left, the little tiger cub could no longer remain still. He promptly set out to find his partner. Given that Yu Qiang's residence was merely a few kilometers from the Qin household, he soon arrived at her home. Upon discovering his partner asleep, the little one made himself comfortable and nestled into her bedding, falling asleep beside her. This led to the moment when Yu Qiang awoke to find a small cat beside her. As she gazed at the little feline purring under her gentle touch, a smile broke across her face. "All right, let me ask the property management who you belong to. If no one claims you, you can stay with me from now on." With that, Yu Qiang withdrew her hand and activated her holographic computer. To her astonishment, she discovered several unread messages, and their contents were astounding. "Dear Yu Qiang, thank you for participating in the mainframe partner matching. Dear Yu Qiang, the mainframe has automatically collected and uploaded your biological data through the holographic computer system. Within 10 minutes, you will be matched with the optimal partner." Chapter 6, Rice Dumpling. Congratulations, Yu Qiang. The mainframe has matched you with a partner, achieving a compatibility score of 9,999. Information regarding your matched partner has been sent. Yu Qiang, your partner's information is as follows. Name, Qin, age, 26 years, occupation, military personnel, current address, 1 Guangming Road, Imperial Capital, Empire Star, holographic computer ID, DQ09872221. Congratulations, Yu Qiang, you are now registered as married to Qin. You may visit the Civil Affairs Bureau's official website to download your electronic marriage certificate. After reading the information, Yu Qiang felt an urge to curse. She had been so busy these past few days that she had entirely forgotten about the mainframe partner matching. The Empire mandates that all unmarried women over the age of 20 and unmarried men over the age of 22 must participate in partner matching. However, this regulation is not mandatory. Those who wish to opt out may pay a fine. The first year's penalty is rumored to be 1 million star coins, and subsequent years see the amount double from the previous year's fine. It just so happened that today was her birthday, and she had turned 20. Since she had not paid the fine, the holographic computer had caught her. Glancing at her husband's information on the holographic computer, Yu Qiang sighed.
Well,
Even if I had remembered the partner matching, I might not have been willing to pay the hefty fine of 1 million star coins. She resigned herself to the reality of her situation. After all, once the marriage had lasted for 2 years, divorce was not out of the question. Qin? That name sounds rather familiar, Yu Qiang murmured as she examined her husband's information, unaware that the little tiger cub beside her had perked up at her words. 1 Guangming Road is not too far from here. Oh well, since I've received his information, he should have received mine as well. If he chooses not to contact me, that would be fine. The little tiger cub, hearing this, jumped to his feet in distress. He wanted to convey to his partner that he was not avoiding contact. Rather, his body was currently in hibernation, preventing him from reaching out through the holographic computer, even though he had come to her in person. Unfortunately, being a little tiger cub, he could not speak. Seeing the little cat stand, Yu Qiang pulled him into her embrace. She then continued to navigate her holographic computer, locating the property management's contact information and initiating a video call. The call connected swiftly. Yu Qiang explained the situation regarding the little cat to the property management and sent over several photos of the kitten, seeking their assistance in locating its owner. The property management had initially suggested taking the little cat away, but Yu Qiang had declined, stating that she could care for the little one until its owner was found. All right, rice dumpling, for the time being, you can stick with me until we find your owner. Yu Qiang lightly tapped the little tiger cub's forehead, bestowing upon him a pleasant name. The little cub was momentarily taken aback, but then a sense of resignation flickered in his eyes. Rice dumpling it is. As long as my partner likes it. Leaving the bedroom, Yu Qiang stood on the balcony for a while before deciding to prepare something to eat. Rice ball. You stay here while I head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After I finish eating, I will take you to the supermarket to buy you a cat bed and some cat food, Yu Qiang said, preparing to set Rice ball down. However, the little creature clung to Yu Qiang, unwilling to let go. Amused, Yu Qiang chuckled. Oh, you little rascal, you can't bear to part with me, can you? Very well, then let us go to the kitchen together. With that, she lifted Rice ball once more and made her way to the kitchen. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Yu Qiang pondered how to settle Rice ball, but the little one climbed onto her shoulder. Yu Qiang laughed, playfully tapping Rice ball's tiny nose before getting busy. While she worked, she didn't forget to converse with Rice ball, and the kitchen became lively with his presence. Watching her partner deftly maneuver around the kitchen only endeared him more to Rice ball. Not only was his partner beautiful, but she was also an excellent cook. She mentioned wanting a kitchen robot, which indeed was available at Qin's residence. She also noted that her household robot was rented. After nearly an hour, Yu Qiang finished preparing a sumptuous meal of 3 dishes and a soup, each featuring meat. She instructed the household robot to bring the food and utensils to the table and headed to the dining room, ready to savor her culinary creation. However, Rice ball leapt onto the table, eager to join her for dinner. Yu Qiang hesitated momentarily, but ultimately had the household robot prepare a bowl for him as well. She took a bowl, placed some meat and a small portion of rice into it, and set it in a corner on the floor, calling for Rice ball to come and eat. Yet Rice ball continued to wander around the table, refusing to go down. He was not a true cat and certainly wouldn't he eat on the floor. He wanted to dine alongside his partner at the table. In normal circumstances, a spirit body does not require sustenance, but Qin's physical form was already dormant, necessitating that the spirit body consume food for energy. Yu Qiang called out several times, unable to coax Rice ball down, and finally resorted to action. However, once captured and placed on the ground, the little one promptly returned to the table, determined not to eat below. With no other choice, Yu Qiang relented and brought Rice ball's bowl back to the table, allowing him to eat alongside her. Soon enough, the pair enjoyed their meal harmoniously. After only a few bites, Rice Ball's eyes lit up. He had thought the meals at Qing's residence were delightful, but they paled in comparison to what his partner had prepared. Oh, the flavors of his partner's cooking were simply exquisite. As Yu Qiang savored her meal, she observed Rice Ball's reactions. Noticing him occasionally pause to point at a dish with his paw, she would extend her chopsticks to serve him more food. After serving him, she couldn't help but praise Rice Ball for his cleverness, oblivious to the fact that the cat before her was no mere pet. This evening, thanks to Rice Ball's presence, there were no leftovers. After the meal, Yu Qiang instructed the household robot to clear the table and prepare to head to the supermarket. Once again, Rice Ball jumped onto her shoulder, determined to accompany her. Yu Qiang tried to dissuade him, but, realizing her efforts were in vain, she decided to truly take Rice Ball along. The little one behaved impeccably, sitting steadily on her shoulder, unperturbed by the glances of others. Yu Qiang felt a swell of pride at her little companion's adaptability. At the supermarket, Yu Qiang gathered some items she had previously forgotten, then took Rice Ball to the pet section to choose a cat bed and toys. Yet, the little one seemed disinterested, consistently using his paws to prevent her from selecting anything. He wanted to sleep close to his partner and dine with her, showing no interest in a cat bed or bowl. As for those silly cat toys, he had no need for them. This time, Yu Qiang did not acquiesce to Rice Ball's whims and insisted on purchasing a complete set of supplies. Strangely, she sensed that Rice Ball appeared quite displeased. After paying, they returned home. Yu Qiang organized the new items and taught Rice Ball how to use the litter box. She also took a moment to check Rice Ball's gender. The little tiger fluffed up in anger and bared his teeth at Yu Qiang. Chapter 7. Learning to Brew Potions. After attempting to calm Rice Ball for a while without success, Yu Qiang chose to give up. She could no longer afford to dote on him and headed to the secondary bedroom's potion-making room. The urgency to earn money weighed heavily upon her, and she could not afford further delays. Rice Ball, still miffed about his partner's earlier teasing, did not follow Yu Qiang into the room. By the time he regretted his decision, he found the door to the secondary bedroom had already been closed. Determined, Rice Ball ran to scratch at the door but found it unyielding. He then took a detour to the window, leaping inside the room. There, Yu Qiang sat in her office chair, researching materials in preparation for learning potion making, and caught sight of Rice Ball entering through the window. Amused, she thought just moments ago, he was baring his teeth at me, and now he is so eager to follow. Unable to resist, Yu Qiang waved at Rice Ball. In response, Rice Ball shot her a haughty glance before darting over and suddenly leaping into her arms. At that moment, Yu Qiang had no energy left for annoyance. Her hand instinctively began to stroke Rice Ball's back. Thus, the two reconciled. Alright, be a good boy and stay put. I need to focus on learning to brew potions. It's crucial for our financial future. You stay quietly and don't cause any trouble, understand? Rice Ball looked up at Yu Qiang, thinking to himself that his partner seemed to be in desperate need of money. Regrettably, he couldn't use his light brain at the moment, otherwise, he could transfer some funds to her. He had been fighting on the front lines for years, which was quite lucrative, and his account held a considerable sum. However, even without his light brain, he could always ask his parents for help, as they were quite well off. Lost in thought, Rice Ball felt a gentle scratch under his chin from Yu Qiang's hand, and he couldn't help but emit a pleased purr. Yu Qiang smiled at him, then refocused on her research. She directly searched for videos on F-grade potion brewing on the Star Network and soon found a streamer with the ID Little Sweetheart. This streamer boasted nearly 1 billion followers and was a potion brewing host on a certain live streaming platform. Although she was merely a novice alchemist, her sweet appearance and educational content had garnered her fame. She had produced a series of potion-making videos ranging from F-grade to B-grade, some of which received accolades and recommendations from the Alchemist Association. Due to the comprehensive nature of her videos and detailed explanations, many referred to her as a mentor for novice alchemists. Numerous budding potion makers followed her, claiming that following her instructional videos allowed them to master almost all beginner potion recipes available on the Star Network. After watching several of Little Sweetheart's videos and the viewers' comments, Yu Qiang decided to follow her as well. She then visited Little Sweetheart's homepage to check out more of her content. It was evident from the fans' remarks that her teaching videos were indeed thorough, and her potion recipes surpassed those she had found elsewhere on the Star Network. With this newfound knowledge, Yu Qiang couldn't help but smile. Now, following this novice alchemist mentor, she no longer had to scour for fragmented information. Soon, she closed the video she had been watching and navigated to Little Sweetheart's video section, locating the F-grade potion block. After entering, She found 5 categories of potions and selected the F-grade restorative potion category. To her delight, she discovered that there were 26 videos on restorative potions. The video thumbnails featured potion recipes, and after a brief search, she located the F-grade injury recovery potion recipe she needed. Her heart soared with excitement as she clicked to play the video. Little Sweetheart appeared behind the operation table, warmly greeting the viewers before introducing the potion recipe and its materials. Her introduction was indeed comprehensive, allowing the novice Yu Qiang to learn quite a bit. After outlining the recipe and the ingredients, Little Sweetheart began to prepare the materials. As she processed the ingredients, she continued to explain the steps involved and the precautions to be taken during the procedure. In the video, Little Sweetheart spent nearly 4 minutes completing the preparation. Next came the alchemy. Similarly, during the alchemical process, she provided simultaneous explanations. However, she advised that for novice potion makers, it is best to remain fully focused to enhance the likelihood of success. Yu Qiang watched the video in its entirety before deciding to give it a try herself. At that moment, she noticed that the rice ball seemed to have fallen asleep in her arms. A gentle smile graced her face as she rose and carried the rice ball to the master bedroom. Since the little one was unwilling to sleep in the cat bed, he might as well sleep with her. Yet, she still had business to attend to and couldn't hold him for long. The moment she placed him on the bed, he awoke. However, he merely lifted his eyelids before shutting them again. He preferred his companion's bed over the cat nest. Seeing this, Yu Qiang sighed in relief. After pulling the blanket over the little one, she quietly exited the room. Returning to the alchemy room, she closed all the doors and windows. She was about to engage in potion making and couldn't afford any interruptions. After securing the doors and windows, Yu Qiang took a deep breath, preparing to attempt her alchemy. She approached the bookshelf, retrieving 1 portion each of 4 different materials, along with the corresponding tools for processing the potion ingredients. Then, she reopened her holographic computer, calling up the previously watched video and playing it again. Fast-forwarding to the section on processing potion materials, she began to follow along. In the video, Little Sweetheart completed the preparation of the potion materials in about 4 minutes. However, Yu Qiang, still unfamiliar with the process, took nearly 12 minutes after replaying the video multiple times to finish preparing the potion materials. After completing the preparation, Yu Qiang was unaware that the rice ball she had placed on the bed had awakened and was now outside the window. The rice ball, noticing the closed window, initially felt a twinge of annoyance. But upon seeing Yu Qiang focused on preparing potion materials, he calmed down. His companion was learning alchemy, and he couldn't assist. So it was best not to disturb her. Yet, now that he was awake and away from his companion, he found it difficult to settle back into sleep. Instead, he decided to return to the Qin residence, conveniently collecting some items that his companion might need. With this thought, the rice ball turned and ventured into the night. Finally done, Yu Qiang now faced the alchemical phase. Having prepared the potion materials, she exhaled in relief, feeling both anticipation and a tinge of nervousness for the next step. According to the Star Network, the success rate for crafting F-grade potions was quite high. Even for a novice, one could expect to succeed 3 to 4 times out of 10 attempts. She hoped to channel her inner luck for this endeavor. Chapter 8. The Secrets of Alchemy. After mentally encouraging herself, Yu Qiang retrieved the alchemical furnace and potion vials from the bookshelf, ready to commence her potion making. She meticulously rewatched the segment of the video pertaining to alchemy. Then, she adjusted the video playback to the beginning of the alchemical process and pressed play once more. This time, as the video played, Yu Qiang not only watched but also arranged the previously prepared potion materials next to the furnace in the correct order. After reviewing the video, Yu Qiang went over the steps in her mind, ensuring she had memorized everything before beginning the alchemical process. The first step involved placing 2 types of basic potion materials into the furnace. The second step required her to channel her potion spirit energy into the 2 materials, encouraging their magical essences to merge. Yu Qiang placed the 2 basic potion materials into the furnace and attempted to utilize her potion spirit energy to interact with the ingredients inside. As her potion spirit energy made contact with the 2 materials, her mind automatically constructed models of them. Surprisingly, the models appeared as 2 equal-sized squares. As she applied her potion spirit energy to the 2 materials, she discovered that she could manipulate the models and move them. Little Sweetheart had mentioned that the magical essences needed to merge. Could it be that they had to fuse into a single shape? Yu Qiang decided to test this theory. Thus, she fixed 1 square in place and pushed the other square towards the first. She quickly realized that as the 2 squares drew closer, a repulsive force began to increase. Increasing her input of potion spirit energy, she managed to push the two squares together until they were touching. In the next moment, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The edges where the two shapes overlapped vanished, and the two joined squares transformed into a rectangle. Concurrently, Yu Qiang felt the magical essences of the two materials successfully merging. A faint intuition began to form in her mind. Proceeding to the third step, she added the third prepared potion material into the furnace. She soon noticed that the shape of this third material was a rectangle, with its long side twice the length of the square, and its short side only half that length. Without much thought, Yu Qiang used her potion spirit energy to stabilize the previously formed rectangle and push the new rectangle towards it. Before long, the two rectangles fused together, creating a new rectangle. Simultaneously, Yu Qiang received feedback in her subconscious that the magical essences of the three potion materials had merged again. Next came the fourth step, adding the final prepared potion material. This time, the new model presented itself as a triangle. Yu Qiang effortlessly charted a path for the triangle to merge with the newly formed large rectangle. The moment the shapes successfully fused, a delightful fragrance wafted from the potion. Yu Qiang's face lit up with joy, realizing she had succeeded. Releasing her potion's spirit energy, she peered into the furnace and saw that a green potion solution had indeed formed. "Hey, that wasn't too hard," she remarked with a hint of pride. She then employed her potion spirit energy once more to transfer the potion from the furnace into an F-grade potion vial. After sealing the vial, Yu Qiang beamed with delight. She retrieved a basic potion testing device from the bookshelf to assess her potion. Placing the vial onto the device, results were instantly generated. Potion grade, F-grade. Potion type, recovery potion, wound type. Potion quality, perfect. Potion effect, restores half of the maximum health of an F-grade physique within 30 seconds. Upon seeing the results, Yu Qiang's eyes sparkled. The F-grade wound recovery potion she had previously purchased was merely of intermediate quality, with an effect of restoring 20 health points within 1 minute. The potion she had just crafted was, by all accounts, significantly more potent. However, it was worth noting that for individuals of F-grade physique, the probability of sustaining severe injuries requiring immediate treatment was relatively low. Even though her potion was of perfect quality, it likely wouldn't sell for much more than the intermediate one. Even if it wasn't a substantial amount, it was still money. A successful first endeavor, indeed. With 19 potion materials remaining, she was determined to continue and hoped to master the recipe by the end of the night. A smile graced her lips as she placed the crafted potion and the testing device back on the bookshelf. She gathered new potion materials and began preparing for the next round of alchemy. Following her previous method, Yu Qiang successfully crafted 3 more perfect potions in succession. Having achieved success 4 times in a row, she was nearly certain she had grasped the essence of potion making. On the 5th attempt, rather than continuing with her previous approach, she decided to validate her understanding by manipulating the model shapes. This time, she pushed the corners of the square against the edge of another square, resulting in an explosive dissolution. Indeed, the corresponding 2 potion materials were rendered unusable. On the 6th attempt, Yu Qiang merged 2 squares, subsequently pushing the corners of the newly formed rectangle to align with the edges of the rectangle that emerged from the fusion of the 2 squares. As anticipated, the 2 shapes once again erupted and dissolved, resulting in the corresponding 3 portions of the potion materials being rendered useless. During the 7th attempt, Yu Qiang experimented with triangles and discovered that her suspicions were indeed correct. The angles of the new shape could not make contact with the edges of the old shape, as this would lead to an explosion and dissolution, thereby causing the potion materials to be wasted. Having clearly established the conditions for failure in alchemy, Yu Qiang then delved into the factors determining the quality grade of the potion. She realized that the quality grade was dictated by the final fusion shape of several potion material models. The more regular and perfect the fused shape was, with fewer edges and angles, the higher the quality grade of the potion and consequently, the more effective it would be. While Yu Qiang busied herself in the alchemy room, at the Qin residence, the princess and the head of the Qin family visited the Civil Affairs Bureau in the afternoon to inquire about their daughter-in-law's information, only to be met with refusal. The reason was that their son held the title of Marshal in the Empire's First Legion, and his identity was classified at a high level of secrecy. Consequently, their daughter-in-law's identity information was also protected due to her marriage to him. The Civil Affairs Bureau lacked the authority to access their daughter-in-law's information. The Empire's central system was highly advanced, and only a select few individuals had the privilege to view the identities of those with classified status. Moreover, accessing such information would leave a traceable record. Thus, Even those with the necessary authority would refrain from inquiries unless absolutely necessary to avoid complications. In summary, within the interstellar empire, while scientific advancements had eroded much personal privacy, they simultaneously preserved the most critical aspects of it. The core privacy referred to the information concerning light-brain accounts and location data, both of which were held to an extremely high confidentiality standard. No one, aside from the central system, possessed the power to access this information. Even official investigations required an application to the central system to retrieve such private data, with a generally low approval rate and all requests recorded. Due to the central system's stringent confidentiality regarding these two aspects of citizens' lives, occurrences of data breaches, such as the illicit sale of sensitive information, were exceedingly rare in this time frame. This was also the reason Yu Qiang felt secure using her light brain for transactions in the black market of NP001 star. The Qin couple, having failed to uncover any information regarding Yu Qiang, returned home in frustration. Upon their return, they were alarmed to discover that their son's spiritual entity had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 9. Becoming a Good Mother-in-Law. This news greatly distressed the couple. They ordered a thorough search of the entire Qin residence and even scoured the surrounding area. Yet no sign of the little tiger cub could be found. Eventually, upon reviewing nearby surveillance footage, they discovered that the little tiger cub had left the house shortly after they did, not accompanying them to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but rather making its way to a residential complex several kilometers away. Just as the princess hesitated over whether to take her husband to search for the cub at that location, the little tiger cub returned on its own. The couple breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were soon met with another surprise as they witnessed the returning little tiger cub attempting to access their son's hibernation pod. The princess rushed over, capturing the little cub by the scruff of its neck and hoisting it up. The hibernation pod is already activated. There's no reason to tamper with it.
Off you go to play,
she exclaimed, all the while leading the little cub away. The little tiger cub squirmed in indignation, but could not escape his mother's grasp. He understood quite well that the hibernation pod was not meant to be opened just yet. However, his space button was still affixed to his hand. Without opening the hibernation pod, how could he retrieve the space button? And without it, how could he deliver gifts to his partner? When his mother inquired about his visit to the Wind and Sunshine Complex, he thought to himself, what else would I be doing? Of course, I'm going to see my partner. He was a married individual now, and it was only natural that he would want to be with his significant other. The princess, oblivious to the cub's thoughts and unaware that her son's consciousness was currently residing within the little tiger, was about to rebuke her husband for overthinking the situation when she noticed the little cub nodding in response. The princess was taken aback. Our daughter-in-law lives in the Wind and Sunshine Complex, she exclaimed with delight. The complex was merely a few kilometers from the Qin residence, and a hover car ride would take less than 3 minutes. The revelation that their daughter-in-law resided so close was wonderful news. Noticing the little cub's nod, the head of the Qin family's expression shifted slightly.
Little Jean, are you Jeaner?
He asked nervously. Although spiritual entities possessed a degree of intelligence, it was rather limited. They could communicate effortlessly with their owners, but not so smoothly with others. Furthermore, he had never heard of a spiritual entity being able to recognize written characters. The little tiger cub hesitated for a moment before nodding again. The princess's eyes widened in astonishment. She immediately snatched the little tiger cub from her husband's hands. Is that really you? Jeaner, you've become your own spiritual entity. The head of the Qin family wore a look of resignation. It was not that Jeaner had become his spiritual entity, but rather that his consciousness had transferred from his body into the spiritual entity. Such a phenomenon could occur in individuals with powerful spiritual energy when they sustained severe injuries. In the future, once Jeaner's body recovered, his consciousness could return to its original form. The princess sighed in relief. So that's how it is. Thank goodness our son hasn't completely transformed into a little tiger cub. The head of the Qin family turned his gaze towards the little tiger cub.
For now,
we cannot assist you in dispelling the parasitic toxins at home. It would be beneficial for you to seek your wife. Your compatibility rate is an astounding 9,999. Remaining together can reduce the frequency of toxin outbreaks and alleviate, if not heal, some of the traumas of the spiritual entity. The little tiger cub cocked its head. No wonder I feel so comfortable near my partner. My head hasn't hurt since. Is that the reason? The head of the Qin family glanced at his now somewhat silly and adorable son and continued, since you've located your wife, take us to bring her back to live at the Qin residence. Upon hearing this, the princess's eyes lit up. However, The little tiger cub regarded his father warily and shook his head in refusal. He had not spent much time with his partner yet, but it was evident that his partner was not fond of interacting with strangers. To his partner, his parents were also strangers. Moreover, the dramas his mother frequently watched often depicted poor mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. What if his partner didn't tea like his parents? The little tiger cub thought the wind and sunshine complex was perfectly fine. He could enjoy a world of two with his partner. Hey, why are you shaking your head? The princess asked, looking down at her son. Isn't our home better than that wind and sunshine complex? Bringing your wife here would allow us to care for you both. It's a win-win. The little tiger cub continued to shake his head. He still preferred to live in a world of two with his partner. Besides, his mother could be rather noisy at times, and he found it bothersome. Surely his partner would feel the same. Seeing her son's obstinacy, the princess became somewhat irritated. Just at that moment, the head of the Qin family intervened, swiftly rescuing their son from his mother's grasp. The young have their own ideas. Since Genre is unwilling to bring his wife back, let them live outside for now. In your youth, did you not also hesitate to reside in the Qin residence? The princess recalled something, her ire diminishing significantly. But how could it be the same? Your mother was quite a handful back then, was she not? My reluctance to live under the same roof was not merely out of fear of quarrels. I am quite different from her. It was precisely because she encountered a domineering and unreasonable mother-in-law that she resolved to become a wise and indulgent mother-in-law herself. Her son was like a war machine, never showing any affection towards any girl. The absence of romantic pursuits was one thing. The empire had a matchmaking policy, and she believed that he would eventually marry. Yet he continued to incur fines year after year, with the sum escalating from 1 million star coins to a staggering 16 million, all while refusing to partake in matchmaking. This time, had it not been for Xiao Zhan inadvertently assisting him in applying for the matchmaking, it is likely that her daughter-in-law would still be a mere figment of imagination. After all, it was no small feat for her son to finally find a partner and avoid remaining single. It was sheer folly on her part to impose difficulties upon her daughter-in-law. Well, I understand your concern for your son and daughter-in-law. However, it is entirely natural for young people to desire their own space. Furthermore, the head of the Qin family cast a glance at the little tiger cub in his arms. Given John's current circumstances, I believe it would be beneficial for him to spend time with his wife in his present state. He has already established a connection with his son's consciousness, having entered his spiritual realm. Yet, as he understands, such occurrences may lead to a regression in his son's psychological age. Chapter 10. Returning to move things. Based on the son's reactions, he was almost certain of this hypothesis. The consciousness within the young Jean is indeed that of his son, but his mental age may be quite limited. However, this is a positive development. Their son was rather endearing in his childhood, lacking the coldness and aloofness he possesses now. The probability of his daughter-in-law developing feelings for her husband during this period is higher than if she were to interact with him at his actual age. By the way, I presume her daughter-in-law is still unaware of the true identity of this little tiger cub? This is advantageous. Allowing their son to engage with her in the guise of a pet might cultivate their bond, ultimately increasing the likelihood of their relationship blossoming. Contemplating these matters, the head of the Qin family resolved to lend his son a helping hand. Ahem, Jean, have you returned to present something to your wife? He inquired. Moments ago, this lad had attempted to access the dormant chamber for his spatial button, hadn't he? The little tiger cub's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. He was currently a nonverbal little tiger cub, desperately in need of understanding and assistance. Seeing this, the princess displayed a look of contentment. Now that you are married, it is indeed fitting to bestow some gifts upon her. I also have something for your wife, she said, reaching for her spatial button. Perhaps you ought to reconsider, she added, only to be interrupted by her husband. The princess cast an irritated glance at him. Let us reserve our gifts until we meet our daughter-in-law officially. Since Jean wishes to stay with her for a while, we shall feign ignorance to avoid causing her any embarrassment. Hearing this, the princess was persuaded. Very well. However, even if we choose not to intrude, it is only reasonable to inquire about our daughter-in-law's details. Jean, what is your wife's name? What does she do? The princess asked curiously. Having a daughter-in-law, she ought to at least know her name, right? The little tiger cub fell silent upon hearing this. Now in the form of a small tiger cub, he was unable to articulate his thoughts. The head of the Qin family stifled a chuckle at the sight. Ahem. Let us first gather items for our son. He has been back for quite some time, and his wife must be worried about not being able to find him. As soon as the words left his mouth, The little tiger cub leaped to the ground, spinning in circles, exhibiting an anxious demeanor. The princess, witnessing this, relented. Fine, fine. This time you may take some items. Your spatial button has already entered the dormant chamber and cannot be moved for now. We have plenty of good things at home. So, if you need anything, just tell us. I will provide you with an additional spatial button to use when the time comes to bring gifts to your wife. Alternatively, we can transfer some money to her, but you must give me her account details. As she spoke, a mischievous glint crossed the princess's eyes. The little tiger cub nudged his paw against his mother's pant leg and proceeded to head outside. The couple exchanged glances and followed suit. The little tiger cub led them to the living room, where he pointed at a domestic robot diligently working. The couple's expressions turned to one of surprise. You wish to gift your wife this? The princess asked with a hint of skepticism. Doesn't your wife's family have a domestic robot? The little tiger cub obediently nodded. Of course, his partner's family possessed a domestic robot, but it was an outdated model and rented. His partner had mentioned wanting to purchase a new one. Why buy one? There are plenty in the Qiang residence. The princess wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by her husband tugging at her sleeve. Let us get it installed, said the head of the Qiang family. The princess then retrieved an empty spatial button and collected the domestic robot chosen by her son. The little tiger cub was quite pleased. He twisted his body and headed towards the kitchen. The couple exchanged knowing looks and followed once more. Upon arriving in the kitchen, the little tiger cub spotted a kitchen robot and dashed over. Just like before, he extended his paw and pointed at the robot. The princess was no longer surprised and promptly approached to collect the kitchen robot as well. All right, it seems your wife's family may not have a kitchen robot either. The little tiger cub, observing his mother's actions, was exceedingly satisfied. He turned his little bottom and made his way towards the large refrigerator in the kitchen. He then pawed at the refrigerator door. You want this refrigerator too? The princess asked curiously. The little tiger cub shook his head and continued to pry at the door, signaling for his mother to assist him in opening it. The princess quickly understood and rushed forward to open the door. The refrigerator revealed a plethora of ingredients, enormous prawns, various types of fish, and an assortment of high-quality meat. These items were quite expensive and not readily available in ordinary supermarkets. The little tiger cub merely wished for his partner to prepare delicious dishes using these fine ingredients. However, such culinary feats were no simple task. Are you certain your wife will know how to cook? The princess asked, not out of reluctance, but with a hint of skepticism. The little tiger cub, growing impatient, glared at his mother in frustration. All right, if you want them, take them all. After all, she can always buy more. To demonstrate her generosity, the princess proceeded to place all the ingredients from the refrigerator into the spatial button. The little tiger cub's tail wagged excitedly at the sight. With the ingredients taken care of, was there anything else needed? The princess gazed at her son's expression, bemused. The little tiger cub feigned deep thought. He actually wished for his mother to provide him with some alchemical equipment, potion materials, and notes on alchemy. His partner was studying alchemy and would undoubtedly become a skilled pharmacist in the future. Moreover, his mother was a renowned senior pharmacist in the empire, and her alchemical equipment and notes would be immensely beneficial to his partner. Yet, he could not articulate these desires at present. He had already spent enough time out today. He could not afford to delay further. What if his partner grew anxious from not being able to find him? After all, it wasn't too far for him to come. He could always return next time for those items. Thus, the little tiger cub shook his head. Then, his gaze fixated intently on the spatial button in his mother's hand, urging her silently to hand it over. The princess, feeling somewhat helpless, exchanged glances with her husband before addressing the little tiger cub. Just wait a moment. With that, she retrieved a thread from her own spatial button. Then, the space button meant for the little tiger cub was hung around its neck. All right, go find your wife, she said, recalling that the princess had yet to finish her words, only to discover that her son had already dashed out of sight. Chapter 11, Adding Friends. What a heartless child! The princess exclaimed, her tone laced with sarcasm. The head of the Qiang family chuckled and took a few steps forward, wrapping his arms around his wife. Well, it's a good thing that our son cares for his wife. The princess shot her husband a sideways glance and then leaned into his embrace. While it was indeed commendable that he was attentive, she couldn't help but worry about the peculiar items he might be bringing home, fearing they might raise questions in his wife's mind. The head of the Qiang family smiled at his wife. How could that be? You did leave a note in the space button, didn't you? The princess felt a twinge of guilt. I did it for him, after all. When you give a gift, you must leave a name, right? Besides, It lets our daughter-in-law know that he is not just a wandering tiger. It was not easy for her. Her son was already so grown up, and she still had to worry about him. The head of the Qiang family chuckled helplessly. Let us go. At that moment, the little tiger cub, blissfully unaware of his mother's little scheme, raced out of the Qiang residence, cheerfully heading towards the Feng and Sunshine community. He wondered whether his partner had finished refining the medicine. Surely, she would appreciate the items he brought back. Driven by excitement, the little tiger cub soon arrived at Yu Qiang's home. Yu Qiang was still in the alchemy room, diligently working with the last of her materials, recording a video as she did so. Upon returning home, the little tiger cub peeked through the window, observing the scene inside. Since his partner was busy, he decided to be a good little tiger and not interrupt her work. Thus, he perched himself by the window, waiting. Yu Qiang, focused on her task, remained oblivious to the little tiger cub outside. After skillfully producing the final vial of potion, she concluded her video recording and uploaded it to a review site. While awaiting the review, Yu Qiang searched for insights on F-grade potion refinement on the Starnet. To her surprise, she found no information regarding model diagrams for potion materials. It seemed that the alchemists in this world were unaware of such a concept. They relied solely on intuition and experience to channel the energy of the materials and induce their medicinal properties to merge. At this point, Yu Qiang was nearly certain that her ability to perceive the model diagrams of potion materials was linked to her psychic powers. After all, her greatest distinction from the alchemists in this world was her possession of such abilities. Indeed, I might as well consider this a cheat, she muttered softly. Continuing her task, she returned to the potion material shop to order ingredients for new potion formulas. This time, she selected 2 F-grade potion recipes, with instructional videos readily available. She felt confident in practicing with various potion formulas. Consequently, Yu Qiang prepared 10 sets of potion materials corresponding to each of the 2 recipes. As it was getting late, she opted for the shop to deliver the items the following morning. Upon placing her order, the results of her junior alchemist certification came through. Her application had been officially approved, marking her as a junior alchemist. With her livelihood secured, Yu Qiang decided it was time to call it a day. Rising from her seat, she stretched lazily and powered down her light brain. Turning around, she was greeted by a pair of beautiful cat eyes gazing back at her. Startled for a moment, she soon couldn't help but smile. Rice ball, weren't you asleep? What are you doing here? As she spoke, Yu Qiang opened the window and scooped Rice ball into her arms. Back in her embrace, the little tiger cub squinted his eyes in satisfaction, barely suppressing a purr. You little rascal. You come here without making a sound. Are you afraid of disturbing me?
She teased.
Oh my, our Rice ball is simply too considerate. In a good mood, Yu Qiang affectionately rubbed Rice ball's fur before leaning down to plant a kiss on his head. The kiss effectively silenced the purr he had been about to emit. His partner was just too affectionate towards him. Suddenly, Yu Qiang noticed the space button dangling from Rice ball's neck. He looked up at her, his large, expressive eyes seemingly eager for praise. Yes. Open it and see.
Inside.
There's a gift I brought back for you. I hope you like it. However, Yu Qiang furrowed her brow. How could a stray cat possess a space button? The only plausible explanation was that Rice ball was not a stray cat at all, but rather belonged nearby. While she had been refining potions in her room, Rice ball must have returned to his true home. The thought that Rice ball belonged to someone else and might be taken away left Yu Qiang with an unsettling feeling. Such a clingy and beautiful little cat. How could she bear to part with him? Noticing Yu Qiang's expression, Rice ball stiffened slightly. It seemed that his partner was upset.
But why?
He had brought her the very thing she desired, yet she appeared discontented. Yu Qiang collected her thoughts and decided to inspect the contents of Rice ball's space button. Finally, she reached out and touched it. As soon as she made contact with the space button, Yu Qiang could clearly see the items within. To her astonishment, there were 2 robots and a plethora of ingredients. Household robots and kitchen robots? Upon recognizing the types of robots, Yu Qiang muttered to herself. Rice ball nodded obediently. Yes, those are the household and kitchen robots you need. Yu Qiang regarded Rice ball with a sense of perplexity. How coincidental that the space button he had brought back contained exactly what she desired. Furthermore, his various behaviors seemed to suggest a level of intelligence that was almost too remarkable. Suddenly, Yu Qiang noticed a piece of paper affixed to the back of the household robot. With a thought, she retrieved the note. Rice ball's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? When had his mother placed a note in the space button? He had explicitly refused to let her contact his partner. Yet she had done something like this. Yu Qiang, unaware of Rice ball's expression, focused on the note, which bore a light brain ID. It appeared that this note had been left by Rice Ball's owner, who likely hoped for her to reach out. Turning to Rice Ball, Yu Qiang found him with his head bowed, looking as though he had committed a grave mistake, which tugged at her heartstrings. After gently stroking Rice Ball's head, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to contact the owner. She summoned her light brain and sent a friend request to the ID on the note. Just as she sent the request, the other party accepted it almost instantly. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the princess had finished her evening routine and had been staring at her light brain for quite some time, eagerly awaiting her daughter-in-law's contact. After waiting for nearly an hour, she finally received a message. Daughter-in-law, hello. I am Qin Zhan's mother, Xiao Yun, the princess quickly typed, sending a message to Yu Qiang. Upon reading the message, Yu Qiang's eyes widened in surprise. She then looked toward Rice Ball. Was he from her husband's family? Chapter 12. It is the Marshal. Rice Ball could hardly bring himself to look at what Yu Qiang was doing, keeping his head down as if he were a quail. He hadn't intended to deceive his partner into thinking he was merely a cat. Currently, his body was in a dormant state, with his consciousness residing in his spiritual form, leaving him unable to speak or explain. Yu Qiang withdrew her gaze, feeling compelled to respond to her mother-in-law, yet uncertain how to do so. At that moment, another message arrived. Daughter-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I had no choice but to contact you in this manner. The situation is that after our Qin Zhan was matched with you, he fell into a dormant state. Thus, both his father and I are unaware of your information. Until last night, Xiao Zhan, oh, that is my dear Zhan's spiritual entity, returned home. It informed us that it would bring something for you. Seizing the opportunity, I discreetly placed my contact information into the spatial button. Upon seeing the message, Yu Qiang was initially astonished, but soon appeared more enlightened. The Rice Ball is indeed Qin Zhan's spiritual entity, which explains her previous suspicions. Spiritual entities are undoubtedly more intelligent than animals. They can comprehend her words. However, the fact that it understood and returned to the Qin residence to fetch something for her left Yu Qiang feeling somewhat awkward. Surely, the Qin family wouldn't assume that she had sent the Rice Ball back to retrieve it, would they? Dear daughter-in-law, may I know your name? Another message arrived. Upon reading this, Yu Qiang hesitated for a moment. Then, she typed back 2 words, Yu Qiang. After the long princess inquired, her initial nervousness dissipated. When she saw her daughter-in-law's reply, her face lit up with joy. Haha, so it's you, Qiang.
Qiang.
Today Xiao Zhan returned in such haste that I didn't have the chance to prepare anything for you. If you need anything, please let me know. I will be more than happy to provide. Oh, by the way, we reside at number 1 Guangming Road. You can find Qin residence by searching for it. If you don't mind, you are welcome to bring Xiao Zhan back to stay with us. Just as Yu Qiang was about to decline, a transfer notification appeared on the chat interface. The other party has transferred you 999 star coins. Someone was still counting the digits when another message popped up. This is your pocket money. Quickly accept it, Qiang. Upon counting the digits, Yu Qiang couldn't help but swallow hard. Nearly 10 million, and it was merely pocket money? What kind of family was the Qin family? Yu Qiang's gaze lingered on the transfer envelope, and she exerted considerable effort to suppress the urge to click accept. Regardless of what kind of family the Qin family was, whether they were affluent or not, bestowing 10 million on a daughter-in-law before even meeting was hardly normal. Contemplating this, Yu Qiang searched for Qin residents as well as the names Qin Zhan and Xiao Yun on the Star Network. To her surprise, she found results. It turned out that Qin Zhan was the Marshal of the First Legion, while Xiao Yun was the Imperial Princess and a senior pharmacist. As for Qin residents, it was the ancestral home of the Qin family. Upon seeing the results, Yu Qiang could no longer maintain her composure. The husband she was matched with was none other than that Qin Zhan. Recalling the memories of her past life, where a man piloting the Soul Destroyer mecha, accompanied by a fierce white tiger spiritual entity, wreaked havoc, she felt a shiver of trepidation. In her previous life, she had considered herself a formidable weapon. However, compared to the Qin Zhan of her past memories, she felt rather weak. He was lauded as the god of war of the empire, a veritable killing machine. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Yu Qiang lowered her gaze to the rice ball nestled in her arms. So, you're not merely a cat, but a white tiger? She inquired. The Long Princess had mentioned that the rice ball was Qin Zhan's spiritual entity, which, if she recalled correctly, transformed from a ferocious white tiger. Yu Qiang scrutinized the drowsy rice ball in her embrace. Admittedly, upon closer inspection, it did resemble a tiger more than a cat.
Yet,
Its seemingly perpetually sleepy demeanor was undeniably feline. At that moment, another message chimed in. Qiang, please accept the money without overthinking it. This is just your pocket money. When you come home, I will prepare additional gifts for you. By the way, Xiaozhan has brought back a considerable amount of ingredients. Do you enjoy cooking? When you return, we can exchange culinary skills. Not to boast, but my cooking is quite commendable. Qiang, tell me what you like to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Seeing this, Yu Qiang felt that the person on the other end was being excessively enthusiastic. After a moment's hesitation, she typed a reply. Your Highness, thank you for your generosity. However, the marriage with Marshal is likely a misunderstanding. I neglected to pay a fine, and the information was captured by the core system. The same must hold true for Marshal. Yu Qiang recalled that after she was injured on the battlefield, the First Legion endured several fierce battles in the star system. There had been rumors that Qin had also been injured in battle. This news had sparked public concern, prompting the First Legion to clarify that the Marshal had sustained injuries, though they were not severe. Qin's personal appearance during a live broadcast by the First Legion had quelled public anxiety and stabilized the morale of the populace. Yet, it now appeared that Qin's condition was likely more serious than the Long Princess had indicated. The Long Princess had mentioned that Qin entered a state of dormancy after their marriage was matched. If his injuries were not grave, why would he need to enter dormancy? Moreover, Qin's spiritual entity was clearly a massive, powerful tiger, yet it now resembled a feeble tiger cub akin to a cat. At the Qin residence, the Long Princess paused upon reading Yu Qiang's message, then smiled at her husband, who had just emerged from the bathroom.
Hey, Lao Qin.
Our daughter-in-law is quite astute. She quickly guessed my identity. She even claims that her marriage to Zhaner is a misunderstanding. I transferred over 9 million star coins as pocket money, and she hasn't accepted it. The head of the Qin family chuckled as he dried his hair. He climbed into bed and pulled his wife into his embrace while reading through the chat history between her and their daughter-in-law. Anyone who sends me such a large amount of money right away, I would hesitate to accept. It's commendable that she can withstand the test of money. The Long Princess beamed radiantly. Of course, it's commendable. I trust our son's judgment. Saying this, she clicked on the input field to continue messaging. So, this is fate. Qiang, think about it. Both you and Zhaner were matched through information captured by the core system under unexpected circumstances. With nearly 1 billion people in the Empire and over 10 billion participating in the matchmaking, the fact that you two matched with a compatibility score of 9,999 is nothing short of fate, is it not? Yu Qiang.
So, Qiang.
Please do not resist us. We genuinely look forward to you joining the Qin family and becoming one of us. Although Zhaner is currently unable to awaken, as a senior pharmacist, I can ensure his swift recovery. The Long Princess boasted without a hint of shame. In truth, she had no real confidence in this claim, otherwise she wouldn't have arranged for her son to enter dormancy. However, she couldn't divulge this to her daughter-in-law, who was the only one capable of alleviating her son's parasitic affliction. She needed to coax her daughter-in-law back home. Chapter 13, Acknowledgment. Yu Qiang, upon reading the message, speculated that Qin's condition was undoubtedly more serious than the Long Princess had portrayed. Yet, her focus lingered on the Long Princess's assertion of her being a senior pharmacist. Regarding the Long Princess's status as a senior pharmacist, she had already uncovered that information during her earlier research. Could the Long Princess concoct a potion to cure Qin? She was uncertain. However, given her status as a senior pharmacist, there was a considerable chance she could brew a dual S-grade antidote for the shadow insect poison. The military doctor of the First Legion had informed her that if she could provide 50 billion star coins, they would assist in procuring a dual S-grade antidote for the shadow insect poison to aid her in detoxification. Now it seemed likely that the antidote could very well be one that the Long Princess could create. Yet, given the exorbitant cost and the rarity of the dual S-grade antidote, how could she possibly bring herself to ask for it? After some contemplation, Yu Qiang typed and sent another message. Your Highness, is the reason for Marshal dormancy due to the shadow insect poison? She inquired. The greatest threat in the star system was indeed the shadow insect clan, and if a 3S grade warrior had to enter dormancy, could it be that Qin was afflicted by the poison of the 3S grade shadow king insect? To her knowledge, only 3 pharmacists in the Empire had managed to produce antidotes for 3S grade insect poisons, but none had developed one specifically for the shadow insect poison. If Qin had truly been poisoned by the shadow king insect, the First Legion would likely refuse to sell the dual S-grade antidote, even if it were available. After all, the antidote of double S-grade, while ineffective against the poison of 3 S-grade, possesses the ability to delay the toxin's eruption. As the Marshal of the First Legion, Qiang's value far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Upon noticing Yu Qiang's inquiry, the smile on the princess's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a glimmer of vigilance in her eyes. At that moment, another message from Yu Qiang arrived. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I actually served in the First Legion and only retired 2 months ago. Prior to my retirement, I held the rank of Major and was the captain of Special Operations Team 1008. During our mission on the Phantom Star battlefield in the R Galaxy, my team nearly faced total annihilation. It was Marshal Qiang who intervened and saved me. However, I was poisoned by the double S-grade shadow worm toxin, which caused my mental acuity to regress from double S to D grade and my physical constitution from S to F grade. Consequently, I was compelled to retire, leaving the First Legion. You may verify my identity with the Legion. My previous question stemmed purely from concern for Marshal Qiang's injury, and I also wish to establish a closer rapport with you. She had already married Qiang, who is currently in a dormant state, with his spiritual essence still residing with her. Furthermore, she would need to procure the antidote for the double S-grade shadow worm toxin through the First Legion or the Qiang family. For the foreseeable future, or perhaps an extended period, she would inevitably remain entangled with the Qiang family. This, in fact, presented a favorable situation for her. With her status as a daughter-in-law of the Qiang family, the Yu family would find it difficult to exert influence over her. Since Qiang was currently dormant, she did not have to confront her husband, which made the situation less awkward. The princess, upon reading the message, was somewhat taken aback. She then turned to her husband. The head of the Qiang family understood her unspoken thoughts and activated his holographic device to contact someone from the First Legion to verify Yu Qiang's information. Within a minute, her personal details were relayed. The couple, upon reviewing Yu Qiang's credentials, displayed expressions of admiration. It turned out she was a student at the Imperial Military University who had enlisted early. Given her stellar academic performance, had she remained in school for an additional 3 years, she might not have encountered such peril on the battlefield, the princess remarked. It seems she did not intend to enlist early. She joined the First Legion for her brother's sake, the head of the Qiang family interjected, referring to the Yu family from NP001 star. The Yu family could likely afford several billion star coins. The princess glanced at her husband, easily grasping the implication behind his words. Although Yu Qiang claimed she was forced to retire, the First Legion previously had access to channels for purchasing double S-grade antidotes. Provided one could cover the costs, acquiring the antidote was nearly guaranteed. If the Yu family could afford the expense, her retirement would have been unnecessary. Unless it was her own decision to leave. Why not just ask directly instead of speculating? The princess exclaimed in irritation. She then decided to initiate a video call to Yu Qiang. Startled by the ringing, Yu Qiang quickly composed herself and accepted the call. As the connection established, she beheld the striking couple on the other side. The princess and the head of the Qiang family were equally astonished by their daughter-in-law's appearance. Upon learning that their daughter-in-law was a high-achieving student from the Imperial Military University, they had anticipated a more rugged appearance. Instead, the individual before them was delicate and refined, seemingly gentle. Most notably, they noticed their son, resembling a cat, nestled in her embrace. Your Highness, Uncle, Yu Qiang greeted with a bow, simultaneously drawing the attention of the little tiger cub in her arms, who cast a warning glance at her parents. The expressions of the princess and the head of the Qiang family turned complex. Their son, regardless of age, had always been somewhat petty. They knew he would harbor a grudge over today's events. With their son present, they needed to tread carefully in their ensuing conversation.
Yu Qiang.
You're being too formal. Why address us as your Highness and Uncle? You're married to Jean now. You should call us Mom and Dad, the princess said with a warm smile, growing increasingly fond of her daughter-in-law. The fact that Yu Qiang could soothe her son's temperament, rendering him as docile as a cat, solidified her place in the family. Yu Qiang's expression faltered slightly, her head bowing lower. At her age of 26 in her previous life, having accomplished significant feats, she felt no room for shyness. Little Yu, there's no need for such formality. The truth is, now that you are married to Jean, we truly are family during the duration of your marriage, the head of the Qiang family remarked. Just as he finished speaking, he caught a glance from the little tiger cub, which seemed to question his phrasing of during the duration of your marriage. What does that mean? He's not going to divorce his partner, They will always be family. The head of the Qin family, feeling scrutinized, awkwardly touched his nose and averted his gaze from his son. Why is this little rascal glaring at me? I didn't say anything wrong. Hearing the head of the Qin family's words, Yu Qiang felt less conflicted. Well then, Mom and Dad, hello, she replied. And upon witnessing the smiles and approving nods from the couple, a strange emotion flickered within her. Being an orphan, the terms Mom and Dad felt quite foreign to her. Little Yu, you mentioned that you served in the First Legion but retired due to the worm toxin. Did you ever consider purchasing the antidote? The princess swiftly transitioned to the topic at hand. The little tiger cub in Yu Qiang's arms perked up at this inquiry. Yu Qiang's expression turned complex. At the time, I did intend to buy the antidote. However, the military doctor informed me that neutralizing the toxins in my body would require at least 50 billion star coins. The military merits I had accrued were insufficient to exchange for that amount. As for my family, I only discovered post-retirement that I was not the biological daughter of the Yu family. Moreover, I had just enlisted in place of Yu Hui when the Yu family brought their biological daughter back home. Being merely an adopted daughter, it was natural for them to be reluctant to spend money on my antidote, Yu Qiang revealed, deliberately displaying a bitter smile. The little tiger cub, hearing this, emitted an agitated growl. The Yu family is going too far. I want to bite them to death. Yu Qiang gently stroked the cub to calm it down. The princess, too, displayed signs of indignation. The Yu family's actions were clearly calculated to undermine her daughter-in-law. Originally a promising student, her daughter-in-law had sacrificed her education for the sake of a worthless individual. To make matters worse, after enduring the horrors of the battlefield and narrowly escaping with her life, the Yu family had cast her aside without a second thought. Qiang, do not be disheartened. If they do not want you, we will. It's just a matter of acquiring the double S-grade shadow worm toxin antidote. Consider it a gift from me to my daughter-in-law, the princess exclaimed. Previously, she had possessed 8 vials, and after purchasing an additional 20 from the palace, she now had a total of 28. However, 27 vials had been administered to her son, leaving only 1 remaining. Since her son was currently dormant and would not require the antidote for the time being, giving the last vial to her daughter-in-law was certainly feasible. If she ran out, she could always refine more with time, eventually producing another double S-grade antidote. The head of the Qin family glanced at his wife, but chose to remain silent. Yu Qiang, however, felt a surge of determination. If it weren't for her strong resolve, she would have nearly faltered. I can pay for it, but I will need some time, Yu Qiang stated, fearing disbelief from the others. I have awakened the power of the apothecary spirit and have just passed the examination to become a junior pharmacist. I am confident I can soon qualify as an intermediate pharmacist. The princess looked on with surprise, her satisfaction deepening. No need for payment. Consider it a gift for my daughter-in-law. As Yu Qiang was about to speak, the grand princess continued, regardless of how you and my family's genre came to marry. You are now husband and wife, and you are the daughter-in-law I have wholeheartedly accepted. Moreover, her expression grew grave. Little Jean is still with you.
Qiang.
We sincerely hope that you can move to the Qin residence. If you truly do not wish to, we hope you can at least temporarily take care of little Jean. The compatibility between you and Jean is an astounding 9,999. His spiritual entity by your side will benefit both of you. In fact, it can even help suppress the parasitic toxin and alleviate its detrimental effects on your mental strength. Our son is currently in a state of dormancy, with his spiritual entities separated from his physical form. The toxin accumulates solely within his body, but with increased interaction between his spiritual entity and his daughter-in-law, there is hope for gradual recovery from the damage. As for you, dear daughter-in-law, companionship may only help ease the toxin. After all, the benefits of a partner's presence primarily affect the spiritual entity and cannot resolve the toxin within the body. Yu Qiang's gaze shifted. The Grand Princess affirmed, you are correct. Genre has indeed been afflicted by the shadowless parasitic toxin, and it is the toxin from the royal worm. Receiving the answer, Yu Qiang wisely refrained from further inquiries. Very well, mother, she spoke, her voice still somewhat awkward. I will take good care of the rice ball, she added, turning slightly. The Grand Princess and the head of the Qin family both looked toward the little tiger cub nestled in Yu Qiang's arms. Rice ball? Haha, you little rascal. Look at you now. The little tiger cub, oblivious to his parents' expressions, buried its head in Yu Qiang's arm, reassured that it could stay with its partner. The Grand Princess continued to chat with Yu Qiang for a while longer, agreeing on a time for her to visit the next day before concluding the video call. After the call ended, the Grand Princess felt a sense of melancholy. I never expected our daughter-in-law to have such a pitiable background. Those people from the Yu family are truly excessive. By the way, why don't you send someone to investigate whether the Yu family has done anything else to our daughter-in-law? After all, why would she leave NP001 star and come to the Imperial Star? She clearly has a kind and uncontentious nature. And such individuals are the most vulnerable to bullying. I wouldn't care if it were anyone else, but my daughter-in-law, Xiaoyan's partner, cannot be allowed to suffer unjustly. The head of the Qin family pondered for a moment and replied, On the other side, after Yu Qiang hung up the video call, she felt a bit dazed. Was the antidote she thought she might have to strive for a lifetime to acquire about to be within her grasp? Moreover, her unexpected husband turned out to be the Empire's war god. Recalling the exquisitely beautiful face she had seen on the Star Network and the breathtaking mech on the battlefield, her heart inexplicably trembled. Yu Qiang hurriedly interrupted her thoughts, cradling the rice ball as she exited the potion refining room. Upon entering the living room, she first retrieved the household robot. Then, she accessed the light brain to terminate the rental for her previous household robot. Due to the late hour, the delivery would only arrive the following morning. After managing the household robot, she proceeded to the kitchen to retrieve the kitchen robot, followed by the ingredients from the spatial button. As she took out the ingredients, she realized just how plentiful they were, not knowing if she had emptied the Qin residence's refrigerator. If the rice ball could hear Yu Qiang's words, it would undoubtedly respond, saying that while it hadn't emptied it, it had come quite close. After all the meat products had been brought over. Yu Qiang stuffed the ingredients into the freezer, adjusting their positions multiple times until she finally managed to fit them all in. Little one, we can buy our own food. Next time, don't go back to haul things again. Noticing the little tiger cub watching her from the countertop, Yu Qiang couldn't resist reaching out to stroke its head. The little cub proudly raised its head. What we bought ourselves can't compare to what's at the Qin residence. What a pity. If the spatial button could store living things, I would definitely bring over those fresh live catches from the Qin residence's pond. Amused, Yu Qiang scooped the little tiger cub back into her arms. But it's just as well. With so many ingredients at home, we won't have to worry about food when Mom and Dad come over tomorrow. Hearing Yu Qiang mention her parents, the little cub's tiny heart was filled with a feeling called happiness. It's getting late. Let us go back and get some sleep, Yu Qiang said with a smile as she left, holding the little tiger cub. Chapter 15. The in-laws come to visit. The next day, Qin residence. Early in the morning, the head of the Qin family received Yu Qiang's information sent from NP001 star. Last night, he had ordered an immediate investigation on that front, and the results were compiled and sent over. Just as he finished reading the materials, the Grand Princess awoke. Without a moment's hesitation, she instructed her husband to send her a copy of the information. After reviewing the documents, the Grand Princess was furious. Those despicable beings. Not only did they drain Qiang, but they even sought her life. The head of the Qin family gently comforted his wife, rubbing her back. The assassin was sent by Yu Yuan, not by the Yu couple. It's quite an achievement for little Yu to escape from the assassin and come to the Imperial Star, even selling the house given by the Yu family. The more he learned about his daughter-in-law, the more he couldn't help but admire her. Such a clever and capable child, the Yu family's dismissal was a grave oversight. They were fortunate to have her in the Qin family. The Grand Princess glanced at the documents. That house was originally given to her by the Yu family. Isn't it only right for her to sell her own house? Those heartless wolves from the Yu family not only deceived Qiang into serving in the military, sending her to the most perilous battlefield in the R system, but after she narrowly escaped with her life, they showed no gratitude and even seized her compensation and military honors. Over 100 million star coins in compensation, along with an exemption from entrance exams at the Imperial Star Military University, things that couldn't even be purchased with money. The Yu family took it all under the guise of raising her. Growing up in the Yu family, her monthly living expenses barely exceeded 10,000 star coins. How brazen of them to take so much money from Qiang. And that Yu Yuan. How could she hire an assassin to pursue Qiang and then slander her on the Star Network? By the way, have you reported this to the authorities? We must have Yu Yuan arrested. As his wife grew increasingly agitated, the head of the Qin family held her a bit tighter. Don't be too hasty. Regarding Yu Yuan hiring an assassin to pursue Qiang, NP001 star only found some suspected chat records. Furthermore, those two assassins are already dead, leaving no living witnesses. Since they were vagrants, the NP001 star authorities did not file a case for their deaths. Even if we report it, the authorities are unlikely to investigate, given the Yu family's considerable influence in NP001 star. Moreover, by now, Yu Yuan must be aware that the assassins are dead and likely has disposed of the evidence. Is that how this will end? The Grand Princess was fuming. Of course not. The head of the Qin family continued to patiently soothe her. In a month and a half, the Imperial Star Military University will commence. Yu Yuan will come to the Imperial Star using the exemption entry granted to Little Yu. Once she arrives, we will have more options. As long as Little Yu speaks up, Yu Yuan's exemption can be revoked. And regarding the Yu family's theft of her compensation and military honors, we can devise a plan to reclaim them. Our daughter-in-law from the Qin family shall not be bullied. Hearing this, the Grand Princess began to calm down. Must we wait so long? Yet, she still felt somewhat displeased. The head of the Qin family patted his wife's shoulder. Trust me, this is the simplest and most effective approach. I've observed that Little Yu is a composed individual. If she knows we wish to avenge her, she will likely agree to my plan. Very well then, the Grand Princess reluctantly conceded. She is a person of high status, endowed with wealth and power. When faced with displeasure, she has a penchant for immediate retribution, never allowing grievances to linger. In contrast, her husband possesses a demeanor that is markedly different. He is the type who smiles warmly in front, yet wields a dagger behind one's back. Even when harboring deep-seated animosity, he can engage in light-hearted banter, only to strike with lethal precision when the moment arises. During their courtship, her younger brother had warned her that her husband was a smiling tiger, a man of cunning, cautioning her not to be deceived. However, she paid no heed to his counsel, becoming ensnared in her husband's tender embrace. It was only after marriage, upon witnessing her husband assist her brother in handling various affairs, that she realized her brother's words held merit. Yet, she felt no discontent. After all, her husband continued to cherish her as ever, his ruthlessness reserved solely for outsiders. Come on, rise and shine. We must visit our daughter-in-law's home by noon. Let's decide on a gift to bring along and tidy up beforehand. I can assist in the kitchen, the princess said, as she turned over and got out of bed. The head of the Qin family smiled indulgently and followed suit. Meanwhile, in the Fenghiang community, Yu Qiang and Rice Ball had also awakened. Yu Qiang proceeded to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of noodles and fry a couple of eggs, keeping breakfast simple. Initially, she had thought Rice Ball was a stray cat and worried about it consuming human food. Now that she understood Rice Ball was a spirit entity, she felt no qualms about sharing her meals. After breakfast, Yu Qiang adeptly familiarized herself with the kitchen robot's instructions, then set it to wash the dishes before taking Rice Ball for a stroll in the yard, where they sat for a while. When the delivery drone arrived, she returned the previously rented housework robot and promptly accepted the potion materials she had ordered the night before. As the clock approached 9, Yu Qiang resolved to head to the kitchen to prepare for lunch. Upon entering, she took out all the ingredients she would need, swiftly formulating a menu in her mind. She then set the kitchen robot to assist her in handling the ingredients. Soon, she discovered that the kitchen robot performed tasks with a level of professionalism far surpassing that of the household robot, executing its duties both swiftly and efficiently. Indeed, even better than she herself could manage. After observing for a while, Yu Qiang decided to delegate all the food preparation to the robot, taking on the role of director. Around 10 o'clock, the princess and the head of the Qin family arrived at the door. Upon seeing the couple, Yu Qiang felt a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, the princess was naturally affable, pulling Yu Qiang to sit beside her on the sofa and with a few words, dispelled the distance between them.
Qiang.
This is a gift from your father and me. Yesterday, your mother sent you some pocket money, which you refused. This time, you must accept it, the princess said, placing a vial of potion and a red book on the coffee table before her. Yu Qiang's gaze immediately fixated on the potion bottle. The color indicated it was of double S grade. This potion must be the antidote for the double S grade shadow bug toxin. Noticing Yu Qiang's reaction, the princess's smile widened, realizing she had struck a chord with her gift. This is the antidote for the double S grade shadow bug toxin. Last night, you mentioned being poisoned by such a bug on the battlefield, correct? The antidote is right here. Why not give it a try? Yu Qiang felt a stirring of desire but refrained from reaching for it, instead glancing at the head of the Qin family. He nodded with a smile. This potion was concocted by your mother. Drink this vial first and see how effective the antidote is. If it doesn't completely eliminate the toxin, she can refine more later. Although the success rate for creating a double S-grade antidote is quite low, with some time, it can certainly be achieved. Since both my son and daughter-in-law have accepted you, I too shall do so. The princess nodded repeatedly. If I cannot heal my own son, how can I heal my daughter-in-law? Yu Qiang felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, solidifying her resolve to safeguard Qin for the Qin family once she recovered. Even if, in the future, she and Qin were to part ways, she would never forget the kindness of the Qin family. Especially since Qin had once saved her life on the battlefield. Thank you, Mom and Dad, Yu Qiang expressed her gratitude. Finally, she cast aside her hesitations, picked up the potion, twisted off the cap, and drank it down. As the potion entered her body, a refreshing sensation enveloped her. Suddenly, the princess stood up and moved to an empty space, retrieving a medical pod from her spatial button. This is another gift for you. Lie down, and I will check on the toxin and your recovery. All right, Yu Qiang replied, not hesitating this time as she settled into the medical pod. The princess operated the device, quickly calculating the results. There are still 4 milliliters of toxin remaining. The potion you just took has only eliminated 64 of the toxins in your body. After a while, you will need to take another vial of the antidote, or perhaps even 2 if things don't go smoothly. Your condition is even more serious than I anticipated, but fortunately, we found you. Yu Qiang's heart sank at this news. I feel that both my mental and physical strength have improved. Can this medical pod assess my mental strength and physical constitution levels? She inquired. Yes, the princess replied, immediately beginning the assessment. In no time, the results were revealed. Currently, both your mental strength and physical constitution levels are at B. The toxin is still suppressing your mental strength and physical constitution. Yu Qiang sighed inwardly, reassuring herself that this outcome was quite satisfactory. After all, she was preparing to focus on potion making moving forward. Qiang, the princess called out with concern. It's all right. My physical constitution level has improved significantly. I won't be out of breath after just a few steps anymore. The increase from F to B in her physical constitution was indeed gratifying. With her mental abilities at her disposal, she could compensate for any shortcomings in mental strength. Her current combat capability was on par with the grade, perhaps even surpassing S grade. The princess's heart ached further upon hearing this, and she promised to quickly refine another vial of double S grade antidote for Yu Qiang. After emerging from the medical pod, Yu Qiang spent a little more time conversing with her in-laws before examining another gift they had prepared for her. It was a villa in romantic Spring City, located not far from her current residence, nor from the Qin estate. Thankfully, she had previously scouted the area and was well aware of the community's reputation. It was the epitome of affluence, housing only the wealthy and noble. Properties there were rarely rented, and even fewer were for sale. The value of the villa gifted by her in-laws was estimated to be nearly 1 billion. This was yet another immensely generous gift. Whether accepting 1 gift or 3, Yu Qiang ultimately embraced her in-laws' goodwill, deciding to remember their kindness and seeking an opportunity to repay it in due course. Oh, dear, time is fleeting. Let us prepare the meal. The princess exclaimed suddenly. Qiang, I'm not bragging, but few can match my culinary skills. Today I shall showcase a few dishes, she declared as she stood and headed towards the kitchen. Yu Qiang quickly followed, saying, Mom, I can handle it. I've nearly prepared the ingredients. We can start cooking right away. The kitchen soon buzzed with activity. In the living room, the head of the Qin family withdrew his gaze from the kitchen doorway, turning his attention to his son, who was sprawled on the sofa. Last night, I had someone investigate your wife's situation. Would you like to see the findings? He spoke up. Just a moment ago, the little tiger cub appeared drowsy, but suddenly sprang to its feet. With a few vigorous strides and a leap, it bounded to its father's side. The head of the Qin family stifled a chuckle, activating his holographic terminal to display some data. The cub's beautiful eyes fixated on the information, and as it perused, it emitted a series of growls from its throat. Observing this, the Qin patriarch could no longer suppress his amusement. This cheeky little rascal, with such a fiery temper? Feeling that his son had nearly finished reading, he withdrew the terminal. He then reached out, intending to ruffle the cub's fur, but before he could make contact, the cub sprang away, baring its teeth and issuing a threatening growl. The Qin patriarch's expression turned awkward as he lowered his hand in resignation. All right then, I am not the one who bullied your wife. If you truly wish to avenge her, focus on recovering swiftly. Currently, the dual S-class shadow worm toxin in her body has been largely neutralized. Once she regains her health, being frequently by her side should aid her in overcoming her psychological trauma. Let it not be said that your father did not warn you. In just a month and a half, the Imperial Star Military Academy will commence. Your wife had previously taken a leave of absence to serve in the military, and it is highly probable she will return to continue her studies. The Yu siblings have not missed the opportunity to slander her on the Starnet and within the forums of the Imperial Star Military Academy during this time. If she indeed returns to class after the semester begins, her situation may become quite dire. Once a paragon of excellence, she now finds herself in a precarious position, having suffered a dual degradation of both mental and physical prowess. With her spirits already low, being subjected to the scorn of classmates may prove unbearable. Should her mental fortitude falter? Of course, I believe my daughter-in-law possesses the resilience to handle it, but I thought it prudent to provoke my son a bit.
Indeed.
The Qin patriarch noticed a flicker of urgency in his son's eyes. A sense of satisfaction welled within him upon witnessing this. He then raised his hand once more to stroke his son's back. The little tiger cub, wary, eyed his father's hand, but did not retreat this time. A slight smile crept onto the Qin patriarch's lips as he thought, "You think I cannot handle you?" After a few strokes, he found the texture of his son's fur quite pleasant. "Your mother and I have discussed this matter. In another month and a half, she should be able to concoct another vial of dual S-class antidote for the shadow worm toxin. Perhaps it will entirely cleanse the toxin from your wife's system. In that case, when she returns to school, her natural abilities will allow her to easily deal with that Yu Yuan." The little tiger cub exhaled in relief, promptly evading his father's grasp. The patriarch's hand met only empty air, leaving him somewhat disappointed. However, he understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw and did not press the matter further. "In truth, your mother and I would prefer your wife to switch to the Department of Pharmacy, provided that she is willing. As the honorary vice president of the Imperial Star Military Academy, it would be a simple matter for her to transfer, should she desire it." The little tiger cub tilted his head, pondering, and felt that his partner could flourish in any department. The Qin patriarch noted a hint of helplessness in his son's expression. He nearly forgot that while this little tiger cub was indeed his son, his intelligence likely resembled that of a child under 10. Discussing such matters with him would likely prove futile. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yu Qiang had learned 2 dishes under the tutelage of the princess. Upon completing the 2 dishes, Yu Qiang suggested her own distinct cooking methods. Intrigued, the princess relinquished her position as head chef to Yu Qiang and began assisting her. Yu Qiang then set about demonstrating her skills. The dishes prepared by the princess were relatively light and simple, while Yu Qiang aimed to create dishes with bolder flavors, showcasing vibrant colors and aromas, spicy king crab, salt-baked prawns, and poached shrimp tails with a secret sauce. This was the princess's first encounter with Yu Qiang's culinary techniques, and upon witnessing the dishes emerge from the stove, replete with color, fragrance, and taste, her expression towards Yu Qiang transformed. Her son had married a treasure. The meal was soon served, and not only did the princess lavish praise on Yu Qiang's culinary prowess, but the Qin patriarch also offered compliments, indulging in more than his usual portion. After the meal, the couple lingered for a while before departing. Before leaving, the princess gifted Yu Qiang her meticulously organized notes on potion brewing, encouraging her to experiment further. Moved, Yu Qiang accepted the notes, embracing the rice ball as she bid farewell to her in-laws. After watching their hover car depart, she returned home. With her in-laws gone, the once bustling household fell into a tranquil silence. The housekeeping robots had tidied the living room, while the kitchen robots continued their work. Yu Qiang relaxed, placing the rice ball on the sofa. "You can entertain yourself for a while, little one. I must brew potions this afternoon." The disparity between B-class and F-class physiques was indeed vast. Earlier, after her midday meal, she had felt overwhelmingly drowsy. Now, with her enhanced physique, she felt invigorated and alert. The rice ball, somewhat reluctant, did not cling to Yu Qiang. Feeling a bit sleepy, it curled up on the sofa. Observing this, Yu Qiang couldn't help but smile. She fetched a small blanket and draped it over the rice ball before heading to the potion lab.
Upon entering the lab,
Yu Qiang first unwrapped her packages and checked the potion materials she had purchased. Then, she activated her holographic terminal to study new potion recipes. Subsequently, she began practicing potion brewing. The 2 recipes for today required materials that were not much different from those she had used yesterday. Yu Qiang skillfully prepared the potion materials and then effortlessly concocted a perfect level potion. In a state of practiced ease, she managed to produce 20 bottles of perfect potions in merely an hour and a half. After completing her work, Yu Qiang placed the potions into the potion boxes on her bookshelf and tidied her desk. She then sat down to reflect on her potion-making insights from the day. She was now fairly certain that as long as she adhered to the optimal strategy for pushing the graphical assembly, she could create perfect level potions, albeit only for F-class potions. She was uncertain whether this would hold true for higher-grade potions. Nevertheless, she had ample time to explore each possibility. Glancing at her terminal, she noted that it was only 1:30 p.m. Returning to the video page, she quickly reached a decision. She downloaded all the recipes for F-class healing potions that she had yet to brew. Then, she returned to the potion materials store where she had previously placed an order and procured the corresponding materials based on the recipes. This time, she ordered 5 units of each material needed for the recipes. After placing her order and making the payment, Yu Qiang began to contemplate the sale of her potions. Given the high prices of potion materials, if she only bought without selling, her finances would likely not sustain her for long. To simplify matters, the best approach would be to sell her potions to pharmacies or institutions that purchase potions. However, she harbored a desire to establish her own potion shop in an online marketplace. After all, the logistics system in this era was well developed, and shipping would not require much effort on her part. Relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself, as it would also eliminate the profit margins that middlemen enjoyed. Why not seize the opportunity? Of course, her confidence stemmed from the fact that her finances were currently secure. She still possessed over 8 million star coins, and her in-laws had gifted her a villa. Now, with the majority of the worm toxin purged from her system, she was assured that she could generate income through potion making. The earlier feelings of anxiety and urgency had dissipated entirely within the span of a single day. With her thoughts solidified, Yu Qiang quickly took action. She promptly searched for the rules and tutorials on establishing a potion shop online. Yu Qiang discovered that potion shops were categorized into 2 types: corporate stores and personal stores. The pharmacy, being a corporate entity, boasts an extensive array of medications, thus attracting a greater flow of traffic to its website. In contrast, individual stores feature a limited selection and inventory of drugs, resulting in minimal exposure. Nevertheless, as long as the prices are appealing or the store has garnered a commendable reputation, individual shops can still achieve commendable sales. After all, certain customers prefer to sift through options, hoping to discover exceptional deals in personal stores. Moreover, the website itself tends to provide some visibility to well-regarded individual shops. Of course, if the store owner is willing, they may also invest in advertising to enhance their visibility. After perusing the store guidelines, Yu Qiang decided to establish her own personal shop. She navigated to the store registration page and filled in the requisite information, including her credentials as a junior pharmacist. While awaiting the approval, the materials she had ordered for her potions arrived. Upon collecting the materials, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her application had been approved. She silently commended the website's review process and set aside the potion materials to focus on her online store. Upon entering the online shop, she needed to assign a name to it. After some contemplation, she entered Qiang's Perfect Potion Store. Following the approval, she proceeded to create a customer service nickname, opting for Qiang and adorning her profile with an image of biceps. Chapter 18. Opening the store. At last, she arrived at the product upload page. Yu Qiang took special care to label her product titles with the phrase perfect level. She then followed the necessary steps to capture photographs and utilized the numerical information from the basic potion testing device to automatically extract the potion efficacy details, significantly reducing her manual input. The information for each potion was swiftly uploaded, leading her to the inventory and pricing stage. After entering the stock information, she set the unit price to approximately 90 of the market rate. The demand for lower-grade perfect potions might not be substantial, and since she wasn't particularly short on funds, she felt it unnecessary to apply excessive discounts. Additionally, she anticipated that she wouldn't be concocting these formulas again, so allowing the stock to linger for a while was perfectly acceptable. Once she completed the upload of one product, she immediately proceeded to upload a second, followed by a third. She was grateful that, aside from the 10 imperfect potions she had previously created during her experiments, all the potions she had crafted were of perfect quality, with identical data information. This efficiency allowed her to save considerable time during the inventory upload process. As for the 10 imperfect potions, she chose not to list them in her shop. Instead, she announced in the shop's notice section that the first 10 customers to place an order would receive a complimentary imperfect potion. Having addressed all of this, Yu Qiang moved to the order processing interface. Following the prompts, she searched the website and purchased some potion packaging boxes and related equipment, as well as familiarizing herself with the courier fees. The website had several partnered courier services available for pickup appointments, with pricing dependent on delivery efficiency and daily shipment volume. As she had not yet received any orders, this was not an immediate concern. After paying a deposit of 200,000 star coins for her junior pharmacy, the store was nearly ready. Yu Qiang then set aside her light brain to continue her potion making.
Today,
She aimed to master all the F-level healing potions that her little sweetheart had organized. With an increasing proficiency in her craft, Yu Qiang expertly produced potion after potion. At 3 o'clock, she received the potion packaging boxes and equipment she had ordered. After collecting the package, she returned to her potion lab, ready to resume her work, when suddenly, her light brain emitted a notification sound. Upon checking, she discovered that a customer had visited her online store. A customer with the ID Little Sunflower had sent her a message. "Greetings, esteemed seller. I noticed your store is running a promotional event. May I inquire if purchasing any potion from your store qualifies for a complimentary gift? Additionally, could you tell me about the efficacy of the gift potion? Have 10 orders already been placed?" Yu Qiang noted the message and mused that being a pharmacist has its perks. Even customers held a certain reverence for pharmacists, addressing her with respect. After a flurry of activity, she took a moment to sit down and respond. "Hello. Any purchase of a potion from our store entitles you to receive a complimentary F-level imperfect potion. Each ID is limited to 1 gift. The efficacy of the gift potions varies. Some are of lower quality, while others are of higher quality. You are the first customer to inquire. So if you place an order now, you will be eligible for the gift." As soon as Yu Qiang sent her message, her online store received its very first order, none other than from Little Sunflower. "Esteemed Qiang, I have placed my order. Could you expedite the shipping for me?" Glancing at the potion materials on her table, Yu Qiang decided to take a bit more time to rest. Thus, she replied, "I will schedule the pickup robot to come by right now." The response was met with gratitude from the customer. Yu Qiang refrained from replying further and headed to the courier appointment interface, scheduling a pickup service for 20 minutes later. Once the appointment was completed, Yu Qiang retrieved 2 corresponding potions from her shelf and carefully placed them into the purchased packaging boxes. She then handwritten the courier-provided tracking number, 8008, on the box. The courier robot would collect the package and deliver it to the central station, where the recipient's address could be extracted using the number. She found the packaging process quite straightforward. While waiting for the courier robot, Yu Qiang instructed the housekeeping robot to wash some fruit in the kitchen. She then stepped out onto the balcony to await the fruit. Just as she settled into a recliner, a small tiger cub sprang into her lap. Yu Qiang couldn't help but laugh. When Had Rice Ball awakened, the little cub gazed at its companion with a look of discontent, as if to say, "I was never really asleep." When her partner had placed him on the sofa at noon, he had been quite drowsy. However, once left alone, his sleepiness evaporated. He had tried to find his partner but feared interrupting their work, so he remained lying down, feeling quite pitiful. Sensing the little cub's emotions, Yu Qiang reached out to stroke his fur. The moment she did, it seemed to trigger his sleep switch. His eyes closed, and he began to purr contentedly. This scene warmed Yu Qiang's heart. Leaning back, she embraced Rice Ball and reclined. At that moment, the housekeeping robot delivered the washed fruit. Yu Qiang casually grabbed a grape and popped it into her mouth. The sweetness was reminiscent of her current mood. After enjoying several grapes, Yu Qiang rocked gently in her recliner, relishing the tranquility and comfort of the moment. Perhaps due to the little cub sleeping so soundly in her arms, she soon began to feel drowsy herself. As her mind grew sluggish, she contemplated taking a nap, but her light brain chimed with a notification. Upon checking, she discovered that the pickup robot she had scheduled had arrived. Reluctantly, she rose with the little cub in her arms to send off the package. The moment she stood up, her drowsiness dissipated. With her sleepiness gone, Yu Qiang resolved to return to her potion making. However, her light brain chimed again, indicating that her online store had received 2 more orders. This time, the buyers had placed their orders directly, without consulting her first. Considering the pickup robot had just left, she decided against scheduling another immediate pickup. Instead, she planned to wait a while and then arrange for the pickup robot to come again. She anticipated that more orders would likely come in that afternoon. After all, she had set her shipping time to within 24 hours. Delaying the dispatch would not adversely affect her store's performance. Reflecting on the customer inquiries, Yu Qiang accessed the chat settings and configured some automated responses. The potions she sold were thoroughly documented, leaving little room for inquiry. Much like the first customer of her online store, her questions were merely aimed at confirming the legitimacy of the promotion, queries that a mere bot could easily address. With that settled, she needed to focus on her alchemical work and complete her tasks for the day as swiftly as possible. The matters concerning the online shop were now temporarily organized. Yu Qiang cast a glance at the small tiger cub nestled in her arms, soundly asleep, and felt a fleeting desire to carry it to the bedroom so it could continue its slumber. However, memories of the cub waiting by the window for her return the previous night tugged at her heartstrings, making her reluctant to part with it. Chapter 19. Companionship. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qiang retrieved the cat bed she had purchased and, cradling the little tiger cub, entered the alchemy room. Once inside, her gaze swept across the space, and she placed the cat bed beside the bookshelf. Having set it down, she gently crouched to place the cub inside. However, the moment she made the move, the cub stirred, lifting its eyelids. Yu Qiang froze, a wave of nervousness washing over her, as if she had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. "Oh, rice ball. I haven't finished my work yet. Why don't you sleep here?" she said, having been discovered. The cub glanced at the cat bed with a flicker of disdain in its eyes. Subsequently, it grasped her sleeve with its tiny paw, clearly expressing its discontent. Yu Qiang's heart softened, and she returned the cub to her embrace. "If it doesn't work out, I suppose I'll just have to take you to the bedroom to sleep," she suggested. Upon hearing this, the cub's eyes widened, all traces of sleepiness evaporating as it stood up in her arms and then leaped down to the desk where she worked alchemy. Yu Qiang's heart raced at the sight, fearing the cub would cause havoc and damage her materials and equipment. Yet, the little cub deftly avoided the potion ingredients and tools, settling into a vacant corner of the desk instead. With a lazy demeanor, it glanced over at Yu Qiang and proclaimed, "I'll sleep here." A warmth spread through Yu Qiang's heart as she realized her little companion wished to remain by her side during her potion making. Remembering that the intelligence of a spiritual entity surpassed that of ordinary animals, she felt a surge of confidence in her rice ball. Surely, it would not wreak havoc. A smile blossomed on her face. "Then you can lie there, but please be good and don't cause any trouble. I'll prepare some fish for you later." Though tigers are not cats, they belong to the feline family, so they must enjoy fish as well, she mused. Upon hearing this, the cub lifted its head to look at her before closing its eyes once more and, lying down on the desk, it was tired again, content to not be separated from its partner. Yu Qiang, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle. The little one was so sleepy, it must be exhausted. Yet it remained alert, wary of being abandoned. The sensation of being clung to and relied upon was surprisingly delightful. Suppressing her emotions, Yu Qiang steeled herself to focus on her work. Before long, she entered a state of diligent productivity, and with a burst of energy, she transformed all the purchased potion ingredients into completed potions. Throughout the alchemical process, the rice ball remained asleep, comfortable enough to emit gentle purring sounds. Yu Qiang found the noise soothing rather than bothersome, bringing her a sense of inner tranquility. After completing the last vial of potion, Yu Qiang tidied up her desk. She then pulled up a chair to rest while checking on her online store. The situation was as she had anticipated. During her potion crafting, more orders had come through, resulting in the sale of 5 vials. A customer had contacted her midway, but the inquiry was trivial, and the intelligent customer service had responded automatically, leading to an order being placed shortly after. Returning to the order processing interface, Yu Qiang reviewed her pending shipments. After glancing at the time, she scheduled a pickup. She then got up to gather and package the items according to the orders. At that moment, the rice ball awakened, stretching its front paws lazily and yawning widely, appearing more cat-like than ever. Yu Qiang was amused and turned to the rice ball, saying, "I'll be done shortly. Once I'm finished, I'll whip up something delicious for you." The cub nudged its back, continued to stretch, and then leaped down from the desk. Yu Qiang quickened her pace, jotting down the tracking numbers on the last package. She then stored all 6 packages into her spatial button. "Let us go," she said, bending down and extending her arms toward the little tiger cub. The cub hopped onto her hands without hesitation, and she cradled it against her chest as they exited the alchemy room and made their way to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Yu Qiang opened the refrigerator, surveyed its contents, and retrieved some ingredients, instructing the kitchen robot to prepare them. While the kitchen robot was adept at handling ingredients, its culinary skills were rather mediocre, and its repertoire of dishes was limited. If she weren't so busy, she would prefer to cook herself, allowing the robot only to assist with ingredient preparation and cooking rice. While waiting for the robot to process the ingredients and prepare the meal, Yu Qiang took the rice ball for a stroll in the yard. She also dispatched the packages once the pickup robot arrived. Approximately half an hour later, Yu Qiang returned to the kitchen to cook. As she had promised the rice ball fish for dinner, she prepared a dish of boiled fish slices and steamed perch, along with reheating 2 cold dishes from lunch. The two of them shared a warm and joyous meal. After dinner, The kitchen robot cleared the dishes, and the household chores were handled by the domestic robot, allowing Yu Qiang to take the rice ball for a leisurely evening walk in the neighborhood to aid digestion. The little cub, fully sated, was reluctant to move and only followed Yu Qiang begrudgingly when she set it down. The community was lively with residents out for post-dinner walks, but the spacious and well-landscaped area felt far from crowded. Yu Qiang had lived in this community for a few days, yet she hadn't truly explored her surroundings since moving in. Observing the scenery along the way, she thought that she would take the rice ball out for strolls during her free time. The pair meandered through the community, taking nearly 20 minutes due to their leisurely pace. Yu Qiang considered taking another lap, but upon seeing the cub's woeful expression, she decided to return home. The venom in the Qin battle was of a higher level than that which had affected her. It was natural for her companion as spiritual entity to be weakened. She needed to take extra care of the rice ball. Little did she know that as she lifted the cub into her arms, a glimmer of triumph flashed in its eyes. It could easily dash several kilometers back and forth between the Qin residents and the wind and sunshine community. It was hardly fatigued from a few steps. It merely desired to remain close to its partner and be held. The embrace of its companion was truly comforting. Upon returning home, Yu Qiang spent some additional time in the alchemy room. Her online store had received 3 more orders, just enough to complete her promotional giveaways. With the giveaways exhausted, she deleted the promotional information. After uploading the potions she had crafted that afternoon to her online store and scheduling a pickup for the following morning, she pre-packaged the 3 parcels. Once she finished, she noticed the rice ball dozing once again on her desk. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she scooped it up and returned to the bedroom. "You should sleep if you're tired. I'll wash up and then join you in bed," she said softly, placing the rice ball onto the bed. The little one's eyelids were already too heavy to lift as it sank onto the bed. Its eyelids fluttered but failed to open. Chapter 20, Mother-in-law's Insights. Within 3 seconds, the rice ball began to purr. Yu Qiang couldn't help but smile at the sight. Her mother-in-law had told her that when the rice ball rested next to her, it would help mend its spiritual injuries. She hoped it would recover swiftly. Adjusting the blanket to cover the little cub, Yu Qiang turned and headed to the bathroom. After a brief interlude of a few minutes, Yu Qiang returned from her washing up. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering little tiger cub, she stealthily climbed into bed. It was only 9:30 in the evening, and thanks to her significantly improved physical constitution, Yu Qiang did not feel fatigued. In fact, due to having alleviated a substantial amount of the parasitic toxins today and the excitement of launching her online shop, she found herself too elated to sleep. Thus, she leaned against the headboard and activated her holographic computer. To her astonishment, another vial of potion had been sold from her online store. Yu Qiang mused. It appears that even without promotional activities, a 10% discount is still effective in selling lower-tier potions. After a brief overview of her online shop status, she ventured into the video section of her beloved sweetheart, downloading the formula for the F-grade mental restoration potion in its entirety. The number of F-grade mental restoration potion formulas was notably fewer than that of the F-grade injury restoration potions, totaling only 10. After admiring the 10 downloaded potion formulas for a moment, Yu Qiang proceeded to the potion materials shop, acquiring 5 sets of materials for each formula. Once her order was completed, Yu Qiang contemplated that by tomorrow morning, she should be able to concoct the newly purchased potion materials into potions.
Consequently,
she sought out the formulas for the F-grade defensive potions, only to discover that there were merely 2 formulas available. Without hesitation, she downloaded the formulas for the F-grade defensive potions and procured 5 corresponding sets of potion materials for each. However, the quantity of potion formulas remained insufficient, prompting her to continue her search for the F-grade combat potions, utility potions, and detoxification potions. Ultimately, she found that the formulas for these 3 types of F-grade potions were also extraordinarily scarce. For the first 2 categories, she managed to locate only a total of 5 formulas. Strangely, there were no formulas at all for the detoxification potion. Yu Qiang reflected on the rarity of individuals with an F-grade constitution. Those who are physically weak tend to be particularly cautious, rarely engaging in conflicts and leading a careful existence. Consequently, their demand for combat, utility, and detoxification potions is indeed minimal. Having come to this realization, Yu Qiang did not dwell on it excessively. She downloaded the 5 formulas and similarly procured 5 sets of corresponding potion materials for each. Considering that these potion materials would certainly not occupy her entire work time tomorrow, she then explored the videos for E-grade potions. She subsequently downloaded several E-grade potion formulas, along with their respective potion materials and a selection of potion bottles of varying grades. The materials for E-grade potions were nearly double the cost of those for F-grade potions, as the materials used in E-grade formulas were almost identical to those for F-grade, but of a higher grade. The potion materials in this timeline are derived from rare plants, as well as the blood, flesh, bones, and fur of star beasts and insectoid species. This very reason explains why, despite often suffering heavy casualties and incurring substantial military expenses, the various legions remain relatively affluent. For instance, the First Legion, which has the highest casualty rate among all legions, faces astronomical figures in terms of annual mech consumption and compensation payouts. Yet it is also the wealthiest among them. The treatment of soldiers and the distribution of compensation in the First Legion surpass those of other legions. In her former life, after retiring from the battlefield, her military achievements combined with her compensation amounted to over 100 million. Such a substantial sum would ensure a comfortable life, even if she were disabled and unable to care for herself in the latter part of her life. Unfortunately, her money was seized by the Yu family. Additionally, the exemption from entrance exams to the Imperial Star Military University, which she had earned, was also taken by the Yu family and granted to Yuan. Sooner or later, she would reclaim what was rightfully hers. With her thoughts returning to the present, Yu Qiang glanced at the time and realized it was already past 10 o'clock. At that moment, she still felt far from sleepy. Suddenly recalling something, she put away her holographic computer. From her spatial button, she retrieved 2 items. One was the villa deed gifted to her by her in-laws, and the other was her mother-in-law's notes on alchemical insights given to her before parting. Yu Qiang first opened the villa deed to examine the location and area details. The villa in the romantic spring city was not far from the gentle breeze and sunlight. Her mother-in-law had mentioned that the house had already been tidied up and equipped with several housekeeping robots, including a kitchen robot, allowing her to move in right away. Yet, she felt a hint of reluctance to leave her current residence. Although this place was not large, it felt just right for her. Living with just herself and the little tiger cub, a large house might not be as comfortable. Moreover, since she was renting this place and had already paid the rent and deposit, vacating it would likely not be an easy task. The villa in romantic Spring City was a gift from her in-laws. It would be inappropriate for her to simply rent it out or sell it. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the weekend, when she could take the little tiger cub to have a look. With that thought, Yu Qiang put away the villa deed and opened the alchemical notes her mother-in-law had given her. After flipping through 2 pages, she confirmed that the notes had been organized by her mother-in-law. There were numerous corrections and added annotations, reflecting her insights as she revisited her experiences in crafting lower-tier potions now that she was an advanced alchemist. Yu Qiang discovered that her mother-in-law had also recognized the existence of model diagrams for lower-tier potion materials. Of course, her findings were merely conjectures. The notes contain numerous speculations from the Grand Princess regarding the model diagrams of lower-tier potion materials. While not entirely accurate, the correctness rate was nearly 90%. After reviewing the section on F-grade potions, she continued on to the sections for E, D, C, and B-grade potions. It became evident to her that her mother-in-law's ascension to the rank of advanced alchemist was well-deserved. The art of alchemy in this world may seem devoid of rules, reliant solely on intuition and experience, yet that was simply because no one had codified their intuition and experiences. Her mother-in-law had, in fact, explored and compiled her own method of alchemy. Although merely theoretical and not entirely precise, it proved to be highly practical. Were it not for her psychic abilities, she could likely navigate the crafting of F, D, C, and B-grade basic potions with relative ease using these notes. After putting away the notebook, Yu Qiang felt a newfound admiration for her mother-in-law. She contemplated that once she herself became an advanced alchemist, she could assist in refining and enhancing this compilation of insights. At this moment, Yu Qiang finally began to feel a tinge of sleepiness. Checking the time on her holographic computer, she was astonished to find that it was already 11 o'clock. Without further hesitation, she stored the notebook in her spatial button, turned off the bedside lamp, and lay down to sleep. Just as she settled in, she felt the familiar soft bundle snuggling up against her neck. A smile graced her lips as Yu Qiang contentedly closed her eyes. Chapter 21. Crafting E-grade potions. A new day dawned. Yu Qiang awoke naturally at 7 o'clock. After rising and refreshing herself, she first checked the order status of her online shop, discovering 3 unshipped orders. Consequently, she scheduled a pickup robot to collect the packages. Then, she proceeded to the alchemy room to prepare the parcels for shipment. While waiting for the pickup robot to arrive and for the packages to be ready, Yu Qiang ventured into the kitchen to collaborate with the kitchen robot in preparing breakfast. Today's breakfast consisted of fried sauce noodles. And she also used a mold to fry 4 poached eggs. As she boiled the noodles, an idea struck her to acquire additional kitchen utensils. Since she lacked the tools for making buns and steaming them, she entertained the thought of trying to make xiao long bao for breakfast. However, this idea was quickly dismissed due to the kitchen's limited size. Yet, it did kindle her anticipation for the villa in romantic Spring City. If the kitchen there were sufficiently spacious, she would be more amenable to the move. A large kitchen would allow for ample storage of kitchenware, enabling her to prepare whatever she desired whenever she wished. As a true foodie who appreciated the joys of life, she did not wish to compromise on her culinary experiences. Regarding the issue of the house being too spacious, with a household robot attending to the cleaning, living in a larger space might even prove to be more enjoyable. With this realization, Yu Qiang found herself filled with anticipation for the weekend trip. Once the noodles were prepared, they were served on the table by the household robot. The fragrant noodles paired with fried eggs delighted both her and her feline companion. After enjoying the meal for a while, Yu Qiang dispatched the package and signed for the potion materials and bottles she had purchased the day before. Post-meal, Yu Qiang entered the alchemy room, with her furry companion following suit, reclining on the table and observing her diligently at work. Initially, she would engage in light banter with him while handling the potion materials. But soon, as she entered the zone, she became immersed in her tasks. Her companion watched with pride as she focused intently, though eventually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. The soft snoring drew Yu Qiang's attention, prompting her to smile helplessly as she resumed her work. After concentrating for over 3 hours on refining potions, just past 11 o'clock, Yu Qiang astonishingly completed all the F-grade potion materials she had purchased. At that moment, her companion awoke, stretching his front legs and arching his back in a delightful display. Seeing this, the fatigue from her 3-hour endeavor dissipated significantly, and she couldn't help but smile. "Are you awake? I need to upload the new potions to the online shop before I can start cooking. You can wander around the garden. Once dinner is ready, I'll call for you," Yu Qiang gently said. Given her companion's penchant for slumber, she felt he could use some time outdoors, though she was hesitant to let him roam the neighborhood alone. A stroll in the garden would suffice. However, her little tiger cub showed no interest in venturing outside, opting instead to recline on the table once more, as if to keep her company. Yu Qiang felt somewhat exasperated, yet delighted by his clinginess. "All right then, wait for me a moment," she said before activating her holographic computer to upload her inventory. To her surprise, before she could finish the upload, she noticed that 2 orders had arrived at her shop that morning. Considering she would be cooking soon, she had time to arrange for the delivery. Thus, she scheduled the delivery robot to pick up the items and proceeded to package them, followed by uploading the new inventory. These tasks were now second nature to her, and before long, she had completed them. After tidying up her desk, Yu Qiang extended her arms to her companion. "Let us go cook." The little tiger promptly leapt into her embrace, and together they exited the alchemy room. In the kitchen, she selected some vegetables and entrusted them to the kitchen robot while assigning it to prepare other necessary tasks. Then, she took her companion to the small garden. Just as they entered, the delivery robot arrived to collect the package. After dispatching the parcel, Yu Qiang took a brief moment to rest before heading back to the kitchen to cook. With a busy morning behind her and time slipping away, she opted not to prepare an elaborate meal for lunch, opting instead for kung pao chicken and stir-fried pork with green peppers, both dishes that paired well with rice. The two of them polished off the meal entirely. After lunch, Yu Qiang returned to the alchemy room. Initially, she intended to take a break, as she felt no pressing urgency regarding her earnings. However, with the weekend approaching and 2 days of rest ahead, she felt it unwise to become complacent. Thus, she dove back into her work. Having exhausted her F-grade potion materials in the morning, she decided to attempt refining E-grade potions that afternoon. As she opened a video tutorial, she discovered that the steps and processes for crafting E-grade potions were fundamentally similar to those for F-grade potions. Without hesitation, she began her experimentation. The handling of potion materials was relatively straightforward, and having honed her skills, she swiftly prepared a complete set of materials for the potion. Upon reaching the alchemical phase, she noted that the model for the E-grade potion materials mirrored that of the F-grade, albeit larger in scale. This necessitated a greater infusion of alchemical energy to facilitate the merging of the models. Is this why higher-grade potions are more challenging to refine? Yu Qiang mused. As she carefully gauged the force needed to manipulate the E-grade potion models, she found it required more effort than the F-grade, yet the increase was not overwhelming.
Consequently,
She seamlessly merged the first two potion materials and continued to add the third and fourth. Under the augmentation of her psychic abilities, while refining the E-grade potion consumed more alchemical energy than the F-grade, she wasted none of her power. The models for the E-grade potion materials melded flawlessly under her guidance, resulting in yet another perfect potion. Setting the freshly crafted potion and the basic potion testing device aside, Yu Qiang prepared for the next potion. The market price for E-grade potions was essentially double that of F-grade potions, enhancing her earning potential significantly. Fueled by enthusiasm, she forged ahead and completed all 30 sets of E-grade potion materials she had acquired. When she glanced at the time, she was astonished to realize that less than 2 hours had passed. Of course, she had saved considerable time by not following the video tutorial once she grasped the method for crafting E-grade potions. Chapter 22. The side effects of overusing alchemical energy. Moreover, after so long working with potion materials, she had mastered the tricks of the trade, now processing them at more than twice the speed compared to when she first started. However, she also observed that her alchemical energy had diminished somewhat after refining the E-grade potions. Previously, when crafting F-grade potions, even during lengthy sessions, her energy levels had remained stable. Yu Qiang speculated that the energy consumed during the crafting of E-grade potions exceeded her recovery rate. In contrast, the energy required for F-grade potions was minimal, nearly matching her recovery rate, akin to basic attacks in a game that consume no mana, while skill attacks depleted. For her, crafting F-grade potions felt like a basic attack, while E-grade potions resembled skill attacks. Crafting D-grade potions might even represent a special move. Reflecting on this, she realized that her alchemical energy level was not particularly high. This was hardly surprising, as although her previous incarnation had awakened her alchemical abilities for over 2 years, she had never trained or developed this talent. It seemed that despite her psychic abilities granting her insight into potion material models, there were no shortcuts in the journey of honing her alchemical energy. Setting her thoughts aside, Yu Qiang accessed her holographic computer, navigating to the Sweetheart video section to download all the E-grade potion recipes she had yet to master. Then, in accordance with the recipes, she purchased 5 sets of the corresponding materials for each. After completing her purchases, an idea struck her. Resolutely, she downloaded all the D-grade potion recipes as well, acquiring 5 sets of materials for each, along with a selection of appropriate potion bottles. Regardless, she needed to make the purchase, so she resolved to buy in bulk. This way, she could avoid the daily hassle of buying and receiving packages. After placing her order, she glanced at her account balance. Yu Qiang sighed, noting that it was no easy feat for a pharmacist to thrive without sufficient funds. The cost of medicinal materials was inherently steep. Advancing from E to D grade and from D to C grade was relatively manageable, with prices merely doubling from the base. However, the leap from C to B grade surged over 7-fold, and from B to A grade, the increase was staggering, more than 10-fold. Progressing further was even more daunting, with prices soaring into the dozens or even hundreds. If her success rate in alchemy were not sufficiently high, not only would she fail to earn a profit, but she could also face catastrophic losses. Were it not for her external assistance ensuring a 100 success rate in potion making, she would scarcely dare to experiment with unfamiliar formulas. With thoughts of finances in mind, Yu Qiang navigated to the back end of her online store. During her alchemical endeavors, another bottle of F-grade potion had been sold. Even the smallest gains were still gains, so she arranged for the parcel to be collected by the retrieval robot. Subsequently, she packaged the item and proceeded to upload her newly concocted potion. As before, she priced the E-grade potion at a 10% discount off the market rate. After completing the upload, she suddenly noticed that her shop had received a review. The newly purchased potion has arrived, and it is truly of perfect quality. The esteemed shopkeeper honored their word, and even gifted me a bottle of high-grade F potion. Thank you so much. Upon reading the review, Yu Qiang responded with 3 5-star ratings in return. Shortly thereafter, she noticed a deposit in her account, confirming that the customer who had left the comment had processed the payment upon receipt. She had previously reviewed the store's policies and understood that funds would only be released once the buyer confirmed receipt of the goods. There were 2 methods for buyers to confirm receipt. One was to do so manually, which resulted in immediate payment to the store's account. The other was automatic, occurring a week after the delivery, requiring the store to wait for the system's confirmation before receiving funds. Since most buyers tended to be rather lazy, they generally did not confirm receipt manually, leading to extended payment cycles for online shops. This was one reason many pharmacists hesitated to establish a presence on the Star network. Their time was far too precious, and they required rapid turnover of funds for purchasing medicinal materials. Of course, there were alternative methods to expedite payments. For instance, in her previous life before the apocalypse, certain e-commerce platforms would include review cards within parcels. Although the websites prohibited such practices, some individuals still engaged in them. However, with her limited number of orders and the time wasted contacting buyers, combined with the risk of being flagged by the site for such actions, she preferred to refrain. After all, she still had a considerable sum in her account, and a longer wait for payments was manageable. Yu Qiang glanced at the incoming payments in her online shop and withdrew the funds, which arrived almost instantaneously. At that moment, the retrieval robot arrived. She stepped to the door to send off the package, then instructed the housekeeping robot to wash the fruits while she settled into a recliner with a rice ball, awaiting the arrival of the medicinal materials she had ordered. After a brief interval, the medicinal materials arrived. Upon signing for the delivery, Yu Qiang checked her alchemical energy levels and found them fully restored. Consequently, she decided not to rest any longer. Returning to her alchemy lab, she resumed crafting E-grade potions. This endeavor consumed another 3 hours of her time. The relentless activity drained her alchemical energy to a mere 20 of its capacity, and for the first time, she experienced the discomfort associated with excessive depletion of her energy reserves, hunger, anxiety, and even a sensation of dizziness. To prevent herself from collapsing, Yu Qiang seated herself on a chair and retrieved some snacks from her storage, trembling as she unwrapped the packaging and ate to replenish her strength. She noted down the symptoms of excessive alchemical energy usage in her notebook, previously believing her grandmother's warnings to be exaggerated. It now seemed she had underestimated the gravity of the situation. The little tiger cub, seeing Yu Qiang's pale complexion and the beads of sweat on her brow, grew frantic. It leapt from the table to the floor and dashed towards the door, intent on returning to the Qin residence for assistance. Realizing what the cub intended, Yu Qiang hastily called out, "Tiger, come back. I simply overexerted my alchemical energy. I just need to rest for a bit to recover. There's no need to panic." The cub halted in its tracks and turned back to Yu Qiang's side. She felt relieved. Her mother had cautioned her in her notes to avoid overexertion of her alchemical energy, and she now recognized her lapse in judgment. Fortunately, she had managed to halt her efforts in time. Next, she intended to replenish her strength and rest for a while. Once her alchemical energy was partially restored, she would feel better. Chapter 23. Testing. Yet the anxious look in the little tiger cub's eyes did not diminish. With a leap, it bounded onto the desk, continuing to watch Yu Qiang with worry. Yu Qiang felt her heart soften. "Rest assured, I am truly fine now. I feel much better than before." With that, she opened another pack of snacks. Once she consumed some food, she indeed felt somewhat improved, though the recovery was gradual. While crafting potions earlier, she had been aware of her alchemical energy levels declining. She had intentionally allowed it to deplete, aiming to test the effects of varying energy levels on a pharmacist's performance. Her grandmother's notes documented not only the severe consequences of excessive energy expenditure, but also the milder effects. Severe overexertion resulted in her current state, feeling hollow, experiencing hunger, fatigue, and dizziness. Conversely, mild overexertion elicited minimal physical reactions, merely slowing the recovery rate of alchemical energy. Her grandmother had warned that when a pharmacist becomes deeply immersed in potion making, they might not notice when they enter a state of mild overexertion. If they fail to stop in time, they could quickly slip into a state of severe overexertion. This was due to the drastically reduced recovery rate of alchemical energy while the consumption rate remained unchanged, accelerating the onset of dangerous conditions. Although her grandmother was aware of the consequences of excessive energy usage, she lacked the mental abilities that Yu Qiang possessed and was unaware of the existence of her alchemical energy levels or how much she had left. Thus, she could only make educated guesses regarding her energy reserves to avoid overexertion. In contrast, Yu Qiang had the advantage of seeing precisely how much alchemical energy she had left. Through her recent testing, she had gathered accurate data. When her alchemical energy reserves fell to 30 of her total capacity, she entered a state of mild overexertion, which would subsequently slow down her recovery rate. As her energy levels continued to deplete, the recovery rate would further diminish until it plunged dramatically once she hit 20. At this point, she would experience noticeable side effects, and according to her grandmother, it could take 2 to 3 days of rest for her alchemical energy to return to a full state. Initially, during her testing, she had intended to push her energy levels even lower than 20 to gather more comprehensive data, especially since the weekend was approaching, and she planned to take 2 days off from potion making. However, The blood bar of her medicinal spirit power had only decreased by 20, yet a violent reaction ensued, startling her into quickly halting her actions. At present, she could only feel relieved that she had ceased in time. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom what uncontrollable events might have transpired. Through the lens of her mental abilities, she discerned that her current medicinal spirit power blood bar stood at a staggering 19986. Alas, the recovery rate of her medicinal spirit power was abysmally low. She had been seated for nearly 10 minutes, yet her progress remained stuck at 19987. Fortunately, the discomfort in her body had significantly alleviated due to the sustenance she had consumed. Nevertheless, she still lacked strength, finding it somewhat laborious to tear open snack packaging. Although she knew it would not pose a grave threat, she feared she might have to remain seated for 2 hours to recover from her excessive use of medicinal spirit power.
Tonight.
It seems you'll have to endure a bit of hunger. Yu Qiang managed a faint smile. The rice ball cast a resentful glance at its companion. Even in such a state, she was still contemplating preparing a meal for him. One missed meal would not lead to his demise. Could she not spare a moment to care for herself? Observing the expression on the rice ball's face, Yu Qiang felt her physical discomfort dissipate considerably. The little tiger cub was indeed concerned for her. Hee, dear rice ball, although I've made quite the mess of myself, I have gathered invaluable data from this experience. From now on, I shall never overextend my use of medicinal spirit power again. Moreover, I can formulate optimal guidelines for my usage based on the data I've acquired. For instance, when concocting medicines, I shall ensure my remaining medicinal spirit power blood bar remains above 30 of the total, guaranteeing the fastest recovery rate. Alternatively, when ample recovery time is available, I will maintain the blood bar above 20. With a scientific approach to utilizing medicinal spirit power, my level of advancement will undoubtedly surpass that of my peers. The rice ball offered Yu Qiang a look of trust. This elicited a sense of helplessness within her. I truly mean it. I don't believe you. You'll see in due time. Yu Qiang relinquished any further attempts to explain. She had not forgotten that the rice ball was the spiritual entity of Qin. Although he remained dormant for now, he would awaken eventually. Should the rice ball divulge her secrets to Qin, it could spell trouble for her. As for the fact that the rice ball had already witnessed her success in alchemy, with each potion being of perfect quality, surely it could not comprehend her alchemical prowess? It wouldn't mention her alchemy endeavors to Qin, would it? Well, since the rice ball had already seen her alchemical activities, there was no changing that. She could only leave it to fate. Suddenly, she found herself wishing fervently that Qin would never awaken. If he remained in slumber, the rice ball could stay by her side indefinitely. She truly wished to transform the rice ball into her beloved pet. The rice ball turned its head away, diverting its gaze. All right, my dear rice ball, do not be upset. I still need to lie here for 2 hours, so come, let us converse. Yu Qiang felt a bit bored. She wished to summon her holographic computer to either attend to serious matters or watch videos to pass the time, yet lacked the strength to lift her arm. In this home, only the rice ball could keep her company in conversation. Well, alright, she could at least talk to it. The rice ball finally turned back, offering her an expression of resigned acceptance, and then squatted down in front of her. Yu Qiang smiled faintly. I knew our rice ball was the best. She then began to engage in a one-sided conversation with it. The rice ball discovered that its companion could indeed talk quite a bit. They discussed what to eat for dinner, what to eat tomorrow, plans for the following day, and the day after that. She even inquired about matters concerning the Qin family and his own affairs. The rice ball wished to respond, yet it could not speak. It could only listen to her queries, analyze, and mumble along. With someone to listen to her, Yu Qiang found that time passed more swiftly. After an hour, she sensed a marked improvement in her condition. At that moment, she realized that not only could she use her holographic computer, but she could also stand up. Chapter 24, to the romantic Spring City. Thus, she summoned her holographic computer and arranged for the kitchen robot to wash some fruits for her. Slowly, she rose and exited the alchemy room, preparing to find a more comfortable place to rest. She made her way to the living room and lay down on the sofa. The rice ball, ever faithful, jumped onto the sofa to continue guarding her. Yu Qiang smiled and closed her eyes. Lying down felt so much more comfortable. Regrettably, she was simply too exhausted to make her way to the bedroom. Lost in her thoughts, she drifted off to sleep, not even awaiting the fruits washed by the kitchen robot. When she awoke, it was already 9 p.m. The chill in the air had roused her. Now fully revived, her strength had returned significantly, and her medicinal spirit power had risen above 20, reaching 2016. She had finally escaped the realm of severe overexertion of her medicinal spirit power. As her medicinal spirit power blood bar continued to recover, the rate of recovery would accelerate. By Monday morning, she should be able to restore her medicinal spirit power to its full capacity. As she moved, the little tiger cub beside her opened its eyes and gazed at her. The streetlights outside cast a gentle glow, preventing the room from being entirely dark, allowing Yu Qiang to see the little tiger cub's form. Feeling a surge of affection, she reached out and pulled the little tiger cub into her embrace, then sat up to turn on the light.
Light,
she called out, and the room instantly brightened. The sudden illumination made both her and the tiger cub squint momentarily, yet their eyes adjusted quickly. Yu Qiang looked down at the little tiger cub, raising it slightly higher. Little rice ball, I am completely recovered. Are you hungry? Let us prepare something to eat. With that, Yu Qiang stood up. The little tiger cub, initially worried, relaxed upon seeing her stand steadily. It allowed her to carry it into the kitchen. The reason it did not jump down was that it wished to assess its companion's condition. As Yu Qiang walked, she secretly observed the little tiger cub's expressions. Seeing it appear to trust her somewhat eased her heart. Although she claimed to be fully recovered, she was merely deceiving the rice ball. After all, she had severely overused her medicinal spirit power. How could she possibly recover so swiftly? Currently, she had merely alleviated the side effects, yet some discomfort lingered, requiring time for full restoration. Simultaneously, while her medicinal spirit power recovery rate had improved significantly, it remained in a slow recovery phase. She estimated that she would not be able to engage in alchemy for the next 2 days. Of course, her original plan had also been to rest for 2 days. Upon entering the kitchen, Yu Qiang checked the fridge and instructed the kitchen robot to prepare 2 servings of egg fried rice for herself and the rice ball. Egg fried rice was relatively simple, and since it was included in the kitchen robot's cooking program, she decided to take the easy route. After leaving the kitchen, she and the rice ball waited for merely a dozen minutes before the egg fried rice was ready. Yu Qiang tasted the dish prepared by the kitchen robot, finding the flavor to be decent, albeit not exceptional. This will suffice for tonight. We can cook a grand feast at home the day after tomorrow, she declared to the rice ball, officially beginning her meal. The rice ball gazed at its companion. While a grand feast might be delectable, preparing it was no easy task. Although her condition had improved significantly from before, would she truly be completely recovered by the day after tomorrow? It harbored doubts about her claims. Even if it was not an apothecary, it had seen its mother, a skilled apothecary, witness the reactions of those who overexerted their medicinal spirit power. Resigned, the rice ball lowered its head and began to eat. The food prepared by the kitchen robot paled in comparison to what its companion would make. Yet it was acceptable for a meal. After dinner, Yu Qiang cradled the rice ball and returned to her bedroom. After a brief wash, she climbed into bed, pulling the covers over her. She had not rested well in the living room earlier, and now she finally had the opportunity to catch up on sleep. In the darkness, the rice ball turned its head to glance in Yu Qiang's direction. Shifting its body a few times, it nestled closer and then closed its eyes. The next day, when Yu Qiang awoke, the discomfort in her body had nearly dissipated. However, due to the remaining energy of her medicinal spirit power being reduced to 23, she was still in a state of overuse, which left her with a lingering sense of emptiness. Yu Qiang mused that it seemed even mild overexertion of the medicinal spirit power had side effects on the body, particularly affecting her emotions. Clearly, she would need to safeguard the threshold of her remaining 30 units of medicinal spirit power to prevent any adverse effects from arising. Suppressing her emotions, Yu Qiang activated her holographic device to check on her online shop. The previous afternoon and evening, she had sold 5 bottles of potions, one of which was of E grade. Moreover, a payment had been deposited into her online shop account. She promptly withdrew the funds and scheduled a pickup by a delivery robot. Following that, she proceeded to the alchemy room to package the items. Subsequently, she uploaded the remaining potions that had yet to be listed into her online store. Just as she completed her tasks, the delivery robot arrived on schedule. Without delay, she sent off the package and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast with the kitchen robot. Today's breakfast would consist of noodles, a simple yet satisfying meal. After eating, they planned to visit romantic Spring City to explore potential new residences. If they could move in directly, they might find time to relocate. While she prepared breakfast, the rice ball's eyes sparkled with excitement as it leaped onto the stove. Moving to romantic Spring City would indeed be wonderful. The houses there were larger and closer to the Qin residence, making it more convenient for it to fetch items. Oh dear, rice ball, get down. The stove is too narrow. Go play outside. Yu Qiang exclaimed. The rice ball tilted its head, wiggled its rear, and finally jumped down from the stove after casting a glance at Yu Qiang. It then turned to look back at her and walked away with an elegant stride. With a sigh of relief, Yu Qiang continued cooking the noodles. After breakfast, she held the rice ball and exited the community, hailing a hovering taxi to romantic Spring City. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, the property management verified Yu Qiang's information and conducted an owner registration before allowing the taxi to enter. Once inside the community, Yu Qiang was awestruck by the vastness of romantic Spring City. Although she had known it occupied nearly half a mountain, witnessing it firsthand was truly impressive. The difference between villa and apartment communities was stark. Romantic Spring City boasted far superior greenery and privacy compared to wind and sunshine. Living here would undoubtedly be a delight, provided one had a mode of transportation, as the community was rather expansive and somewhat inconvenient for travel. A few minutes later, the hovering taxi finally descended at the destination. Yu Qiang cradled the rice ball and disembarked, standing before the grand entrance of the villa. Upon arrival, facial recognition at the gate granted her access. As the door swung open, she was greeted by a vast expanse of garden. Within the garden, a plethora of flowers bloomed vibrantly, and several fruit trees were laden with bountiful produce. The plants were neatly arranged, the ground devoid of weeds, and the surface was clean and tidy, indicating that the villa was well maintained. Yu Qiang's gaze drifted to the swing set and gazebo in the garden, as well as the artificial hill with a fish pond nearby. Unable to suppress her admiration, she remarked, "What a beautiful view." Realizing she was there to tour the villa, Yu Qiang decided to embrace the moment and wandered around the garden with the rice ball in her arms. The more she explored, the more she fell in love with it. With such a spacious garden, even after her chores, she would have ample opportunity to stroll around without needing to venture into the community. The rice ball, nestled in Yu Qiang's embrace, sensed its partner's fondness for the property, filling it with delight. Compared to living in wind and sunshine, it much preferred this place. During its previous visits to the Empire, it had not always stayed at the Qin residence. In fact, it had spent most of its time here. Preferring solitude, it had only allowed a few robots to be set up in the villa, with the Qin residents periodically arranging for personnel to check on the robots and ensure the villa remained clean. After exploring the garden for a while, Yu Qiang finally ventured inside the house. The grand hall on the first floor was spacious and lofty, exuding an imposing aura. In addition to the dining and living areas, the first floor housed 2 bedrooms, a study, and a large kitchen. Behind the kitchen, there was a backyard approximately 1/3 the size of the front yard, planted with several dwarf fruit trees, all bearing plentiful fruit. "It seems we shall soon be blessed with a bountiful harvest," Yu Qiang remarked with a smile. The rice ball felt relieved that its partner was pleased with the fruit trees. Initially, it had only permitted the planting of a few trees out of convenience, and it was fortunate that Yu Qiang appreciated them. Returning to the kitchen, Yu Qiang was struck by its size and the abundance of cooking utensils, including a large refrigerator. Curiosity piqued, she opened the fridge and discovered it was stocked with numerous frozen delicacies. Did they come here to stay before? She wondered aloud. The rice ball internally replied, "They didn't come, but I stayed here for a few days recently." After closing the fridge, Yu Qiang decided to explore the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, she noted that it contained more rooms. It was here that she finally stumbled upon the remnants left by Qin Zhan. One room was filled with various mecha models and military strategy books. Intrigued, Yu Qiang spent quite some time exploring the room. Additionally, Qin Zhan's bedroom was also on the second floor. It was styled in stark black and white, exuding a cold and austere elegance. The room contained minimal personal items, and on the desk lay a photograph of Qin Zhan in military attire. As soon as Yu Qiang entered the room, the rice ball grew anxious, fearing that its partner might disapprove of the room style or discover any unsavory habits. After some contemplation, it realized it had no particularly bad habits. Yu Qiang glanced around the room and quickly recognized that it had been previously occupied. Spotting the photograph on the desk, she confirmed the identity of the room's former occupant. Picking up the frame, she gazed at the man in the photograph, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes. With his sharp eyebrows and striking features, it was no wonder the esteemed commander consistently topped the Empire's list of most desirable individuals. Seeing Yu Qiang examining the photograph, the rice ball became even more anxious, regretting its overly serious expression during the photo shoot. However, when it noticed Yu Qiang's lips curling into a smile, it finally relaxed, feeling a sense of joy. Was her satisfaction with his appearance? Unaware of the rice ball's thoughts, Yu Qiang set the frame down and curiously scanned the room again. She was intrigued by the room belonging to the Empire's war god, but pondered whether there might be surveillance in place, deciding it was best to refrain from further exploration. With that thought, she cradled the rice ball and exited the room. There were plenty of rooms in the villa, and since this one belonged to Qin Zhan, she would seek out another to inhabit. Thus, Yu Qiang continued her tour of the house. After exploring the second floor, she chose a suite that was slightly smaller than Qin Zhan's room. While it was indeed smaller, it was still significantly larger than her current room in Wind and Sunshine. Almost 3 times its size. The exterior features a charming small terrace garden, and the suite boasts excellent privacy. This is the one. With a bit of tidying up, it will be ready for occupancy. After surveying the room, Yu Qiang made her decision. However, Riceball looked around with a hint of disappointment. The room he was assigned was the largest. Wouldn't it be better if his partner moved into his room? This one feels so empty. What is good about it? Well, let us take a look at the top floor. Yu Qiang didn't linger in the room for long before she took Riceball and ascended to the top floor. Just as they arrived, her light brain received a video call. It was from the Grand Princess. Yu Qiang accepted the call. The Grand Princess appeared on the screen, her gaze gentle. And she even glanced at the rice ball in Yu Qiang's arms. "Mom," Yu Qiang called out, her voice somewhat awkward, yet considerably improved from before. The Grand Princess responded with a warm, "Oh, you finally made it there. How do you find the house? Are you satisfied?" she inquired, casting another glance at Rice Ball. "The house is wonderful, Mom. Thank you." Yu Qiang sincerely expressed her gratitude. In both her past and present lives, she had never resided in such a splendid dwelling. "Thank what? Although we purchased the house, it was intended for you 2 lovebirds." Zhan had lived there before, the Grand Princess reminded her. "By the way, have you seen Zhan's room?" Yu Qiang recalled the room she had seen belonging to Qin Zhan, and an involuntary tightness gripped her heart. "Yes, I have," she replied truthfully, but a sense of awkwardness surged within her. After all, her marriage to Qin Zhan had stemmed from a misunderstanding. Accepting the marital home his parents had prepared felt somewhat inappropriate. "Do you like that room?" the Grand Princess asked with a kind smile. Yu Qiang's face flushed with embarrassment, and after struggling for a moment, she finally spoke. "Perhaps I should continue to stay at Feng and Yang's place. This is Qin Zhan's marital home, and he had lived here previously. I simply cannot bring myself to stay in this house, let alone move into his bedroom. As for this house, once Qin Zhan awakens, I can transfer it back to them." Had she known this house was a marital home, she would have refused to accept it from the beginning. Chapter 26, A Happy Person. The Grand Princess's expression shifted upon hearing this. "What's wrong? Is it that you don't like this house? Or is it the way that boy tidied up the room that you disapprove of?" she asked, visibly anxious.
No.
Yu Qiang quickly replied. "It's just that it feels a bit inappropriate." Avoiding the Grand Princess's gaze, she continued, "Moreover, I signed a 1-year lease with the landlord at Feng and Yang's place. I just moved in." The Grand Princess's demeanor softened. As long as her daughter-in-law didn't dislike the house or was dissatisfied with her son's room, it was fine. Renting doesn't mean you can't withdraw. Just provide the landlord with some compensation. That house will remain idle if you don't occupy it, and without management, the belongings inside may deteriorate. You are the daughter-in-law recognized by both me and Zhan's father. It is perfectly reasonable for us to give you the house. Zhan is not unreasonable. When he awakens, he will understand our decision. The house is yours, so you should reside in it. If you prefer Zhan's room, then move in there. If you're not satisfied with the arrangement, feel free to dispose of his belongings. You can redecorate as you wish." Yu Qiang felt somewhat touched, but still wanted to refuse. Seeing this, the Grand Princess continued, "That house is already yours. If you wish to live there, you can choose any room. If you don't want to live there, you can sell it." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiang realized she could no longer refuse. "Then I'll select a room for myself."
Thank you, Mom.
It is often said that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is an age-old conundrum. Yet this mother-in-law was excessively kind to her. Unfortunately, they were not truly in a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. "Think what? We are family. Such talk is unnecessary. By the way, when will you be moving? Your father and I will come over to help." Yu Qiang felt a wave of gratitude wash over her again. "I'll first inform the landlord about the lease termination. When the time comes for the move, please come over for a meal with Dad. I don't have much luggage. I can manage the move myself." When she initially arrived at the Imperial Star, the apartment at Feng and Yang was rented, and she hardly had any belongings. After moving into the rented place, she hadn't purchased anything new. The furniture and kitchenware were all provided by the landlord. And even the desk and bookshelf in her alchemy room belonged to the landlord. Therefore, moving was relatively simple for her. The Grand Princess's eyes brightened. It's good that you agreed. The moving and lease termination are not conflicting matters. The house is currently vacant, so why wait? You should move tomorrow. I've checked. It's an auspicious day for moving. You should pack your belongings and get ready to move tomorrow. If you need anything, you can buy it after you move into the new house. Oh, and here's a red envelope for your moving expenses. You can arrange it as you see fit. Just as the Grand Princess finished speaking, Yu Qiang saw a transfer of 5 million star coins sent to her from the other side. Her mother-in-law remained as generous as ever. Remembering the pocket money her mother-in-law had transferred last time, Yu Qiang speculated that this time's red envelope might be smaller, as she feared Yu Qiang would refuse it. Moving to a new home is a joyous occasion, except the red envelope, the Grand Princess urged with a smile. Yu Qiang hesitated for a moment. After some thought, she finally expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mom. With that, she accepted the money. That's more like it. In the future, when your father and I give you money, just accept it. Jean is currently in a dormant state and unable to contribute to household expenses. We are giving you the same support. The Grand Princess smiled warmly. Oh, and tomorrow your father and I will bring the family's butler and staff over to help. If there's anything in the new house that needs adjustment, you can let the butler know and have him arrange it. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiang felt a stir of excitement. She indeed wanted to create a professional and comfortable alchemy room, but found it somewhat tedious. Having someone to assist in arranging everything would certainly be a welcome help. Thank you, Mom. She expressed her thanks again. You dear child. The two continued their conversation for a while before ending the video call. Yu Qiang resumed her exploration of the house, touring the 3 floors above ground and the basement. By the time she finished her tour, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Feeling hungry, she decided to head home. However, when she intended to leave, she realized that hailing a taxi within the community was quite inconvenient. Generally, floating taxis were not permitted to enter the community without a resident's accompaniment. Thus, she had to exit the community to catch a ride. But the romantic spring city was quite expansive, making it time-consuming and exhausting to walk out. With no other choice, Yu Qiang contacted the property management. Fortunately, the service was excellent, and they sent a vehicle to pick her up. After being escorted to the community gate by the staff, Yu Qiang expressed her gratitude. Once outside the community, she finally managed to hail a taxi. On the way back, Yu Qiang contemplated that after moving, she would need to purchase a floating car for convenience. Otherwise, no matter how splendid the environment here was, it couldn't be compared to the convenient transportation at Feng and Yang. Upon returning home, Yu Qiang selected some ingredients for the kitchen robot to prepare, while also taking time to package and ship the orders from her online store. Then she logged onto the Star network to check the prices of floating cars. Due to her previous life's experience in military school, she had obtained a floating vehicle driving license, and it was of the highest grade, allowing her to operate all types of floating vehicles. She inherited all the memories and operational experiences from her past life, so driving a floating car posed no difficulty for her. However, the prices for floating vehicles were somewhat steep. The 2-wheeled model seemed to offer the best value. Yet, driving a 2-wheeled vehicle in romantic Spring City might draw some attention. Additionally, Rice Ball was quite attached to her, and riding a 2-wheeled vehicle with Rice Ball would be less convenient. Just as Yu Qiang was about to explore the 4-wheeled floating sedan, her light brain suddenly received a message. It was from the Grand Princess. Qiang, your father has heard that you are moving tomorrow and has bought you a car as a housewarming gift. The dealership is already processing the paperwork, and it will be delivered to you this afternoon. Please keep an eye out for it. Yu Qiang was momentarily stunned. She was still contemplating the car when her in-laws unexpectedly presented her with one. Considering that she had already received a generous red envelope of 5 million star coins, the addition of a hovering vehicle seemed trivial. Thus, Yu Qiang graciously accepted her in-laws' kindness once more. With debts not weighing heavily on her conscience, she could always find an opportunity to repay them in the future. Consequently, Yu Qiang typed a message in reply. Thank you, Mom and Dad. After sending the message, she noticed Rice Ball gazing intently at her holographic screen. Unable to resist, she reached out and affectionately patted its head. Her mother-in-law had gifted her another 5 million star coins, while her father-in-law had provided a car. Rice Ball, your owner is truly a fortunate individual. The kindness bestowed upon her by her in-laws stemmed from their affection towards her. In the memories of her former self, the Marshal was cold and merciless. A veritable killing machine on the battlefield. Who would have imagined that his parents were such gentle and kind-hearted individuals? If Rice Ball were privy to Yu Qiang's thoughts, it would surely counter her assertion. Gentle and kind-hearted? If those two descriptors could apply to his parents, then surely there would be no one in the world who lacked tenderness or benevolence. Chapter 27, A New Home. His mother was notoriously hot-tempered, vengeful, and meticulous to a fault. Within the royal circles, a saying circulated, better to offend his majesty than to cross the crown princess. As for his father, he was renowned for his good temper, having never shown anger towards anyone. Yet in one moment he could be your closest ally, and in the next, he could swiftly condemn you to ruin, earning him the title of the Empire's most duplicitous smile. Only his partner might perceive them as gentle and kind-hearted. Regarding his partner's assertion of his happiness, was he truly happy? Due to familial circumstances, his father had subjected him to rigorous training from a young age, ensuring he could fend for himself. By 14, he was on the front lines, piloting mechs to combat enemies. By 18, he had earned significant accolades, becoming the youngest major general in the Empire's history. Then, ascending rapidly, he became the youngest Marshal at the age of 22. He rather enjoyed the battlefield. It lacked the deceit of politics and allowed him to unleash his lethal instincts. If that constituted happiness, then perhaps he was indeed quite content.
Yet,
he now believed that true happiness lay in being with his partner. He cherished the daily embraces and kisses, and relished the sweet slumber they shared. Yu Qiang remained oblivious to Rice Ball's sentiments. After placing Rice Ball on the sofa, she headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Time was of the essence. She needed to contact the landlord in the afternoon and pack her belongings, so she opted for a few simple dishes: minced eggplant, shredded potatoes with meat, and stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. The two of them, together with Rice Ball, enjoyed a delightful meal. After dinner, Yu Qiang finally reached out to the landlord, proposing to pay rent for a period of 1.5 months, hoping to terminate the lease. The rationale behind the 1.5 months was that when she initially rented the property through an agency, they had charged her half a month's rent as a fee, and the landlord had similarly incurred a half-month fee. As she was the one breaking the contract, it was only fair for her to bear the loss. However, the landlord was not in agreement, expressing that while the agency fee had been compensated, there was no guarantee that the property would be rented out again within 1.5 months. If it remained vacant, he would still incur losses. After contemplating, Yu Qiang found the landlord's argument reasonable. Thus, she extended her offer to 2 months. Although the landlord remained somewhat reluctant, he ultimately consented. Yu Qiang breathed a sigh of relief and began packing her belongings. Her luggage was minimal, aside from the ingredients that Rice Ball had retrieved from the Qin residence. She quickly organized everything. Most of her time was spent rearranging the furniture and decor in the house. Fortunately, with the assistance of a housekeeping robot, her efforts were not overly burdensome. At 3 in the afternoon, the car purchased by her father-in-law arrived, delivered personally by a representative from the dealership. It was a low-profile yet luxurious hovering sedan, hailing from a niche brand and considered the pinnacle of their offerings. Upon inquiring about the price, Yu Qiang discovered that, after all the paperwork was finalized, the vehicle's cost reached an astonishing 56 million star coins. She surmised that her father-in-law had selected this model in hopes of maintaining a semblance of modesty for her while ensuring she did not feel deprived. This realization touched her heart. She found the car chosen by her father-in-law quite to her liking. After the dealership representative briefly introduced the vehicle, Yu Qiang accompanied him to conduct a preliminary inspection before taking it for a test drive. The experience of driving a fine car was indeed delightful, and she found herself enamored with it. Following the test drive, she cooperated with the dealership personnel to finalize the car's acceptance and complete the necessary paperwork. Once the representative departed, Yu Qiang stored the hovering sedan within her spatial button. Fortunately, her previous self had not skimped on the purchase of a spacious button, otherwise, she would have had to acquire a new one to conveniently store her cherished vehicle. After securing the hovering sedan, Yu Qiang sent a message to the crown princess, informing her that the car had been received and once again expressing her gratitude to her in-laws. The following day, bright and early, Yu Qiang rose from her slumber. Today, her health had nearly returned to normal. The potency of the medicinal energy had surged to 287. The emotional side effects from excessive use had diminished significantly. Feeling as though her illness was dissipating like silk being unraveled, she enjoyed a simple breakfast with Rice Ball before awaiting the arrival of her landlord. At 8 o'clock, the landlord finally arrived, albeit somewhat tardy. After inspecting the premises, he deducted 500 star coins for the outstanding energy fees and cleaning costs before refunding her the remainder. Yu Qiang deemed the amount negligible and did not press the landlord further. Upon receiving the refund, she packed up the contents of the refrigerator and vacated the rental property. Once outside in the community, she retrieved the hovering sedan, cradled Rice Ball at her arms, and entered the vehicle. "Let us go, Rice Ball, to our new home." With a bright smile illuminating her face, Yu Qiang started the engine and drove towards the romantic Spring City. Upon entering the romantic Spring City, Yu Qiang registered her vehicle's information at the property management gate. From then on, she would have unfettered access to the community with her new car. After completing the registration, she entered the community and, following the navigation, headed towards her villa. Just as she exited the vehicle, a video call came through. It was the Crown Princess. Yu Qiang clicked to answer, cheerfully calling out Mom. Unbeknownst to her, the familiarity with which she addressed her had noticeably improved since their first encounter. The Crown Princess initiated the video call to confirm Yu Qiang's departure. Upon seeing that she had arrived, she expressed her intention to bring the head of the Qin family and their attendants over immediately. After exchanging a few brief words with the Crown Princess, Yu Qiang ended the call. Upon entering the villa, Yu Qiang first headed to the kitchen to place the ingredients she had retrieved from her rental into the refrigerator. Next, she ascended to the second floor to the room she had chosen and summoned the housekeeping robot to tidy up the space. Just as she was occupied with her tasks, she received a video call from the property management. The Crown Princess and her party had arrived at the community entrance. After verifying her identity, the management granted them access. Shortly thereafter, the Crown Princess and her entourage arrived at the villa's doorstep. Yu Qiang personally stepped out to welcome them inside. The Crown Princess enthusiastically introduced the butler to Yu Qiang, inquiring about her thoughts on the villa. Yu Qiang expressed her satisfaction and then suggested the establishment of an alchemy room on the first floor. The Crown Princess immediately took an interest, accompanying Yu Qiang to select a location and offering her own suggestions. While she may not excel in other areas, she was a master in alchemy and was well-versed in the requirements for an alchemy room. Consequently, under the Crown Princess's guidance, the renovation plan for the alchemy room was set in motion. The butler promptly commenced procurement and construction arrangements. Before long, the Crown Princess whisked Yu Qiang away to the kitchen. Today, she had brought live seafood with the intention of preparing a grand feast alongside Yu Qiang. In the future, I will arrange for seafood to be delivered from the Qin residence to you. Previously, I hesitated to send you such delicacies due to the absence of a breeding pond on your end. However, now that there is a ready breeding pond available, you can keep what you cannot consume and prepare it whenever you desire. I will also ensure that some rare ingredients are sent to you regularly. With your exceptional culinary skills, I have no doubt that you'll create exquisite dishes. If it weren't for the concern that my daughter-in-law might find it inconvenient, I would have loved to stay over for a while to discuss culinary techniques with her. My daughter-in-law's cooking methods are quite unique, and she prepares dishes that surpass my own. Yu Qiang felt a surge of desire. Perhaps you could give me the contact information for the supplier, and I will handle the orders myself. The ingredients you brought are evidently quite valuable. As a food enthusiast, I wouldn't mind indulging a little more. However, how can I continuously rely on my in-laws to cover the costs of purchasing ingredients? It feels somewhat presumptuous. There are just a few ingredients, and it won't cost much. Why do you need the supplier's contact information? Let us settle this matter. Just wait for the Qin residents to send you the goods. Yu Qiang felt a bit helpless. Suddenly, the princess consort beamed with a smile. If you feel uncomfortable, you could occasionally prepare some delicious dishes to send over to the Qin residents. Very well. Yu Qiang finally felt a little less burdened and agreed. Subsequently, the two of them busied themselves in the kitchen while chatting. Outside, the steward and servants of the Qin residence were tirelessly organizing the villa and arranging the rooms. Only the head of the Qin family, accompanied by the rice ball, headed to Qin Zhan's quarters. At noon, Yu Qiang and the princess consort prepared a sumptuous seafood feast. The family relished the meal, and both the princess consort and the head of the Qin family generously lavished compliments. In the afternoon, the alchemy room that Yu Qiang had chosen was surprisingly completed. She and the princess consort went to inspect the results. The previously empty room had transformed remarkably. In the alchemy room, several shelves were erected against the wall, each labeled and containing corresponding small wooden boxes. The room featured a leisure sofa, a spacious professional alchemy workstation, and a comfortable office chair. One wall of the room had been replaced with transparent glass, which included a door leading directly to the beautifully landscaped garden outside. Upon seeing it, Yu Qiang felt that this was her ideal alchemy room. It would be hard to feel disheartened while concocting potions in such a space. Approaching one of the shelves, Yu Qiang took down a small wooden box. Upon opening it, she discovered a secret within. The box contained a spatial button. The princess consort approached with a smile. This is how the alchemy room is arranged. Alchemists have numerous materials and tools, and storing them in different spatial buttons facilitates easier organization and retrieval. The finished potions also need to be stored similarly. With these shelves in place, your alchemy room will no longer be in disarray. Yet, Yu Qiang felt a twinge of urgency. But how much would all these spatial buttons cost? The princess consort interrupted with a smile.
No worries.
Having more spatial buttons will make storage more convenient. Don't fret. I've already covered the renovation expenses for this alchemy room as a token of my support for your alchemical pursuits. Oh, by the way, what level of potions are you currently brewing? The Qin family has its own potion materials shop. Next time, I can have someone deliver some materials to you. As a seasoned alchemist, she understood better than anyone how costly the journey of becoming an alchemist could be. She was willing to invest in her daughter-in-law to foster her rapid advancement. Yu Qiang quickly declined. I can manage the alchemy matters on my own. I appreciate your generosity regarding the renovation, but please refrain from sending me more supplies. Otherwise, I truly will refuse to accept them. Although it is said that debts do not bring worry, the incessant accumulation is overwhelming. If this continues, I fear I may never be able to repay it.
Oh.
My child, it's merely some potion materials, our family's belongings. There's no need for such formality. The princess consort continued. I can handle the potion materials. Truly, I do not require your assistance. If you insist, I would rather return everything you and your father have given me. Yu Qiang steeled herself. The princess consort's expression stiffened. Seeing her daughter-in-law's resolute demeanor, she finally relented. Very well then. It seems this is the first time she wished to gift something, yet found it unfeasible. However, this also subtly reflected the character of her daughter-in-law. Their family was indeed fortunate to have someone like Qiang as a daughter-in-law. Noticing the princess consort's reaction, Yu Qiang realized she had spoken too harshly and quickly softened her tone. Mother, I have opened an online shop on the Star Network, and business is quite good. I can sustain myself without issue. Currently, I am brewing E-level potions, and I plan to advance to higher-level potions soon. Among the basic level potions, D and C-level potions are generally the most popular. Right now, I can sell my F and E-level potions, and once I produce D and C-level potions, I anticipate an increase in sales. If worst comes to worst, if my online shop struggles, I can also sell some potions to institutions to earn money. After all, I can maintain a 100 success rate in potion brewing, consistently producing perfect grade potions, which guarantees profit. You open an online shop? The princess consort expressed some surprise. That's wonderful. Starting an online shop is a good idea. Brewing potions and selling them can yield additional income. After becoming an alchemist, she had also opened an online shop on the Star Network. But that was because she was not lacking in funds for purchasing potions and did not mind the cash flow speed of her online business. As for her daughter-in-law, well, she had sold a property and received her red envelope, so she likely wasn't in dire need of money at the moment. Therefore, it would be best to leave it at that for now. She could find opportunities to support her daughter-in-law later. Yes, I think so too, replied Yu Qiang with a smile. Subsequently, the princess consort was eager to gauge Yu Qiang's alchemical skills, but was skillfully rebuffed by Yu Qiang under the pretext of needing to make some adjustments in the villa. Leading the princess consort to the garden, Yu Qiang pointed out several areas for the steward to note for modification. The princess consort suggested letting the steward bring a couple of servants to stay in the villa for a few days to facilitate the renovations. Wu Bo and the others would only stay for a few days and would not disrupt your life with Xiaozhan. Moreover, given the villa's size, I would actually prefer you to keep 1 or 2 servants. Although robots are convenient, they lack the flexibility of human assistance. Let us pass on that. I'm accustomed to using robots. They suffice for my needs. Yu Qiang immediately declined without hesitation. She cherished her solitude and was content with just the company of her rice ball. If the time came when she truly needed help, she could hire someone, but it would not be at this moment. Furthermore, even if she wanted to hire someone, she would not choose anyone from the Qin residence. Chapter 29. Slow progress? After all, she did not want her secrets to be exposed. The princess consort felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not press the issue. After all, her son had that sort of disposition. Living alone in such a vast house without a single servant was indeed peculiar. The princess consort and the head of the Qin family return home after enjoying a romantic dinner in Spring City. The servants of the Qin residence remained at the villa, likely needing to stay an extra day due to the renovations and arrangements. However, they hardly disrupted Yu Qiang's life, as they occupied the guest rooms on the first floor and did not require the kitchen, bringing their own nutrient solutions. Once the princess consort and the head of the Qin family left, Yu Qiang felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She promptly went to wash up and then climbed into her magnificent bed. The rice ball, noticing Yu Qiang getting into bed, immediately snuggled up beside her. Yu Qiang, with a gentle motion, gathered the rice ball into her arms. Subsequently, she summoned the holographic brain and familiarized herself with the interconnectedness and configuration of the various robots within the villa. During the day, with her mother-in-law's assistance, she had acquired control over all the robots in the villa. Henceforth, she could not only issue verbal commands to the robots, but also dispatch directives via the holographic brain. Gazing at the robots displayed on the luminous screen, Yu Qiang felt her lips involuntarily curve into a smile. This intelligent lifestyle was indeed delightful. After more than half an hour, Yu Qiang had grasped the situation. She activated the holographic brain once more to check the status of her online store. By the end of the day, her shop had generated 7 new orders. However, as she was moving today, she had not dispatched any shipments. She decided against sending anything today, planning instead to attend to it first thing tomorrow morning. She updated her address information so that upon waking, she could directly schedule the pickup robot to collect the packages from her door. After saving the address changes, Yu Qiang pondered that she seemed to have no further tasks for the day. In a fit of joy, she lifted her pet, Rice Ball, showering it with affectionate kisses before turning off the lights and retiring for the night. In the fleeting moment before closing her eyes, Yu Qiang consciously checked her medicinal spirit power bar and discovered that its length had restored to 298. Confident that her medicinal spirit power would be fully replenished by morning, she blissfully cleared her mind and drifted into a sweet slumber. The following day, the early rising Yu Qiang awoke at dawn. As her eyes fluttered open, she experienced a moment of disorientation. Remembering that she had moved into the grand villa, she relaxed immediately. After washing up, she stepped onto the terrace outside her suite to breathe in the fresh air and stretch her limbs. After savoring the morning light for a while, she summoned the holographic brain again to issue commands to the kitchen robot. She then called for Rice Ball and descended to the apothecary room. Upon entering the apothecary, Yu Qiang activated the holographic brain once more to arrange for the courier to come. Following this, she meticulously packaged all the accumulated orders. Perhaps due to the relatively expansive nature of the romantic Spring City community, the pickup robot arrived about 10 minutes slower than it did at Wind and Sunshine. However, in romantic Spring City, the pickup robots were permitted to enter the homeowners' gardens. Thus, sending packages proved to be more convenient than it was at Wind and Sunshine. After completing the shipment, Yu Qiang and Rice Ball enjoyed a simple breakfast together. Following the meal, Yu Qiang embarked on a busy day. On Friday, she had tested the limits of her medicinal spirit power's excessive use. Next, she would formulate the most scientific apothecary arrangements based on her test results. In the apothecary room, she took out some E-grade medicinal materials to continue crafting the unfinished E-grade potions. Once her medicinal spirit power bar fell below 31, she ceased her potion making. While waiting for her medicinal spirit power to recover, Yu Qiang retrieved all the potions, materials, equipment, and packaging supplies from her space. She then categorized and organized these items into the storage compartments on the shelves of the apothecary room. She concurred with her mother-in-law's opinion that having multiple storage compartments indeed rendered the apothecary room more orderly. While engaged in her tasks, Yu Qiang kept an eye on the recovery of her medicinal spirit power bar. She discovered that as long as she maintained her medicinal spirit power bar above 30, nearly 70 of the consumed power could be restored within 40 minutes. With this revelation, Yu Qiang felt more confident. Once her supernatural energy bar was fully restored, she resumed her potion making. She then adjusted her break times according to the energy expenditure observed during her crafting sessions. During her breaks, she could stroll in the garden to unwind or simply recline on the sofa in the apothecary room while watching videos, allowing the kitchen robot to wash some fruits for her. Balancing work and leisure, she found herself enjoying the process immensely. At 11 o'clock, Yu Qiang once again let her medicinal spirit power bar drop below 31. After checking the time, she decided to conclude her morning endeavors. Exiting the apothecary, she headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. In the kitchen, The housekeeping robot had already followed her earlier instructions to prepare the ingredients, and the rice was cooking. Yu Qiang donned an apron and got to work. Before long, the meal was ready. A meal prepared with care surpassed one hastily thrown together, both in presentation and flavor. Both she and her little tiger cub savored the feast. Afterward, noticing that her medicinal spirit power bar had fully replenished, Yu Qiang initially considered taking a break, but found herself too invigorated to rest, diving back into the apothecary. The afternoon continued with a similar rhythm. Yu Qiang even took a break to check on the progress of the renovations being overseen by the butler. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the butler and others completed their tasks, bidding farewell to Yu Qiang before departing the villa. At last, only Yu Qiang and Rice Ball remained in the villa. At 5, she began preparing dinner, balancing her work with moments of self-indulgence. After the meal, she felt no inclination for rest and continued to work in the apothecary for several more hours. She maintained this work ethic for 2 additional days until she had exhausted her E-grade medicinal materials. On Thursday, Yu Qiang commenced her attempts at crafting D-grade potions. Prior to attempting D-grade potions, she had already prepared herself for the expectation that it would demand a greater expenditure of her medicinal spirit power.
Yet,
upon engaging with the process firsthand, she discovered that the depletion of her medicinal spirit power was even more severe than anticipated. While crafting E-grade potions, including the time spent processing materials, she managed to create about 15 potions before needing a break. However, with D-grade potions, she found that she could only produce 6 before requiring rest. Moreover, the force required to manipulate the model diagrams of D-grade materials was far greater than that for E-grade ones. At this rate, it seemed she would have to linger longer over the D-grade formulas. The elevation of her medicinal spirit power level was indeed no simple feat, Yu Qiang sighed. Her mother-in-law had made it abundantly clear in her potion-making notes that there was no shortcut to enhancing medicinal spirit power. It could only be achieved through continual expenditure. Much like accruing experience points, once sufficient experience had been amassed, the level would naturally rise. In truth, Yu Qiang had never witnessed the crafting pace of other apothecaries. Had she done so, she would realize that her speed was already remarkable. Even some affluent apothecaries, despite having sufficient medicinal spirit power to attempt the next level of potions, would not dare to proceed without first mastering the lower-tier potions. For the apothecaries of this world, potion-making was a progressive journey. One could only aspire to master higher-tier potions after having thoroughly grasped the lower ones. There was no skipping the process. Yu Qiang had only ever failed to craft potions during her initial testing phase. Otherwise, her observations would have revealed that only successfully crafted potions counted towards experience. No matter how many materials were wasted, they would not elevate her medicinal spirit power level. Compared to other apothecaries, she truly stood out as an exception. Her unique advantage ensured her potion success rate reached an impressive 100, meaning every experience she accrued resulted in a successful crafting session. Under these circumstances, it would be challenging for her not to progress swiftly. Additionally, with the support of her advantage, as long as her medicinal spirit power could sustain it, she could craft higher-grade potions even without mastering the lower-tier ones. However, she refrained from doing so, believing it unnecessary. After all, she desired a deeper understanding of the apothecary system in this world. Thus, she continued to learn and master potion formulas in a gradual manner.
well,
I suppose I shall take my time. First, I will exhaust these D-grade materials and see if I can elevate my medicinal spirit power level, Yu Qiang murmured to herself. Taking another break. After beginning to craft D-grade potions, she found that her crafting time had diminished by nearly half, resulting in more frequent breaks. Being compelled to take a break has, paradoxically, allowed her to savor life more fully. The culinary offerings at home have visibly improved, and both she and her little tiger cub now dine exquisitely at every meal. The weekend soon arrived. With her potion-making time significantly reduced, she found herself with ample leisure. Yu Qiang decided to rest only on Saturday this week. On Saturday morning, she indulged in a leisurely slumber. After sharing a breakfast prepared by the kitchen robot with her adorable companion, she set off to a nearby large supermarket to procure supplies. This supermarket was considerably larger than the one near Feng and Yang, and although prices were slightly higher, the quality of goods was notably superior. Unintentionally, she ended up filling her cart to the brim. However, with the spatial button at her disposal and her original plan to shop weekly, she did not mind the excess. Upon returning home with her bounty, Yu Qiang entered the kitchen, where she busied herself alongside the kitchen robot for over 2 hours, preparing a lavish spread. Clearly, The two of them could not possibly consume such an abundance of food. She packed a portion of the dishes and summoned the delivery robot to send it to the Qiang residence. Once the delivery was en route, she contacted her mother-in-law. Upon initiating a video call, she was surprised to discover that it was already 12:30, and her mother-in-law was still in the alchemy room, clearly having been occupied with potion making. You could have mentioned earlier that you would be resting at home today. Otherwise, I would have brought your father over for a meal. The princess chuckled. She appreciated her daughter-in-law's thoughtfulness in preparing a meal for them on her rare day off. Having lost track of time during her potion making, she had only instructed the kitchen robot to prepare something simple, expecting a rather lackluster meal, only to be pleasantly surprised. After working tirelessly for several days, I usually allow myself a day or two of rest on weekends. Today is Saturday, so you must remember to take care of yourself as well, Yu Qiang advised. Earning money is undoubtedly important, but so is enjoying life. A balance between work and leisure is essential for a comfortable existence. Hearing this, the princess felt a wave of emotion. Yes, I understand, my dear. Do not worry, I will not overexert myself. Yu Qiang paused for a moment. You all? This was not the first time her mother-in-law had referred to her in this manner. Glancing at her companion, she felt a wave of understanding wash over her. The little tiger cub, as Qinzhan's spiritual entity, was clearly regarded as family by her mother-in-law. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the video call. In the afternoon, Yu Qiang took her little tiger cub for a stroll around the community. The romantic spring city boasted a delightful environment, and merely staying at home felt like a missed opportunity. However, not long after venturing out, Yu Qiang found herself regretting the decision. The experience of walking was entirely different from that of driving. What could be accomplished in minutes by car took over half an hour on foot. Ultimately, she returned home by car, abandoning any further thoughts of exploring the neighborhood. Relaxing at home, she logged onto the Star network to shop for kitchenware. Although her new home was already equipped with many utensils, she found herself in need of specific tools for making dumplings. She had been craving soup dumplings for some time and, with a rare opportunity to prepare, decided to gather the necessary tools, planning to steam soup dumplings next weekend. Additionally, she could make some dumplings and wontons to store in the freezer for later indulgence. Navigating the Star Network marketplace, Yu Qiang exerted some effort to find the tools she required. In this interstellar age, technology had advanced rapidly, leading to significant changes in human dietary habits. People in this era generally preferred lighter flavors and Western-style dining customs. Many opted for nutritional liquids as meal replacements, rarely consuming traditional dishes unless tempted. Of course, there were still individuals who prepared the rich flavors of traditional Chinese cuisine, yet the taste differed considerably from what Yu Qiang had experienced in her past life. This disparity was the very reason the princess was so astonished by her culinary skills. After all, her cooking methods and ingredients differed significantly from those of contemporary chefs. For instance, traditional Chinese breakfast items like soup dumplings, oil sticks, and spring rolls were exceedingly difficult to procure in this era. Even if obtained, their flavors fell short of her expectations. But was she daunted by such challenges? If she couldn't buy it, she would simply make it herself. After all, she now had ample free time. After placing her order, Yu Qiang prepared a small hot pot in the kitchen. For dinner, she and her little tiger cub enjoyed a sumptuous beef hot pot, indulging in yet another delightful meal. After the meal, feeling satiated, Yu Qiang reclined lazily in her lounge chair with her little tiger cub, soaking in the evening glow of the sunset. "Hey, little tiger, have you gained weight?" she suddenly asked. The little cub stiffened momentarily. Upon waking that morning, he felt as though his psychological age had increased by a year, and his spiritual entity had correspondingly grown. Could it be that his partner noticed so swiftly? However, Yu Qiang remained oblivious to the little tiger's tension, pulling him closer and planting a kiss on his forehead. "It must be the wonderful meals at home that have plumped you up. No worries, continue to eat well. The more meat you gain, the better you feel to the touch." With that, she showered affectionate kisses on his little tiger head. Her exuberance nearly overwhelmed him. His partner was such a tease, and yet he adored it. As night fell, Yu Qiang finally rose. At this hour, she felt no inclination to sleep. Glancing at the door to the alchemy room, she could not resist the urge to enter. The wealthier one becomes, the more freedom one possesses. Since she had time on her hands, she might as well refine some potions. Chapter 31. Enhancement of Alchemical Spirit Power. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After diligently working, Yu Qiang's alchemical spirit power level finally rose on Monday morning. Her spirit power gauge had doubled in thickness compared to before, and after testing, she confirmed that her spirit power capacity had indeed reached double its previous state. Furthermore, while refining D-grade potions again, she discovered that manipulating the model of potion materials using her spirit power had become effortless. This improvement led to an increase in her efficiency in creating D-grade potions. Additionally, the number of D-grade potions she could produce in a single session also rose to 15. Yu Qiang was elated, rubbing her hands together in anticipation as she continued to refine all the remaining D-grade potion materials she had on hand. She then began to attempt crafting C-grade potions. However, she soon realized that creating C-grade potions was indeed more taxing. Although her spirit power limit had increased to double its former capacity, the quantity of C-grade potions she could produce in one go was limited to just 5. Moreover, the process of manipulating the potion material models was quite strenuous. Nevertheless, despite the challenges in crafting C-grade potions, Yu Qiang sensed a considerable growth in her experience. Thus, without much hesitation, she chose to abandon further D-grade potion crafting. Instead, she downloaded all the C-grade potion recipes she had not yet acquired and gathered the corresponding materials. The limited production of 5 potions per session still afforded her plenty of free time. Balancing work and leisure, she took the opportunity to prepare fillings, roll out dough, and make some dumplings and wontons. She stored some in the freezer and sent a portion to the Qin residence. By the time the weekend arrived, Yu Qiang again decided to take a single day off. On Saturday, she busied herself steaming soup dumplings, buns, and flour rolls. She also prepared tea eggs, fried eggs, oil sticks, and spring rolls, resulting in a lavish breakfast spread. As before, she and her little tiger cub consumed only a portion, while the remainder was sent via delivery to the Qin residence. At that moment, in the Qin household, the princess was overjoyed to receive the delightful food sent by her daughter-in-law. Jean has truly married a wonderful wife. She always thinks of us whenever she prepares delicious meals. Such a devoted daughter-in-law, the princess exclaimed as she began to unpack the food from the insulated box. The head of the Qin family nodded in agreement with a smile. His daughter-in-law's culinary skills were indeed impressive, and the dishes she prepared were quite novel, perfectly suiting both his and his wife's palate. Occasionally, they were treated to new delicacies, and such days were rather delightful. However, when the Grand Princess began to take out the contents from the thermal container, the head of the Qin family felt a twinge of unease. The selection of dishes brought by his daughter-in-law was rather abundant. No matter if they couldn't finish it in one sitting, they could enjoy it over 2 meals. Alternatively, since he was scheduled to enter the palace shortly, he could take some along with him. Suddenly, the Grand Princess had a thought. It had been some time since her son had wed, yet the emperor remained unaware of this. During her visit to the palace, she intended to broach this topic with her family. Bringing some dishes would also allow them to appreciate her daughter-in-law's culinary prowess. Furthermore, she needed to win over the 2 esteemed alchemists from her family. Since her son had entered a state of dormancy, she had been attempting to concoct a double S-grade antidote for the shadow insect venom, yet had met with failure each time. Her alchemical skills were still somewhat lacking, let alone successfully producing a 3S-grade antidote. She feared that even a double S-grade antidote would be difficult to create in the near future. With her son currently dormant, she could afford to set that concern aside. But her daughter-in-law's poison had yet to be entirely eradicated. This visit to the palace was not only to discuss the creation of a 3S-grade antidote with the 2 esteemed alchemists, but also to procure another bottle of the double S-grade antidote for her daughter-in-law. The 2 were notoriously discerning, and she was certain they would appreciate the dishes as well. The head of the Qin family understood his wife's intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the couple only took 2 portions of each dish, leaving the remainder in the thermal container. After their meal, the Grand Princess stowed the thermal container away in her spatial button and proceeded to the palace. Upon her arrival, the emperor personally welcomed her. All significant members of the royal family were present, with the exception of the second prince, including the empress and Prince Yu. These 2 were precisely the individuals the Grand Princess wished to cultivate a relationship with. Previously, she had managed to gather a considerable number of double S-grade antidotes, a feat made possible by her own years of accumulation and purchases from these 2. However, during her last encounter, they had sold her all their stock of the double S-grade antidote, claiming they had none left. This time, the Grand Princess was uncertain if she would be able to procure more. This dumpling is truly delightful. Sister, your daughter-in-law's culinary skills are remarkable, the emperor remarked. His expression slightly displeased as he noted the empress's reaction upon his sister's arrival. His sister was accustomed to being domineering, and her relationship with his wife had been strained due to past grievances regarding their union. Despite being married for several years, they often exchanged barbs. It was not until recently, when her son had been afflicted by insect venom and had returned from the front lines, that she had sought his wife's assistance, thereby tempering her temperament somewhat. Caught between his beloved wife and his sister, who had cared for him since childhood and had been instrumental in his rise to power, the emperor found himself in a challenging position. As expected, the moment he spoke, the empress shot him a glare. He averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. In the past, such a scenario would have led his sister to erupt in anger, chastising his wife for her perceived snide remarks. Yet today, his sister maintained a smile, encouraging his wife to sample the dumplings as well. The emperor, concerned that his wife might rebuff his sister and ignite another quarrel, was taken aback when his wife did not react negatively and instead reached for a dumpling to eat. Although the empress harbored no affection for the grand princess, she prided herself on not being the type to kick someone when they were down. Despite her grievances with Xiao Yun, she felt it unnecessary to burden her during this moment. Though Genre was Xiao Yun's son, he had grown up under her care and had always shown her respect, even looking out for her children. As an aunt, she would not turn her back on him due to minor conflicts with his mother. Now that Genre had married and his new wife had sent dishes to the palace, she would not let the new bride lose face. Initially, the empress intended merely to extend a gesture of goodwill towards the new daughter-in-law. However, after taking a bite of the dumpling, her expression transformed. Soon, she was devouring the dumpling with gusto, reaching for a second without hesitation. The others present shared similar sentiments, utterly captivated by the dumplings and other dishes, particularly Prince Yu, who quickly consumed 3. The grand princess could hardly contain her delight. Indeed, Chang'e's culinary skills were exceptional, and she relished experimenting with new recipes. Earlier, she had sent over some seafood dishes, unique in flavor and equally delightful. Upon hearing this, both the empress and Prince Yu's eyes lit up. These two were known for their passion for exquisite cuisine and were willing to spend lavishly for a delectable meal. Despite her desire to bond with her niece-in-law, the empress refrained from speaking due to her ongoing rivalry with the grand princess. However, Prince Yu had no such qualms and enjoyed a cordial relationship with her. Really? Dear sister, you and brother-in-law are indeed fortunate. By the way, why didn't you bring Chang along to the palace this time? Now that she and Genre are married, you should introduce her to everyone. Prince Yu said enthusiastically. Yes, big aunt. Why didn't you bring my cousin-in-law to the palace? Princess Xiaoyin chimed in excitedly.
Tanya.
The empire's war god and the dream of countless women was a veritable enigma, and now he was married to a seemingly perfect match. What kind of extraordinary woman could possibly be worthy of him? The crown prince, Xiaoji, also looked towards the grand princess with curiosity about his cousin-in-law's identity. The grand princess smiled. That child, like Genre, is not one for socializing. Although she is married to Genre, they do not reside in the Qin household but rather live in romantic Spring City. Her father and I seldom intrude upon their lives. Prince Yu nodded in understanding. Young people have their own lives. Living separately is a good thing. By the way, sister, how is Genre faring now? Upon hearing Prince Yu's inquiry, the grand princess's smile faded. The insect venom could not be contained, so we placed him in the dormancy chamber. The expressions of those present shifted slightly.
Is Jenner all right?
Prince Yu asked, his concern palpable. His body is in the Qin household, while the spirit residing in romantic Spring City is merely his spiritual form. The grand princess paused before her expression brightened once more. Moreover, his consciousness now resides within the spiritual form. Chang'e and his compatibility is exceptionally high at 9,999. Genre's spiritual form is constantly in her presence, capable of alleviating and even healing some of the trauma associated with his spiritual form. As for the poison within his body, we shall have to await the antidote. A murmur of sympathy swept through the crowd. However, Xiaoyin sensed something amiss. Why is my cousin resting in the Qin household? Can he not reside in his and cousin-in-law's home? Also, does cousin-in-law know that her spiritual companion contains my cousin's consciousness? I can't shake the feeling that she might be unaware. This situation was intriguing. As for the Empress Dowager, we have been unable to reach her for the time being. I have also attempted to concoct a 3S grade antidote for the shadow insect venom these past few days, Prince Yu admitted with a hint of disappointment. The Empress Dowager was the only member of the royal family to have successfully concocted a 3S grade potion. Unfortunately, She had been traveling for over a year and had lost contact 6 months prior. The royal family had been unable to locate her. Seeing the somber expressions, the Empress finally spoke. I have tried as well, but I cannot even manage the fusion of the most basic two medicinal ingredients. Though they are esteemed alchemists, the success rate of concocting a dual S-grade antidote for the shadowless insect poison is dismally low given their current capabilities, let alone that of a triple S-grade. After 3 consecutive days of futile attempts, she relinquished her pursuit of the triple S-grade antidote and shifted her focus to the dual S-grade instead. Regrettably, her medicinal spirit energy was insufficient, allowing her to attempt only about 5 vials per day. After several days, not a single vial had been successfully refined. The Grand Princess displayed an expression of understanding. Jean Eyre had already fallen into a state of dormancy, so there was no immediate urgency regarding his detoxification. However, during this visit to the palace, she hoped to procure a couple of vials of the dual S-grade antidote from either third brother or second sister-in-law. She continued, in truth, 1 vial should suffice, but for the sake of precaution, I intend to procure an additional one. A look of curiosity spread among the crowd. The Grand Princess elucidated. This antidote is intended for my dear Qiang Eyre. It is indeed a matter of fate. My daughter Qiang Eyre was previously acquainted with Jean Eyre and even fought alongside him on the battlefield. As she spoke, the Grand Princess revealed Yu Qiang's identity. Upon hearing this, the royal family expressed surprise, which quickly transformed into a sense of inevitability. With Qin Zhan's elevated mental prowess, it was only fitting that his match would also possess formidable spirit energy. Given that Yu Qiang had achieved dual S-grade mental energy at such a young age, her compatibility with Qin Zhan seemed entirely reasonable. Xiao Yin, upon learning of Yu Qiang's identity, was even more astonished than the others, for she was well aware of who Yu Qiang was. As a standout figure in the Imperial Star Military Academy, she had been a contemporary of Yu Qiang and could hardly be oblivious to her reputation. She recalled how, shortly after Yu Qiang's enrollment, she had surged to the top of the freshman leaderboard, quickly establishing her dominance. Even upperclassmen had heard her name, and as she was a female, they had seized the opportunity to rebut the presumptions of male peers who believed their combat prowess surpassed that of females. Yu Qiang's ascendance to the pinnacle of the freshman leaderboard had significantly uplifted the female cohort's morale. However, she later heard rumors that Yu Qiang had abruptly withdrawn from school, leading to a plethora of speculations. Some claimed she had faced familial upheaval, while others insisted she had gone to the battlefield. The most outlandish rumor suggested she had married and given birth. In hindsight, it appeared that the latter rumor bore some truth, as her cousin had evidently taken up arms and fought in the First Legion. Xiao Yin suddenly recalled a recent post on the Imperial Star Military Academy forum that had unjustly maligned Yu Qiang. Over a month ago, an individual claiming to be the true heiress of the Yu family had surfaced on the forum, alleging that Yu Qiang was an impostor who had stolen the identity of the genuine heiress. After her identity was exposed, the post accused Yu Qiang of threatening her family, preventing the true heiress from returning home, and demanding that the Yu family purchase property in Imperial Star for her. It did not stop there. The post further claimed that Yu Qiang, in a bid to validate herself, had usurped her foster brother's identity and enlisted in the First Legion.
Subsequently,
it alleged that Yu Qiang's reckless ambition had resulted in the demise of her entire squad, with her being the sole survivor who fled the battlefield. Although she had escaped with her life, Yu Qiang had suffered the consequences of insect poison, rendering her spirit energy and physical constitution utterly incapacitated. To add insult to injury, the true heiress claimed that upon returning to the Yu family, Yu Qiang had continued her nefarious deeds, targeting and framing her. After the Yu family uncovered her misdeeds, Yu Qiang had furiously left home. The true heiress sought assistance on the forum, imploring fellow alumni to inform her if they had any knowledge of Yu Qiang's whereabouts, expressing concern for her well-being. Accompanied by numerous photographs of Yu Qiang, the post gained substantial traction, leading many to believe the claims of the true heiress. In no time, Yu Qiang's reputation plummeted, transforming her into a pariah in the eyes of many, particularly among those males who had previously resented her for overshadowing them. The opportunity to condemn her was seized with glee. Now, with accusations of low character and cowardice on the battlefield, and her spirit energy and physical constitution in ruins, they relished the chance to voice their disdain. Not only the males, but several females joined the chorus of criticism, some feeling betrayed by their misjudgment of Yu Qiang, while others adopted the stance of the true heiress, branding Yu Qiang as a villainous wretch. Only a handful questioned the veracity of the post. She was among the few skeptics, yet refrained from responding to the thread, knowing that those who dared to voice dissent were met with vitriol. Now that Yu Qiang was her cousin, she felt even more convinced that the true heiress was lying. What sort of individuals were her aunt and uncle? If her cousin truly possessed a flawed character, would they have accepted her? Moreover, the discipline of the First Legion was not to be trifled with. A deserter would never be allowed to return home unscathed. Those who dared to flee from the First Legion might find themselves facing a military tribunal, if they were fortunate enough to escape execution altogether. The mindless trolls on the forum were likely either swayed by the tide of public opinion or manipulated by a battalion of paid commenters. Recently, I devoted considerable time to attempting to concoct a triple S-grade antidote for the shadowless insect poison. Although I have since abandoned that endeavor and reverted to attempting the dual S-grade antidote, I have yet to achieve success. It seems I must wait a while longer. Prince Yu turned to the Grand Princess, remarking, "I have been diligently working on it." He then glanced in the direction of the Empress. Noticing the Grand Princess's gaze upon her, the Empress straightened her posture, assuming the Grand Princess would refrain from addressing her out of courtesy. Just as she prepared to speak, the Grand Princess unexpectedly broke the silence. "Do you have any on your side, second sister-in-law?" she inquired, summoning her courage to address the Empress. During her son's injury, she had not approached the Empress, not out of reluctance, but because the Empress had preemptively provided the antidote before she could speak. The Empress, having been concerned about her son's situation, felt a twinge of regret for having been so confrontational with the Grand Princess earlier. Surprised by the Grand Princess's inquiry, she momentarily paused before regaining her composure. "No, not at the moment. However, I will make every effort to concoct some in the coming days." The Emperor cast a glance at the Empress, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. The Empress, however, awkwardly averted her gaze, insisting that her concern was for Jean Eyre's wife, not out of any favor toward Xiao Yun. A flicker of emotion crossed the Grand Princess's eyes. "Ah, it's all right. I shall also make further attempts, with enough perseverance. I will surely be able to create an antidote for Qiang Eyre. Her insect poison has been largely resolved, and her spirit energy and physical constitution are on the mend. So there is no need for undue haste." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of relief. Xiao Yun's interest was piqued. The poison has been largely resolved? What is her current level of spirit energy and physical constitution? The Grand Princess smiled warmly at Xiao Yun. Both her spirit energy and physical constitution have recovered to B grade. Moreover, that child Qiang Eyre has awakened her medicinal spirit energy and has officially registered as an alchemist. I do harbor aspirations for her to delve deeper into the realm of alchemy. Once school resumes, I intend to have her transfer to the alchemy department. However, I have yet to seek her opinion on the matter. While the Grand Princess spoke, her gaze shifted toward Prince Yu. Her third brother was the dean of the Alchemy College at the Imperial Star Military Academy, and securing her daughter-in-law's transfer would ultimately hinge on his approval. Although she, as the honorary vice president of the academy, could facilitate the transfer, doing so would involve a considerably more complex procedure. Before Prince Yu could respond, Xiao Yin interjected excitedly. "Your cousin is also an alchemist. That's splendid. Let her join our alchemy department. I will look after her. She is returning to her studies after taking a break, so she will be a sophomore. As I am already a junior, it will be no trouble for me to mentor a younger classmate." In the Imperial Star Military University, those muscle-bound combatants from the battle department often regarded the alchemy department as filled with weaklings. If cousin-in-law were to join their alchemy department, she could surely demonstrate to them who the true weaklings are. Just the thought of it stirred excitement among the spectators, who turned their gazes towards Xiao Yin. Did the girl perhaps misspeak? With their presence, the toxins within Yu Qiang would eventually be resolved. The restoration of her mental strength and physical constitution was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, who would be protecting whom? Nevertheless, no one seemed overly concerned about this. After all, Xiao Yin was a princess of noble status, and no one within the Imperial Star Military University dared to show her disrespect. In this regard, Xiao Yin could indeed shield Yu Qiang. Prince Yu smiled brightly. "As long as my daughter-in-law is willing to change her major, I can assist with the arrangements. However, while alchemists are rare, my daughter-in-law already possesses high levels of mental strength and physical constitution, not to mention her battlefield experience. Wouldn't it be a pity to abandon her current specialty? The path to becoming an alchemist is far from simple. Talent is of utmost importance. While she excels in solo combat, her aptitude for alchemy may not necessarily match that level. Choosing between becoming a top-tier warrior and an ordinary alchemist, she may not desire to settle for mediocrity." The eldest princess replied with a smile, harboring a personal wish for her daughter-in-law to avoid the perils of the front lines. Being an alchemist would be quite commendable. Even if her talent is slightly lacking, our family can provide her with resources, with time and effort. Her alchemical skills can surely be enhanced. Everyone discerned the eldest princess's sentiments and chose not to press the matter further. Qin, the war god of the empire, had already fought valiantly on the front lines, and now, poisoned and forced into slumber, it was unreasonable to allow his wife to continue facing danger. Thus, the banquet soon resumed its cheerful atmosphere. The eldest princess also received a plethora of wedding gifts for Qin and Yu Qiang, which she later forwarded entirely to Yu Qiang. Though Yu Qiang wished to decline, she found it impossible. Upon receiving the gifts, she was astounded to discover exquisite gems and S-grade, even double S-grade potions, each of considerable value. Yu Qiang could only document the names of the givers and the gifts, planning to return the favor at a later opportunity. A week swiftly passed. On Friday evening, Yu Qiang sensed her medicinal spirit's power was on the verge of elevation. Thus, on Saturday, she did not rest but continued to refine C-grade potions, hoping to advance her medicinal spirit's prowess. Her efforts bore fruit. By 3 in the afternoon, just before her C-grade potion materials were exhausted, her medicinal spirit finally leveled up again. Chapter 34. Successfully refining a B-grade detoxification potion. Following her upgrade, her medicinal spirit's capacity doubled once more. Simultaneously, the modeling of C-grade potion materials became effortlessly manageable. Filled with joy, Yu Qiang neglected the remaining C-grade potion materials and immediately sought out the formula for the B-grade potion. This time, she finally located the detoxification potion formula in the video section of Little Sweetheart's channel. Through her studies of potion knowledge over this period, she had learned that detoxification potions were exclusively available at B-grade and above, primarily supplied to the major military corps. This was due to the fact that poisons below B-grade could typically be treated and eliminated through medical means. In fact, even B-grade toxins could be neutralized by the Empire's corresponding medical methods. However, due to the complexity of medical procedures and the lengthy recovery times, individuals tended to favor potions instead. Ordinary citizens predominantly lived in the heart of the Empire, rarely encountering, if at all, the insectoids and star beasts. Therefore, their demand for detoxification potions was minimal. Conversely, the major military corps constantly battled the insectoids and star beasts at the front lines, making poisoning a common occurrence. Efficient detoxification potions remained a coveted strategic resource for these military forces. After reviewing the B-grade potion formula, Yu Qiang discovered that even without considering the detoxification potion, the variety of potion materials required for B-grade potions far exceeded those of lower grades. If one were to include the materials corresponding to detoxification potions, the range of B-grade potion materials would increase even more significantly. Estimating roughly, the types of materials needed for B-grade potions numbered over 800, all of considerable worth. This was to be expected, as a bottle of medium-quality B-grade potion was valued at around 30,000 star coins. Consequently, the corresponding potion materials would amount to at least 6,000 star coins. Though her online shop consistently generated business, the influx of new stock daily surpassed her sales. The prices of potion materials were climbing, and even with over 10 million star coins on hand, she needed to consider her financial turnover carefully. While B-grade potions were plentiful, not all were in high demand. After familiarizing herself with the potion formulas, she realized she needed to produce more of the popular B-grade potions to convert them into profit. Yu Qiang muttered. With that, she searched for the best-selling B-grade potion types online. To her surprise, the most sought-after B-grade potion turned out to be the detoxification potion. There were two primary reasons for this. Firstly, detoxification potions were the most challenging to concoct among their grade. Alchemists capable of refining B-grade potions preferred to focus on other types to enhance their success rates, thus reducing their production of detoxification potions. Secondly, the demand for detoxification potions among military corps outstripped supply, often leading to soldiers queuing for them. Soldiers were willing to purchase detoxification potions from online shops, which didn't conflict with the queuing in military corps. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Yu Qiang formulated her plan. Next, she could focus on learning to refine detoxification potions while simultaneously increasing her production of other types of B-grade potions. This way, she could ensure her continued proficiency with B-grade potion formulas while also maintaining a steady flow of funds for her shop. Consequently, Yu Qiang organized a total of 88 B-grade detoxification potion formulas, preparing 10 sets of corresponding potion materials for each formula. Even though she was mentally prepared for the costs of B-grade potion materials, she was still taken aback when she saw the deductions during checkout. The potion materials, along with B-grade potion bottles and other consumables, had cost her nearly 5 million star coins, nearly half of her savings. After checking her account balance, Yu Qiang resolved to continue her potion refining while also keeping a close eye on her online shop's business. Once she placed her order, Yu Qiang took a moment to relax in the courtyard with a rice ball. When the package finally arrived, she returned to the potion refining room. Having spent so much money, she was eager to convert the potion materials into potions and list them in her online shop for profit. After unpacking the potion materials, Yu Qiang pulled up a video from Little Sweetheart. As she watched, she began processing the corresponding potion materials for the detoxification potion. Having been refining potions for a while, she had discerned the patterns in handling potion materials. She found that the methods for processing primary potion materials, whether F-grade or B-grade, were quite similar. Therefore, she could process them with ease without needing to scrutinize the video closely. Yu Qiang had become quite adept at handling potion materials, and, before long, she had processed them to a standard that matched Little Sweetheart's video. She then proceeded to the potion refining stage. As she continued to watch the video or listen to its audio, she began her potion crafting. Upon the addition of 2 fundamental reagents, Yu Qiang immediately beheld the corresponding model diagrams. To her astonishment, these diagrams were utterly distinct from those she had previously encountered. The edges of the shapes were no longer uniform. Some were elongated while others were shorter. One of the shapes even bore 2 protruding spikes reminiscent of a virus. The moment Yu Qiang laid eyes on the model, she comprehended the reason behind the difficulty in concocting the detoxifying agent. The greater the number of edges and the more irregular the shape, the higher the probability that a corner would collide with another shape's edge when maneuvered. Should a corner of one shape make contact with another, it would immediately render both materials unusable. The irregular shape with spikes posed an even greater challenge. If luck were to abandon her and the spikes were directed towards another shape without altering course, a collision was inevitable, leading to a complete waste of materials. Fortunately, she possessed an external aid. With skillful manipulation, she could avoid squandering her resources. Yu Qiang silently rejoiced at this thought. She then summoned her medicinal spirit power, urging the spiky shape to rotate. However, the moment she exerted force, she discovered that, with her current power, it was quite laborious to maneuver the shape. Thankfully, it was merely a struggle, not an impossibility. After a moment of perseverance, she finally managed to adjust the direction of the spikes. Subsequently, she continued to guide the shape towards integration with another. Propelling the shape forward proved significantly easier than twisting it. Before long, she successfully fused the 2 shapes into one. With a sigh of relief, she proceeded to add other processed reagent materials, step by step facilitating the formation of a new amalgamation. Minutes later, she had crafted her first vial of B-grade detoxifying agent. Chapter 35. Zhang Qiang of the Y Galaxy. Yu Qiang joyfully transferred the potion into a vial and retrieved a basic reagent testing device to assess its properties. The device promptly delivered its results. Potion grade B. Potion type detoxifying agent for scorpion venom. Potion quality perfect. Potion efficacy upon ingestion, it can eliminate 10 milliliters of B-grade scorpion venom. The quantity of venom eradicated was an impressive 10 milliliters, truly deserving of its perfect status. Yu Qiang exclaimed in delight. Although the insectoid soldiers on the battlefield were formidable in size, the quantity of venom they inflicted upon soldiers was not as extensive as one might imagine. After all, the duration of contact between a wound and the insect's appendage was relatively brief. Furthermore, if the venom were to penetrate too deeply, the afflicted individual might not survive long enough to exit the battlefield. The perfect grade potion she had concocted was sufficient to address most cases of scorpion venom exposure. While 2 medium-quality detoxifying agents might cumulatively neutralize more toxins, they would require a greater expenditure. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of the perfect grade detoxifying agent was remarkably high. With a smile gracing her lips, Yu Qiang checked the status of her medicinal spirit power. She was dismayed to discover that crafting a single vial of B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agent had depleted 20 points of her spirit power. If one vial consumed 20 points, could she only produce 3 vials at most? Her brow furrowed, the joy she had just experienced diminished significantly. Yet, she quickly reoriented her mindset. 3 vials would suffice. After resting for a while, she could continue her work. By persistently gaining experience, she could eventually elevate her spirit power level. Resolute, Yu Qiang resumed her endeavor to create the detoxifying agent. Soon, she successfully crafted 2 more perfect-grade detoxifying agents. This time, as she did not need to rotate the shape each time, her spirit power expenditure was less than during her initial attempt. Having completed a total of 3 vials, Yu Qiang found her remaining spirit power at 45. While this amount was still a considerable distance from 30, it was evidently insufficient for crafting further B-grade potions. Consequently, Yu Qiang decided to utilize the remaining C-grade reagent materials at her disposal, transforming them entirely into potions. Once her task was complete, she uploaded the freshly concocted potions to her online store. Meanwhile, in the Y Galaxy, at the garrison of the 3rd Legion, Yu Qiang, a B-grade psychic soldier, was enduring the torment inflicted by scorpion venom. He had been waiting for 5 days, hoping to exchange his military merits for a vial of B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agent from the supply depot. However, after 5 days of waiting, he had yet to receive even a single vial. Not only was he in this predicament, but 2 of his squad members were facing the same fate. After being poisoned by the scorpion venom, they too were in line awaiting the detoxifying agent. The battlefield on Y-1008 had recently been inundated with a vast number of scorpion insectoids, known for their aggressive nature and toxic properties, making them particularly challenging to combat. A significant number of soldiers returning from the front lines had succumbed to scorpion venom, leading to a depletion of the already scarce stock of detoxifying agents that the Legion had prepared prior to the conflict. According to Yu Qiang's understanding, many were currently queuing to obtain the antidote. In a neighboring line, some individuals had already waited 10 days without receiving a chance to redeem the detoxifying agent. Although scorpion venom was not lethal, it inflicted considerable suffering. Since becoming poisoned, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. As he continued to wait, he feared that he might succumb to the agony before ever receiving the antidote. Thus, Yu Qiang began searching for B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agents in the Star Network marketplace. He resolved that no matter the price, he would purchase any potion available. Initially, his search yielded several shops selling B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agents. However, upon entering these listings, he found them either sold out or transformed into vials of the B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agent. This only fueled his already simmering frustration. His teammates attempted to console him, remarking that if B-grade detoxifying agents were so readily available, there would be no need for anyone to endure the queue at the supply depot. He nearly abandoned his search on the Star Network altogether. Yet, the relentless torment of the scorpion venom compelled him to endure one more search. After another painful episode, he braved the discomfort and once again sought B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agents in the Star Network marketplace. This time, his search results finally bore fruit. A personal shop named Yu Qiang's Perfect Potions astonishingly had 3 vials of perfect-grade B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agents available for sale. Yu Qiang could hardly believe his eyes. Quick to act, he placed an order for all 3 vials. After completing the payment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he accessed the product description page through his order to meticulously examine the details of the potions he had purchased. To his elation, he confirmed that the items were indeed B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agents, and of perfect quality at that. Yu Qiang's heart surged with excitement once again. However, a thought struck him, and he became anxious. Crafting B-grade detoxifying agents was no easy feat, especially those of perfect quality. While potion makers were generally reputable and seldom sold substandard products online, there were still instances of unscrupulous individuals passing off inferior goods as superior. With this concern in mind, Yu Qiang scrutinized the offerings of Yu Qiang's Perfect Potions. To his astonishment, he discovered that every potion sold by this proprietor was of perfect quality. Shocked, he then checked the shop's reviews. Despite its relatively short time in operation, the shop had garnered a substantial number of positive reviews. Could it be that these were artificially inflated? Yu Qiang pondered. Glancing at his order, he hesitated but ultimately decided against canceling it. After some contemplation, he resolved to contact the shop owner. Thus, he opened a dialog box and began to type. Hello, esteemed Yu Qiang, I am Yu Qiang, a soldier stationed in the Y Galaxy's 3rd Legion. What a coincidence that both our names contain the character Qiang. I have just placed an order for 3 vials of perfect-grade B-grade scorpion venom detoxifying agents in your shop. I would like to confirm that your potions are indeed perfect grade and can eliminate 10 milliliters of scorpion venom toxin. After sending this message, Yu Qiang reflected briefly and added another note. Your Excellency, I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. However, we are currently besieged by scorpions, and the demand for antidotes to their venom is exceedingly high. Should you possess the ability to concoct such an antidote, I would be most eager to procure a substantial quantity from you. He has clearly identified himself and expressed a desire for additional purchases. Surely, this gentleman would not deceive me. As Yu Qiang completed the upload of the antidote she had brewed, a notification pinged. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. She had not offered a discount on the B-grade scorpion venom antidote, instead selling it at market price. Yet, to her astonishment, it was snapped up almost instantaneously. The message from her correspondent claimed no doubts about her abilities, yet it was evident that skepticism lingered. Furthermore, the character Qiang in her name does not imply strength. Chapter 36. The best-selling B-grade scorpion venom antidote. Little did she anticipate that her choice of a masculine-sounding name to obfuscate her identity would lead to a coincidence of sharing a name. Yu Qiang was not angered by this. Rather, she found it quite amusing. The Third Army Corps was in dire need of scorpion venom antidotes, which suited her perfectly as she required funds. She was confident that this Zhang Qiang would become a loyal patron of her shop. Thus, she composed a reply for every falsehood, tenfold the recompense. Honesty prevails. After sending his message, Zhang Qiang anxiously fixed his gaze on his holographic computer, apprehensive about whether he would receive a response from the shopkeeper. To his surprise, a prompt reply came through. Although it contained only 8 simple characters, it was akin to a soothing balm for his troubled heart. It is worth noting that the shopkeeper's response could serve as evidence in case of deceit. Armed with this assurance, should the shopkeeper dare to sell him counterfeit goods, he could utilize the screenshot to seek arbitration from the Star Network Mall, demanding compensation. Tenfold reimbursement would sufficiently burden the shopkeeper should they attempt to defraud him. Thank you for your clarification. I am currently suffering greatly from scorpion venom. Could you expedite the shipment, please? Thank you, Your Excellency. Zhang Qiang sent another message. Yu Qiang contemplated that she was about to take a break, making it an opportune moment to dispatch the package. She replied simply with, "All right." Subsequently, she scheduled a pickup with the delivery robot. After placing the order, Yu Qiang packed all the accumulated orders from her shop and assigned them tracking numbers. In total, she prepared 10 packages. Not long after finishing the packing, the pickup robot arrived. Over time, this robot had become a regular visitor to Yu Qiang's residence. It now instinctively waited outside her apothecary, facing the garden. Upon opening the door, she was able to send off the packages. With the parcels dispatched, Yu Qiang's medicinal spirit energy was nearly fully restored. Without delay, she returned to processing the materials for the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. By the time she finished handling the materials, her medicinal spirit energy was completely replenished. Next, she brewed 3 more bottles of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. During her subsequent break, she uploaded her newly crafted antidotes into her online store. Remarkably, within moments of uploading, all 3 bottles were purchased. Similar to the previous Zhang Qiang, this new customer identified himself as a member of the Third Army Corps and inquired about the authenticity of her antidote. Yu Qiang, as before, responded with her 8-character assurance. She once again scheduled a pickup with the delivery robot. After successfully selling 6 bottles of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote, Yu Qiang realized that the Third Army Corps indeed had a significant demand for this particular remedy. Reflecting on this, she decided to purchase materials for an additional 50 batches of the B-grade antidote. Since there was no shortage of buyers for the B-grade antidote, seizing the opportunity to craft more would allow her to swiftly recover the costs of the materials. Thus, she spent the entire day crafting B-grade scorpion venom antidotes, subsequently listing them in her online store. As anticipated, once the stock was posted, it was quickly depleted. To cultivate a larger following, Yu Qiang later implemented a policy limiting each customer to 1 bottle of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote every 2 days. Nevertheless, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Her stock was still rapidly sold out. Upon verifying the addresses of her buyers, she discovered that nearly all were from the Y Galaxy. This confirmation further validated her earlier conclusion regarding the Third Army Corps' urgent need for the B-grade antidote. That evening, Yu Qiang toiled until 10:30 before pausing her alchemical endeavors. She had brewed a total of 15 bottles of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote that day, selling all but the 3 she had just created. The Empire's logistics system was efficient. If she utilized the wormhole passage, the antidotes should reach her customers by the following afternoon. She mused that she could prompt her customers to confirm receipt by tomorrow evening. Her B-grade scorpion venom antidote was of perfect quality, priced at 410,000 star coins per bottle. Accelerating the pace of her returns would significantly improve her cash flow. However, she had also purchased 50 sets of materials for the B-grade antidote that day, incurring an expense of over 300,000 star coins. The continuous outflow of funds was depleting her bank account, leaving her somewhat unsettled. After uploading her inventory, Yu Qiang tidied her alchemical workstation, called for her pet rice ball, and returned to her room. After 6 days of relentless work, she decided to grant herself a day of rest on Sunday. Yu Qiang indulged in a leisurely slumber, rising at 8 o'clock. After a languid morning routine, she took her rice ball downstairs to the dining area for breakfast. Having given the kitchen robot instructions to prepare dumplings for both herself and her pet, they were able to enjoy their meal without delay. Upon tasting the dumplings, Yu Qiang found them somewhat bland and went to prepare a dipping sauce, while her rice ball could only envy the enhancement. After breakfast, Yu Qiang checked her refrigerator and found it well stocked, abandoning any thoughts of a grocery run. If all went according to plan, someone from the Qin residence would soon deliver supplies to her. Just the two of them, Yu Qiang and her rice ball, consumed ingredients at a rather slow pace. With no need to shop for groceries, she found herself with ample free time. After some contemplation, she resolved to prepare a delicious meal. As she retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, she considered what dish to make and ultimately decided on hot pot. However, it felt a bit lonely to have hot pot for just the two of them. Since it was the weekend, she decided to invite her parents over for a gathering if they were free. Since moving in, she had yet to host her in-laws, and it had nearly been a month. Her mother-in-law frequently checked on her, sending various items her way. Conversely, Yu Qiang had only returned a few treats to the Qin residence, which felt somewhat impolite. With this in mind, Yu Qiang initiated a video call with the Grand Princess. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the Grand Princess was engaged in conversation with her visiting niece, Xiaoyin, when she received her daughter-in-law's call. The previously serious expression on her face transformed into one of delight. "Your cousin's video call," she cheerfully informed Xiaoyin before answering. As the call connected, Yu Qiang appeared on the screen, dressed casually. The girl exuded an elegant demeanor, radiating a sense of calm assurance. Xiaoyin instantly recognized that the individual on the screen was indeed the former top figure of the Imperial Star Military Academy's popularity rankings. Unconsciously, her heart tightened.
Qiang.
"Are you resting today?" the Grand Princess asked, oblivious to her niece's expression, smiling at her daughter-in-law across the screen. "Yes," Yu Qiang replied with a smile. "It's Sunday, mother. Are you and father busy? If not, why not come to romantic Spring City for hot pot?" After a brief pause, Yu Qiang added, "If you're busy, it's perfectly all right. I can pack some food for you and send it over." Chapter 37. Xiaoyin pays a visit. The Grand Princess quickly interjected. "Not busy at all. I'm resting today, and your father is home as well. Dining on site is far more delightful than takeaway. Moreover, it is a rare opportunity for my daughter-in-law to invite them over for a meal. Naturally, they would be eager to accept. It also provides an occasion to observe the current state of the young couple." Nearby, Xiaoyin, upon hearing this, swiftly leaned closer to the camera. "Cousin. Hey, cousin. It's Xiaoyin. May I count myself among those coming to your house for dinner?" The girl spoke with a hint of playful innocence, completely oblivious to the fact that she was actually half a year older than Yu Qiang. Seeing someone suddenly enter the frame, Yu Qiang was a bit taken aback. The Grand Princess hastily introduced her. "Hee, Qiang, this is Jean's cousin, Xiaoyin." It then dawned on Yu Qiang that her mother-in-law had mentioned her visit to the palace, during which she had received numerous wedding gifts. This Xiaoyin was also a princess, who had gifted her 2 bottles of S-grade healing potions. Amused by the thought, Yu Qiang smiled and said, "It is indeed a pleasure to have your highness grace us with your presence." Xiaoyin was not merely a princess. She was also a top student in the Department of Potions at the Imperial Star Military Academy. After the semester commenced, she would return to the academy, where she could also deal with Yu Yuan. If she could cultivate a good relationship with this young lady, matters would become considerably easier. Xiaoyin's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, cousin. I knew you would be just as kind as cousin Jean." The Grand Princess chuckled helplessly. "This little rascal. Qiang, don't mind her antics." Yu Qiang smiled sincerely. "Not at all. The Grand Princess is charming and delightful." The twinkle in Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled with approval. "Charming and delightful. It seems my cousin has a discerning eye." Upon hearing Yu Qiang's compliment, the Grand Princess wore a disapproving expression. If she were to be charming and delightful, so be it. Cough, Qiang, let us tidy up and head over. It will also give us a chance to assist you. The Grand Princess said as she rose. How wonderful! I can learn to cook delicious meals at my daughter-in-law's place again. The two sides quickly concluded the video call. Once disconnected, Yu Qiang considered the additional guest in her home and returned to the refrigerator. Since they were having hot pot, she thought it prudent to prepare extra ingredients. That way, they could also take some home. Half an hour later, the Grand Princess and her companions arrived, bringing along a bounty of fresh ingredients. Xiao Yin was particularly enthusiastic. Upon seeing Yu Qiang, she rushed over and embraced her, nearly provoking the nearby rice ball to react in irritation. Knowing the consciousness within the rice ball belonged to someone else, Xiao Yin unabashedly held onto her cousin's hand, teasing the tiger. Cousin, I finally get to see you. When you took a break from school, there were all sorts of rumors, and I was quite worried. Yu Qiang expressed her surprise. The Grand Princess knows about me? Of course. You're the top of the freshman rankings, the only girl in the top 10, bringing great pride to us. How could I not know? Xiao Yin beamed. I've always wanted to meet you, but never had the chance. Who would have thought you married Cousin John and became my cousin-in-law? What a twist of fate. And with that, Xiao Yin casually glanced at the rice ball. Yu Qiang responded with a smile. A twist of fate, indeed. It was the second time she had heard that phrase from someone else. Perhaps there was indeed a connection between her and the Qin family. I had forgotten that you two are alumni. Yin, your cousin is returning to the Imperial Star Military Academy next semester. When she goes back, you must keep an eye on her for your aunt. The Grand Princess reflected, concerned about Yu Qiang's progress in concocting the double S-grade shadowless worm toxin antidote over the past week. If she continued to struggle before the semester began, her daughter-in-law's mental and physical state would likely not return to normal. How would she cope with potential bullying upon returning to school? With a sudden thought, the Grand Princess turned her gaze back to Yu Qiang. By the way, Qiang, are you considering changing your major when you return to school? She had contemplated this matter for quite some time, but had never broached the subject with her. Yu Qiang hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Xiao Yin tugged at Yu Qiang's arm, urging, change it, change it. Cousin, join me in the Department of Potions. The third Imperial uncle is the head of our department. As long as you're interested, he can facilitate your transfer at the start of the semester. Yu Qiang felt a flicker of interest. She had been studying alchemy for some time and had a certain edge in the field. Pursuing a path in potion making would likely yield achievements surpassing those on the battlefield, not to mention it would be considerably safer. Although all military academy graduates were required to serve in the military, including the Department of Potions, the distinction between frontline combat and potion making in the main camp was still quite significant. While she was not afraid of facing the front lines, why engage in battle when she could live a stable life in the rear? Very well, Yu Qiang finally agreed. The Grand Princess and Xiao Yin exchanged delighted glances, both visibly relieved. It's getting late. I should head to the kitchen, Yu Qiang announced to the two. The Grand Princess and Xiao Yin immediately offered to assist in the kitchen. Yu Qiang did not decline. Once in the kitchen, Yu Qiang suggested, let us prepare some hot pot base first, and then we can make some handmade shrimp paste and beef balls. Taking advantage of the abundance of ingredients and help today, she planned to create several portions of hot pot base and some semi-finished dishes to be packaged for future use. Sounds great. How do we do it? Xiao Yin eagerly leaned towards the table. Qiang, you take the lead, the Grand Princess added with anticipation. Thus, Yu Qiang began to assign tasks. The kitchen soon buzzed with organized activity. Before long, she had completed the hot pot base. She found molds, poured the base into them, and placed them in the refrigerator to expedite the cooling and solidifying process. Qiang, what is that? The Grand Princess, who had been observing, could not help but inquire. Oh, that's the mold for the hot pot base. Once it cools, it will solidify. When we take it out, it will be in blocks. We can package it in bags, vacuum seal it, and store it for a long time. Whenever we crave hot pot, we can just take a block out, heat it, and it's ready to use, saving us the trouble of making the base from scratch again. The Grand Princess's eyes glimmered with admiration. That's wonderful. I noticed the process for making the base seemed quite intricate. If I were to try, I fear I wouldn't manage it well. Yu Qiang cast a knowing glance at her mother-in-law, fully understanding the unspoken implication behind her words. Once I package it up, I'll set aside a few portions for you and the Grand Princess. In the future, if you wish to have hot pot, you can prepare it at home. That sounds great. Thank you, cousin. Before the Grand Princess could respond, Xiao Yin chimed in eagerly. She had been tempted by the aroma of the hot pot base during its preparation. Chapter 38. Crafting B-grade potions. With ingredients ready and her own portion secured, she certainly wanted some. Yu Qiang smiled in response. She then prepared a pot of mushroom broth for the clear soup hot pot base. The enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen, causing the Grand Princess and Xiao Yin to glance over frequently. Once the clear soup hot pot base was ready, Yu Qiang, as before, found new molds, poured the broth into them, and sent them to the refrigerator to cool and solidify. Next, she began crafting handmade shrimp paste and beef balls. The ingredients she used were abundant and of high quality. The Grand Princess and Xiao Yin periodically glanced at Yu Qiang, feeling as though they were gaining valuable knowledge. Meanwhile, Yu Qiang worked methodically, continuously preparing the balls and cooling them in cold water after cooking. An hour later, Yu Qiang had finally completed all the balls. And at that moment, the two types of hot pot base she had placed in the refrigerator had solidified into blocks. Finally, it was time for the packaging phase. Yu Qiang procured food packaging bags and a vacuum sealing machine, embarking on the task of meticulously packaging the hot pot base and various meatballs. After a flurry of activity, she surprisingly managed to fill an entire large box. The Long Princess and Xiao Yin, witnessing this, were visibly captivated, pondering how much of this bounty they might receive later. Once the majority of the meatballs were packaged, Yu Qiang placed the boxes containing the hot pot base and meatballs into the refrigerator. Subsequently, she sorted the remaining meatballs into several plates by category, preparing for the other accompaniments. A hot pot comprised solely of meatballs would be lacking, as there were numerous vegetables to enhance the feast. For instance, spicy beef slices, aged meat slices, tender meat slices, beef tripe, duck intestines, boneless chicken feet, squid, quail eggs, and more. Yu Qiang utilized fewer vegetables, merely slicing lotus root, potatoes, tofu skin, and kelp. Given the abundance of meat dishes, the vegetable selection would likely be minimal. With the ingredients prepared, Yu Qiang instructed the kitchen robot to deliver the dishes to the dining area and began preparing the dipping sauces. A variety of seasonings were assembled, allowing everyone to customize their sauces according to personal preference. 20 minutes later, the hot pot was finally ready. As the guests settled at the dining table, they began to dig in. For the Long Princess and her companions, this was their first encounter with such an innovative dining experience, and they found the method of consumption to be uniquely delightful. Upon tasting the hot pot dishes, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Fan Tuan, whose dish lacked additional seasonings, found the flavor delightful enough to indulge wholeheartedly. This extraordinary hot pot brought joy to both hosts and guests alike. After the meal, Fan Tuan was called away by the head of the Qin family. Yu Qiang took her mother-in-law and Xiao Yin to the courtyard for a chat. The three engaged in casual conversation until the topic shifted to Yu Qiang's alchemical pursuits. My dear, while the basic alchemical materials are not expensive, a low success rate in potion making can still be quite costly. Please do not hesitate to ask for assistance, the Long Princess advised earnestly. The Qin family's apothecary shop can provide you with some materials without much expense. Xiao Yin, listening attentively, couldn't help but chuckle at the juxtaposition of her aunt's words. One moment she spoke of the high costs of alchemy, and the next she offered to provide materials at minimal expense. Was it costly or not? Yu Qiang hesitated, intending to refuse, asserting her ability to manage on her own, but Xiao Yin interjected, by the way, what level of potion are you currently attempting to refine, dear sister-in-law? Her curiosity piqued, as she considered that although her sister-in-law possessed formidable mental acuity, her alchemical prowess might not be equally strong, perhaps even rather weak. After all, no one is perfect. It is rare for a person to excel in every talent. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qiang finally responded, level B. The Long Princess and Xiao Yin's expressions froze in astonishment. Did you say what level? Xiao Yin questioned, her disbelief evident. Level B, Yu Qiang reiterated. Level B.
Sister-in-law.
Aside from refining your mental strength, have you also been dedicating time to alchemy? Xiao Yin struggled to contain her excitement as she spoke. How can this be? To possess such combat strength is one thing, but your alchemical ability is equally remarkable. A 20-year-old, without formal training, could refine a level B potion? Meanwhile, Xiao Yin, who had been immersed in alchemy since childhood and undergone extensive professional training, was still struggling with level B potions herself. Was her sister-in-law's talent on par with hers? No. Perhaps her sister-in-law had only just begun to delve into level B potions. Different types of level B potions varied in difficulty, and the act of refining was not the same as achieving success. Which type of level B potion are you attempting to refine, and what is your success rate? Xiao Yin inquired, her nervous gaze fixed on Yu Qiang. The Long Princess, equally anxious, was taken aback by the strength of her daughter-in-law, which exceeded her initial expectations. Under the intense scrutiny of both women, Yu Qiang felt a flash of regret. Perhaps revealing her abilities had been unwise. I primarily focused on refining mental strength and physical constitution. It was only after being afflicted by a parasitic toxin that I dedicated myself entirely to alchemy. As for level B potions, I have only just begun and have only attempted one type. With a low success rate, Yu Qiang concealed the full truth. To avoid complications, it seemed prudent to temper her disclosures. Upon hearing this, the Long Princess and Xiao Yin visibly relaxed. Your progress is already commendable, the Long Princess remarked to Yu Qiang. In the realm of alchemy, there's a saying, to achieve longevity in this field, one must refine at least 3,000 potions of each level from F to C. And at least 10,000 potions at level B. Only then can one gain sufficient familiarity with potions and accumulate experience. When refining level A potions, this foundation will facilitate a smoother transition to becoming an intermediate alchemist. Initially, she had underestimated her daughter-in-law's talent for alchemy. But now it was clear that she had been mistaken. Given her daughter-in-law's evident aptitude, it was only fitting that she offer guidance to solidify her foundation.
Indeed.
Yu Qiang replied, though she did not dwell on the matter. The alchemists of this world were required to refine numerous potions as they sought to uncover the patterns of success through trial and error. However, her circumstances were distinct. Yet, from her mother-in-law's remarks, it was evident that although she could refine level B potions, her actual alchemical prowess might still be comparable to those currently working on level D potions. After all, for the alchemists of this era, the rate of growth in their alchemical abilities far surpassed their mastery of potion recipes. Chapter 39. The Affectionate Mother-in-Law. Nonetheless, despite this, her advancement could still be considered remarkable. Moreover, her rate of progress would only accelerate relative to other alchemists. After all, refining higher-level potions yielded significantly more experience than lower-level ones. For instance, under identical conditions of alchemical prowess, while other alchemists toiled away at level E potions, successfully crafting one would only grant them 2 experience points, whereas she, refining a level B potion, would gain a staggering 50 experience points. The path to ascension was unmistakably clear. Reflecting on this, Yu Qiang felt a pang of gratitude. The Long Princess felt somewhat reassured by her daughter-in-law's response, understanding that her reluctance to accept financial assistance indicated that she had set aside her concerns. Thus, she shifted the conversation to the topic of the Imperial Star University's alchemy department. When Imperial Star Military University was mentioned, Xiao Yin, unable to contain herself, finally brought up the incident where Yu Qiang had been slandered by Yu Yuan on the university's forum. The post distorted the truth, portraying her sister-in-law, a hero, as a coward, while accusing her of being a jealous true-born daughter and ungrateful to the Yu family. It was infuriating to see so many uninformed individuals commenting and disparaging her. Xiao Yin cast a worried glance at Yu Qiang. I left a comment under that post recently, urging people to see through Yu Yuan's one-sided narrative and highlighting some inconsistencies. However, it failed to garner any significant response. She only spoke up for Yu Qiang after discovering her connection as her sister-in-law. Unfortunately, the post had been circulating for too long and had created too much of an uproar initially. Even my last comment went largely unnoticed. I could certainly create a new post to draw attention, but doing so without solid evidence and the subject's consent would be unnecessary. Upon hearing Xiao Yin's words, Yu Qiang surprisingly felt no anger. Thank you for speaking up on my behalf. Enough with the princess act. Just call me Einer, like Cousin John does. Xiao Yin remarked, a hint of irritation in her voice. The main character's calm demeanor was exasperating her, making her feel anxious. Yu Qiang glanced at her mother-in-law, and upon seeing her nod, she changed her address to Xiao Yin. Thank you, Einer, she replied with a smile. You're still smiling. That Yu Yuan is practically about to ride on your head and defecate. Don't you want to deal with her? Xiao Yin blurted out in frustration. Her crude words caught the attention of the Grand Princess, who merely shot her a glance, yet refrained from commenting. After all, not only was her niece agitated, but she too felt a surge of anger. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the aunt and niece, Yu Qiang felt a surge of emotion. How could I possibly not want to deal with her? She stated. Both the Grand Princess and Xiao Yin were taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Yu Qiang, delicate and refined in appearance, had uttered such coarse words? However, there was no need to rush. She could take care of Yu Yuan once school commenced. It would not be too late then. Yu Qiang spoke bluntly again, causing Xiao Yin to snap back to reality. Yet she remains active on the forum, showing no signs of restraint. Seeing her prance about like a jester infuriates me, she exclaimed angrily. Yu Qiang chuckled. I suppose she wishes to establish her presence ahead of time. Let her flaunt for a while longer. The more she revels now, the more difficult her days will become once academic life resumes. Suddenly recalling something, Yu Qiang turned her gaze toward Xiao Yin. By the way, Yiner, regarding Yu Yuan, I hope you can refrain from interfering for the time being. Xiao Yin looked puzzled. A profound smile emerged on Yu Qiang's face. Yu Yuan secured her admission to the Empire Star Military University through my military merits. It would be feasible for me to contact the First Legion and request the cancellation of her admission, but I have not done so. Can you guess why? Xiao Yin found herself intrigued, snapping back to attention moments later.
Why?
The Grand Princess could no longer contain her impatience and tapped her niece's hand. What else could it be? Chang'er naturally hopes for Yu Yuan to attend the Empire Star. The Yu family held some influence on NP001 Star, and it would not be easy for Yu Yuan to be dealt with if she remained there. The Grand Princess, uncharacteristically, spoke in a rough manner without a hint of discomfort. This time, it was Yu Qiang's turn to be astonished. How endearing. Does this mean you are preparing a trap for her, sister-in-law? Xiao Yin finally grasped the crux of the matter and immediately calmed down. Yu Qiang nodded. In a sense,
Yes.
after I left the Yu family, Yu Yuan hired assassins to hunt me down. I barely escaped from NP001 Star. Upon arriving at Empire Star, many events transpired. Not only did I become an apothecary, but I also had most of the parasite venom removed by my mother. However, Yu Yuan remains oblivious to this. She believes that although I survived, I am now merely clinging to life, too afraid to show my face. It is this very misconception that emboldens her to slander and defame me on the forum, thinking I would avoid confrontation. Losing a bit of reputation is inconsequential. Reputation can be restored in time. The chance to deal with Yu Yuan and the Yu family is worth much more. Yu Qiang spoke with a calm demeanor. Both Xiao Yin and the Grand Princess felt a swell of admiration for Yu Qiang's composed analysis. They were both impulsive by nature, prone to retaliate against anything that displeased them. Due to their status, they seldom suffered losses, but when they did, it could infuriate them. Yu Qiang's mindset and temperament were unattainable for them, yet it did not diminish their respect. In fact, the reason the Grand Princess had initially been drawn to the head of the Qin family was due to similar feelings of admiration and reverence. Suppressing their emotions, Xiao Yin looked earnestly at Yu Qiang. All right then, let us not alarm the snake in the grass.
Cousin-in-law.
Count me in when the time comes to deal with Yu Yuan. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call on me. That vile Yu Yuan dares to seek my cousin-in-law's life. She shall pay dearly. The Grand Princess chimed in, eliciting laughter from both Yu Qiang and Xiao Yin. Their matriarch, aunt, certainly did not act her age. After discussing the matter, the bond between the three women grew considerably closer. They then shifted to lighter topics, indulging in the gossip that women often delight in. The Grand Princess and her entourage stayed at Yu Qiang's home until dinner was served. As they departed, Yu Qiang prepared a large bag of hot pot base and her homemade meatballs for both the Grand Princess and Xiao Yin. Their faces beamed with delight. Even the head of the Qin family stole a few glances at the hot pot base and meatballs. Once the guests had left, the villa fell into a sudden silence. Yu Qiang unexpectedly felt a tinge of loneliness. However, upon picking up her rice ball, she quickly dispelled the melancholy.
Meanwhile,
at the headquarters of the 3rd Legion stationed in the Y-Star system, Zhang Qiang received the B-level scorpion venom antidote he had ordered from the Starnet marketplace. Yet, upon receiving the package, he hesitated to open it. The frequency of the scorpion venom's onset had been increasing, and the previous night, he had endured a sleepless night tormented by it. The pain had left him feeling groggy throughout the day, having dozed off a few times only to be jolted awake by the agony. The venom was driving him to the brink of madness.
now,
This package was his sole glimmer of hope. Should it prove futile, he feared he might lose his sanity. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhang Qiang unwrapped the package. Soon he revealed 3 vials of antidote contained within. He quickly retrieved a basic potion testing device from his spatial button and, with anxious anticipation, placed one of the vials onto it. The device immediately displayed the results. Potion level, B level. Potion type, antidote for scorpion venom. Potion quality, perfect. Potion effect, upon consumption, It can eliminate 10 milliliters of B-level scorpion venom. Upon seeing the results, Yu Qiang nearly erupted with joy.
Ha!
It's real, he exclaimed, but suddenly remembered something and quickly silenced himself, glancing around the room. Noticing no one was present, he lowered his voice and continued excitedly. It truly is a B-level scorpion venom antidote.
And it's perfect.
Without further adu, Yu Qiang twisted off the cap and poured the antidote into his mouth. As it flowed down his throat and into his abdomen, he almost immediately felt the pain dissipate by more than half, then continue to fade until it vanished entirely. With the pain gone, Yu Qiang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, nearly unable to suppress a sigh of relief. After resting a moment, he examined the second vial, then the third. Just as he had hoped, the remaining 2 vials were also perfect B-level scorpion venom antidotes. His heart raced with excitement. Suddenly struck by an idea, he hastily activated his holographic computer to contact Yu Qiang. Dear Qiang, thank you for your antidote. I just took a vial of the B-level scorpion venom antidote you crafted, and the venom has been completely neutralized. Do you have more of the B-level scorpion venom antidote? I wish to purchase 10 vials. Meanwhile, a soldier next door had been waiting in line for 11 days. Relying on the queue to obtain the antidote, he had no idea how long he would have to wait. If Yu Qiang could produce the scorpion venom antidote, the entire team would undoubtedly revere him. Furthermore, after detoxifying, he would still face the possibility of being poisoned again on the battlefield. In any case, now that he had finally made contact with an apothecary capable of crafting B-level scorpion venom antidotes, he needed to secure their services. Unfortunately, after sending his message, he received an automated reply. Dear customer, currently, the B-level scorpion venom antidote is in limited sale status, with a purchase limit of 1 vial every 2 days per person. Additionally, the B-level potions will be restocked intermittently and cannot be reserved. This automated response was set up by Yu Qiang earlier that morning. After the events of yesterday, Yu Qiang has come to the conclusion that the antidote for B-grade scorpion venom will soon be in high demand.
Consequently,
she has set up an automatic reply to address this situation. Upon seeing the automated response, Yu Qiang felt a pang of disappointment. The store owner had imposed a sales limit, and currently, there was no stock of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote available. After some contemplation, Yu Qiang deduced the reason for this development. When he placed his order yesterday, there was no sales limit in place. He had directly purchased 3 bottles of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote, and the store owner had processed a shipment. Now, with this sudden turn of events, it was evident that this hidden gem of a shop had been discovered by others. Glancing once more at the automated reply, Yu Qiang hesitated for a moment before reaching out to his team leader. It became apparent that the individuals who had uncovered this treasure trove were likely members of their 3rd Legion. Once they learned of the purchasing limit, they would undoubtedly inform their comrades. Fortunately, he still had 2 bottles of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote on hand, which should suffice for personal use. He decided to share this information with his team, hoping to assist everyone in need. Meanwhile, within the 3rd Legion's headquarters, Yu Qiang's experience was not isolated. As the packages dispatched by Yu Qiang arrived in the hands of customers, many individuals, through introductions from teammates and comrades, began to take notice of Qiang's exceptional apothecary shop. They frequently refreshed the store page, hoping to witness the sudden availability of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. At this moment, Yu Qiang, having grown bored, activated her holographic computer. Upon reading the messages left by her customers, a smile crept onto her lips. Suddenly recalling something, she navigated to the order page and sent out a mass message to all customers whose orders had been marked as delivered. Dear customers, thank you for your support. The system indicates that your order has been received. If you are satisfied, could you kindly confirm receipt and leave a 5-star review? Yu Qiang, who was idly checking Yu Qiang's online store, immediately noticed the message she had sent. Though it was clearly a bulk message, it confirmed one important detail: the esteemed Qiang was indeed online. An overwhelming sense of excitement filled Yu Qiang's heart as he promptly confirmed receipt and left a 5-star review. He then continued to message Yu Qiang. Esteemed Qiang, I have confirmed receipt and left a 5-star review. Our team truly requires the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. Could you possibly sell us some privately? Upon seeing his message, Yu Qiang pondered for a moment before replying. Thank you for your recognition and support. However, there are too many individuals in your 3rd Legion who require the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. I must enforce a purchasing limit to ensure that as many people as possible can obtain the antidote. I apologize, but I cannot fulfill your request. Yu Qiang was deeply moved to receive a reply, especially one that included an explanation from the esteemed Chang Chang. This remarkable apothecary was not only skilled but also remarkably approachable. In that instant, Yu Qiang began to understand Yu Qiang's predicament. He was merely one among many customers. And if each customer were to request private purchases, how could she possibly accommodate them all? What he could do was to understand and support her decision.
Indeed.
She had prompted confirmations of receipt and reviews. He could remind his teammates to promptly confirm receipt and leave reviews if they managed to purchase the antidote from the esteemed Chang Chang. Thus, Yu Qiang reached out to his team leader once more. Concurrently, other soldiers were engaging in similar actions. Within a mere 10 minutes, every order corresponding to the B-grade scorpion venom antidote sold by Yu Qiang had been confirmed as received, and the payments were fully credited to the online store's account. Upon discovering this development, Yu Qiang felt invigorated and decided to head to the alchemy lab to continue her work. She resolved to capitalize on the current high demand for the scorpion venom antidote from the 3rd Legion, seizing the moment to earn some money. As for other B-grade potions, she could afford to take her time. According to her grandmother, the potency of the spiritual energy required to craft A-grade potions was several times that of B-grade potions. Even if she were to upgrade her spiritual energy level once more, she doubted she could successfully create A-grade potions. Chapter 41. A Gift from the Ant. Given this, her journey in crafting B-grade potions would inevitably be protracted. In the future, she would have ample time to experiment with other B-grade potions. Moreover, the cost of materials for A-grade potions was several times that of B-grade materials. It was prudent for her to accumulate funds now in preparation for purchasing A-grade potion materials later. With these thoughts crystallized in her mind, Yu Qiang swiftly immersed herself in her work. Before taking a break, she listed 6 additional bottles of the B-grade scorpion venom antidote in her online store. This news brought immense joy to those within the 3rd Legion who were vigilantly monitoring Yu Qiang's shop. They were thrilled to discover that the renowned Chang Chang's perfect apothecary store was indeed selling the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. However, the timing of the stock uploads was unpredictable, and it seemed there were quite a few people keeping watch, necessitating swift action to secure the antidote. Nevertheless, the opportunity itself was a treasure. Thus, those with purchasing privileges became increasingly eager and diligent in observing Chang Chang's perfect apothecary store, hoping to act quickly the next time. Unbeknownst to Yu Qiang, she retired to her room for a restful sleep. The following day, she resumed her diligent work mode. Over the course of the next week, Yu Qiang continued to produce the B-grade scorpion venom antidote, which consistently sold out immediately upon listing. Before long, the weekend arrived. Yu Qiang, consumed by her financial aspirations, had no intention of taking a break. Additionally, another factor contributing to her diligence was that after crafting 3 bottles of potions, she could rest for over 40 minutes to restore her spiritual energy, leaving her feeling quite unburdened. In fact, by evening, Yu Qiang even worked overtime. Thanks to her relentless efforts, by Monday morning, her spiritual energy finally experienced another upgrade. In celebration of this achievement, Yu Qiang prepared a pot of marinated delicacies as a reward for herself and her rice ball companion. Of course, she did not forget to send some to the Qin residence, and she also requested the princess to deliver some to Xiaoyin. At the Qin residence, the princess was overjoyed to receive the marinated delicacies. She set aside some to send to her niece Xiaoyin, and then called her husband to join her in savoring the delightful food. Meanwhile, in the palace, within Xiaoyin's chamber, the empress was conversing with her daughter. Xiaoyin is quite the shrew. Once you arrive, avoid engaging with her. Just hand over the antidote. Collect the payment and return, the empress advised, as she handed Xiaoyin the freshly concocted double S-grade shadowless insect venom antidote. This antidote was intended for Jean Eyre's wife, and while she initially did not wish to charge for it, she had expended considerable materials in its creation. Coupled with previous losses from crafting the 3S-grade potion, she had incurred significant expenses. The antidote was simply too valuable for her to gift away. Given her ongoing discord with Xiaoyin, she could not approach her and had to rely on her daughter to handle the delivery. Upon seeing the antidote, Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this the double S-grade shadowless insect venom antidote? Mother, you've concocted it again? The toxin plaguing her cousin had yet to be entirely removed, and her mental acuity and physical attributes remained suppressed. If she could successfully eliminate the toxin this time, wouldn't it be a breeze to deal with Yu Yuan when school resumed? The empress nodded with a smile. It took quite a few materials to succeed in this batch, and its quality is only average. I'm not sure if it will resolve the issue for Jean Eyre's wife. You might want to take it to the Qin residence and see.
All right.
Xiao Yin cheerfully agreed. Just as she was about to bid farewell to her mother, a delivery robot happened to hover by the window. Your Highness, the package for the Qin residence has arrived.
Please check.
The mechanical voice of the delivery robot soured the Empress's expression. She had never been fond of her daughter getting too close to Xiao Yun, yet her daughter seemed to frequently visit the Qin residence. Just moments ago, that girl had readily agreed to fetch the medicine and return promptly. Yet, before she could even step outside, items from the Qin residence had inexplicably arrived here. Xiao Yin cast an awkward glance at her mother. Mother, shall I retrieve the package first? She ventured. The Empress responded with a displeased hum. She was keen to see what Xiao Yun had sent her daughter. Only then did Xiao Yin turn and approach the window to collect her parcel. To her surprise, it was a thermal box. The moment she laid eyes on it, a guess formed in her mind, and a radiant smile blossomed on her lovely face. Without hesitation, she opened the thermal box. Inside lay several meticulously arranged platters of marinated delicacies, causing Xiao Yin to take a deep breath, her mouth watering instantly. What did you send? The Empress inquired curiously as she stepped closer. Xiao Yin instinctively wanted to conceal the contents, but it was clearly impossible. Oh, it must be something prepared by my cousin. She probably didn't know how to send items to the palace, so she must have asked my aunt to forward some to me. After returning from her cousin's last visit, she had concocted a few hot pots using the broth base and meatballs her cousin had given her. Unfortunately, her mother had caught her in the act, confiscating half of her hot pot ingredients and meatballs, which left her unable to indulge in hot pot for days. My aunt could have at least informed me beforehand that she was sending food. Now, having been caught by her mother again, she feared she would lose half of these items as well. While Xiao Yin spoke, the Empress had already approached and observed the contents of the thermal box. Her previously stern expression softened immediately. Your sister-in-law sent this, did she? That child is indeed considerate. As she spoke, the Empress did not hesitate to take action. Xiao Yin wanted to retort that the food was not intended for her mother, and there was truly no need to praise her cousin's thoughtfulness. However, she dared not do so, merely watching as her mother gleefully claimed what rightfully belonged to her. The Empress, entirely unperturbed by her daughter's gaze, took a piece from the platter and tasted it. The moment the flavor hit her palate, her eyes lit up. Subsequently, she swiftly stored the platter in her spatial button before continuing to retrieve more from the thermal box. You are quite the dutiful child. Just like last time. I shall only take half of this food. The rest is for you to enjoy at your leisure, the Empress declared, unceremoniously helping herself. Xiao Yin's heart ached as she watched half of her marinated platter disappear, yet she dared not intervene. In a short span of time, the Empress had taken everything she desired. Coughing slightly, she glanced at the medicine in her daughter's arms and hesitated. Perhaps you should refrain from going to the Qin residence. Instead, contact your cousin directly and send her the medicine. Just say that this medicine is from me, your aunt, and let her know that if she makes something delicious, she can send some my way. Wait, hold on. Don't say that directly. Use hints. Do you understand what I mean? At that moment, the Empress was entirely oblivious to her own dignity. Chapter 42. The second dose of the detoxification medicine. This was her nature. When confronted with delectable food, she became utterly engrossed. Xiao Yun, that insufferable woman, was indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. But there was no need for envy, as she was both her daughter-in-law and her niece. After all, she had just sent out a dual S-grade antidote for the shadowless insect venom. Surely, her daughter-in-law must know how considerate her aunt was. Observing her mother's demeanor, Xiao Yin could only feel awkwardness. However, her mother's rapport with her cousin was advantageous for her. If her mother could receive delightful treats from her cousin, she would no longer pine after her own. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yin readily agreed. All right, I know how to speak to my cousin. I'll video call her right now. With that, she made a motion to activate her holographic communicator. The Empress, upon seeing this, seized the opportunity to make her exit. I'll leave the matter in your hands. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without a backward glance, she hurried towards the door. Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh softly. It turned out her mother still had a sense of propriety. Upon hearing her daughter's laughter, the Empress transformed her walk into a run, all the while mentally chastising her unfilial daughter. Once her mother's figure vanished, Xiao Yin stifled her laughter, composed herself, and summoned her holographic communicator, locating her cousin Yu Qiang's contact information before sending a video call request. At that moment, Yu Qiang was lounging in a recliner, having finished feeding her meal, and was enjoying a leisurely moment with her little tiger cub when Xiao Yin's video call came through. Yu Qiang checked her communicator and answered the call, revealing Xiao Yin's playful figure on the screen.
Cousin.
Xiao Yin waved at Yu Qiang, her gaze deliberately glancing at the meal in Yu Qiang's arms. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would dare to believe that the most popular man in the galaxy was so attached to his wife?
Yu Qiang greeted.
I made some marinated delicacies today and sent some to your mother. Did you receive them?
I did.
Xiao Yin adjusted the camera angle to include the thermal box in view, but there's only half left. Her voice took on a pitiful tone. She then showed Yu Qiang the contents. What happened? Yu Qiang suppressed a laugh and asked. Xiao Yin feigned a wronged expression. My mother took them. Not only this platter of marinated meat, but she also confiscated half of the hot pot base and meatballs you sent me last time. Xiao Yin lamented. Yu Qiang was taken aback for a moment. The Empress took them? Those treats are so popular? Seeing her cousin's expression, Xiao Yin realized Yu Qiang had little awareness of her own culinary skills. It's no surprise. The food you make is simply too delicious. My mother is notoriously fond of good food, and when she sees it, she simply must have it. By the way, Xiao Yin added, pulling out the medicine her mother had brought her, my mother came to see me earlier, originally to deliver this medicine. Last time when my aunt visited the palace, she had asked her and the third prince to help refine a dual S-grade antidote for the shadowless insect venom. Today, she managed to concoct a vial and asked me to take it to you. Yu Qiang's eyes brightened, but then a flicker of concern crossed her face. The dual S-grade antidote was quite expensive, and at present, she could not afford it. Xiao Yin, noticing her cousin's expression, reassured her. Oh, it's free. Just send some of your delicious food to the Qin residence along with my mother's, and that will suffice. She said playfully, shamelessly including herself. After all, how could she resist her cousin's delectable dishes? Not only did her mother adore them, but she too was infatuated with them. Yu Qiang appeared somewhat surprised. Just like that? My mother mentioned that the wedding gift she sent you last time wasn't sufficiently extravagant, so she decided to send you this vial of medicine this time. Just accept it without hesitation. She offered it herself, so don't feel shy about it. Xiao Yin beamed brightly. Yu Qiang pondered for a moment and then smiled in agreement. The Empress's goodwill had already been extended. To refuse would be to disregard her feelings. Well, just remember, I owe you one now. Could you ask the Empress what her favorite food is when you have the chance? Next time, I'll prepare some for her. Xiao Yin's eyes lit up. Why bother asking? I know exactly what my mother loves to eat. I'll tell you directly. With that, she began to rattle off a list of dishes and ingredients, including many of her mother's favorites, but also several that she herself adored. After all, she was her mother's beloved little darling, and it was only natural. Yu Qiang cast a knowing glance at Xiao Yin, choosing not to comment on her obvious intent, and nodded in agreement. All right, cousin, I'll come over now to deliver the medicine. I'll be there shortly. Xiao Yin replied excitedly. Visiting my cousin's house sounds great. Perhaps I can even snag a free dinner. Indeed, Yu Qiang replied. Valuable possessions should not be entrusted to courier services. The two concluded their video call. In less than 15 minutes, Yu Qiang received a call from the property management, announcing that Xiao Yin had arrived. Yu Qiang promptly notified the property management to grant her access, and shortly thereafter, Xiao Yin appeared. Upon their meeting, Xiao Yin exaggeratedly enveloped Yu Qiang in a warm embrace. Observing this, Fan Tuan regarded her with an expression as sharp as a blade. Yet, Xiao Yin remained oblivious, pulling Yu Qiang's hand and chattering incessantly as they strolled into the courtyard. She expressed how much she had missed her sister-in-law since her last departure. Then, she lamented over her mother's theft of her delectable treats, condemning her mother's pilfering behavior. It was not until they entered the hall that Xiao Yin's prattle came to an end. Suddenly, Xiao Yin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This is the potion my mother provided me, she stated, though she claims its quality is merely mediocre. You should give it a try. Yu Qiang directed a grave gaze toward the vial, nodding in acknowledgement as she accepted it. The last potion her mother-in-law had given her had neutralized 64 milliliters of the shadow worm toxin, and the instruments indicated that 4 milliliters still lingered in her system. According to the classification standards for detoxifying potions, a perfect antidote is defined as one that neutralizes up to 10 milliliters, while 8 milliliters is considered excellent, 5 milliliters intermediate, and 3 milliliters inferior. A potion of mediocre quality should yield detoxification effects between 3 milliliters and 5 milliliters. With a stroke of luck, this vial might completely cleanse her of the shadow worm toxin within her body. With this thought in mind, Yu Qiang unscrewed the cap of the vial and poured the potion into her mouth. The instant the potion entered her stomach, she felt its efficacy take hold. As the toxins within her body were expelled, a wave of comfort washed over her, accompanied by a resurgence of vitality, particularly within her sea of consciousness. Where the toxin had rendered a once vibrant area lifeless, a crimson vine began to sprout forth, growing at an astonishing pace. Yu Qiang understood that her spiritual essence was awakening. After a brief moment, Yu Qiang sensed that her body had fully absorbed the potion's effects. She retrieved a medical pod from her spatial button. This medical pod, a gift from her mother-in-law, was capable of not only assessing her physical condition but also testing her mental and physical capacities. She was eager to ascertain her current state. Chapter 43. Mental power level restored to S rank. Sister-in-law, please step inside. I will assist you with the assessment, Xiaoyin offered upon seeing the medical pod. Has the toxin been completely eradicated from your body? Will you regain your previous strength? I am so looking forward to it. Yu Qiang responded affirmatively and reclined within the pod. Xiaoyin activated the device and began the procedure. In no time, the results materialized. Toxin type: double S-rank shadow worm toxin, residual toxin, 0, 5 milliliters, mental power level, S, physical condition level, A. Xiaoyin read aloud the findings. Hearing that there was still residual toxin within her body left Yu Qiang feeling somewhat disheartened. However, realizing that her physical condition had significantly improved, and aside from the suppression of her mental and physical levels, she felt no other discomfort. She found solace. She had resolved to switch from the solo combat department to the potion department after the semester began. Even if her mental and physical levels were suppressed, it would bear little impact. Once she became a high-level potion master, she could detoxify herself at will. In contrast to Yu Qiang's rapid acceptance, Xiaoyin's mood darkened slightly. It was a pity that only 0.5 milliliters of the toxin remained. High-level potion masters in the royal family, including her mother, all held military positions. Due to their unique status, they were afforded great liberties by the various legions, such as not being required to accompany troops. Furthermore, aside from submitting the corresponding potions to their serving legion each month, they bore little other responsibilities. This leniency allowed her mother and the others to reside on Imperial Star. Her mother, the third prince, and her aunt were all affiliated with the First Legion. Although the warfare in that region had diminished recently, numerous soldiers awaited the antidote for the shadow worm toxin. The fierce battles in the star system had not only afflicted her cousin and sister-in-law with the toxin, but many soldiers in the First Legion had also been affected. Thus, the burden of producing detoxifying potions had weighed heavily on her mother during this period. As she was aware, her mother's potion production quota for this month was 500 bottles of A-rank shadow worm toxin antidote, in addition to 100 bottles of S-rank antidote. With today being the 16th, her mother's progress was still insufficient. This indicated that for the next fortnight, her mother would likely have no time to concoct potions for her sister-in-law. The circumstances for the third prince and her aunt were likely similar. After all, they had previously attempted to create a 3S rank antidote for her cousin, which had consumed a significant amount of time. Furthermore, after all the recent turmoil, they probably had very few materials left for crafting the 3S rank and double S rank shadow worm toxin antidotes. Regarding potion materials, the First Legion had favorable policies for their potion masters. Each month, potion masters could apply to the Legion for a certain quota of potion materials at approximately 70 of the market price. The Legion did not charge money. They only required an equivalent value in potions, with the pricing of the potions calculated almost at market value. In cases of extreme need for a specific potion, the calculated price could sometimes exceed the market rate. For instance, her mother, being a high-level potion master, had a monthly quota of up to 10 billion star coins for potion materials. Such a high quota could cover not only the potions she was mandated to produce for the Legion, but also allow her to acquire a substantial amount of materials at a discounted rate. Regrettably, it was rare for high-level potion masters to exhaust their material quotas. Having obtained materials worth 10 billion star coins, they must return potions valued at 7 billion star coins within the following month. Even for high-level potion masters, it was nearly impossible to produce such a volume of potions in a single month. Her mother and the third prince had served in the First Legion for over 20 years. Yet the stockpile of double S-rank shadow worm toxin antidotes they had accumulated was only a few bottles, And the materials for the double S rank and 3S rank antidotes seemed to be scant as well. The recent incident involving her cousin had depleted their reserves of these three vital resources. Although her aunt had purchased potions from her mother and the third prince, the reality was that her mother and the third prince bore the losses. After all, a bottle of double S-rank shadow worm toxin antidote could fetch anywhere from tens to hundreds of billions of star coins in the First Legion, allowing for the acquisition of numerous materials at a discounted rate. However, selling the potions to her aunt only yielded a meager price. The money earned was not even accepted by the First Legion, given her sister-in-law's current predicament, with merely 0.5 milliliters of the double S-rank toxin remaining. Using another bottle of the antidote would be far from cost-effective. Moreover, toxins below 1 milliliter could typically be gradually detoxified by the body's natural healing mechanisms over a span of several years. If her mother and uncle were to learn of this situation, they would likely be disinclined to assist further. As for her aunt, since her sister-in-law had expressed a desire to switch departments and the toxin posed no significant threat to her sister-in-law's health, she might not feel compelled to continue assisting either. After all, many soldiers in the First Legion were still queuing for the antidote, and they would likely be occupied for quite some time ahead. Thus, her sister-in-law would probably have to continue living with the toxin for a while longer. Well, whatever can be cleared, let it be, Yu Qiang stated cheerfully, gesturing for Xiao Yin to open the medical pod's door. Xiao Yin hurriedly complied. Yu Qiang rose and smoothly stored the medical pod back into her spatial button. It's still early. Let us have dinner before heading back. I'll prepare something delicious for you to take to the Empress. Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement.
All right.
She readily agreed. Do you want to watch a movie? Yu Qiang possessed little experience in entertaining guests. The grand hall of the villa was equipped with high-end electronic screens, and once connected to the light brain, the cinematic experience was quite commendable. However, since moving here, she had only watched a movie once, accompanied by rice balls. She preferred to browse videos directly on her light brain. What is so captivating about movies? Xiao Yin remarked disdainfully. Shall we engage in a mental simulation of combat instead? She continued, her interest piqued. The mental simulation combat was a PK game based on the development of psychic abilities. Players donned electronic helmets to immerse their spiritual entities into the game, controlling them through mental power to engage in virtual PK. The advantage of this PK format was that any damage incurred by the spiritual entity within the game did not translate into reality. Meanwhile, the state of the spiritual entity was a highly accurate representation of reality. For instance, if the spiritual entity was wounded in the game, it would suffer a similar impairment in the actual combat scenario, resulting in diminished attack power and speed, as well as a slowed recovery rate. Due to these benefits, mental simulation combat games were immensely popular among military academy students, with many institutions incorporating them into their training curricula. In Yu Qiang's recollections, during her time at the Imperial Star Military University, she was frequently invited by classmates for PK matches, yet none could ever defeat her. Upon realizing her invincibility among her peers, she lost interest in their challenges and sought out upperclassmen instead. Many remarked upon her arrogance, anticipating her downfall. Ultimately, she triumphed over several upperclassmen ranked within the top 50 of the second-year combat department, creating quite a stir. It was only when the top-ranked second-year student Lu Feng intervened that she was barely defeated, thus preserving the dignity of the second-year combat department. Yu Qiang recalled the scene of her clash with Lu Feng in the mental simulation combat game. Their evenly matched confrontation was thrilling, and despite her utmost effort and full investment, she emerged as the loser. From her observations, it was evident that her defeat stemmed not from a lack of strength, but rather from her inexperience in real combat. At that time, she had yet to step onto the battlefield, while Lu Feng, reputedly, honed his skills on the front lines during every winter and summer break, achieving remarkable feats in real combat. Yu Qiang mused that had she been the current version of herself, with her present strength, Lu Feng would likely not have stood a chance against her. Having served nearly a year in the First Legion, she had faced increasingly perilous battlefields. The trials of actual combat were far more demanding and enriching than the comfortable environment of school. She recalled that had she remained on the battlefield for another year or two, her psychic abilities might have even ascended to the 3S level. Realizing her burgeoning yearning for the battlefield, Yu Qiang hastily interrupted her thoughts. All right, she replied to Xiao Yin, her voice steady. Her current psychic level had only returned to S rank, so she might as well indulge in a playful match with Yin. Xiao Yin's face lit up with joy as she promptly retrieved the equipment from her spatial button. Witnessing this, Yu Qiang silently admired the financial prowess of this princess. In her past life, she had considered purchasing a set of this equipment, yet the price of over 50 million was far beyond her means. This was also why the school's mental training rooms were perpetually bustling with activity. Here you go. Xiao donned her electronic helmet first before handing the other one to Yu Qiang. After receiving it, Yu Qiang placed it upon her head. Upon pressing the activation button, her consciousness was instantly transported into a lush jungle. Player Long-Ear Rabbit, Bloodthirsty Vine is now in position. Combat will commence in 3 seconds. 3,
2,
1. As the subtitles faded, the Bloodthirsty Vine version of Yu Qiang darted forward with remarkable speed. Not long after, she spotted a gray-furred long-ear rabbit. Is this the spiritual entity of Yin? She pondered, finding it quite adorable and indeed a fitting reflection of her personality. In a typical match, she would have launched a surprise attack immediately, intending to pierce the rabbit's head and conclude it with a swift game over. Yet, recognizing the casual nature of this engagement, she opted for a softer approach. Thus, she soared towards a rabbit and gently tapped its back with the tendrils of the bloodthirsty vine. Startled, the long-ear rabbit leapt up and, upon realizing it was the bloodthirsty vine, scurried into the grass. However, just before it could fully retreat, it paused to glance back at the bloodthirsty vine, overcoming its fear momentarily. Dear cousin, is the disparity between A and S rank psychic pressures truly so vast? My spiritual entity trembles at the sight of yours, Xiao Yin's slightly trembling voice echoed. Not only was her spiritual entity quaking, but she herself felt the influence of her entity's fear. It was quite embarrassing. In the game, spiritual entities could not communicate, but those controlling them could converse outside the game. Hearing Xiao Yin's words made Yu Qiang realize that the rabbit's legs were indeed shaking. It shouldn't be that severe. Yu Qiang replied, feeling somewhat sheepish. The invitation to engage in PK had not even begun, yet she had already frightened the poor creature. Ahem. Perhaps my spiritual entity is rather unique. The bloodthirsty vine becomes increasingly bloodthirsty with each drop of blood it encounters, and its aura of slaughter intensifies accordingly. Previously, it fought alongside me on the battlefield, slaying numerous insectoid foes, but it fell into a slumber due to my poisoning. With your antidote restoring my psychic level to S rank, it has awakened. Perhaps it is still adjusting to being revived, hence the overwhelming aura of slaughter. In her past life, as a rookie soldier, she had quickly made a name for herself on the battlefield, eventually rising through the ranks to lead a special forces team and participate in core battles. Her military achievements were all forged through her victories over the insectoid adversaries.
Oh.
I see, Xiao Yin mused, feeling somewhat reassured. She directed the long-ear rabbit to approach the bloodthirsty vine, and summoning her courage, she extended a paw to touch the vine's tendrils. Yu Qiang remained still, allowing the long-ear rabbit to explore her. Your psychic level is A? She continued her conversation with Xiao Yin. Indeed. I reached a rank last semester, but I was too preoccupied with potion brewing to train my psychic abilities. Moreover, my spiritual entity, well, as you can see, is merely a long-ear rabbit, lacking any real combat prowess. Even if I trained, it would hardly become formidable. Were it not for the necessity of participating in outdoor combat, I wouldn't bother with it at all. Yu Qiang recalled that the outdoor combat exercises at the Imperial Star Military University were mandatory for students from all departments. The administration had provided an explanation, stating that military students, regardless of whether they were in logistics or pharmacy, could potentially find themselves on the battlefield. Since such a possibility existed, participation in outdoor combat was required. Opting out was also an option, but it would result in a lack of extracurricular credits. The university was notorious for its difficulty in obtaining these credits. To earn them, students had to either achieve a rank in outdoor combat or partake in friendly matches with other schools to bring glory to their institution. Another avenue was through internships with military units during breaks, earning a certain amount of military merit. Among these options, the first was undoubtedly the simplest and safest. However, simplicity and safety were relative. In any case, it was particularly challenging for students of the pharmacy department to accumulate the necessary credits. Without enough credits, they would face difficulties graduating in their senior year. It was said that many fourth-year students at the Imperial Star Military University had to repeat courses to make up for lost credits. Moreover, the majority of students are those specializing in logistics and pharmaceuticals. Alas, for the past 2 years, I have not earned a single extracurricular credit. If I do not seize the opportunity to make up for these credits, I fear I may have to repeat my senior year. At this point, Xiao Yin's voice grew heavy with sorrow. If I cannot graduate, I will be unable to join the First Legion. Chapter 45. A Flourishing Business. Although the First Legion imposes the heaviest workload on pharmacists, it also offers the most generous benefits. Delaying my graduation by a year will cost me a substantial amount in purchasing medicinal materials. Moreover, it will hinder the enhancement of my medicinal spirit power. Yu Qiang was somewhat taken aback. She had no knowledge of the benefits afforded to the pharmacists of the First Legion. What are the perks for pharmacists in the First Legion? She inquired immediately. Xiaoyin's tone finally lightened. The benefits are indeed remarkable. Pharmacists capable of producing B-grade antidotes enjoy a monthly allowance of 10 million star coins for medicinal material requests right upon enlistment, with the application price set at a mere 70% of the market price. Furthermore, the potions they produce can be sold back to the military supply department at market price or even higher, offsetting the cost of the requested materials. Should one be able to concoct A-grade potions, the allowance is raised to 100 million. For S-grade, it is 1 billion, and for double S-grade, a staggering 10 billion. My mother, for instance, has a monthly purchasing allowance of 100 billion, which she can hardly exhaust. Yu Qiang expressed her astonishment. Not exhausting it? Purchasing at 70% is a profit. Why not use it all? Xiaoyin then elucidated the reason. The materials from the military supply department cannot be applied for indiscriminately. While the prices are favorable, they only accept payment in the form of potions. In other words, if you requested materials worth 10 million star coins this month, you must return potions worth 7 million star coins the following month. What happens if one cannot repay? Yu Qiang asked, intrigued. If one fails to repay, the amount is doubled and moved to the following month. If repayment is still not possible, one is expelled from the military. Yu Qiang acknowledged with a sound. Ahem. The matter of enlistment is still far off. Let's not dwell on it. Cousin, may I ask you for a favor? Xiaoyin suddenly interjected. What is it? After the semester begins, during your second-year outdoor exercises, could you possibly take me along? She had already contemplated that even if her cousin's mental power level had dropped to S, her combat experience remained substantial, making her an invaluable asset. By associating with her cousin, she could surely make up for her credits gradually. It is indeed feasible. However, will you be able to participate in second-year outdoor exercises during your third year? Yu Qiang inquired, puzzled. Of course. I consider this a chance to make up for credits, since I did not participate earlier. Now I can catch up. Very well, Yu Qiang agreed with a smile. Xiaoyin's spirits lifted, and even the long-eared rabbit bounced with joy. Wonderful. Then, cousin, please guide me. I wish to learn as much as possible now, so that when the time for practical combat comes, I won't hinder you as much. Yu Qiang wore a helpless expression. Indeed, she possessed a commendable self-awareness. Thus, Yu Qiang began to instruct Xiaoyin. The bloodthirsty vine acted as the long-eared rabbit's instructor, repeatedly subduing it. Soon, Yu Qiang discovered that Xiaoyin was quite a promising student. Though initially weak, she learned rapidly. Indeed. She grasped the concept of leveraging her own advantages and applied it effectively in practice. The long-eared rabbit's speed was a significant asset, making evasion and escape its strong suit over direct confrontation. Under her guidance, the long-eared rabbit transitioned from a state of utter helplessness against the bloodthirsty vine to being able to evade a few attacks and then find an opportunity to make a quick escape. Training continued until 5 o'clock, at which point Yu Qiang and Xiaoyin concluded their session. It was getting late. I will make use of the leftover marinated sauce from lunch to prepare some meat and vegetables for you to take home. By the way, there are still some frozen dumplings and wontons in the refrigerator from my last batch. Would you like to take some? Yu Qiang asked Xiaoyin. Yes, yes. Xiaoyin eagerly responded. The ingredients prepared by her cousin were delectable. Only a fool would refuse them. Yu Qiang chuckled and, after acknowledging her, headed to the kitchen. In the evening, the three of them, including the rice ball, each enjoyed a serving of steamed dumplings, complemented by a platter of sliced marinated meat. Xiaoyin feasted until her belly was round and even packed several items to take home. Once the guest had departed, the villa returned to its tranquil state. After resting for a while, Yu Qiang, not wishing to squander her medicinal spirit power, ventured into the alchemy room. It had been over a week since she began selling B-grade scorpion venom antidotes online, yet her products remained in high demand. The primary purchasers were consistently from the Third Legion. In this week, through the sale of this antidote, she had accrued approximately 4 to 5 million. The initial expenditure on medicinal materials was nearing recovery. Now that her medicinal spirit power had increased, she could produce at least twice the previous quantity of B-grade scorpion venom antidotes in a single day. Seizing the opportunity while the Third Legion still had a demand for this antidote, she needed to act swiftly to continue earning. Yu Qiang quickly found her rhythm and soon realized that her elevated medicinal spirit power made the process of concocting B-grade scorpion venom antidotes considerably easier.
Additionally,
Her capacity to produce these antidotes in one sitting had increased from 3 to 8 bottles. Upon realizing this, Yu Qiang envisioned a bounty of wealth rolling in her direction. Taking advantage of a break, she invested heavily in procuring materials for 200 B-grade scorpion venom antidotes. In the following days, Yu Qiang persisted in her production of B-grade scorpion venom antidotes, posting as many as 50 to 60 bottles daily in her online store, resulting in daily profits exceeding 2 million. With her coffers overflowing, she relished a sense of security as she withdrew substantial sums from her online shop each day. This blissful routine continued until Friday of the second week, when for the first time, her potion stock was not immediately depleted upon being listed in the shop. Perplexed by this phenomenon, she received a message from Zhang Qiang. Sir Qiang, recently our military supply department has seen a significant increase in scorpion venom antidotes, and the number of poison soldiers in the base has drastically diminished. Furthermore, we are preparing to depart from the Y system to our next battlefield.
consequently,
Our demand for scorpion venom antidotes should decrease rapidly. I noticed you have been consistently producing B-grade scorpion venom antidotes lately, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Upon reading the message, Yu Qiang instantly grasped the situation.
fortunately,
She had only about 40 units of B-grade scorpion venom antidote materials left. She had initially planned to place an order for more materials before retiring for the night,
but it seemed unnecessary now.
Realizing this, Yu Qiang replied to Zhang Qiang. Thank you for the reminder. Once I deplete my current stock of B-grade scorpion venom antidote materials, I will switch to concocting other potions. By the way, feel free to contact me for any future demands for other B-grade potions, especially B-grade antidotes. Zhang Qiang had introduced numerous customers to her shop, and each time he reached out, he either brought customers or shared vital information. Chapter 46, Refining B-grade Shadow Worm Antidote. She was not a legion pharmacist, and thus could not sell her potions directly to the various legions. However, being informed of the urgent needs of the legions through individuals like Zhang Qiang proved immensely beneficial for her business. After sending his message, Zhang Qiang did not shut down his communication device. Consequently, he quickly noticed Yu Qiang's response. Upon seeing her reply, Zhang Qiang was elated. Sir Qiang had actually expressed gratitude towards him and offered to be a contact for any B-grade potion needs. It seemed that Sir Qiang regarded him as one of his own and was willing to extend such privileges. As merely a B-grade soldier, receiving Sir Qiang's trust and the opportunity to have designated potions crafted for him was an incredible honor. Indeed, as per the esteemed Lord Qiang's implication, he possesses the ability to concoct all B-grade potions. Lord Qiang must undoubtedly be an intermediate alchemist. The thought ignited a surge of excitement within Zhang Qiang. He was destined to ascend to A-grade soon, and when that time came, with Lord Qiang as his ally, procuring A-grade potions would be a trivial concern. Rest assured, Lord Qiang, should our battle zone require any specific type of potion, I will be the first to inform you. Zhang Qiang, ever astute, was acutely aware of what Yu Qiang valued in him, and promptly sent a message in response. Upon receiving the message, Yu Qiang nodded with satisfaction and replied with a simple After concluding her correspondence, she stored away her holographic device. It appeared that the B-grade scorpion venom antidote would no longer be in such high demand. This was fortuitous. As she had been solely focused on that particular B-grade antidote lately, a change of pace would be welcome. Suddenly, Yu Qiang recalled the unresolved shortage of the wooing worm toxin antidote for the First Legion and resolved to brew a few bottles tomorrow to test the waters in her online store. If they proved to be as popular as the current B-grade scorpion venom antidote, she would then shift her focus to crafting B-grade wooing worm toxin antidotes. The materials for B-grade potions were prohibitively expensive, and thus she could not afford to be complacent regarding her profits. Having contemplated her strategy, Yu Qiang decided to act immediately rather than wait until tomorrow. That very evening, she would brew several bottles of B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote and list them in her online store for sale. Should they indeed sell well, she could procure the necessary materials before retiring for the night. Thus, Yu Qiang retrieved the materials she had previously purchased for the B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote. There were 10 sets in total, and she selected 2 to process. The processing of basic potion materials did not deplete her alchemical energy. Previously, she had tackled 1 set at a time, refining the potion before moving on to the next. However, this time she intended to process 2 sets simultaneously. attempting to brew 2 potions consecutively. If successful, her efficiency would surely increase. Before long, Yu Qiang had prepared the 2 sets of materials, and her alchemical energy had regenerated to 70, sufficient to support the crafting of 2 potions. As she commenced her work, Yu Qiang soon discovered why the wooing worm toxin antidote was regarded as the most challenging antidote to produce. Several of the ingredient models featured sharp spikes, and the number of spikes was considerable. The presence of these spiky shapes greatly complicated the fusion with other forms, resulting in a significantly lower success rate compared to other potions. However, difficulty was subjective, with her unique perspective enhancement and her recently elevated alchemical energy level. Yu Qiang effortlessly crafted her first bottle of B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote. Subsequently, she succeeded in producing a second bottle as well. After completion, she employed a basic potion testing device to assess the potion's quality, and as expected, both were of perfect grade. At this moment, Yu Qiang checked her alchemical energy and found it had decreased to 51. Not bad. She could still manage a couple more bottles. With that thought, she processed another 2 sets of potion materials. Once completed, she continued her brewing efforts, resulting in 2 additional perfect-grade B-grade wooing worm toxin antidotes. This time, her alchemical energy dwindled to 35. Deciding not to press her luck further, she accessed her holographic device and uploaded the inventory of 4 B-grade wooing worm toxin antidotes to her online store. After a brief wait, however, she was disappointed to find that no one had purchased her antidotes. Additionally, of the 8 bottles of scorpion venom antidote she had previously listed, only 4 had sold. It seemed that the B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote was not as in demand as she had hoped, and Yu Qiang sighed in disappointment. If they did not sell well, she would have to cast a wider net. Tomorrow, she would brew several different antidotes to list in her store, ensuring that she could replenish any that ran low. However, she anticipated that this would lead to a significant backlog of inventory, potentially causing cash flow issues. Yet, she remained optimistic, knowing that with her flawless potion-making record, any sale would yield substantial profit. Unbeknownst to Yu Qiang, as she murmured her thoughts, her companion, Rice Ball, cast a glance at her holographic screen. Alas, he was unable to speak. Otherwise, he would have informed her that the lack of demand for the wooing worm toxin antidote was not due to its inferior efficacy, but rather because the torment inflicted by the worm toxin was not as severe as that caused by the scorpion venom. Soldiers afflicted by scorpion venom, while awaiting an antidote, would likely turn to the Star Network marketplace, viewing it as their only hope and continuously refresh the page. Conversely, those ensnared by the wooing worm toxin would not exhibit such urgency, especially at this late hour when most save for the night watch should have retired for the night. Enough for today, Yu Qiang concluded, stowing away her holographic device. She tidied up the alchemical lab before departing with Rice Ball in her arms. The following day, Yu Qiang arose at her usual hour. After washing up and heading downstairs, she activated her holographic device to schedule a pickup with the delivery robot. To her astonishment, she discovered that her entire stock of B-grade potions had been sold out. Several messages awaited her attention. Esteemed Lord Qiang, may I inquire if the B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote you are selling is indeed of perfect grade? Another read, Lord Qiang. Our First Legion is in urgent need of B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote. May I reserve additional quantities from you? The subsequent messages echoed similar inquiries. Upon reading these, Yu Qiang responded with a succinct 8-character reply. She also declined the reservation requests. After sending the messages, her enthusiasm for preparing breakfast waned. Instead, she enlisted the kitchen robot to assist in steaming dumplings while she busied herself in the alchemical lab, packaging parcels, and ordering materials for the wooing worm toxin antidote. Having reviewed those messages, her confidence in the market for B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote surged. Henceforth, it would become the new bestseller in her online store. After a simple breakfast, Yu Qiang dispatched the parcels and signed for a delivery, immersing herself in her work. One by one, bottles of B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote were produced under her meticulous care, swiftly uploaded to her online store, and promptly sold out. Chapter 47. The Head of the Qin Family's Expectations. The B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote in Yu Qiang's online store, much like the previous B-grade scorpion venom antidote, gradually gained popularity among certain soldiers of the First Legion. A week later, Yu Qiang was consistently brewing over 60 bottles of B-grade wooing worm toxin antidote daily, yielding profits exceeding 10 million star coins. As her account balance swelled, the urgency of her financial endeavors began to ease. At long last, The day had arrived for the commencement of classes at the Imperial Star Military Academy. The day before the start of the term, Xiao Yin contacted her via video call. "Cousin, I'll be waiting for you at the east gate of the Imperial Star Military Academy at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then I'll take you to register. Your transfer application has already been approved by the third Imperial uncle. You just need to complete the registration process tomorrow." Xiao Yin's excitement was palpable. Finally, the time for school had come, and she eagerly anticipated her cousin returning to school to confront those who had insulted her. "All right," Yu Qiang replied with a smile. Time had flown by. It was hard to believe she had been here for over 2 months. School? She found herself looking forward to it, particularly the prospect of seeing Yu Yuan. "Yu Yuan, please do not disappoint me. I hope you truly attend the Imperial Star Military Academy." After chatting for a while, they concluded the video call. Later that evening, Yu Qiang received another video call, this time from the Grand Princess. Surprisingly, it was the head of the Qin family reaching out to her. "Little Yu, your school starts tomorrow. Before the term begins, your father would like to discuss matters concerning the Yu family with you," the head of the Qin family said with a caring gaze directed at his daughter-in-law. "Yes, father. Please go ahead," Yu Qiang responded earnestly. She was not surprised by the Qin family's involvement in the grievances between her and the Yu family. After all, her mother-in-law's kindness was genuine. Regarding the matter of dealing with the Yu family, she harbored no objections to the Qin family getting involved, and indeed, she was inclined to leverage their influence to address the Yu family's issues. Therefore, even if her father-in-law did not seek her out today, she would subsequently approach him. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the eyes of the Qin family patriarch, who was quite pleased with his daughter-in-law's stance. "Little Yu, ever since I learned of your marriage to Zhana, I have dispatched individuals to investigate the Yu family. Currently, we have gathered evidence of their illegal activities. However, NP001 star does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Central Star System, and the Empire's oversight in that region is relatively lenient. Moreover, the Yu family wields considerable power on NP001 star. If we were to hastily send people to apprehend them, it could potentially lead to complications. The law enforcement department has contacted me, expressing a desire to use Yu Yuan to lure Yu Gang and Yu Hui to the Imperial Star. At that point, we can capture and try them there." As he spoke, the patriarch's gaze slightly shifted. He continued, "In the past 20 years, an increasing number of non-central planets have sought to break free from the Empire's grasp. His Majesty has long wished to set an example. The Yu family will soon become the first to face such consequences." Yu Qiang's heart trembled. She never expected her father-in-law would confide such matters to her. Observing her composed demeanor, the Qin patriarch felt yet another wave of admiration. The toxin affecting his son would not be resolved in the short term, but fortunately, his son's South spiritual entity remained close to his daughter-in-law, and the situation was steadily improving. As long as his son's spiritual entity could fully recover, the First Legion would remain under their Qin family's control. His daughter-in-law, being the only one capable of aiding his son's spiritual recovery, would inevitably become involved in the First Legion's affairs. This was, in a sense, his way of familiarizing her with the circumstances at hand. "Are you suggesting that I should refrain from taking action against Yu Yuan for the time being?" Yu Qiang inquired, eager to cooperate with the official endeavors to deal with the Yu family. "No, quite the opposite. The law enforcement department hopes you will act against Yu Yuan, but it must be measured. Her life should not be at stake." Yu Qiang was somewhat taken aback, but then smiled. "All right, if I am not to kill her, then it is permissible to maim her." The patriarch's expression stiffened momentarily at her smile. He then added, "Regarding Yu Yuan's slanderous remarks about you as a deserter on the Imperial Star Military University Forum, you may now respond. The First Legion will support you in holding her accountable for her accusations." "Understood," Yu Qiang affirmed once more, inwardly relishing the feeling of having assistance. The Qin patriarch offered some additional advice before concluding the video call. After hanging up, the fluffy ball leaped into Yu Qiang's arms. She lifted it up to meet her gaze, unexpectedly noticing that it seemed to have gained weight. "Fluffy, have you put on more weight? Has the recent diet been too lavish for you?" The little creature appeared to have tripled in weight since it first arrived, and the prominent character on its forehead was becoming increasingly apparent, making it look less feline. The mental age of a certain someone, now 14, averted his gaze, fearing that his partner would detect his embarrassment. "It's all right. Being a bit chubby is good. Gaining weight indicates that I have taken good care of my Fluffy. Tomorrow I will be heading to school, and I am uncertain about the number of courses in the pharmacology department. Fluffy, starting tomorrow, you cannot accompany me. However, I will return home immediately after school." Upon hearing this, the white tiger turned its head in protest, casting a disapproving look at Yu Qiang. He did not wish to be separated from his partner. Yu Qiang chuckled softly. I can tell my Fluffy is reluctant to part with me. Nevertheless, for our bright future, I must attend the school. You can patiently wait for me at home, or if you find yourself bored, you may visit the Qin residence to see your parents. My Fluffy has grown into a big tiger, clever and considerate, hasn't it? She playfully twisted the two forepaws of the white tiger. Fluffy felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Initially resistant to Yu Qiang's playful tone, he found himself unable to remain upset upon hearing her reason for attending school. After all, it was for their shared future. Sighing, he decided to be magnanimous and let her go to school.
Besides,
he could sneak out to secretly follow her to the Imperial Star Military University. The following day, Yu Qiang rose early, dispatched the orders from her online store, and set off in her car towards the Imperial Star Military University. Upon arriving at the eastern gate, she found Xiao Yin already present. Yu Qiang noticed that there was another person beside Xiao Yin, but that individual was facing away from her, and she could not recognize them. Yu Qiang parked her vehicle beside Xiao Yin. The sound of the hovering car drew the attention of both Xiao Yin and her companion. It was only then that Yu Qiang realized she recognized the person beside Xiao Yin, her cousin.
Surprise.
This is Xian, my best friend. Xiao Yin enthusiastically introduced. Hello. Xian beamed and bowed slightly to Yu Qiang. Greetings, Yu Qiang responded, concealing her astonishment. What a coincidence. The prominent live streamer she had followed while studying alchemy, Little Sweetheart, turned out to be Xiao Yin's close friend. Realizing it was impolite to remain seated in the vehicle, Yu Qiang exited, stowing the hovering car away. As she stepped out, Yu Qiang felt numerous gazes from the crowd directed at her. Chapter 48. The Dispute at the School Gate. Little Sweetheart was a major streamer with considerable influence. Xiao Yin's identity at the Imperial Star Military University was also well known. Their presence together was inherently magnetic. Adding to this trio was Yu Qiang herself.
Well,
she had once been a rising star, but now she was more of a controversial figure. During the holidays, Yu Yuan had slandered her on the university's forum for nearly 2 months, and her notoriety had reached new heights. The three of them gathering together could hardly go unnoticed. Isn't it Yu Qiang? Didn't the forum claim she was useless? Why is she even here? After doing such things to her adoptive family, how can she still show her face at school? Could the rumors about her being a deserter from the First Legion be true? If I were her, I would hide away. Isn't she afraid of the First Legion coming after her? Xiao Yin, who had initially been smiling, became infuriated upon hearing these disparaging remarks. Which one of you saw Yu Qiang as a deserter? If she were truly a deserter, why hasn't the First Legion pursued her? If you don't know the truth, then shut your mouths. Xiao Yin shouted angrily at the crowd. However, the crowd did not quiet down in response to her words. Princess, you know Yu Qiang, and even stand up for her? It's no wonder they say she's useless and still dares to come to school.
So,
Yu Qiang only has the audacity to act like a deserter because she's close to the princess? Hearing these comments, Yu Qiang could no longer remain calm. What sort of imbeciles think that the First Legion is lax in their discipline? She addressed the crowd loudly. As soon as she spoke, the crowd fell silent. Xiao Yin and Xian exchanged glances, both casting admiring looks at Yu Qiang. Xian, inspired by the moment, pulled out her light brain and began recording a video. Like her best friend, she too was a fan of Yu Qiang. Her friend had just informed her that Yu Qiang was now her cousin-in-law. Yu Qiang, stop cursing here. If you weren't a deserter from the First Legion, how could you possibly be here? Suddenly, a scrawny voice shouted loudly. With this, questioning voices began to arise once more. Yes, ordinary people have a minimum service period of 3 years and military academy students start at a minimum of 5 years. Haven't you only been there for a year? Your family openly admits you deserted the First Legion before completing a year of service. Are they lying? Xiao Yin was furious and about to retort when Yu Qiang grasped her arm. With a cold smile, Yu Qiang cast a frigid gaze that rendered those present speechless once more. Particularly, the lanky boy was compelled to avert his eyes under the pressure of Yu Qiang's stare. You are correct. The service period for military academy students commences at 5 years. However, there is no stipulation that soldiers cannot choose to retire early, she declared. I served in the First Legion, engaging in countless battles, accumulating military merits exceeding 100 million, and retired with the rank of major. You might want to inquire at the Academic Affairs Office about how Yu Yuan secured her exemption from entrance exams to the Imperial Star Military University. As she spoke, Yu Qiang produced a military insignia. The moment the insignia gleamed, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. To have earned over 100 million in military merit and achieved the rank of major in less than a year was a feat unimaginable for most.
Yet,
With Yu Qiang, there was an inexplicable belief that she could indeed accomplish such a thing. Tian Xian, upon seeing Yu Qiang's insignia, captured a video close-up of it.
wow.
A major's insignia. How enviable. With the insignia revealed, no one dared to question Yu Qiang any longer. Observing this, Tian Xian's eyes suddenly flickered with intrigue. Major Yu, are you implying that the content of those posts on the school forum is slanderous? And that Yu Yuan was indeed exempted from entrance exams to the Imperial Star Military University? Could it be that you utilized your military merits to secure her exemption? My brother was also a member of the First Legion. He once earned a first-class merit on the battlefield, was promoted to major, and received a special military merit reward that granted a family member exemption from entrance exams to the Imperial Star Military University. But I can take the exam myself. I didn't need that quota, Tian Xian explained deliberately. With this statement, the crowd began to murmur once more. Was Yu Yuan truly exempt from exams? Did Yu Qiang fight for that quota on her behalf? This contradicted what Yu Yuan had claimed on the forum. I stand with Yu Qiang. She was the top of our grade's leaderboard. It's not surprising that she could achieve great merits and be promoted to major in just a year. That Yu Yuan is undoubtedly filled with jealousy, a worthless individual who relied on an exemption to enter the university, yet dares to defame a hero on the forum. Some individuals truly lack judgment, believing Yu Qiang is a coward. Yu Qiang glanced at Tian Xian, amused by her cleverness. This question is one I can answer. Xiao Yin interjected. I just came from the Academic Affairs office and happened to see this year's list of students exempted from entrance exams, and there was Yu Yuan's name. After saying this, she cast a furtive glance at Yu Qiang, hinting for approval. Although she hadn't actually checked the exemption list, she was certain Yu Yuan was on it. Yu Qiang nearly chuckled. At that moment, Yu Yuan arrived and someone shouted her name. The crowd parted, allowing Yu Yuan, flanked by several companions, to approach with an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Yu Yuan, a stern expression on Yu Qiang's face unexpectedly broke into a cold smile. You've come? Excellent. Yu Yuan met Yu Qiang's expression and felt a shiver run down her spine, but remembering how Yu Qiang had been no match for her previously at the Yu residence, and having bullied her without consequence, she regained her arrogance. Yu Yuan was prepared to confront Yu Qiang once more, forcing her to admit to being a coward. However, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Then, she noticed Yu Qiang smiling at her again, a smile that sent chills down her spine. Perfect timing. Today, you shall explain to everyone why you chose to slander me on the forum, Yu Qiang stated, using her mental powers to control Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan immediately attempted to retort, but her mouth betrayed her, uttering words she did not wish to say. It's clearly out of jealousy. You're useless. You should have died on the battlefield. Coming back alive just makes you a burden to the family. Yu Qiang chuckled inwardly, feigning a sorrowful expression. So, this is how you truly feel? But, are you not afraid of angering our parents and elder brother? Angry? They would be delighted if I drove you out of the Yu family. Why would they be angry? Yu Yuan continued to vocalize her thoughts. Horrified as she realized she could not even cover her mouth, her hands immobilized. Chapter 49. Coward? Clearly a hero. Meanwhile, her words continued to flow uncontrollably. Do you genuinely believe that when I bullied you at home and slandered you, they were oblivious to the truth?
Impossible.
They merely pretended not to see, hoping to witness me expel you. After all, you've already served in the military for elder brother and helped me secure the exemption to the Imperial Star Military University. Keeping you around is of no use. The onlookers began to murmur and point at Yu Yuan. Yet, she was too preoccupied to notice, her gaze fixed on Yu Qiang. Filled with terror. What was happening? She had lost control over her own body. Who was this person across from her? She was not Yu Qiang, she was a ghost. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. She attempted to escape, but her feet refused to obey, leaving her frozen in place. Yu Qiang continued to play the victim. Is that truly the case? Of course it is. Yu Yuan cried out sharply. You think they genuinely care for you? Let me tell you the truth. In your senior year, they recognized me. The reason they didn't inform you was that they wanted you to join the combat division at the Imperial Star Military University and serve in the military for elder brother in the future. You've truly made them proud, not only serving in the military for elder brother, but also helping me earn the exemption to the Imperial Star Military University. Yu Qiang feigned devastation. Suddenly, she noticed figures from law enforcement approaching. Realizing they must have been dispatched by the authorities, She released her mental hold on Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, we have received reports alleging that you spread rumors about an officer from the First Legion fleeing from battle. Now, please accompany us for questioning. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't spread any rumors. Yu Yuan exclaimed, only to discover that she had regained her ability to speak. Officers, Yu Qiang is the one with issues. She just controlled me and made me say those ridiculous things. You must arrest her and interrogate her thoroughly. You will surely uncover her wrongdoing. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qiang displayed a pained expression. So, what you just said was also an attempt to slander me. As soon as these words left her lips, those who had previously doubted Yu Qiang instantly changed their opinions. Yu Yuan was exceedingly cunning. She had repeatedly attempted to frame Yu Qiang before, and this time, she must have foreseen her own capture, orchestrating the charade. Xiao Yin and Tian Xian, who had been surprised moments ago, could not help but exhale with relief. Although they were initially pleased to see Yu Yuan expose her own flaws, they had harbored doubts and fears. Now, it appeared they had overthought the situation. This Yu Yuan was merely a performer, perhaps even a bit mentally unstable. The law enforcement officials had no intention of heeding Yu Yuan's claims. They promptly took her into custody. As Yu Yuan was led away, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse. Meanwhile, news of the incident at the school gate quickly spread to the forum of the Imperial Star Military University. Several posts emerged, with the most popular one coming from Little Sweetheart. Complete with pictures and unedited videos, the post was titled Coward? Clearly a hero. It rapidly garnered a multitude of responses, ascending to the top of the forum's trending topics. Yu Qiang was indeed wronged. I knew that our grade's top achiever could never be a coward. Where are those who believed Yu Yuan's crazy claims and slandered Yu Qiang? Hurry up and apologize. Yu Yuan has been captured. What about those who defamed Yu Qiang? Slandering a glorious and honorable officer is a grave offense to those on the front line. We strongly demand accountability from the law enforcement. Yu Qiang, I knew you were not a coward. You truly embody the spirit of our Imperial Star Military University. Achieving the rank of major and earning over 100 million in military merits in less than a year. Impressive. Exemptions to the Imperial Star Military University are not easily obtained. Interested students should research the requirements for earning first-class honors on the battlefield. Yu Qiang is not only not a coward but has made outstanding contributions to the First Legion. As for that Yu Yuan and the Yu family behind her, their behavior is utterly despicable. Yu Qiang has done so much for them, yet they treat her in such a manner. When Yu Qiang presented her badge, I was moved to tears. A hero should not be subjected to slander. I hope the relevant authorities will impose severe penalties on Yu Yuan. Furthermore, has Yu Qiang truly become incapable in terms of her mental and physical prowess? My heart aches for her. We must hold Yu Yuan and the Yu family accountable and restore justice for our hero. I must apologize. I once harbored doubts about Yu Qiang. Tian Xian accompanied Yu Qiang and Xiao Yin to the registration office while browsing forum updates. She was delighted by the array of replies flooding in. Initially, Xiao Yin warned her a couple of times, but soon she joined in the excitement, and soon both of them were grinning from ear to ear. Yu Qiang felt a bit helpless. She no longer expected anything from them and decided to inquire about directions herself, heading to the Department of Pharmacy to register. The registration process was straightforward, just a photo and a record. Since Yu Qiang did not reside on campus, once she finished registering, she could return home. Thus, after completing the registration, she prepared to leave. Xiao Yin and Tian Xian finally snapped back to reality. Why are you going home so early? Let's go shopping. Xiao Yin pulled Yu Qiang back. Yes, cousin. Let us go shopping, and I'll treat you to lunch later. Tian Xian chimed in, putting away her light brain. However, Yu Qiang was uninterested. Maybe next time. I have some matters to attend to at home. With online shopping being so convenient, she wasn't particularly keen on shopping. Tian Xian's face fell in disappointment, but Xiao Yin remained persistent. How about we come over to your house? Cousin, I miss your hot pot. We can help you prepare. And we can have hot pot for lunch, okay? Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tian Xian, unaware of what hot pot was, still wanted to tag along for the food. Hot pot sounds delicious from the name. Cousin, I've never visited your house before. I want to go too. Yu Qiang glanced at the two adorable girls before her, finding it hard to refuse. All right then, she conceded. After a busy week, today being the start of the semester felt like a perfect excuse to give herself a break. Yu Qiang summoned her hover car, and the three of them climbed in. Upon entering the vehicle, Tian Xian was immediately struck by its lavish interior. Cousin, this car is impressive. It must be quite expensive, right? It looks ordinary from the outside, but the interior is so luxurious. Before Yu Qiang could respond, Xiao Yin interjected, "It was a gift from my uncle, so of course it's fantastic. It's even more comfortable than my car. Mine is just for show. Next time I change cars, I'm considering this model." As she spoke, Xiao Yin admired the car's interior decorations. Tian Xin, hearing this, looked at the car with even greater enthusiasm. "I also think this car is very comfortable. Its understated luxury, hidden elegance, the discerning taste of the Qin family head is indeed exceptional." Realizing that the car was a gift from the Qin family head, Tian Xin inferred that her cousin had already gained the approval of her in-laws. The Qin family head and the Grand Princess are not easy to deal with. Cousin is truly impressive. Yu Qiang glanced at the two girls in the rearview mirror, sensing no need to continue the conversation. Before long, the hover car arrived at the romantic Spring City and then at Yu Qiang's home. Chapter 50. There are few classes. As soon as Yu Qiang stepped out of the car, a figure leaped into her arms. Yu Qiang firmly caught the rice ball, her face breaking into a smile. On the way back, she had worried that the rice ball had returned to the Qin residence, but her concerns were unfounded. Xiao Yin, who got out after her, was taken aback by the scene. She had never imagined her war cousin was like this in private. Tian Xin, captivated by the rice ball, exclaimed, "Wow, cousin, is this your pet?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was startled into silence by a fierce glare from the rice ball. It was not a cat but a white tiger. "This tiger looks ferocious. Why would cousin raise such a wild beast?"
Tian Xin ponder. Wait.
Isn't the Marshal's spirit beast a white tiger? Realizing something, Tian Xin stiffened and turned to Xiao Yin. "Ino, could that white tiger be Marshal Qin's spirit beast?" "Yes," Xiao Yin replied. "Not just a spirit beast, but also the consciousness of her war cousin resides within it." Tian Xin was astounded but quickly understood. Since her cousin had married Marshal Qin, it was only natural for the spirit beast to accompany her. Who would have thought that the seemingly cold Marshal Qin had such a tender side? She would tell her brother about this, but he probably wouldn't believe it. "Let us go inside and talk," Yu Qiang said, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. Holding the rice ball, she turned back to Xiao Yin and Tian Xin. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and followed Yu Qiang into the living room. Upon entering, perhaps due to the presence of outsiders, the rice ball hopped out of Yu Qiang's arms and sauntered away. Yu Qiang didn't think much of it, and asked the two what they wanted for lunch. Xiao Yin immediately expressed her desire for hot pot, and Tian Xin raised her hand in agreement. Thus, the three of them headed to the kitchen to prepare. Tian Xin was in awe of Yu Qiang's culinary skills, continuously praising her from the side. The compliments from the adorable girls were indeed intoxicating. Yu Qiang checked her refrigerator and discovered that several items had been frozen for over 2 weeks. She decided to clean them out. So she enlisted the help of the two girls and the household robot to transform most of the contents into clean vegetables. Everything is suitable for hot pot. Naturally, the cleaned vegetables were later distributed to the various households. After dinner, Xiao Yin and Tian Xin left, each carrying a large box of hot pot base and ready-to-cook vegetables. At 6 o'clock, after Xiao Yin and Tian Xin departed, the villa fell into tranquility. Yu Qiang opened the back end of her online store, dispatched the orders generated that day, and then ascended to the second floor. In her bedroom, the rice ball was sleeping on her bed. Upon seeing her enter, it glanced her way before turning its gaze away. Yu Qiang chuckled and walked over to scoop up the rice ball. "Oh, dear. My little rice ball has gotten heavier again. At this rate, I might struggle to carry you." The tiger stiffened momentarily, a wave of concern washing over it. It had indeed been growing rapidly, and its intellect was maturing alongside its physical growth. Perhaps soon, it would recover the mindset of a 26-year-old. However, that was not what it anticipated. It was certain that its current self adored its partner and was very attached to her. But would its 26-year-old self feel the same? Moreover, that version of itself would bear far more responsibilities. Would it still be able to cling to her so freely then? Contemplating these thoughts, the rice ball could no longer bear to be upset with Yu Qiang. It nuzzled its head against her, inviting her to pet it. Yu Qiang was not one to decline and immediately reached out to enjoy the moment. "All right, the rice ball is no longer upset. Iner and Xin don't often come to the house. Xin, you probably don't know yet, but she is the little sweetheart I follow on Starnet. She introduced me to the world of alchemy. We must be grateful, right?" Yu Qiang seemed to be talking to the rice ball while also speaking to herself. After a moment of murmuring, her light brain suddenly chimed with a message alert. It turned out the class monitor had posted the schedule in the class group. Yu Qiang opened the schedule and was somewhat astonished. Are there really so few classes in the Department of Pharmacy? Only 3 classes a week? Just as she was pondering this, her light brain received a friend request notification. Upon checking, she found it was from the class monitor, Tao Yenshu. Yu Qiang quickly accepted the request. As soon as she did, she noticed the other party was typing a message. A moment later, Tao Yenshu sent a message. Classmate Yu Qiang, since you are a new transfer student, I wanted to inform you about the situation in our Department of Pharmacy. Although our courses are few, there are numerous assessments. In a month, we will have our first monthly exam, which will include both theoretical and practical components. If a student fails 3 consecutive monthly assessments, the college will impose a demotion. For instance, if a sophomore has 3 consecutive failures, they will be relegated back to the freshman year. Yu Qiang, I have known of you before and have seen the discussions about you on the forum. You are a hero. Therefore, I hope you seize the time to diligently study the foundational theories of potion making and invest ample time in alchemy, striving to remain with us and progress towards graduation together. The foundational theories of potion making are not extensive. I will compile them and send them to you shortly. With a little over half a day's effort, you can master them. The challenging part is alchemy itself. One must practice extensively to accumulate experience, thereby enhancing both the success rate of potion making and the level of their potion spirit. I am uncertain about the state of your potion spirit, but you were previously part of the individual combat department and demonstrated great diligence during your time at school. Thus, I surmise that your potion spirit level may not be particularly high. However, do not lose heart. The fact that you have awakened your potion spirit signifies that you are destined to become an apothecary. Keep striving, and you will surely succeed on this new path. Upon reading this, Yu Qiang felt a surge of emotion. She typed a response. All right, thank you, class monitor. By the way, could you inform me about the scope of the practical assessment for the first monthly test? After sending the message, Yu Qiang received the materials from the class monitor. Upon reviewing the content, she found it somewhat reminiscent of the alchemical notes her grandmother had given her, albeit less detailed. Additionally, there were introductions to various potion materials. Having spent nearly 2 months practicing basic potions, she was quite familiar with the foundational materials. The scope has not yet been finalized, but following past conventions, it will likely involve the crafting of D-grade potions. Before the midterm assessment, the focus will be on D-grade potions. After the midterm, C-grade potions may come into play. In the next semester, the emphasis will shift to C-grade and B-grade potions. By the 3rd year, B-grade potions will be the primary focus. Do not be misled by the seemingly fewer courses in our potion department. This is because students must devote significant time to alchemy. Among all departments, ours is the only one that holds monthly assessments, ensuring continuous progress for everyone. Chapter 51 evoked sympathy for her. Graduates from the potion department of the Imperial Star Military University all commence as intermediate apothecaries, making them highly sought after by various military factions. After reading this information, Yu Qiang gained clarity. Failing assessments leads to demotion. Those lacking in capability may not even advance to their senior year. In such circumstances, how could anyone who graduates from this institution not be exceptional? All right, class monitor, I will strive to excel. Yu Qiang sent the message, feeling an increased anticipation for her upcoming university life. Tao Yenshu offered a few more words of encouragement before refraining from further messaging. Given the reduced number of classes and her surplus of time, she decided to purchase some potion materials. Yu Qiang muttered to herself. Afterward, she found her usual shop for potion materials and ordered enough to make 200 doses of the B-grade antidote for shadow insects. The First Legion was still in need of this antidote, and crafting it would yield her a considerable profit. When placing the order, Yu Qiang scheduled the delivery for noon. She had no choice. As a student now, she had classes the next morning. If she could not return in time, it would affect the receipt of her package. After finalizing her order, Yu Qiang remembered something and logged onto the forum of the Imperial Star Military University. As expected, there were numerous posts about her. The most popular was a thread by Tian Xian, titled Deserter, clearly a hero. The second most popular post claimed Yu Qiang's transfer to the potion department. Once a genius, now a failure. Yu Qiang clicked on the second thread. The original poster should just remain silent if they lack the ability to articulate. What do they mean by failure? Transferring to the potion department does not equate to failure. The contributions of a skilled apothecary far surpass those of you charging into battle. What the original poster implies is that Yu Qiang's transfer indicates the validity of the rumors circulating on the forum about her mental and physical capabilities being rendered ineffective. Remarkable, even if her mental capacity and physique have faltered, she still possesses potion spirit power. In the midst of misfortune, it is fortunate that Yu Qiang has awakened her potion spirit power. I hope she can rally and achieve remarkable accomplishments in alchemy. The scoundrel Yu Yuan and the Yu family. If Yu Qiang had not taken on the burden of serving in the military for that waste of a relative, given her talent, she might not have encountered such a predicament. Although entering the potion department is not necessarily a bad thing, I still feel a sense of loss for Yu Qiang. After all, she was incredibly strong as an individual combatant, but now in the potion department, her potential may not be fully realized. Wishing the hero great success in the potion department. Seeing the overwhelmingly supportive comments, Yu Qiang could not help but smile. After browsing for a while longer, she finally closed her light brain and prepared for bed. Tuesday arrived. Today marked Yu Qiang's official first day of classes since the start of the semester, and she woke up early. After getting ready, she drove to the school. Upon entering the classroom, Yu Qiang immediately attracted several curious glances. Aware of the attention she was receiving, likely due to the forum discussions, she chose not to acknowledge it. Shortly after, someone approached her. Yu Qiang, hello. I am Tao Yenshu. Yu Qiang looked up to meet the gaze of a gentle and handsome face. She promptly stood up. Hello, class monitor. She extended her hand, shaking his. The moment their hands connected, Yu Qiang sensed a powerful gaze upon her. Startled, she turned her head towards the window. Momentarily stunned. Rice ball? Just outside the window, perched on a nearby tree, was a small white tiger glaring fiercely at Tao Yenshu with its bright eyes. Not only did Yu Qiang notice the white tiger, but Tao Yenshu, following her gaze, also spotted it. The slender boy nearly trembled in fright. As he prepared to call out, Yu Qiang swiftly intervened. That is my partner's spiritual entity. It must have come with me. Do not worry, it will not harm you. The rice ball's agitation was likely due to jealousy. The little creature was far too concerned about her. Tao Yenshu finally felt relieved. Spiritual entities possess a certain level of intelligence and typically do not pose a threat. At the Imperial Star Military University, many students and faculty members possess A-grade mental capacities. So there are no restrictions on spiritual entities entering and exiting the campus. Partner? Are you married? Tao Yenshu asked, surprised. Although the Empire encourages marriage and most people marry young, students at military universities tend to marry later, prioritizing their studies. Yes, Yu Qiang replied calmly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tao Yenshu's face. Ahem. I came over to inform you that the scope for the practical assessment of the first monthly test has been released. The potion to be evaluated is one of the D-grade potions, specifically from the combat, utility, or restorative categories. Personally, I recommend focusing on the utility potion, as it is the easiest to grasp among the three. Thank you, class monitor. Yu Qiang expressed her gratitude. Tao Yenshu nodded, suppressing his concern, and turned to leave. As he departed, Yu Qiang felt the rice ball's gaze soften. With a resigned sigh, she intended to speak with the rice ball, but the class bell rang. Reluctantly, Yu Qiang returned to her seat. Soon after, the teacher arrived. He was an elegant-looking middle-aged man who introduced himself as Old Zhou. After a brief greeting, Old Zhou commenced the lesson for the day. The content was straightforward, focusing on crafting a D-grade restorative potion. Yu Qiang listened attentively but noticed her classmates appeared somewhat distracted. After a while, Old Zhou prepared all the potion materials and entered the alchemy phase. As expected, he successfully produced a potion. That will be all for today, class. Upon returning home, within a week, everyone was to submit a video demonstrating their successful concoction of the potion I had just prepared as this week's homework assignment. With a smile, the teacher exited the classroom, casting a lingering glance in the direction of Yu Qiang. Yu Qiang felt somewhat bewildered, realizing that several sympathetic gazes were directed towards her, one of which belonged to Tao Yenshu. He wished to offer her some comfort, but as his gaze fell upon the towering tree outside the window, he quelled the impulse. Subsequently, he activated his holographic device and sent a message to Yu Qiang. Feeling her device vibrate, Yu Qiang checked it and saw the message from Tao Yenshu. The potion department's curriculum is structured this way. 3 instructors teach, with classes held on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, each day featuring 1 lesson. The homework entails successfully concocting a potion taught by the instructors within the week. He continued. Yesterday was the first day of school, and since you missed Teacher Zhang's class, this week's workload is relatively light. He added, moreover. The potion teacher Zhou just explained isn't particularly difficult. If you practice at home, you should be able to succeed. And if, by chance, you cannot, do not fret. The homework merely contributes to your overall grade assessment. Failing to complete it will not result in a demotion. Yu Qiang read the message, finding herself both amused and exasperated. So, they truly were expressing sympathy towards her just now? Chapter 52. As the grade level increases, the number of courses diminishes. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Qiang replied, "All right, I understand. Thank you, class monitor." She followed up with, "By the way, how should we submit the video assignment?" Tao Yenshu, upon receiving her message, promptly sent 3 links. These are the submission portals for the 3 instructors. Once you complete the assignment, simply upload your video there. He added, also, after concocting the potion, you must use a basic potion testing device to ensure its quality. Remember to include this step in your video. Yu Qiang noted that the 3 links were labeled with the names of teachers Jiang, Zhou, and Wang, giving her a clearer understanding of the situation. After expressing her gratitude to Tao Yenshu once more, she put away her holographic device. Tao Yenshu cast one last glance at Yu Qiang before leaving the classroom. Once everyone had departed, she finally made her exit. Beneath the great tree, Rice Ball was indeed still waiting for her at the trunk. As she approached, his beautiful tiger-like eyes seemed to shimmer with light. The words of reproach she had prepared faltered on her lips. In the face of Rice Ball's pleading gaze, she opened her arms. His expression instantly shifted from pleading to exuberant as he leaped from the trunk into her embrace. Weighing over 40 pounds, the white tiger's descent was quite forceful, and Yu Qiang staggered back half a step before regaining her balance. Thankfully, her physique had returned to A grade, otherwise, she might not have managed to catch him. Rice Ball sensed the movement of his companion and felt a moment of embarrassment. His weight anxiety resurfaced. "It's all right, Rice Ball. I can still hold you." Yu Qiang's words of reassurance eased his mind. However, she then added, "We're getting in the car now." With that, she retrieved the hovering vehicle from her spatial button. Rice Ball, feeling somewhat embarrassed, jumped from her arms back onto the ground and waited by the car. Suppressing a laugh, Yu Qiang hurriedly approached and unlocked the car door using facial recognition. The duo, 1 person and 1 tiger, departed. On the journey home, as Yu Qiang drove, she frequently glanced at Rice Ball in the rearview mirror. Each time she stole a look, the rotund tiger caught her gaze and returned it with a mournful expression. After a few attempts, she dared not look again, fearing she might burst into laughter. Before long, they arrived home. With today's classes concluded, she had ample time to manage her own affairs. After checking the status of her online store, Yu Qiang proceeded to the alchemy room. Having missed a day of potion making due to the school opening yesterday, and having spent nearly an hour in class this morning, she felt the pressure of her responsibilities. Several customers had left messages inquiring about her continued production of the shadow bug toxin Antidote, expressing concern over her absence. Rather than respond to the messages, she immediately set to work brewing a few bottles of potions to list in her store, demonstrating her commitment to continue her craft. During her brief respite, while her potion spirit's energy recovered, Yu Qiang scheduled a pickup with the delivery robot for her materials and prepared the ingredients for her potions in advance. This flurry of activities swiftly consumed the time until it was nearly 11 o'clock. Entering the kitchen, Yu Qiang opened the refrigerator door. Thanks to her efforts to clear it out yesterday, there was not much inside. However, for just the 2 of them, herself and Rice Ball, the remaining ingredients, along with those from the backyard aquaculture pond, would suffice for 2 or 3 days. Realizing this, Yu Qiang decided to utilize the existing ingredients before making a trip to the supermarket. Thus, she meticulously planned their meals and directed the kitchen robot to begin preparation. During her break, her holographic device buzzed with a video call from the Grand Princess. Yu Qiang answered the call, and the screen displayed the Grand Princess selecting ingredients from the kitchen, clearly preparing for a hot pot meal. "Mom," Yu Qiang greeted. "Yes." The Grand Princess replied with a smile. "Are you cooking too? What delicious dish are you preparing?" Yu Qiang glanced at the ingredients being handled by the household robot. "Just some simple home-cooked dishes. Are you having hot pot by yourself?" "No, your father is home today as well. We're just taking a small portion of hot pot base and cooking a little bit of vegetables. It should be just enough for us. The ingredients you sent yesterday will allow me to be quite lazy for a while. Oh, by the way, I heard from Ian that you sent quite a bit to her, the Tian family girl, and even the queen, nearly emptying the refrigerator. You haven't gone grocery shopping yet, have you?" Yu Qiang was somewhat surprised, and then replied affirmatively. "Well, in that case, I had the steward buy some groceries and live seafood for you. They should arrive in about half an hour." Now that you've started school, your studies are demanding. So don't worry about these things, the Grand Princess advised. Yu Qiang wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by the Grand Princess. By the way, how was your first day back at school? It was fine, we have relatively few courses, only 3 classes a week, Yu Qiang responded. Caught off guard by the Grand Princess's rhythm. The Grand Princess chuckled, silly child, 3 classes are quite a lot. By the 3rd year, you'll have only 2 classes a week in the first semester, and just 1 in the second. As for the 4th year, there's 1 in the first semester. And in the second semester, only 1 class every 2 weeks. Moreover, for the 4th year, you can also choose to take online classes. Yu Qiang was taken aback. Then thought of the increasing difficulty of higher-level potions, realizing that the school's arrangement was indeed quite reasonable. The higher the grade, the fewer the courses. She found this teaching method rather appealing.
Got it, Mom.
I will do my best, Yu Qiang affirmed, and the Grand Princess nodded with satisfaction. You should be studying D-grade potions now, right? How are you handling the potion materials? I can manage the potion materials myself, Yu Qiang quickly interjected. Alright, Mom. The robot has finished prepping the ingredients, so I need to start cooking. The Grand Princess appeared disappointed. Very well then. If you have any questions, do reach out to me in a timely manner. Okay, bye, Mom. After ending the video call, Yu Qiang smiled before diving back into her tasks. After lunch, she received a delivery of fresh vegetables, meats, and live seafood from the steward of the Qin residence, which once again filled her previously empty refrigerator. Yu Qiang felt a mix of gratitude and resignation. After seeing off the steward, she also received the materials for the shadow bug toxin antidote that she had ordered the previous night. After signing for the package, Yu Qiang immersed herself once more in the alchemy room. For the upcoming week, she intended to exert herself further, striving to elevate her potion spirit's power level once again. That night, Yu Qiang remained busy until 10 p.m. before finally retiring to her room. After completing her nighttime routine, she climbed into bed and, as per her usual practice, activated her holographic device to check on her online store and class group. In the online shop, the B-grade shadowless worm toxin antidote she concocted today has already been snatched up, with numerous messages left by customers urging her to stock more potions. In the class group, the class monitor, Tao Yanshu, announced the formula for the potion that teacher Zhou had prepared during class today, along with corresponding video materials. He subsequently issued a group notice, providing 3 links for homework submission, reminding everyone to submit their assignments via the links. The students remained silent, with only a few notification messages popping up in the group chat. 1001. Tao Yanshu has submitted homework to teacher Zhou. 1010. Zhao Rui has submitted homework to teacher Zhou. Chapter 53. The students are actively submitting their assignments. Yu Qiang counted and found that, over the course of the day, 17 students had submitted their homework. How many people were there in the class? Yu Qiang mused aloud, suddenly recalling something. She checked the group members and counted. There were only 20 students in her class. Remarkably, only 3 students had not submitted their assignments. Excluding herself, only 2 remained. Glancing again at the submission notifications, Yu Qiang opened the potion formula shared by Tao Yanshu. She then went to the online shop to purchase the necessary materials. With so many students having already submitted their assignments, she felt compelled to do the same. After placing her order, Yu Qiang, as before, selected the delivery time for noon. She then lay down to sleep. On Wednesday, Yu Qiang left for school on time, with Rice Ball following closely behind. Reluctantly, she decided to take Rice Ball with her to school. After all, their classes only lasted a few minutes. She could leave Rice Ball waiting outside the classroom. Otherwise, if Rice Ball stealthily followed her to school, it would pose a risk given that the Imperial Star Military University was situated several kilometers away. Thus, Yu Qiang opened the door to the back seat, glancing at Rice Ball. Initially, Rice Ball had turned away, unwilling to heed his partner's request to wait at home. However, noticing her gesture, he immediately turned back and hopped into the car. Yu Qiang couldn't help but smile helplessly as she made her way to the driver's seat. The car soon arrived at school, and they proceeded to the classroom. Upon exiting the vehicle, Rice Ball didn't wait for Yu Qiang's instructions. He jumped out and climbed a tree. Yu Qiang found herself both amused and exasperated. After stowing the hover car away, she walked towards the tree. Rice Ball, if you're bored, you can wander around the school. There's no need to hide in the tree. My class will only last a few minutes. So, just be sure to return in time. Rice Ball turned his head away. He was well aware of the Imperial Star Military University. There was nothing intriguing to explore. Despite his current form as a spiritual entity differing in size from when he was in his corporeal state, at heart, he remained the same tiger. Did he not care about being recognized? Yu Qiang, observing Rice Ball's reaction, smiled in resignation. Very well, do as you wish with your time. I'm off to class now. With that, she turned and entered the classroom. Inside, several classmates witnessed Yu Qiang's earlier actions and spotted Rice Ball. Tao Yanshu enthusiastically informed the class about the identity of the white tiger. Upon learning that Yu Qiang was married and that her husband's spiritual entity was so attached to her, many felt a twinge of envy. Yu Qiang's partner was truly exceptional, dedicating his spiritual form to serve as a pet for his wife. That little tiger looked plump and cuddly, clearly a delight to touch. Yet, how could her partner's spiritual entity take the form of a little tiger? Was her partner still immature? That couldn't he be. One must reach the legal marriage age to wed. Perhaps her partner had been injured, they thought, and this elicited some sympathy for Yu Qiang. Entering the classroom, Yu Qiang found herself met with sympathetic gazes from her classmates. Bewildered, she randomly chose an empty seat. Shortly thereafter, the teacher arrived. Today's instructor, Ms. Wang, was a voluptuous and alluring beauty. Yu Qiang couldn't shake the feeling that the class seemed more attentive than the previous day.
Ms.
Wang swiftly concocted a potion and subsequently assigned homework similar to what Teacher Zhou had given the previous day. Each student was tasked with brewing a bottle of the potion she prepared in class within a week. After class, the students who had arrived later stood up to leave. Yu Qiang noted that the sympathetic looks directed at her had intensified compared to yesterday, especially Tao Yanshu, who, before leaving, encouraged her with a "you can do it." Yu Qiang felt perplexed and wanted to clarify the situation, yet she was unsure of what to explain. Forget it. Suppressing her emotions, Yu Qiang stood up to fetch Rice Ball. The duo made their way home. Upon returning home, Yu Qiang headed straight to the potion-making room. By noon, the materials for the D-grade potion she ordered had arrived. After having lunch, she completed the homework assigned by Teacher Zhou. Then she activated her holographic computer, preparing to upload her video. To her surprise, she found that everyone else had completed the homework assigned by Teacher Zhou yesterday, with only her remaining. Moreover, 7 or 8 students had also finished the assignment given by Ms. Wang today. Now she understood why everyone had looked at her with such sympathy. They must have thought her failure to submit was due to an inability to complete the task. Realizing this, Yu Qiang clicked on the link for submitting homework from Teacher Zhou and uploaded her potion-making video. As the video finished uploading, a notification popped up in the group chat. 12:40, Yu Qiang has submitted her homework to Teacher Zhou. Seeing the notification, a smile crept upon Yu Qiang's lips. Just then, someone in the group suddenly messaged. Classmate Yu Qiang, you finally completed Teacher Zhou's assignment. Congratulations. Keep it up, I knew you could do it. Classmate Yu Qiang, keep going. You can handle the homework assigned by Ms. Wang as well. Classmate Yu Qiang, we all support you. Yu Qiang. After a moment, out of courtesy, she replied with a simple thank you. She then immediately turned her attention to the new potion formula shared by Tao Yanshu, comparing it to the materials she needed to purchase. Once she completed the homework assigned by Ms. Wang, perhaps everyone would no longer view her as a novice. After placing her order, Yu Qiang immersed herself back into potion making. Meanwhile, in the faculty dormitory of the Imperial Star Military University, Teacher Zhou received notifications that the students had submitted their assignments. He began reviewing their work. Each student's video assignment spanned 10 to 15 minutes. And Teacher Zhou typically fast-forwarded to the potion-making segment for a quick review before focusing on the data reported by the basic potion testing apparatus. Having taught the class for a year, he was somewhat familiar with the students' abilities, and thus his examination was rather lax. After reviewing 3 assignments, he suddenly noticed the name Yu Qiang. This transfer student, specifically placed in their class by the dean, had been a point of contention among the 3 teachers. After all, student performance directly influenced their performance evaluations. However, the dean had assured them that Yu Qiang's capabilities were on par with some of the students already present in the class. He also mentioned that Yu Qiang was introduced by a princess, and the potion department had to show her some respect. Reluctantly, they had acquiesced to this arrangement. When school commenced, Yu Qiang quickly gained notoriety. Even someone like him, who seldom frequented forums, was urged to check a post about her. It was then that he discovered the transfer student was a war hero. After understanding the situation, he was nearly certain they had been duped by the dean. A genius from a special operations department with superior potion-making skills? That seemed highly improbable. Chapter 54. Who regretted it? However, despite realizing they had been misled, he felt no anger. Yu Qiang was a hero deserving of everyone's respect. Even if her alchemical skills were lacking, he was still willing to grant her an opportunity. In truth, old Zhou had never anticipated that Yu Qiang would submit her assignment. He had even planned to encourage her during class next Tuesday, hoping she wouldn't succumb to despair. Yet, to his astonishment, she actually turned in her work, although she was the last in the class to do so. The fact that it was only a little over a day since the assignment was given was commendable. With this thought in mind, old Zhou opened the video submitted by Yu Qiang. Soon enough, he was left utterly speechless. In the video, Yu Qiang displayed an impressively adept technique in handling the alchemical materials. This was not all. Her demeanor while concocting the potion was remarkably serene, and her speed was astonishing. From the moment she began, she completed the potion in under 3 minutes. Finally, placing the potion on the basic potion testing device, he was astounded to find it was of perfect quality. After watching the video, old Zhou was in disbelief, immediately rewinding to view it a second time. He remained equally astonished. A genius, indeed, old Zhou exclaimed. The dean had not deceived them. Yu Qiang's abilities were not only on par with her classmates, but perhaps even superior. There was no need for the word possibly. Having watched Yu Qiang's alchemical demonstration, he was certain her skills surpassed the vast majority of her peers. With this realization, old Zhou couldn't help but feel the urge to share this news with teachers Wang and Jiang. However, just as he was about to initiate a group chat, he hesitated. Never mind, Teacher Wang had already concluded her class, and should Yu Qiang submit further assignments, Teacher Wang would certainly be informed. As for Teacher Jiang, she would also be teaching next week. After this contemplation, old Zhou contentedly stored away his light brain. Another genius had emerged in the class, and he was on track to earn a reward. In the romantic Spring City community, less than an hour later, the new D-grade alchemical materials Yu Qiang had ordered arrived. Upon receiving them, she immediately set to work on her assignment. After completing it, she accessed her light brain and re-entered the class group. To her surprise, she found that many classmates had expressed their concern for her over the past hour. Additionally, several others had submitted their assignments to Teacher Wang. Yu Qiang counted and discovered that she had once again become the last to submit. But so be it. At least this time, she managed to turn in her work within a day. Surely this would dispel any doubts about her capabilities. With that thought, Yu Qiang uploaded her assignment. As the video finished uploading, a new notification popped up in the group. 1350, Yu Qiang has submitted her assignment to Teacher Wang. Upon seeing the notification, Yu Qiang smiled. Soon after, fresh messages appeared in the group. Teacher Wang has completed her assignment. Well done, Yu Qiang. You're amazing. Yu Qiang. Yu Qiang, although you've successfully completed the assignments for Teacher Zhou and Teacher Wang, remember to practice other D-grade potions diligently in preparation for the upcoming monthly exam. As Yu Qiang read the messages, her smile gradually faded. This was not what she had anticipated. She wished to clarify that she had no issues concocting D-grade potions. However, her classmates did not question her. They were merely showing concern. To offer an explanation would seem overly contrived. Ultimately, she decided against it and simply replied with a thank you. Whatever others thought of her was of little consequence. After all, she had intended to maintain a low profile, and this situation merely felt excessively understated. With that in mind, Yu Qiang stored her light brain away, pushing the matter from her thoughts. The final class of the week had concluded, and the next 4 days belonged entirely to her. She was determined to elevate her alchemical prowess once more. Yu Qiang immersed herself in the concoction of the B-grade shadowless insect venom antidote. At 3:30, she finished a round of potion making. During her break, her light brain suddenly rang with an incoming video call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's consideration, she declined the call. Yet, less than 2 seconds later, another unfamiliar number attempted to reach her via video. She rejected that call as well. Soon after, yet another video request came through. A suspicion formed in her mind, prompting her to access her light brain and adjust her settings. She prohibited unknown individuals not in her contacts from initiating video or voice communications. Once the adjustments were made, her light brain finally fell silent. Upon arriving on the Imperial Star, she had deleted all the contact IDs of her family from her light brain and added them to her blacklist. This was to prevent them from relentlessly pursuing her after she sold the house. The house sale had transpired nearly 2 months ago, and if her family was reaching out now, it was undoubtedly regarding Yu Yuan. Her assumption proved correct, as shortly thereafter, she received a text from an unknown number. Chong, it's Mom. Yuan's rumors and slanders against you are wrong. She has realized her mistake. Please help us contact the First Legion. And let us not pursue the matter further. We've missed you ever since you left NP001. What your dad said before was just in the heat of the moment. Please remove us from your blacklist so we can have a proper conversation. After reading the message, Yu Qiang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This Lulan had become so accustomed to deceiving the previous owner that she couldn't change her ways. After the previous owner's discharge from the military, her account had held over 100 million star coins in military merit and severance pay. It was Lulan who approached the previous owner, claiming the family business was struggling and needed funds, thus tricking her out of her money. Furthermore, at that time, the previous owner had been framed, and the entire Yu family had condemned her. Unable to endure the mistreatment, the previous owner had declared her intention to sever ties with the Yu family. The first to agree was Yu Hui, followed by Lulan. When the previous owner demanded her money back, it was Lulan who suggested that she first repay 20 years of support to the Yu family. It was at that moment that the previous owner became utterly disillusioned with the Liu family. Knowing that no money would be forthcoming, she ultimately issued severance letters to each member of the Yu family, completely cutting ties. She still remembered Lulan's haughty demeanor, warning the previous owner not to regret her decision. Now, she felt a desire to ask on behalf of the previous owner who was truly regretting their choices. However, she deemed it unnecessary. At such a time, the more she reasoned with them, the more they would be provoked. Ignoring them would likely cause them to settle down and cease their attempts to manipulate her. Additionally, her father-in-law had previously advised her not to engage with the Yu family. Now that the royal family sought to take action against them, she was more than pleased. While she hadn't personally avenged the previous owner, the royal family's decision to make an example of the Yu family was indeed due to her influence. In a way, she felt she had repaid the previous owner. As Yu Qiang was about to block the text messages as well, another message came through. Qiang, I beg you, please take me off your blacklist. I've managed to retrieve the money you lent to the Yu family. Also, regarding the apartment in the imperial capital that you sold, we won't pursue that matter either. We know you've returned to school and transferred to the alchemical department. Even if your mental strength and physical level are difficult to restore, pursuing a career as an alchemist will still allow you to succeed. If you return to the Yu family, we can provide the funds necessary for your continued training, helping you to become a master alchemist sooner. Moreover, we have not given up on assisting you in acquiring the S-grade shadowless insect venom antidote. There have been misunderstandings in the past. Dear daughter, we genuinely acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us. Yu Qiang couldn't help but smile at Lulan's increasingly adept ability to spin tales. Shaking her head with a smile, she blocked the unknown messages as well. When the Yu family realized they could no longer send messages, they would likely erupt in anger. The thought of their ineffectual fury brought a smile to Yu Qiang's face as she continued with her work. On NP001, the situation within the Yu family unfolded exactly as Yu Qiang had anticipated. Lulan and Yu Hui furiously denounced Yu Qiang as an unfilial wretch, cursing her as an ungrateful wolf. Yu Hui's father, Yu Dong, furiously swept the teacup from the table onto the ground, interrupting the curses of his wife and son. Both Lulan and Yu Hui fell silent, taken aback by the dark scowl on Yu Dong's face. Master, that wretched girl is impervious to reason. What shall we do next? Lulan cautiously stepped forward, worry etched on her features as she glanced at Yu Dong. Yu Hui also took a couple of steps forward. Dad, that wretched Yu Qiang is holding a grudge against our family. She has now blocked video calls, voice messages, and texts, clearly indicating her desire to sever ties with us, and intends to make things exceedingly difficult for Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan is all alone on the Imperial Star, isolated and defenseless. If we do not think of a way to help her, she will be finished. Indeed. My lord, please devise a way to save Yuan Yuan. Lulan chimed in once more. Frustration flickered across Yu Dong's face. Silence. If it weren't for your indulgence, she would not have landed in such a predicament. Yu Qiang has already left the Yu family. There is no one to obstruct your view, so why continue to meddle? And now you have provoked the First Legion. The First Legion is the royal family's direct line. No one dares to offend them.
Now.
Yu Qiang has attributed the blame of slandering the First Legion's military discipline and defaming retired heroes onto Yuan, and the First Legion is formally investigating. How am I to rescue her? Lulan wiped away her tears in desperation. But our Yu family is on NP001 star. You know that NP001 star. Far from the central star systems, we have the power to do many things. Yet Yu Yuan is on the Imperial Star, the capital where countless wealthy and influential individuals reside. Yu Dong felt a throbbing pain in his head from anger. The capital is indeed a place of hidden talents. But Dad, I refuse to believe you have no connections there, Yu Hui interjected. Yu Dong cast a glance at his son but did not respond.
Liu Lan.
Realizing her son was right, quickly continued to plead with Yu Dong. My lord, after wandering for over a decade, we finally managed to bring Yuan back. You cannot just abandon her. Yes, Dad. Yuan is your own flesh and blood, Yu Hui added. Yu Dong looked at the mother and son, and after a moment, he finally sighed. There is someone in the First Legion who is willing to help, but they require me to speak with them in person. Our prominent families in the NP star system have made it clear that family heads cannot recklessly venture to the Imperial Star. I fear this matter may be a trap. The NP star system is distant from the central star systems, and the major families have long desired to unite and break away from the Empire, seeking independence. In recent years, the Zerg have rampaged through several border systems, and with constant military conflicts, the Empire has no time to attend to these non-central systems, leading to increasingly fervent calls for independence. The royal family is not ignorant of this. They are simply too preoccupied to address it, turning a blind eye. NP001 star, being one of the core planets of the NP star system, poses certain risks if I go to the Imperial Star. Who is this person?
Yu acquired.
Yu Dong hesitated for a moment before speaking. The head of the Qin family, Qin Song. It's a connection made by your Uncle Wang, he added. Wang Kong, an old friend, had previously assisted in arranging for Yu Qiang to serve in the First Legion in Yu Hui's stead. Since that endeavor had gone well, he had developed a degree of trust in Wang Kong, especially as Wang Kong had mentioned that it was Qin Song who wished to meet him. Qin Song? The Qin Duke? The father of Marshal Qin Zhan? Yu Hui exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The Qin family is one of the most esteemed families in the capital. The head, Qin Song, is not only favored by the emperor but also married to the Grand Princess, making him the father of the First Legion's Marshal. A figure of such stature seeking to meet his father could hardly be a trap. This was clearly a stroke of fortune for the Yu family. Yu Dong glanced at his son and responded with a non-committal grunt. If the head of the Qin family wishes to meet you, what is there to hesitate about? Seeing that Yu Dong remained unmoved, Yu Hui urged, Dad, you have not spent much time in the Imperial Star and may not understand the significance of the Qin family head there. He represents, to a considerable extent, the Emperor's interests. His desire to meet you likely stems from a wish to gain your support to stabilize the NP star system situation. Our Yu family is not a staunch faction for secession. Establishing a connection with the Qin family head ensures that we do not offend either side, regardless of whether the NP star system can achieve independence. Furthermore, as a graduate of the Imperial Star Military Academy, I aspire to develop my career there. The Qin family head could assist in that regard. Hearing this, Yu Dong shot a glare at Yu Hui.
Yu fell silent.
But only for a fleeting moment before he continued, what is the point of being a local tyrant on NP001 star? The Imperial Star is the true paradise on Earth. Moreover, the Empire's military is powerful. For now, they may overlook us remote stars, but once they have the capacity, they can easily crush the separatists. If that time comes, should we be implicated, it would be too late for regrets. Finally, Yu Dong's expression softened. After a moment, he closed his eyes and nodded. Yu Hui's face lit up with joy. Dad, I will accompany you, he declared excitedly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yu Dong's eyes.
Dad,
Yu Hui called out. Yu Dong finally nodded once more. An hour later, at the Qin residence on the Imperial Star, the head of the Qin family finally received good news. In a pleasant mood, he retrieved his daughter-in-law's contact information and initiated a video call. Last time, his daughter-in-law had proactively added him as a friend, so he no longer needed to go through his wife to contact her. In the romantic Spring City community, Yu Qiang was busy concocting potions. Feeling the vibrations from her light brain, she quickly finished combining the final ingredients and completed the potion. Afterward, without bothering to transfer the potion into a vial, she checked her light brain. Upon seeing it was her father-in-law's video call, she hurriedly answered. Dad, Yu Qiang greeted. The head of the Qin family noted the background behind his daughter-in-law and surmised that she had just been brewing potions. He acknowledged. Xiao Yu, I'm calling to inform you that the Yu family trio will be arriving at the Imperial Star tomorrow. Yu Qiang was taken aback. They contacted me 2 hours ago. Following your advice, I ignored them. It seems they realized they could not find a solution through me and decided to come to the Imperial Star. Chapter 56, Zheng Guan. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qin family noticed Yu Qiang's expression remained unchanged, indicating she had completely moved on from the Yu family, which eased his mind. The evidence of Yu Yuan's crimes had already been solidified, and she had confessed. To mitigate her punishment, she had also revealed some criminal activities of the Yu family. Relevant evidence had been largely collected. Once the Yu family set foot on the Imperial Star, they would be immediately apprehended. Subsequently, part of the First Legion's forces would be stationed in NP001 star to thoroughly eliminate the Yu family's influence there and stabilize the situation on NP001 star. Should any other planets in the NP star system exhibit unusual activity, immediate suppression would follow. Yu Qiang felt a tremor of shock as she listened to her father-in-law's orderly arrangements. Was this the efficiency of the authorities? Truly formidable. The head of the Qin family turned to Yu Qiang. Initially, the Yu family deceived you out of your military merits and compensation. During the reckoning, I can arrange for someone to help you recover the funds. Yu Qiang's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Lulan demands that I repay the Yu family's upbringing expenses. I calculated that it would not exceed 5 million star coins. At that time, I lent the Yu family a total of 5 billion star coins. So if you could help me recover 1 billion, that would suffice. The head of the Qin family was somewhat taken aback. The Yu family, after all, was a prominent family. Raising a child to the age of 20 had cost them less than 5 million star coins. No wonder his daughter-in-law felt such disappointment toward them. It seemed the Yu family had never truly regarded Yu Qiang as one of their own. All right, the head of the Qin family agreed.
Thank you, Dad.
Yu Qiang expressed her gratitude with a smile. You are too polite, my child, the head of the Qin family replied affectionately. This child had never felt the love of family from a Yu family. They must make amends in the future. After a few more concerned words about Yu Qiang, the head of the Qin family concluded the video call. As the video call concluded, Yu Qiang felt a gentle warmth in her heart as she glanced at the rice ball lounging on the sofa not far away, a tender smile gracing her lips. She swiftly resumed her busy activities. Time flew by, and by Saturday, Yu Qiang's medicinal prowess had undergone another elevation. Following this upgrade, her capacity to concoct grade B shadow worm venom antidotes in a single day surged from a mere 60-odd bottles to nearly 150. On the same day, the head of the Qin family initiated another video call. Suspecting that there were developments regarding the Yu family, Yu Qiang cheerfully accepted the call.
Father. Yes.
Little Yu, all members of the Yu family who were apprehended have confessed. Furthermore, this morning, the First Legion has stationed itself on NP001 star. Just now, the person in charge over there contacted me, stating that they have initiated investigations into the Yu family's illicit assets. The portion of the funds borrowed from you can be transferred now. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Qiang's eyes. Observing her reaction, the head of the Qin family smiled with delight. However, we found it impossible to reach you. Yu Qiang was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she had blocked video calls, voice messages, and texts from unknown numbers. She promptly explained the situation to her father-in-law and swiftly reverted her settings. With the Yu family now apprehended, the impending fate awaiting them was imprisonment. Any attempts to harass her would be futile. I will contact Xiaojing shortly to have him reach out to you again, the head of the Qin family said with a smile directed at his daughter-in-law. He commended her for not engaging with the Yu family, noting how she had blocked all communications from strangers. Truly commendable. No need. Please provide me with Director Zheng's contact information, and I will reach out to him directly. Yu Qiang replied hastily. As a mere retired major, she felt it was inappropriate to burden the logistics director with repeated communications. Director Zheng had even personally traveled to NP001 star. It seemed the First Legion was indeed undergoing significant restructuring. Very well. The head of the Qin family responded with a smile, reminding Yu Qiang to maintain a balance between work and rest before ending the call. After the video call, Yu Qiang sat for a moment before dialing the logistics director of the First Legion, Zheng Quan. The call was quickly answered. A man in military uniform appeared on the screen, his figure aligning perfectly with the memories she held. Greetings, Director Zheng. Yu Qiang stood tall and greeted him. Zheng Quan paused momentarily, then unexpectedly saluted her. Madam Marshal, he said solemnly. He then lowered his hand, his demeanor relaxing. There is no need for such formality. It is my honor to serve you. The Marshal was truly fortunate to have found such a handsome wife, especially one who had once been a part of the First Legion. They had all been concerned that the Marshal would remain single indefinitely, but to their surprise, he was not the last among them to find companionship. Director Zheng. Madam Marshal, please just call me a Quan. Yu Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Noticing her reaction, Zheng Quan smiled and added, "The Marshal addresses me in the same manner." An embarrassed smile crept onto Yu Qiang's face. But she ultimately decided to follow Qin Zhan's lead in addressing him. "Ahem, Quan. Thank you for your assistance regarding the Yu family's matters. You are too kind. Please send me your account information, and I will transfer the funds through the public account." Yu Qiang promptly sent her account details. "Alright, I will arrange that. It should arrive within 10 minutes. After expressing her gratitude once more and accepting Zheng Quan's friend request, she ended the call. Shortly after the call concluded, she received a notification of 1 billion star coins being deposited. Joy surged within her at the sight of the substantial sum, and she promptly informed Zheng Quan of the successful transaction. With this, Yu Qiang considered her ties to the Yu family severed once and for all. Having received the funds, she resolved to make further contributions to the First Legion. Thus, instead of resting, she diligently continued to produce large quantities of grade B shadow worm venom antidotes. The number of soldiers from the First Legion visiting Yu Qiang's online store grew steadily. On Sunday morning, within the First Legion's main base, Fan Jixue, an employee in the logistics office, arrived early to put in extra hours. Upon activating his holographic computer, he discovered that a personal online store selling grade B shadow worm venom antidotes had restocked its supplies, and the sales appeared to have doubled. This shop, named Perfect Potions, owned by the uniquely characterized pharmacist known as Qiang, had entered his radar the previous afternoon. The proprietor had aptly named the store after the quality of his products, selling only perfect-grade potions. Given the daily influx of grade B shadow worm venom antidotes, he had once harbored doubts regarding the quality of the potions. To verify, he had monitored the inventory and placed an order for several bottles. To his astonishment, he received entirely perfect-grade potions the previous evening, a delightful surprise for him. The esteemed Qiang, being able to brew such a substantial quantity of perfect-grade grade B shadow worm venom antidotes daily, was undoubtedly more than just a novice alchemist. Any intermediate alchemist would fulfill the recruitment criteria for their First Legion. The recent battle in the R-star system had severely depleted the First Legion's strength. Within the headquarters, numerous officers and soldiers awaited the antidotes. Chapter 57. Fan Jixue. The director had previously stated that alchemists were the most crucial supply reserve for the Legion. Consequently, orders were issued to recruit intermediate or higher-level alchemists over the next 2 months, assigning each a task quota. The quota did not specify the number of recruits, but rather the volume of shadow worm venom antidotes they were required to submit. Each bottle of grade B shadow worm venom antidote was worth 1 point, grade A 10 points, grade S 100 points, and double S grade a staggering 10,000 points. His target for the month was set at 2,000 points, which would escalate to 4,000 points the following month. As it was already the 7th, he had exerted considerable effort to secure a single intermediate alchemist, achieving a mere 50 points, a drop in the bucket compared to the 2,000 point goal. If this esteemed Qiang were indeed a high-level alchemist, signing him could alleviate his worries regarding this month's target. This was precisely why he had rushed to the office early on a Sunday morning. After all, only the office's holographic computer could facilitate the contract signing. With these thoughts in mind, Fan Jixue hurriedly sent a message to Qiang. "Greetings, Qiang. I am Fan Jixue from the logistics office of the First Legion. I recently purchased 3 bottles of grade B shadow worm venom antidote from your store. The quality of the potions is exceptional. I would like to invite you to sign a contract with our First Legion as a special alchemist. Although the title of special alchemist does not confer military rank, the benefits, aside from those related to military positions, are equivalent to those enjoyed by the alchemists of the First Legion. The specific benefits are as follows. Intermediate alchemists can apply for materials valued up to 100 million star coins at a 30% discount through the logistics office. Within the following 30 days, they must submit corresponding value potions for repayment. For high-level alchemists, the limit is set at 1 billion. If the limit is insufficient, you may request an increase through me, and I can assist you in applying to the logistics office. As long as you can ensure a stable supply, I can guarantee the approval of your request." After sending this, Fan Jixue reviewed the content and added another message. "By the way, Qiang, currently, we are only accepting shadow worm venom antidotes from special alchemists, with a buyback price of 12 times the market rate. I noticed you have consistently stocked grade B shadow worm venom antidotes in your store without listing any other potions. If you are indeed producing this antidote, collaborating with us would be highly advantageous." Meanwhile, Yu Qiang was still enjoying breakfast with a rice ball, having elevated her medicinal prowess once more yesterday and received 1 1 billion star coins, she decided to take a break after a week of hard work. Thus, this morning's breakfast was more lavish than usual. After breakfast, Yu Qiang did not hasten to the alchemy room to dispatch orders. Instead, she meandered through the garden, taking her time to stroll and linger in the gazebo. By the time she returned to the alchemy room to prepare shipments for her online store, it was already 9:30. Meanwhile, Fan Jishue, waiting in vain for a response from His Excellency Qiang Qiang, transitioned from a hopeful state of excitement to one of growing disappointment and despondency. Had he not noticed the lack of new stock in the online store, which likely indicated that His Excellency had yet to log in, he might have succumbed to despair. At 9:30, Yu Qiang finally accessed her holographic computer and entered the back end of her online store. After scheduling a pickup for the delivery robot, she swiftly packaged the parcels. Only then did she find the leisure to check the messages from buyers. After glancing through a few, Fan Jishue's message finally caught her attention. Upon reading its content, Yu Qiang's first reaction was one of delight. Initially, Xiao Yin had mentioned the favorable treatment afforded to the enlisted alchemists in the First Legion. And not only Xiao Yin, after hearing about it, she too had eagerly aspired to join the First Legion as an alchemist. However, the First Legion typically only accepted graduates from military academies, and neither she nor Xiao Yin had graduated, thus disqualifying them from entry. Yet now, the benefits offered to the special alchemist for purchasing alchemical materials were, astonishingly, on par with those of the alchemists in the First Legion. She would, of course, be delighted to collaborate with the First Legion. Suddenly, the smile on Yu Qiang's face faltered. Previously, Xiao Yin had informed her that the First Legion assigned quotas based on the types of potions an alchemist could concoct. For instance, an alchemist capable of brewing B-grade antidotes received a monthly material limit of 10 million star coins. However, what Fan Jishue mentioned was a quota based on the alchemist's rank. The other party had not even mentioned the quota for junior alchemists, jumping straight to that of intermediate alchemists. Was the First Legion's special contract solely aimed at intermediate and advanced alchemists? Suppressing her doubts, Yu Qiang decided to inquire directly. Hello, Mr. Fan. I am quite interested in your special contract. However, do you only sign with intermediate and advanced alchemists? As soon as Yu Qiang sent the message, Fan Jishue, who was monitoring the chat window, immediately saw it. Sitting up straight, he nearly beamed with joy upon reading Yu Qiang's message. He quickly replied, Yes, Your Excellency Qiang Qiang. We are in dire need of exceptional alchemists like you to collaborate with us. The First Legion is the most powerful among the 4 legions, and we offer alchemists better treatment than the other legions. After reading the message, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Qiang's face. Subsequently, she typed a regretful response. Thank you for your invitation. Although I am very interested in becoming a special alchemist, I am currently just a junior alchemist. Fan Jishue was taken aback upon seeing Yu Qiang's reply. His first reaction was disbelief. How could His Excellency be merely a junior alchemist? He initially thought she was lying, using this as an excuse to decline his offer. However, upon reviewing their chat history, he felt she had no need to do so. If she wished to refuse, she could simply ignore him without sending a message, yet she expressed interest in the special contract. Could it be that His Excellency was indeed just a junior alchemist? But how could a junior alchemist produce so many B-grade shadow insect poison antidotes in a day? Besides, all those B-grade antidotes were of perfect quality. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he messaged Yu Qiang again. Your Excellency Qiang Qiang. May I ask if the B-grade shadow insect poison antidotes in your shop are all brewed by you? Yu Qiang, upon reading this, replied simply, Yes. Fan Jishue was momentarily stunned by her response. He then opened the product page for the B-grade shadow insect poison antidotes in her shop. Staring at the sales records, he hesitated for a moment. After a while, he finally made up his mind. How about this? I will request our director's approval to see if we can extend a special contract to you. I personally have great confidence in you. Even if you are currently only a junior alchemist, I believe you will soon advance to intermediate. Chapter 58, Signing the Special Contract. An alchemist with such remarkable talent, even if merely a junior, was someone he wished to sign. If this His Excellency Qiang Qiang was not lying, her future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. Upon reading the message, Yu Qiang's smile blossomed once more. Thank you, Mr. Fan. I will await your good news. Fan Jishue replied with a simple acknowledgement and promptly called his director. Director Lu Bo, who had recently been troubled by the shortage of shadow insect poison antidotes, was working overtime in the office. Upon receiving the video call from his subordinate, he immediately answered. Fan Jishue relayed Yu Qiang's situation to Lu Bo and proposed that Lu Bo grant special permission for him to extend a contract to her. A junior alchemist could hardly produce so many B-grade shadow insect poison antidotes in a single day. Jishua, I understand you all are under pressure lately, but we must approach the matter of special contracts with caution. If we sign someone who does not meet the requirements and they request a large quantity of alchemical materials, we may end up unable to recover the equivalent value of the potions. Although the legal department can pursue litigation, recovering the funds will still take time. The legal department is already busy, and we should avoid adding to their burden. The reason for the current stipulation to only sign intermediate and advanced alchemists is to mitigate risks. Fan Jishua, however, remained undeterred. But I have purchased B-grade shadow insect poison antidotes from His Excellency Chang's shop, and the received products were flawless. I have also checked your shop's reviews. They're all positive. Lu Bo was about to mention that good reviews could be fabricated, but Fan Jishua did not give him the chance to speak.
Boss.
I want to sign her.
Lobo buzzed.
Fan Jishua was not only his subordinate, but also his junior from school, with whom he had a close relationship. During their school days, he graduated before Fan Jishua and invited him to join the First Legion to assist him after he became the office director. Thanks to this brother's support. Reflecting on these memories, Lu Bo felt somewhat swayed. Alright, how about this? Modify the contract terms to approve only 1 million star coins worth of materials per order, allowing her to request more only after she repays the material costs. This way, we can minimize our risks. Although Fan Jishua was inclined to negotiate for a higher quota for His Excellency, he ultimately refrained from doing so. The director's concerns were not without merit, if His Excellency Chang was solely brewing B-grade shadow insect poison antidotes. Then 1 million star coins, considering the potion's price was set at 70 of the market value, would suffice for her to request a significant quantity of materials in a single order. There was no rush to increase the quota for now. After collaborating for a while and assessing His Excellency's capabilities, he could always approach the director again to advocate for her. Lu Bo, not receiving a response from Fan Jishua, understood he was in agreement. He continued, please amend the contract and send it to me once revised. Understood. Thank you, Director. Fan Jishua expressed his gratitude hastily. No need for formalities between us. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the video call. Once the call was disconnected, Fan Jishua immediately retrieved the contract template and made the necessary modifications. He then sent it to Lu Bo for review. Upon receiving the document, Lu Bo examined the contract and, confirming there were no issues, replied with a simple okay. Finally, Fan Jishua felt elated and went to find Yu Qiang. After chatting with Fan Jishua, Yu Qiang did not turn off her holographic computer. After sending out the package, she went to the living room to watch videos while waiting for news. When she saw Fan Jishua had sent her a message, she promptly closed the video page and returned to the chat interface of her online store. Your Excellency, I have already submitted a request to our director, and we can offer you a special contract, albeit with certain additional restrictions. After reading this, Yu Qiang felt a sense of understanding. What restrictions? She inquired in response. Specifically, your limit is set at 1 million star coins per transaction, but there is no monthly limit. This means that after you apply for potion materials worth 1 million star coins, as long as you can provide the corresponding antidote for the shadowless worm toxin, you can proceed to the next round of applications without restrictions on the number of requests. Upon reading this, Yu Qiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A limit of 1 million for a single transaction? How is that a restriction? The limitations are only temporary. Once you advance to an intermediate potion master, I can offer you a new special contract. As if worried that Yu Qiang might be displeased, the other party sent another message. How could Yu Qiang be angry? She was more than satisfied. The so-called restrictions had little impact on her current circumstances. After all, the potion materials corresponding to the B-grade shadowless worm toxin antidote were priced around 500 star coins. At a 30 discount, it would only cost approximately 550 star coins. She could currently produce no more than 150 B-grade shadowless worm toxin antidotes each day. Even at that maximum, the total would amount to only 500. The 1 million limit was more than sufficient. I have no objections. Can we sign the contract now? Thus, Yu Qiang messaged back. Fan Jishua's expression brightened. Of course. After sending the message, he promptly forwarded the prepared contract to Yu Qiang. Upon receiving it, Yu Qiang reviewed the document, filled in her details, and signed the contract. She then returned the signed document to Fan Jishua. Upon seeing the name Yu Qiang on the contract, and noticing the accompanying electronic photograph of a youthful girl, Fan Jishua was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed one is actually a female? He was utterly astonished. Moreover, she appeared remarkably young, only 20 years old. Could she be a student from a military academy? Fan Jishue first submitted the contract into the system through Lubo before requesting Yu Qiang's light brain ID to add her as a friend. Once the friend request was accepted, Fan Jishue was finally able to chat with Yu Qiang using the built-in communication software of his light brain. I apologize, Your Excellency. I initially thought you were a male. Upon reading the message, Yu Qiang smiled. It's all right. To avoid complications, I intentionally used a homophone. Most purchasers of antidotes are soldiers from the Legion, predominantly male. Female potion masters attract too much attention in their eyes. I barely have time to brew potions, let alone read their messages. Assuming a male potion master identity can reduce the number of comments in my shop by at least half. Don't ask me how I know this. It's something I heard from my team members during my time in the First Legion. Fan Jishue chuckled, continuing to type. He replied, understood. By the way, may I ask if you are still a student? Are you attending a military university? Yes, Yu Qiang responded vaguely. Noticing her reticence to disclose personal information, Fan Jishue refrained from probing further. In that case, if you remain a military student upon graduation, if you join our First Legion, we can reserve your potion credits during the special contract period for you. When you enlist, those potion credits can be proportionally converted into military achievements. Chapter 59. Truly, the First Legion. This way, it is as if you enjoy the same treatment as the potion masters in the First Legion right now. However, the military achievement benefits will only be calculated after you enlist. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yu Qiang's eyes. This special contract is quite advantageous. All right. I will strive to graduate early and join the First Legion, she replied. Fan Jishue smiled upon seeing her response. He was pleased to attract talent to the First Legion. At that moment, Fan Jishue received a notification from Lubo that the contract had been filed and archived. Once again, he smiled and sent a link to Yu Qiang. Your Excellency, this is the system link for special potion masters to apply for potion materials and submit potions. Once you enter, please download the client. Then log in using your light brain ID. The initial password will be the same as your light brain ID, which you can modify later. After entering the system, you will be able to apply for the potion materials you need. Once your request is completed, if you are in the Imperial capital, the First Legion's warehouse will prepare your goods, typically delivering them within an hour. Furthermore, the submission location for potions can be found in the personal center of the system. Once you click Submit, the dedicated pickup robot of the First Legion will arrive to collect the items within an hour. After the warehouse receives the potions and verifies them, the information will be immediately synchronized into the system, updating your new potion material application limit. You can monitor the status of your submitted potions in the personal center of the system. Upon seeing the link, Yu Qiang clicked on it and installed a client called First Legion Special onto her light brain. She was not concerned about encountering fraudulent clients. The mainframe system of this era is exceptionally robust, and unauthorized clients cannot be downloaded. After successfully installing the client, Yu Qiang reviewed the information Fan Jishue had sent her and replied with an acknowledgement. Yu Qiang then logged into the system, using her light brain ID. Once inside, she was immediately captivated by the extensive array of potion materials available. The materials were categorized by grade and type, ranging from F grade to 3S grade, all of which were present. Moreover, the prices listed were indeed approximately 30 below market value. Truly impressive, the First Legion is the Empire's largest supplier of potion materials. Yu Qiang marveled aloud. After reviewing the status of the potion materials, she clicked into the personal center. In the personal center, Yu Qiang saw that her current potion material application limit was 1 million star coins. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she smiled brightly. What's stopping me? Let us spend this 1 million. With that, Yu Qiang returned to the potion materials page and added the corresponding materials for the B-grade shadowless worm toxin antidote to her shopping cart. After calculating the quantity of potion materials she could purchase, she adjusted the amounts for several types of materials to 219. Once she finished, she saw that the total amount for the potion materials reached 996,450. Knowing that the remaining balance would not suffice to purchase another full set of potion materials, Yu Qiang clicked to check out. The system displayed a prompt. This order consumes a limit of 996,450 star coins. After deduction, your remaining balance will be 3,550. Do you confirm the checkout? Yu Qiang clicked to confirm. Dear Yu Qiang, the system has received your order and arranged for the Imperial Capital Warehouse to prepare and deliver your goods. Your order will arrive within an hour. Please keep an eye out for it. Upon seeing that the delivery time was indeed 1 hour, Yu Qiang internally praised the First Legion once more. Returning to the personal center, Yu Qiang saw that her potion material application limit had indeed changed to 550 star coins.
Additionally,
A reminder appeared indicating the amount owed for the potion, which was 996, 450 star coins, along with a countdown of 29 days and 23 hours. This reminder was quite clear and straightforward. As she scrolled down, Yu Qiang noticed the potion submission option, just below the application limit. Curiosity piqued, she clicked on it. The page refreshed, and Yu Qiang discovered that her submittable potions were limited to various grades of the shadowless worm toxin antidote. She clicked on the B-grade shadowless worm toxin antidote, revealing 4 additional options: lower grade, intermediate, excellent, and perfect grades. Yu Qiang clicked on the perfect grade. The page underwent a local refresh, revealing the buyback price for the perfect grade B-level shadow worm venom antidote, set at an astonishing 480,000 star coins per vial. In contrast, the market price for a single vial of this antidote hovered around 40,000 star coins, indicating that the First Legion was indeed repurchasing at a staggering 12 times the market value. Approaching the section for inputting the quantity of antidotes, Yu Qiang tentatively entered the number 10, prompting an immediate notification in a floating window. Submitting 10 vials of perfect-grade B-level shadow worm venom antidote will restore your limit for claiming 480,000 star coins worth of potion materials. Following warehouse confirmation of the goods, your potion material claim limit will increase to 483,550. Observing this, Yu Qiang added a 0 after the 10, and the notification in the floating window promptly changed. Submitting 100 vials of perfect-grade B-level shadow worm venom antidote will restore your claim limit to 4,800,000 star coins worth of potion materials. Following warehouse confirmation of the goods, your potion material claim limit will increase to 4,803,550. Was this a failure in the system's information update? Or could it be that my limit actually exceeds 1 million star coins? Yu Qiang pondered. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she could directly inquire with Fan Jixue. Thus, Yu Qiang returned to the chat interface and messaged Fan Jixue. Mr. Fan, if I submit 100 vials of B-level shadow worm venom antidote in one go, will my single claim limit exceed 1 million star coins? Fan Jixue was still online. He had already seen Yu Qiang's login in the system and noted her order nearing 1 million star coins worth of potion materials. Upon reading her question, he quickly typed a response. Absolutely. In the case of your early submission of antidotes, the increase in limit will be considered a temporary increase and is not subject to the cap. Do you have 100 vials of B-level antidotes to submit? After asking this, Fan Jixue couldn't suppress his excitement. 100 vials of B-level antidotes equated to a score of 100, which would significantly impact his monthly performance. Yu Qiang read the message, a smile creeping onto her lips. Not at the moment, she replied succinctly. Even if she had them, she was not prepared to submit such a significant quantity right away. Although she believed Fan Jixue was truthful, she felt that collaboration required a process. Once she had received the potion materials and engaged in a few exchanges with him, she would consider proactively providing antidotes. Additionally, since the First Legion only offered potion materials without cash, she could not relinquish all her antidotes to them. After all, despite being an apothecary requiring a vast amount of potion materials, she had other needs as well. Money was the true hard currency, and she also needed to retain some antidotes as backup. Chapter 60. Those with power walk the back door. Fan Jixue, upon reading the message, felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure. No worries, you can submit the antidote after you refine it. By the way, I must remind you that after utilizing the allotted limit provided by the system, you need to submit corresponding value in antidotes within 30 days to repay the limit. If overdue, you will owe double the outstanding amount. Should you delay for 2 months, the amount will quadruple, and this pattern continues thereafter. Yu Qiang had previously heard about this regulation from Xiao Yin, and she had also seen related clauses in the contract earlier. Thus, she was not surprised by Fan Jixue's reminder. Understood, I will repay the limit promptly, she replied. Fan Jixue felt relieved and encouraged Yu Qiang to contact him directly if she had any questions before concluding their chat. Yu Qiang stowed away her light brain and proceeded to the kitchen to assign tasks to the kitchen robot. Today was a fortuitous occasion. She planned to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Just as she finished organizing her tasks, a package from the First Legion arrived. The delivery robot, distinct from those of regular courier companies, bore the emblem of the First Legion and spoke with an authoritative tone. Yu Qiang completed the package pickup process by facial recognition and entering the collection code. With this, she confirmed her status as a designated apothecary for the First Legion. After retrieving the package, Yu Qiang brought it to the apothecary room to inventory, categorize, and store the potion materials. Once she verified the quantity was correct, she returned to the kitchen. She had promised herself a day of rest, and she was resolute in her decision. The next day, Monday, Yu Qiang woke up early, tidied herself up, and brought a rice ball to attend classes at the Imperial Star Military University. Their class had 3 different teachers from Monday to Wednesday. She had already met Mr. Zhou and Mr. Wang, leaving only their homeroom teacher, Ms. Jiang. As the class bell rang, Yu Qiang encountered her final teacher.
Ms.
Jiang turned out to be a stern, elderly lady, and the students were wholly attentive during her lessons. Observing this, Yu Qiang also focused intently. Ms. Jiang's class, like those of the other teachers, concluded swiftly. After the lesson, Yu Qiang assumed Ms. Jiang would announce the homework like the other 2 teachers and dismiss the class. However, while she did announce the assignment, she called Yu Qiang to her office. As the classmates exited, they cast sympathetic glances toward Yu Qiang. A few students even mouthed the words good luck to her. Noticing this, Yu Qiang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Nevertheless, she followed Ms. Jiang. The rice ball, upon seeing Yu Qiang leave the classroom, did not come to her but instead headed in another direction. Without a thought for hiding, it darted after Yu Qiang. When Ms. Jiang turned to look back, she was taken aback upon seeing the rice ball. Yu Qiang swiftly explained, Ms. Jiang, this is my partner's spiritual entity. It poses no threat. He is your partner? Ms. Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, it is my partner's spiritual entity, Yu Qiang explained, slightly confused, thinking Ms. Jiang had misspoken. Upon hearing this, Ms. Jiang finally shifted her gaze away from the rice ball. Then, with a complex expression, she glanced at Yu Qiang.
Come with me.
After uttering this, she turned and continued on her way. Yu Qiang exhaled in relief and gestured for the rice ball to follow. Soon, the trio arrived at Ms. Jiang's office. It was a single-person office, equipped only with Ms. Jiang's desk and other supplies. Once inside, Ms. Jiang instructed Yu Qiang to close the door. Feeling a surge of nervousness, Yu Qiang was met with Ms. Jiang's words. I called you here because both Mr. Zhou and Mr. Wang reported to me that your homework submission last week was outstanding. You refined perfect grade antidotes on 2 occasions. The implication that they had reported to her seemed misleading. It was evident she had proactively inquired with them about Yu Qiang's situation. Yu Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Was that the reason? Clearing her throat, Ms. Jiang continued. Initially, I had reservations about the dean assigning you to our class, as I believed that since you were transferring majors, you should start learning from the first year. But it appears that you possess some foundational skills in potion refinement. Handing her a document, she added, here is the corresponding potion material for the antidote I taught in class today. Come over and give it a try. Yu Qiang was somewhat astonished. Immediately, she speculated that Ms. Jiang might have doubts about her previous video assignment's authenticity. Thus, she accepted the challenge. She hadn't cheated. She possessed genuine skills after all. Consequently, Yu Qiang utilized the potion materials and tools provided by Ms. Jiang to refine the potion on site. The outcome was naturally effortless, resulting in a perfect grade antidote. Upon witnessing the results on the basic potion testing device, Ms. Jiang's eyes lit up. Subsequently, she retrieved another set of potion materials. This is a C-grade restorative potion. Try this as well, she instructed Yu Qiang. With a puzzled glance at Ms. Jiang, Yu Qiang responded with an "Oh" and proceeded to refine the potion again. After a brief period of operation, she once again produced a perfect grade antidote. Teacher Jiang's eyes sparkled once again upon seeing the results from the basic potion testing device. Once more, she exclaimed, promptly retrieving another batch of potion materials. This time, Yu Qiang hesitated slightly, as the materials chosen by Teacher Jiang were, astonishingly, of B grade. She had merely intended to modestly showcase her abilities to avoid being underestimated, without any desire to draw undue attention. Noticing Yu Qiang's expression, Teacher Jiang remarked, in my presence, there is no need to conceal your true capabilities. I must ascertain your genuine proficiency to devise a suitable learning plan for you. If you truly are a prodigy, I shall spare no effort in helping you ascend to the ranks of intermediate or even advanced potion masters, just like your grandmother. Yu Qiang was taken aback. You know my grandmother? Teacher Jiang nodded with a smile. Her gaze swept past the rice ball and she continued, although the physique is not quite right. This spirit form resembles no one but that rascal from Yun's family. Previously, when Yun'er sought my assistance with alchemy, she mentioned that her son's consciousness had entered the spirit form. The glimmer in this little tiger's eyes is strikingly reminiscent of that boy in his youth.
How could I not recognize him?
Upon hearing Teacher Jiang refer to her grandmother as Yuna, Yu Qiang felt an even greater shock. As she pondered the relationship between Teacher Jiang and her grandmother, Teacher Jiang spoke again. No need to speculate. I was once your grandmother's instructor. Furthermore, she ought to address me as aunt. It's no wonder that Xiao Yu insisted on placing the student in her class. It turns out she is the daughter-in-law of Yuner. How could Yuner not mention this connection? Although I harbor a disdain for nepotism, I welcome those with genuine talent in potion making. Chapter 61. Will you be my disciple?
Yu Qiang was again astonished.
So, I must call you aunt. The mention of familial ties eased her somewhat. Teacher Jiang beamed. That is indeed how you should address me. However, I still prefer you to call me Teacher Jiang. With that, her expression turned serious once more. Yu Qiang promptly nodded in agreement, feeling that calling her Teacher Jiang was indeed preferable. When her grandmother urged her to switch majors, she had mentioned her reluctance to publicly disclose her marital relationship with Qin Zhan. Moreover, she wished to maintain a low profile. Teacher Jiang was evidently pleased with Yu Qiang's response and returned to the previous topic. This is a batch of B-grade combat potion materials. Give it a try. She encouraged Yu Qiang. Finally, Yu Qiang did not refuse again. After a brief acknowledgement, she began processing the potion materials. Having practiced B-grade potion making for a while now, she had only concocted 2 types, the B-grade scorpion venom antidote and the B-grade shadow worm venom antidote. However, despite not having made other B-grade potions, she was well versed in the formulas for potions ranging from F to C grade, and B-grade potion recipes, aside from antidotes, were quite similar to those of F to C grade. Therefore, upon seeing the materials, Yu Qiang had a general understanding of how to handle the potion ingredients and the brewing process. Before long, Yu Qiang completed the preparation of the potion materials and proceeded to concoct the potion. As expected, it was of perfect quality. Teacher Jiang's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the testing results. Have you brewed B-grade potions before? She inquired, only to realize the redundancy of her question. The demeanor and speed with which Yu Qiang had brewed the potion clearly indicated her confidence with the B-grade combat potion. How could she possibly have not made a B-grade potion before? Yes, Yu Qiang nodded in affirmation. Which B-grade potion are you currently proficient in or experimenting with? Teacher Jiang directly asked, wishing to bypass any further probing. After a moment of internal deliberation, Yu Qiang spoke the truth. I have recently been working on the B-grade shadow worm venom antidote. With a 100 success rate in potion making, I aim to produce more B-grade potions daily to enhance my medicinal spirit power level. Once my medicinal spirit power increases again, it will be nearly sufficient to support my crafting of A-grade potions. However, there is limited knowledge regarding A-grade potions available on the Star Network. As the cradle of intermediate and advanced potion masters, I need to acquire relevant knowledge from the Imperial Star University to expedite my progression to an intermediate potion master. In this regard, Teacher Jiang can indeed assist me. Upon hearing Yu Qiang's words, Teacher Jiang could no longer conceal her excitement. What is your success rate? She eagerly inquired. Well, it's acceptable, Yu Qiang cautiously replied, refraining from disclosing her 100 success rate, all of which were of perfect quality. Nevertheless, Teacher Jiang's expression remained satisfied upon hearing this. Antidotes are among the most challenging types of potions to concoct, and the shadow worm venom antidote is particularly difficult among them. The fact that you can successfully brew the shadow worm venom antidote is quite impressive. Even some intermediate potion masters do not solely craft A-grade potions. Many of them, in pursuit of profit, resort to mass-producing B-grade potions with higher success rates and greater control, especially B-grade antidotes, which many early-stage intermediate potion masters seek to avoid. With a sigh, Teacher Jiang continued, however, the demand for potions above B grades typically comes from frontline soldiers, with the need for antidotes being the greatest. She then turned her gaze toward Yu Qiang.
Child.
Your willingness to attempt B-grade antidotes and your successful brewing of the B-grade shadow worm venom antidote clearly demonstrate your talent in antidote making. The First Legion requires potion masters like you. Yu Qiang momentarily froze, contemplating whether Teacher Jiang was also affiliated with the First Legion. Then she recalled that Teacher Jiang was her grandmother's aunt, and since her grandmother was part of the royal family, it seemed plausible that Teacher Jiang could be linked to the First Legion. Moreover, 2/3 of the graduates from the Imperial Star Military University end up joining the First Legion, indicating a close relationship between the military university and the Legion. After speaking, Teacher Jiang produced 2 batches of B-grade shadow worm venom antidote materials. The reason for presenting 2 batches was her concern that Yu Qiang might not succeed on the first attempt. "My dear, give it another try. Show me your prowess," she encouraged with a smile. Yu Qiang nodded, ready to begin once again. After processing a batch of potion materials, she started brewing. During the alchemical process, Yu Qiang deliberately left 2 of the potion materials models in a less-than-perfect state. Consequently, the potion produced was no longer of perfect quality, but rather of intermediate grade. Yet, this was already enough to astonish Teacher Jiang. "Excellent. You should try this one as well." Teacher Jiang, suppressing her excitement, instructed Yu Qiang. "Oh," Yu Qiang acknowledged, diving back into the task. This time, the potion grade was rated as excellent. Remarkably, she had successfully produced 2 potions in succession, one of intermediate grade and the other of excellent grade. "My dear, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" Teacher Jiang could no longer contain her enthusiasm. What?"
Yu Qiang was taken aback.
"In addition to being your class teacher, I am also a professor at the Imperial Star Military University, authorized to take students as my disciples. Your grandmother was not only my student but also my disciple. Over my 60-plus years of teaching, I have only accepted 4 disciples, and your grandmother was the 3rd. After leaving the Imperial Star Military University, they quickly advanced to become advanced potion masters within just 2 to 3 years. My dear, think it over. If you become my disciple, your rate of advancement may well surpass theirs. At just 20 years old, you can brew the B-grade shadow worm venom antidote with an astonishing success rate. This is particularly impressive considering that you previously focused on mental strength and physique while achieving the top rank in the individual combat category. With such talent, her growth would undoubtedly outpace those 4. Yu Qiang felt a flicker of intrigue. The continuous cultivation of 4 distinguished alchemists undoubtedly attests to Teacher Jiang's formidable prowess. "As my direct disciple, you shall no longer be required to attend classes. Your only obligation will be to participate in the monthly assessments set by the school. Furthermore, you need not adhere to the standard 4-year curriculum like your peers. As long as you fulfill your credit requirements, you may graduate early. Additionally, I can recommend you to the First Legion, allowing you to become a special alchemist even before your graduation." Teacher Jiang was poised to boast about the privileges of being a special alchemist for the First Legion when she was quietly interrupted by Yu Qiang. "I have already signed with the First Legion as a special alchemist." Chapter 62, Apprenticeship. This revelation momentarily left Teacher Jiang speechless, but her smile quickly returned. "That's excellent. Hee, considering your high success rate in concocting B-grade shadow worm toxin antidotes, it makes perfect sense that they would sign you." "Curse it! What does that girl Yuna mean? Is she aware of this girl's true abilities, or is she in the dark? If she knows, why not inform me directly, or mention it to you? If she doesn't, how could she arrange for her to sign with the First Legion?" Uncertain, Teacher Jiang chose to inquire directly. She assumed that it was more likely that Yuna was unaware of this girl's potential. Otherwise, given her nature, she would have claimed her as her own rather than send her to Jiang. "No, it was someone from the logistics department of the First Legion who approached me." Sensing Teacher Jiang's confusion, Yu Qiang added, "I opened an online store on Starnet, selling B-grade shadow worm toxin antidotes. And I've sold quite a number to the First Legion recently." Teacher Jiang's expression brightened. Indeed, Yuna was still unaware that this girl was a treasure. "Ah, I see. Being a special alchemist for the First Legion is a remarkable opportunity. You made a wise choice. By the way, I am conducting research on antidotes beyond the 5 major types. Are you interested?" Knowing that mere ordinary topics would not captivate this exceptional girl, Teacher Jiang unleashed her trump card. It was indeed challenging to recruit someone with such high aspirations and a prestigious background. She almost forgot that this girl was married to Yunu's brother and was now the wife of the Marshal of the First Legion. The First Legion was essentially her family's domain. Using its resources to entice her would surely be futile. Moreover, this girl was also the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, related to the royal family, and if she were to speak, she could likely acquire resources far exceeding what Jiang could offer. However, Jiang possessed something unique, knowledge of other antidote research. She was not worried that this girl would remain indifferent. "Other antidotes?" A flicker of interest crossed Yu Qiang's eyes. "Yes. Antidotes that differ from the current 5 types. For instance, those that enhance mental strength and physical attributes, or even extend lifespan," Teacher Jiang said, her eyes gleaming with mystery. Yu Qiang paused, astonished. "Such antidotes truly existed? Since you are considered half of royalty, let me share another matter with you." Teacher Jiang unexpectedly referred to herself as aunt. "Do you know about your great-grandmother?" "Great-grandmother?" Given her obscure origins, it was impossible for her to be referring to her own great-grandmother. It must pertain to Qin Zhan's lineage. Thus, it implied her husband's grandmother? Yu Qiang shook her head. Although she had married Qin Zhan, she had not paid much attention to the relatives of the Qin family and the royal family. Seeing her reaction, Teacher Jiang felt a tinge of disappointment, but patiently explained. Your great-grandmother, who is also my master, is one of the Empire's god-tier alchemists. Yu Qiang's eyes widened in surprise. She was aware that there were only 3 god-tier alchemists officially recorded in the Empire. One of them, it seemed, was indeed her great-grandmother. Your great-grandmother is now 142 years old, yet she remains vigorous and healthy, even traveling abroad. This is largely due to the efficacy of other antidotes. Teacher Zhang's mysterious tone deepened. Yu Qiang was captivated. Did great-grandmother consume an antidote that extended her lifespan? She inquired eagerly. At 142 years old, her ability to travel was indeed remarkable. Upon becoming my direct disciple, you'll join me in researching these other antidotes, Teacher Jiang replied, sidestepping Yu Qiang's question. Yu Qiang felt a stirring in her heart. At merely 20 years old, she had no immediate need for longevity or immortality. However, she was intrigued by the prospect of researching novel antidotes. I have met my master, she stated, standing up straight and bowing to Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang beamed with delight. Good, good, she exclaimed 3 times. From this day forth, you are my disciple, Jiang Lan. After declaring this, Jiang Lan retrieved a vial of antidote from her spatial ring and handed it to Yu Qiang. I heard you were afflicted by a double S-grade shadow worm toxin, which has adversely affected your mental and physical attributes. This vial of double S-grade shadow worm toxin antidote is a token of my mentorship. This antidote was originally intended for the First Legion to settle her debt for potion materials this month. However, since her disciple needed it, she prioritized her needs. As for her debt to the First Legion, she could simply work harder to produce more A-grade shadow worm toxin antidotes later to repay it. Glancing at the vial she had given away, Jiang Lan felt a pang of reluctance but suppressed it, recognizing that the investment now would yield returns manifold in the future. This was her direct disciple, with a powerful background and exceptional talent. She had to offer something of value to ensure the girl willingly followed her. Receiving the antidote, Yu Qiang could hardly believe her luck. She had obtained the antidote for the worm toxins so swiftly. After the previous detoxification, only 0.5 milliliters of the double S-grade toxin remained in her body. In her circumstances, even without an antidote, the toxin would naturally expel itself over a few years. But was she the kind of person willing to wait years? After experiencing the apocalypse, she trusted only her own strength. Power was the foundation of survival. Even in a new world, her creed remained unchanged. Thank you, Master. Yu Qiang expressed her gratitude sincerely. Jiang Lan nodded in satisfaction. The toxin has significantly diminished your mental and physical attributes, so the dosage you were exposed to must have been considerable. My antidote is merely a lower grade one. It may not eliminate much of the toxin you carry. Regarding my grandmother's side, previously my mother gave me a vial of double S-grade shadow worm toxin antidote. Later, the Empress also provided me with one, and with yours, I should have enough to completely detoxify myself, Yu Qiang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lan stared in astonishment as Yu Qiang stored the antidote in her spatial ring. Once something was given, there was no turning back. Indeed, Jiang Lan felt a twinge of regret. She had assumed Yun'er was not attentive enough to this girl, but it turned out she was overly concerned. Not only had she given her one antidote, but she had also sought out the Empress for another. Even if these 2 antidotes could not fully purge the toxins from this girl, they would surely eliminate a significant portion. On the forum of the Imperial Star Military University, students were discussing how this girl had been rendered useless, her mental attribute downgraded to D, and her physical attribute to F. Chapter 63. Learning Tasks. Due to her perceived disability, she had transferred to the alchemy department. This girl did not offer any explanations, seemingly tacitly accepting this narrative. Who would have guessed that the truth was far from such? Now, how much double S-grade shadow worm toxin remains in your body? Unable to suppress her curiosity,
Jiang Lan inquired.
Yu Qiang beamed radiantly. Not much, only about 0.5 milliliters. She deliberately whispered the last few words. Though Jiang Lan was no longer in her youth, her senses remained remarkably sharp, enabling her to hear with exceptional clarity. How much? Upon hearing the figure that Yu Qiang mentioned, Jiang Lan's eyes nearly widened in disbelief. She was tempted to reclaim the precious dual S-grade antidote she had given away. A mere 0.5 milliliters of toxin? Such a low concentration would naturally be expelled from the body over time. With her no longer on the battlefield nor studying individual combat techniques, a slight amount of toxin in her system was of little concern. The market value of a bottle of dual S-grade antidote ranged from hundreds of millions to billions. Even for her, it was too extravagant to use it in such a manner. Ahem, 0.5 milliliters, Yu Qiang said, her voice tinged with uncertainty, while simultaneously covering her spatial button. Observing this, Zhang Lan exerted considerable restraint to refrain from demanding the antidote back. It was a gift from Yun and the Queen, and thus was not her concern. Once she had given it away, how Yu Qiang chose to use it was entirely her business, not Zhang Lan's. Indeed, it was none of her concern. After waiting for a considerable time without a word from Zhang Lan, Yu Qiang finally relaxed her grip on the spatial button. Master, starting tomorrow, do I no longer need to attend classes at school? With classes only 3 times a week, each lasting just over 10 minutes, it hardly impeded her schedule. However, at home, she could leisurely don her pajamas and begin potion crafting. In contrast, school required her to prepare before venturing outside. Thus, she preferred the comfort of home. Indeed, Zhang Lan replied, drawing her thoughts back. Given your current prowess, there is no need to squander time on sophomore classes. Shortly, I will send you some materials. From today onward, you shall begin learning to process potion ingredients. Yu Qiang was taken aback. Processing potion ingredients? Isn't that merely grinding or purifying them with tools? Zhang Lan perceived Yu Qiang's confusion and elucidated. The methods for processing ingredients from F to B grade are not entirely orthodox. Novice potion makers often resort to these techniques due to their insufficient spiritual power, while the low intensity of F to B grade materials allows for effective physical processing. However, A-grade materials cannot be handled through physical means. They necessitate the use of spiritual power. Since you can concoct B-grade antidotes with a high success rate, your spiritual power should be adequate. For now, focus on learning to process B-grade materials using your spiritual power. Once you can proficiently process over 10 varieties of B-grade materials within a minute, you may attempt to handle A-grade materials. Processing A-grade materials is a subsequent step. Let's take it one step at a time. Over the next 2 weeks, aim to successfully process all B-grade materials twice. Understood, Yu Qiang responded. Zhang Lan regarded her and suddenly recalled something. Ahem, should you complete the tasks ahead of schedule, do inform me, so I can assign subsequent learning tasks. Although she doubted anyone could master the processing of all B-grade materials in just 2 weeks, this girl was a prodigious talent, after all. An extraordinary genius was incomparable to an ordinary one. All right, Yu Qiang affirmed once more, feeling a sense of anticipation for the upcoming studies. Subsequently, Zhang Lan added Yu Qiang as a friend and reminded her of a few matters before allowing her to depart. Yu Qiang exited Zhang Lan's office with her rice ball and retrieved her hover car from her spatial button, driving home. Upon returning home, Yu Qiang did not hasten to the potion room. Instead, she accessed her light brain to examine the materials Zhang Lan had sent. There were 2 documents, 1 text file, and 1 video. She downloaded both before opening the text document for review. The document meticulously detailed the nuances to consider when processing various B-grade potion materials using spiritual power, including numerous personal insights and speculations from Zhang Lan. The style of this document was indeed familiar, further solidifying her belief that her mother-in-law was indeed Zhang Lan's disciple. After a cursory glance through the document's content, she then clicked on the video. In it, Zhang Lan personally appeared, explaining and demonstrating the processing of the corresponding materials for the antidote while simultaneously concocting the potion. The entire process, including her explanations, took less than 4 minutes, during which she transformed the materials into the potion. Yu Qiang watched in envy. Integrating the processing of materials into the potion-making steps simplified the overall procedure considerably. No longer reliant on cumbersome tools, she could effortlessly concoct potions. I must give it a try. Inspired, Yu Qiang rose and headed to the potion room. Once inside, she retrieved the necessary materials for the antidote and rewatched Zhang Lan's instructional video. Then she set to work. In the first step, she processed the first foundational potion ingredient, applying her spiritual power as instructed by Zhang Lan. Almost immediately, she perceived the model representation of the material, which astonishingly comprised 4 line segments. Momentarily stunned, she recalled that when she had processed this material physically, its model had taken the form of an irregular quadrilateral. Thus, she swiftly maneuvered the 4 segments to form a quadrilateral. Then, a miraculous occurrence transpired as she successfully processed the foundational ingredient. Her initial hypothesis was confirmed. filling her with delight. She proceeded to process the second foundational ingredient, which indeed mirrored the first, revealing its model as several line segments. She effortlessly completed the processing of the second ingredient and then fused the two foundational ingredients together. Next, she tackled the third ingredient, which presented a model featuring both line segments and curves. However, this posed no obstacle for Yu Qiang, who, possessing her unique perspective, skillfully processed the third ingredient and integrated it into the previously combined foundational potion. She continued this pattern, processing and merging the subsequent ingredients until she ultimately produced a flawless B-grade antidote. Chapter 64. The Game of Puzzles and Shapes. This isn't difficult at all, Yu Qiang exclaimed, a broad smile gracing her lips as she held the finished potion. The concept of utilizing spiritual power to process potion materials involved assembling line segments, curves, or other non-enclosed shapes into a closed figure. Compared to potion making, this task was considerably easier. After all, manipulating line segments required less spiritual power than that needed for closed shapes. However, this ease was relative to her capabilities. For other potion makers, assembling various line segments, curves, or irregular shapes into a closed figure was far from simple and could even prove more challenging than merging shapes during potion making. My advantage is truly remarkable, Yu Qiang mused, prompting her to retrieve 10 more sets of B-grade antidote materials. She engaged in the playful task of merging shapes and puzzles once more. Surprisingly, she found this game quite enjoyable, and within just 10 minutes, she had crafted 10 potions. Checking her spiritual power reserves, she noted she still had about 75 remaining. Eager to continue, she fetched another 10 sets of potion materials and resumed her playful endeavor. Vials of potion were incessantly concocted, with 10 more emerging into existence. This time, Yu Qiang's spiritual power was reduced to a mere 52. Observing this, Yu Qiang refrained from hastily continuing her alchemical endeavors. Instead, she summoned her holographic computer and accessed the client designated for the First Legion. Subsequently, she submitted 21 vials of the perfect grade B-level shadow worm poison antidote. Upon receiving the system notification that the retrieval robot would collect the items within an hour, Yu Qiang stowed her holographic computer away and fetched additional materials for the B-level shadow worm poison antidote, resuming her leisurely gaming while refining potions. She only ceased her activities when her spiritual power dwindled to 31. While awaiting the arrival of the retrieval robot, she ventured into the kitchen to instruct the culinary robot in preparing ingredients for lunch. The retrieval robot arrived rather promptly, within a mere 10 minutes. After handing over the potions, Yu Qiang noticed that within her personal center in the First Legion's client, a notification appeared indicating that the 21 vials of perfect grade B-level shadow worm poison antidote were en route to the warehouse. Moreover, her outstanding potion debt remained at 996. 450 star coins, while her potion requisition limit was still set at 550 star coins. After glancing at the situation, Yu Qiang put away her holographic computer. Fan Jishua had previously mentioned that once the warehouse received and verified the potions, the system would update the information. She decided to check back later. After a while, Yu Qiang discovered that her spiritual power had restored to 95. Feeling somewhat bored, she resolved to return to the alchemy chamber to continue her work. This time, she retrieved 21 sets of materials. Just as she was about to resume her potion making, her holographic computer vibrated with a new message. Yu Qiang opened it to find a communication from the First Legion. Esteemed Lady Yu Qiang, the First Legion has received your submission of 21 vials of perfect grade B-level shadow worm poison antidote. The system has restored your potion materials requisition limit, which you may view by logging into the system. A smile broke across Yu Qiang's face, and she promptly accessed the First Legion's client. In her personal center, her potion requisition limit had surged to 550. Furthermore, her outstanding potion debt had transformed to 550. Simultaneously, her submission record indicated that the 21 vials of perfect grade B-level shadow worm poison antidote had been acknowledged and verified. Pleased with this efficiency, Yu Qiang mentally applauded the First Legion. She then placed another order for 219 sets of materials corresponding to the B-level shadow worm poison antidote. After finalizing her order, she merrily returned to her gaming. Meanwhile, at the First Legion's headquarters, Fan Jishua busily sought new contracting targets. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Your contracted potion maker, Yu Qiang, has submitted 21 vials of perfect grade B-level shadow worm poison antidote. Congratulations, you have earned 21 performance points. Fan Jishue, who had previously worn a frown, immediately brightened with a smile. He had known that Lady Yu Qiang was not a fraud. Just a day after applying for the potion materials, she had already settled her debts. Fan Jishue accessed the system and reviewed Yu Qiang's record, noting that she had requisitioned materials worth nearly 1 million star coins for the B-level shadow worm poison antidote, which brought him even more joy. A thought crossed his mind, and he opened the conversation with Yu Qiang to send a message. Lady Yu Qiang, I have noted your potion submission. Thank you very much for your support. Should you have any further demands for potion materials, feel free to submit them through the system. If this month your requisition for B-level shadow worm poison antidote materials reaches over 20 million star coins, I can assist you in applying for an increased limit. On the other side, Yu Qiang immediately received the message notification. In the past, when faced with such circumstances, if she was busy processing potion materials, she typically would not check messages due to the inconvenience of halting her work. However, now she was able to swiftly complete her current potion production before pausing. After retrieving her holographic computer, she read Fan Jishue's message. After finishing the message, she felt rather indifferent. After all, the First Legion's delivery speed was quite swift, and she deemed her 1 million star coin limit sufficient. Nonetheless, she was not averse to having a higher limit. After all, she was currently only refining B-level potions, and once she transitioned to A-level potions, a 1 million star coin limit might prove inadequate. With this in mind, Yu Qiang replied with a simple acknowledgment. She then returned to her potion making. Midway through her work, she signed for the potion materials delivered by the First Legion. Shortly thereafter, she completed the remaining potion materials as well. Once finished, she submitted her potions again and ordered the corresponding materials for the B-level shadow worm poison antidote. Fan Jishue had mentioned that if she purchased enough materials for 20 million star coins, he would assist her in applying for a limit increase. So she decided to make the purchase. After approximately 40 minutes, Fan Jishue received another notification regarding Yu Qiang's potion submission. Not only was the quantity consistent with her previous submission, but the quality was as well. The arrival of another 21 points filled Fan Jishue with uncontainable joy. He silently cheered for Yu Qiang, hoping she would increase his points once more within the hour. Indeed, as he wished, Yu Qiang managed to boost his score by another 21 points. Perhaps due to the midday hour, the momentum of point increases paused. At noon, Yu Qiang prepared a sumptuous lunch, enjoying a hearty meal alongside her rice ball. After the meal, even if her spiritual power had restored to full capacity, she typically would not concern herself with it. Chapter 65. Too extraordinary. After all, potion making required prior preparation of potion materials, and the physical processing of these materials could be rather cumbersome due to the myriad of tools involved, making it inconvenient to halt midway. Thus, she preferred to rest a little longer before resuming her work. However, she now felt reluctant to squander her restored spiritual power. Since she possessed the potion materials, she could directly process and refine potions. Moreover, the process resembled playing a game, requiring little mental exertion and serving as a stress reliever. By eliminating the physical processing steps, she could even refine potions without entering the alchemy chamber. She could simply find a place to sit down, take out her potion materials and vials, and effortlessly create potions. Therefore, after her meal, Yu Qiang unhesitatingly headed to the alchemy chamber, consuming her restored spiritual power back down to 31. After completing that round of potion production, she procured 100 sets of materials for the B-level shadow worm poison antidote and stored them in her spatial button. Since potion making had become considerably less troublesome for her, she no longer felt the need to confine herself to the alchemy chamber. Consequently, Yu Qiang embraced an afternoon filled with a blend of gaming and potion making. Oh no! For her, potion making had transformed into a playful endeavor, akin to assembling puzzles and engaging in graphic collision games. The more she played, the more she relished the current rhythm. Ample time allowed her to prepare numerous delectable dishes. She saved some for herself and her rice ball, while the remainder was sent to Qin's residence, Xiao-yin, and her master. Of course, the portion sent to Xiao-yin included a gift for the queen. After dispatching the delicious offerings, Yu Qiang sent messages to each recipient. Her mother-in-law and Xiao-yin seemed preoccupied, as they did not respond immediately. However, her master promptly initiated a video call. Yu Qiang accepted the call. At that moment, in the staff dormitory of the Imperial Star Military University, Jiang Lan, upon receiving Yu Qiang's message about sending her homemade delicacies, felt quite irate. She had just assigned the girl a task, and instead of focusing on mastering the medicinal spirit's power to process potion materials, she was idly indulging in culinary pursuits. It was high time to teach her a lesson. Thus, when the video call connected, Yu Qiang was met with the stern visage of the elderly lady. Master Yu Qiang repressed her smile, her heart tightening in apprehension. The elderly lady let out a displeased hum. How fared your practice with the medicinal spirit's power in processing potion materials? She inquired. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiang instantly grasped the reason for the elder's discontent. The master suspected her of slacking off. So, Yu Qiang replied, following the video you sent, I processed the materials for the B-class antidote to the shadow worm's poison. I discovered that utilizing the medicinal spirit's power for processing potion materials is significantly more convenient than using physical methods. Due to my commitments delivering to the First Legion today, I only practiced with the materials corresponding to the B-class antidote. And how many potions did you refine? The elderly lady pressed, still with a stern countenance. Yu Qiang hesitated momentarily. Well, about 30 vials, she added, revealing her actual yield of 20. Yet, the elder was left astounded. You say how many? Ahem. Did you process those potion materials solely with the medicinal spirit's power? The elderly lady clearly doubted Yu Qiang's words. How could she believe it? The materials for the antidote to the shadow worm's poison were among the most challenging to process. This girl, merely a novice in the morning, had adeptly mastered the use of medicinal spirit's power to handle B-class antidote materials by evening. To have successfully refined 30 vials of the B-class antidote in less than a day implied that she must have processed at least 40 or 50 sets of materials. How could this girl be so proficient so quickly? It was indeed the medicinal spirit's power that I employed to process the potion materials, Yu Qiang replied softly. 30 vials might have been an exaggeration. She should have claimed 20 or perhaps even 10. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan pondered for a moment before stating, then, right now, in my presence, refine a vial of the B-class antidote to the shadow worm's poison and show me. Process the potion materials using the medicinal spirit's power. Yu Qiang glanced at the elderly lady. Understood, she replied. Subsequently, she retrieved a set of B-class antidote materials and a potion vial from her spatial pouch. Then, before Zhang Lan, she processed the potion materials and began the refinement. Zhang Lan watched Yu Qiang's actions in astonishment. This girl had not deceived her. She had indeed mastered and skillfully employed the medicinal spirit's power to process the B-class antidote materials. Observing her movements and demeanor while handling the potion materials, it was evident she was no novice. She was a seasoned expert. Compared to her, she was likely not far behind. Furthermore, she had learned to incorporate the processing of potion materials into the refinement steps. This girl's talent in potion making was truly extraordinary. This task's timeline has been cut in half. By next Monday, ensure you are proficient with all B-class potion materials. I will video call you on Monday, randomly select B-class potion materials, and you will demonstrate the processing using the medicinal spirit's power for me, Zhang Lan declared with a serious expression. Though her face remained stern, she was inwardly elated. She was now convinced that her little disciple had not been idle. The food must have been prepared during the time her disciple awaited the recovery of her medicinal spirit's power. Her little disciple was not only diligent but also filial, thinking of her master first when making delicious food. Oh, Yu Qiang responded affirmatively, harboring no objections. With her advantages, she felt that completing the task within a week was entirely feasible, if not achievable in a single day. Well, a day might be an exaggeration, but she was confident that 3 or 4 days would suffice to complete the task. Zhang Lan, noticing Yu Qiang's prompt agreement, couldn't suppress a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Ahem, very well then. Practice diligently, and strive to successfully complete my evaluation next week. Then, I can assign you the next task of learning to process A-class potion materials. Zhang Lan maintained her stern facade. This time, it was Yu Qiang's turn to feel elated. All right, thank you, Master. Zhang Lan contentedly ended the video call. Once the call was finished, her delivery arrived. Upon signing for it, she discovered it to be an insulated box. Curiosity piqued, she opened it, and a delightful aroma wafted out. Upon seeing the delectable dishes and rice, her mouth watered instantly. Without hesitation, Zhang Lan took out the food and began to eat. The more she ate, the brighter her eyes became. After a while, she pulled up her holographic device and sent a message to Yu Qiang. Child, thank you for the meal. It tastes wonderful. I always knew you were a filial one. After sending the message, Zhang Lan couldn't help but smile at the screen. She had hinted rather clearly, and her obedient disciple would surely think to prepare something delicious for her next time. Chapter 66. Envy and Jealousy. At that moment, Yu Qiang was engaged in a video call with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin had also received the food Yu Qiang sent and was happily indulging in it.
Cousin,
Your cooking is simply divine. I'm tempted to move in with you. Yu Qiang chuckled at the exaggeration. Oh, you're being dramatic. Not at all. Today, I spent the entire day in the palace working on A-class potion materials. A whole day, and I didn't even manage to process a single set of corresponding materials. Thankfully, your food arrived and salvaged my dreadful mood. Yu Qiang's curiosity was piqued. You're learning to process A-class potion materials? Yes, my mother just taught me. I initially thought processing B-class potion materials was already quite challenging, but I didn't expect A-class materials to be so much harder. Xiao Yin's tone was filled with frustration. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Yu Qiang. By the way, cousin, have you tried using the medicinal spirit's power to process B-class potion materials? Yu Qiang paused for a moment, recalling her teacher's connection to the royal family. Even if she didn't mention her apprenticeship with Jiang Lan, the royal family would likely learn of it soon enough. With this thought, Yu Qiang abandoned any intentions of concealment. Yes, she affirmed. Xiao Yin, however, was taken aback. You've learned to use the medicinal spirit's power to process B-class potion materials?
who taught you?
Aunt? Last time. Aunt had mentioned hoping that her cousin would spend more time refining basic potions. How could she have taught her cousin to use the medicinal spirit's power for B-class materials so quickly? Not my mother, but my master, Yu Qiang smiled as she explained.
Your master?
Xiao Yin was even more astonished.
Yes.
I was taken in as a direct disciple by my aunt. Oh, also my homeroom teacher. Xiao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Your aunt? You mean Professor Jiang? She asked incredulously. That professor was the most esteemed instructor at Imperial Star Military University. Having taught in the potion department for decades and nurtured countless excellent potion masters for the Empire, she had only taken on 4 disciples, all of whom became renowned high-level potion masters in the Empire. The weakest among them was still her aunt. Yet, even her aunt was a figure that countless potion makers aspired to reach. After entering Imperial Star Military University, her mother had considered having her apprentice under Professor Jiang, even coordinating with her father to make contact. Professor Jiang had offered her a chance and assessed her. However, at that time, her skills were insufficient, and she failed the assessment, losing the opportunity to be her disciple. Nearly 30 years had passed since Professor Jiang accepted her aunt as a disciple. Though she believed she had a talent for potion making, Professor Jiang had not taken her on as a student. She had thought Professor Jiang was no longer accepting disciples, only to find out that she had taken her cousin as a direct disciple. Yu Qiang was unaware of Xiao Yin's thoughts and merely affirmed again. Xiao Yin's eyes brimmed with envy, and she struggled to suppress the rising jealousy. You have been practicing with the medicinal spirit's power to handle B-grade potion materials.
To what extent have you progressed?
Asked Xiao Yin, eager to ascertain the true extent of her cousin's talent that warranted Professor Jiang's mentorship.
Oh.
Today I processed the materials for the B-grade shadow insect venom antidote, replied Yu Qiang, her eyes widening in astonishment. The materials for the B-grade shadow insect venom antidote? Isn't that the most challenging among B-grade potion materials? You've only been in school for a week, and you hadn't even dabbled in using the medicinal spirit's power before. Have you truly advanced this rapidly? It's quite extraordinary. No wonder Professor Jiang took notice of you. Wait, previously when I inquired about what you were refining, didn't you mention that you had just begun exploring B-grade potions and had only attempted one? Xiao Yin suddenly recalled. Yu Qiang smiled bashfully, admitting that was indeed the case. However, at that time, I was experimenting with the B-grade scorpion venom antidote. Once I mastered that, I proceeded to attempt the B-grade shadow insect venom antidote. Perhaps I possess some innate talent for crafting antidotes, as my success rate has been remarkably high. Subsequently, the First Legion reached out to me, inviting me to sign a special contract. Xiao Yin's eyes widened in shock. A special contract? You signed a special contract with the First Legion? Don't they only sign with intermediate and advanced potion masters? Wait, have you advanced to intermediate potion master? Xiao Yin could barely contain her excitement. She had been aware of the news regarding the First Legion's special contract opening and had even reached out to them, hoping to secure one herself. Yet, they had declined her, stating that being an intermediate potion master was a prerequisite for such a contract. What kind of prowess does her cousin possess to have secured this? I haven't been promoted yet. The individual who signed with me discovered that I had been listing the B-grade shadow insect venom antidote daily in my online store, with a substantial quantity and high quality, and they specially applied for a restricted contract on my behalf. What restrictions does your contract entail? Xiao Yin inquired eagerly. The limit for a single application of materials is only 1 million star coins, but once the quota is repaid, it resets immediately. Additionally, there is no cap on the total amount per month, Yu Qiang explained. Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of restriction is that? You can still purchase potion materials from the First Legion at a 30% discount off the market price. Yu Qiang nodded with a smile. Furthermore, the First Legion has a warehouse in the Imperial capital. The goods ordered by special potion masters are dispatched from there, and their delivery and pickup speed is quite efficient.
I know that.
Xiao Yin interjected. Her mother frequently applies for potion materials. How could she not be aware of the situation? Suddenly, Xiao Yin playfully exclaimed, "Cousin, could you possibly ask the person who signed you up to arrange a similar restricted contract for me?" Unable to contain her laughter, Yu Qiang chuckled and said, "All right. I will provide you with an answer tomorrow." She had brought up the matter to see if Xiao Yin had secured a special contract herself. Since she hadn't, it would be no trouble for her to inquire with Fan Jixue. Xiao Yin's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, cousin. I knew you would take care of me." Yu Qiang was amused. "All right, I'm merely inquiring. I cannot guarantee the outcome." Her newly refined B-grade shadow insect venom antidote had yet to be submitted, making it an opportune moment to discuss matters with Fan Jixue. The First Legion still faced a shortage of shadow insect venom antidotes. Although Fan Jixue had not explicitly stated it, she could surmise that he had performance metrics to meet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made an exception for her due to her daily sales. "Don't worry, cousin. Feel free to ask. If it doesn't work out, I can always approach my aunt later," Xiao Yin reassured. "However, I prefer not to trouble our elders if we can avoid it." Yu Qiang acknowledged with a sound of agreement, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, do you have classes tomorrow?" She inquired of Xiao Yin.
Xiao Jin beamed. "No."
"Are you asking me out?" Although her mother had assigned her a task, she could postpone it for her cousin. "I would like you to come over tomorrow to assist me with the medical pod. My master gifted me a bottle of double S-grade shadow insect venom antidote as a present. I plan to consume it and undergo a comprehensive examination. Although the venom is generally completely cleared without leaving any aftereffects, it's not absolute. A thorough check will provide me peace of mind." The last time the Empress provided her with an antidote, it was Xiao Yin who assisted with her examination. This time, she would seek her help once more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin felt a pang of envy. "Professor Zhang even gifted you such a precious antidote? What an exceptional master. Why doesn't he see my potential?" She lamented.
"All right.
"I'll come over first thing in the morning. I'll even come for breakfast," she added mischievously, determined to transform her sorrow into appetite by indulging in her cousin's delicious cooking. "Sounds good," Yu Qiang replied with a smile. "By the way, the last time you had only 0.5 milliliters of double S-grade shadow insect venom left in your system. After consuming the antidote once more, the toxin should be completely cleared. Your suppressed mental strength and physical level will undoubtedly recover. Then we can aim for the top 10 in next week's outdoor practical training," Xiao Yin exclaimed, excited at the prospect. Previously, Yu Qiang had restored her mental strength to S grade and her physical condition to A grade, making her confidence soar regarding the outdoor training. If Yu Qiang fully regained her abilities, they could certainly aim for the top 10. The credits for ranking in the top 10 during outdoor training far exceeded those of others. "By the way, if your strength is restored, could you bring Xian along? She also lacks extracurricular credits." Xiao Yin had not forgotten her good friend amidst her excitement, remembering how Tian Xian had helped her in the past. Yu Qiang nodded in agreement.
"All right."
Xiao Yin smiled brightly, exchanging a few more kind words with Yu Qiang before ending the video call. Half an hour later, while Yu Qiang was refining potions, the Grand Princess's video call came through. Unbeknownst to her, in just 30 minutes, news of her apprenticeship with Jiang Lan had spread throughout the royal family, and her mother-in-law was the last to find out. Unaware of the situation, Yu Qiang answered the call. On the holographic screen, the Grand Princess appeared, visibly excited. "Chang'er, I just heard some news. Einer mentioned that you have become an apprentice to your master. Did you really become their closed-door disciple?" A closed-door disciple? She and her third royal brother had such exceptional talent back then and couldn't even become a closed-door disciple. How could the master choose my daughter-in-law? Yu Qiang was momentarily taken aback before responding affirmatively. Had Einer informed her mother-in-law about her apprenticeship, while her master had not mentioned it? The Grand Princess's eyes sparkled with delight. "Can you now use the medicinal spirit's power to handle the materials for the B-grade shadow insect venom antidote?" She pressed further. Yu Qiang nodded again. The Grand Princess, filled with excitement, urged, "Then show me how you process it." Yu Qiang glanced at the potion materials on the coffee table and, realizing she was already refining potions, decided to demonstrate for her mother-in-law. With that, she skillfully processed the potion materials and completed the potion's refinement. The Grand Princess watched in astonishment. Her daughter-in-law not only could handle B-grade shadow insect venom antidote materials using the medicinal spirit's power, but could also refine the potion simultaneously. Observing her deft motions and composed demeanor, it was evident that even many intermediate potion masters could not achieve such a feat. She had underestimated her daughter-in-law. In the past, she had even sought favors from the third royal brother to secure a good teacher for her. Little did she know her daughter-in-law was a prodigy, a genius of extraordinary caliber. It is strange to think that her teacher would accept her as a closed-door disciple. Had she known this earlier?
No.
This is not right. Qiang is clearly her daughter-in-law. If anyone were to accept a disciple, it should be her, not her master. The thought struck the princess, causing a pang of regret in her heart. Such a splendid apprentice, and she had willingly given her away, no less to her own master. Before long, Yu Qiang had concocted a vial of potion. After completing the potion, she stored it in her spatial button and turned her gaze towards her mother-in-law. "Mother, do you still wish to watch?" she inquired. The princess waved her hand dismissively. "No need," she replied, her eyes filled with regret. "Since you have already become your master's disciple, focus on learning from her. Besides the materials for the detoxifying potion, remember to practice with other potion ingredients as well." "Understood, mother," Yu Qiang said with a smile. The princess regarded her daughter-in-law with a complex expression, offering a few words of concern before ending the video call. After disconnecting, she sat on the sofa for a moment, unable to resist the urge to video call Jiang Lan. Meanwhile, in the staff dormitory of the Imperial Star Military University, Jiang Lan had just finished savoring the delectable treats sent by her beloved apprentice and was lounging on the sofa in a rather unrefined manner. Her apprentice was truly remarkable, possessing not only a high aptitude for potion making but also exceptional culinary skills and, above all, a heart full of filial piety. At that moment, her light brain signaled an incoming video call. Lazily lifting her wrist, she was startled to see her third disciple was the caller, immediately sitting up straight. "What does Yun want to discuss with me? Does she perhaps know about my accepting her daughter-in-law as my disciple?" Jiang Lan instinctively hesitated to answer. Yet her light brain continued to vibrate insistently. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to accept the call. The princess, wearing a stern expression, looked displeased as she addressed the screen. "What is it that you need?" Upon seeing Jiang Lan's stern visage, her own commanding presence diminished considerably. "Master, I wish to discuss Qiang's situation with you," she began. "What is there to discuss regarding your junior sister?" Jiang Lan replied curtly, solidifying her stance. The princess's expression shifted, her tone tinged with grievance. "But, teacher, she is my daughter-in-law, my junior. It is inappropriate for you to accept her as a disciple and have her call me senior sister." "What makes it inappropriate?" "I find it quite fitting," Jiang Lan interrupted. "I have taught at Imperial Star Military University for decades. I have even taught multiple generations. Not just 2 generations, but 3, I have taught as well." "But that is different," the princess protested. "How is it different? Aren't they all my students?" "Enough. Since you are already aware of your junior sister's situation, I need not inform you further," the princess said, feeling a swell of emotion. She knew no one could reason with her master. Chapter 68. Living together with cousin-in-law is a blessing. "I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up now," Jiang Lan declared, promptly ending the video call. The princess stared at the darkened screen, resigned to the fact that her daughter-in-law had become her junior sister. On the other side, in the romantic spring community, after concluding the video call with the princess, Yu Qiang resumed her potion making, depleting her potion spirit energy to nearly 30. Once she completed this round, she counted the number of B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions she had on hand. Then, she accessed her light brain to send a message to Fan Jishua. "Hello, Mr. Fan. I have a friend who can also concoct B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions, but she has not yet advanced to an intermediate potion maker. She is very interested in your first army's special contract. Could you assist her in applying for a limited special contract?" After sending the message, Yu Qiang did not anticipate a swift reply. However, the chat window immediately indicated that the recipient was typing a response. The reason Fan Jishua could see the message so quickly was that he had prioritized Yu Qiang in his friend list and marked her for special attention. Upon reading the message, Fan Jishua felt somewhat troubled. He had sought the director's assistance to sign Yu Qiang, And now requesting another would require him to approach the director once more. Yu Qiang had already submitted 42 vials of B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions, and he did not feel regret for granting her that special contract. In fact, he felt fortunate for his initial choice. But asking for another was an added burden.
Ms.
Yu Qiang, we have regulations regarding special contracts. They are typically reserved for intermediate and advanced potion makers. You are an exception. Does your friend possess your level of skill in concocting B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions? Upon seeing the last sentence of the reply, Yu Qiang sensed an opportunity. Her skill should be comparable to mine. Please assist her in obtaining a special contract. Tomorrow morning, I will submit 200 vials of B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions to help you boost your performance. She currently had amassed 129 vials of B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions, and with a little overtime work that evening, she could easily reach the target of 200 vials. Fan Jishue's eyes brightened at the message. 200 vials of B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions represented 10% of his performance assessment for the month. The special contract he previously modified for Yu Qiang posed minimal risk to their supply department. Moreover, since this potion maker was introduced by Yu Qiang, she could be considered a familiar face, further mitigating any potential risks. With this in mind, Fan Jishue typed back, Ms. Yu Qiang, I indeed have significant performance pressure on my side. How about this? If you can submit 500 vials of B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions, I will approach our director once more to apply for a special contract through an exception. Additionally, Ms. Yu Qiang, our first army is currently in dire need of shadow worm poison detoxification potions. Our current buyback price for potions is quite high, so if you have a stockpile, now would be an excellent time to sell. Fan Jishue had not even considered that the 200 vials Yu Qiang intended to submit would be newly concocted. He assumed those would be her existing inventory. Furthermore, with the request for 200 vials, he believed her stock might far exceed that amount. In any case, he felt he had struck gold. Yu Qiang, upon reading the message, easily deduced Fan Jishue's thoughts. His assumptions played perfectly into her hands. She had previously worried that her frequent and substantial submissions of potions might raise suspicions. The explanation of a stockpile was quite clever. 500 vials is a bit excessive. How about this? I will procure some potions from friends and gather enough within 3 days. Does that sound acceptable? To demonstrate my sincerity, I can submit 200 vials tomorrow. Then, would you assist my friend in applying for a special contract? Relying solely on a stockpile was insufficient. She would need to fabricate some friends as well. Otherwise, if she continued submitting large quantities of potions, it might still arouse suspicion. Fan Jishue nearly beamed at the response.
Ms.
Yu Qiang evidently had several friends capable of crafting B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions. Their first army was unconcerned with whether the potions submitted by a potion maker were concocted personally, as long as they received the potions.
Ms.
Yu Qiang not only possessed the ability to produce B-grade shadow worm poison detoxification potions, but could also procure them. His decision to sign her had been remarkably astute. That works, Ms. Yu Qiang. Furthermore, in the future, you may submit potions in this manner through the system. Seeing the message, Yu Qiang's lips curved into a smile. Excellent. I will arrange for a delivery robot to pick up the items tomorrow morning. I will also send you my friend's light brain ID. And you may reach out to her tomorrow. It was already late, past the system's delivery and pickup hours, which was why she had initially informed Fan Jishue that she would submit the potions the following day. Sounds good. The response came swiftly. Yu Qiang suddenly remembered something and sent another message. By the way, regarding the amount of antidotes I submitted in the system, I would appreciate your discretion. Although Fan Jishue remained unaware of her circumstances, Xiao Yin was well informed. The knowledge that she could submit such a considerable quantity of B-grade shadowless insect venom antidotes could indeed complicate matters. A reply promptly arrived from the other side. Understood. Lady Yu Qiang. A satisfied smile graced Yu Qiang's lips as she stowed away her holographic device. That evening, buoyed by the newfound simplicity of alchemy, Yu Qiang engaged in her potion making while indulging in leisurely pastimes, not retiring for the night until 11 o'clock. Before resting, she consumed a vial of the double S-grade shadowless insect venom antidote and concocted several potions while still in bed. Perhaps due to the detoxification of her body, she enjoyed an unusually peaceful slumber that night. The following day, with Xiao Yin's impending visit, Yu Qiang rose early. However, rather than proceeding with her usual morning routine, she retrieved potion ingredients from her spatial storage and settled onto the sofa to complete a round of potion brewing. With the alchemical process rendered simpler, her utilization of potion spirit energy increased, and concurrently, her rate of experience accumulation surged. After finishing her initial batch of potions, Yu Qiang finally attended to her personal hygiene and descended to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the robotic assistant had dutifully followed her prior instructions and prepared everything in advance. Consequently, upon her arrival, Yu Qiang was able to dive straight into the core tasks, such as rolling out dough for buns and placing them into the steamer. At 7 o'clock, a pickup robot from the First Legion arrived. Yu Qiang handed over 200 vials of the B-grade shadowless insect venom antidote to the robot and took the opportunity to brew a few more potions. Just as she had nearly depleted 30 of her recovered potion spirit energy, Xiao Yin arrived at the community entrance. Yu Qiang remotely granted access, and Xiao Yin quickly made her way to the villa. Something smells delightful. What has my cousin prepared? Let me guess, is it buns? Xiao Yin entered with a look of eager anticipation. Yu Qiang nodded with a smile. Indeed, I steamed some buns and flour rolls. And I also braised some eggs last night. They're now warming on the stove. Please have a seat. I'll have the robot bring out the meal. As Yu Qiang spoke, she led Xiao Yin towards the dining room. Xiao Yin followed joyfully, casting envious glances at the rice ball beside Yu Qiang. How she wished she were a boy, otherwise, she would have certainly competed with her cousin for attention. Living with her cousin was indeed a luxury. Sensing her gaze, the rice ball glanced back at Xiao Yin with an unfriendly look, prompting her to avert her eyes. She merely contemplated, not intending to vie for companionship. What was with that glare? Upon reaching the dining room, the robot delivered breakfast. The two quickly commenced their meal. Xiao Yin, initially engaging in cheerful chatter with Yu Qiang, soon became engrossed in her food. After a few minutes, both Yu Qiang and the rice ball had their fill, yet Xiao Yin continued to savor her meal. Her royal upbringing ensured she maintained an elegant pace while eating, and she truly had a hearty appetite. Of course, her ability to indulge stemmed not only from the deliciousness of the food, but also from her strategic decision to fast the previous night. After a few more minutes, Xiao Yin finally finished her meal. The princess gracefully dabbed her mouth, though her stomach protested from being overly filled, her expression still reflecting a hint of longing. With school commencing soon, she had been swamped, often neglecting meals in favor of nutrient solutions. This breakfast was a true delight. Cousin, do you still have any buns and braised eggs in the kitchen? Xiao Yin asked with eager eyes directed at Yu Qiang. Indeed. She wished to both eat and take some with her. Given her tight schedule, despite her desire to spend the day at her cousin's, her mother had urged her to focus on her studies and not fall behind. The notion of a day off had slipped away. Additionally, I'll have the robot pack some for you to take along, Yu Qiang replied with a smile, having already arranged for it before Xiao Yin's arrival. Thank you, cousin. I adore you. The rice ball, overhearing this, looked up at Xiao Yin with evident displeasure. Someone felt guilty. Ahem, let us head for a health check, Yu Qiang suggested. With a cheerful acknowledgement, they proceeded to the living room. In the living room, Yu Qiang retrieved a medical pod from her spatial storage and, filled with anticipation, lay inside. Xiao Yin operated the external controls, checking Yu Qiang's various health indicators. Good news, cousin. All toxins in your body have been completely eliminated. All your health indicators are normal. Moreover, your mental power is currently at the late double S grade, and your physical constitution is at the mid S grade. Your strength has fully recovered. Xiao Yin exclaimed with excitement. With her mental power restored to the late double S grade, Yu Qiang, the reigning champion of the leaderboard, was officially back. Yu Qiang's eyes brightened, her heart finally at ease. She then gestured for Xiao Yin to open the pod and let her out. Xiao Yin quickly complied. Yu Qiang gracefully emerged from the medical pod. Congratulations, cousin. Xiao Yin approached, resembling her spirit companion, the adorable long-eared rabbit. Yu Qiang restrained herself from reaching out to pat Xiao Yin's head. Thank you. Hehe. Now that you're back to full strength, won't we sweep the battlefield in the upcoming field training next week? Xiao Yin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yu Qiang chuckled. It's not that simple to dominate the battlefield. There are numerous formidable fighters. If they band together, I might struggle to cope. In essence, she felt confident in her ability to excel in one-on-one combat. Understood. Xiao Yin replied cheerfully. Let us keep a low profile for now. We'll play the role of the underdog and catch them off guard. Yu Qiang nodded approvingly, her expression indicating that she was pleased with Xiao Yin's approach. At that moment, Xiao Yin's holographic device vibrated. She opened it, and her expression brightened. Cousin, someone named Fan Jishua just added me. He noted that he is from the First Legion Supply Department and said you referred him. Yu Qiang suddenly recalled the favor she had asked of Fan Jishue the previous day. It seemed that the 200 vials of antidote she submitted that morning had passed through the warehouse's review. Yes, Fan Jishue is the special contact I mentioned earlier. I spoke to him about you last night. I trust you will accept him. Absolutely. Xiao Yin eagerly agreed, promptly accepting Fan Jishue's friend request. After exchanging a few words with him, the special arrangement was essentially confirmed. Fan Jishue mentioned he would assist in applying for the contract, which should be processed shortly. Cousin, I have a tight schedule lately, so I must take my leave. After signing the contract, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Yu Qiang paid little mind to this, and instructed the kitchen robot to bring the packed buns and braised eggs for Xiao Yin to take with her. Once Xiao Yin departed, Yu Qiang activated her holographic device and noted a message from Fan Jishue. It expressed gratitude for her submission of the antidotes, and that he had already contacted Xiao Yin. After a brief reply, she accessed the First Legion's special client. In her personal center, she confirmed that the antidotes she had sent were indeed signed for, and had passed the review. However, the quota for applying for antidotes had also changed. Yu Qiang initially intended to order some potion materials, but, noticing that her potion spirit energy was fully replenished, decided to forego that plan. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste of potion spirit energy, she opted to brew another round of potions first. Once that was completed, she would take her time selecting potion materials. This time, Yu Qiang did not limit her procurement to B-grade shadowless insect venom antidote materials alone, but also retrieved recipes for other B-grade potions, purchasing 50 portions of materials corresponding to each recipe. The remaining quota was then entirely allocated to B-grade shadowless insect venom antidote materials. She remained committed to fulfilling the tasks assigned by her master. She had previously spent her own funds to purchase the materials for 5 different B-grade potion formulas. And with the addition of this latest order, for 50 more, she should now possess sufficient resources to adeptly master the art of utilizing her medicinal spirit to process these materials. After placing the order, Yu Qiang intended to take a brief respite, only to notice a message from Tao Yenshu. Yu Qiang, why didn't you attend class today? Are you alright? Upon reading the message, Yu Qiang paused momentarily. It dawned on her that her master had likely not informed her classmates that she would no longer be attending classes. However, her apprenticeship was not an extraordinary matter, so it was reasonable for her teacher to remain silent. After a brief contemplation, Yu Qiang responded to Tao Yenshu. Thank you for your concern, class monitor.
I'm fine.
Teacher Jiang has approved my exemption from classes. I only need to participate in the school's assessments on time. Since her master had not publicly declared their teacher-student relationship, she decided to keep it discreet, allowing the class monitor to be aware that she need not attend classes any longer. Chapter 70. Aspirations for a mecha. Tao Yenshu, upon receiving her message, was unsurprisingly led to a misunderstanding. He thought that Jiang Lan disapproved of Yu Qiang and intended to force her to demote herself to the first year. Although he felt a twinge of injustice on Yu Qiang's behalf, he believed that teacher Jiang's decision might ultimately be in her best interest. Alchemy was a gradual process, and establishing a solid foundation in the first year would indeed be the wisest choice for her. Therefore, Tao Yenshu refrained from offering to intercede with the teacher, and instead chose to encourage Yu Qiang. Then make sure to study diligently at home and practice potion making. Yu Qiang replied with a simple acknowledgement and continued with her tasks. The following morning, Yu Qiang successfully gathered the remaining 300 bottles of B-grade shadowless worm poison antidote and submitted them. She had a principle of never being in debt, having promised Fan Jishue. She intended to fulfill her commitment. After the retrieval robot collected the potions, Yu Qiang temporarily stored the materials for the B-grade shadowless worm poison antidote, planning to start crafting other B-grade potions from that day onwards. She aimed to complete the tasks assigned by her teacher as swiftly as possible, mastering all B-grade potion materials and potions. Regarding the issue of the First Legion not accepting the potions she had crafted, the First Legion only accepted the shadowless worm poison antidote from designated potion masters. She felt no concern. If the First Legion refused to accept them, she could sell them online instead. She had also been eager to earn some star coins, especially since the First Legion only provided potion materials and not currency. Her current funds were insufficient. With her mental strength and physical level fully restored, she sought to save enough to purchase a dual S-grade battle mecha. While she could manage without one, it was something she could not forego. A top-tier dual S-grade battle mecha cost nearly 1 billion, and she was far from having enough money. With a plan in mind, Yu Qiang set to work. She selected a potion formula and initially processed the materials using physical methods. Subsequently, as she engaged in potion making, She clearly identified the corresponding model shapes for each potion material. Once she had a firm grasp of the model shapes, she was able to directly utilize her medicinal spirit to assemble the pieces when crafting the second potion. Her technique became increasingly proficient, and she swiftly mastered the first type of B-grade potion, followed by the second and third. After consecutively crafting several B-grade potions, Yu Qiang realized that the antidote was indeed the most challenging to concoct among all potions, requiring significantly more medicinal spirit compared to others. It was no wonder that many potion masters were reluctant to brew antidotes. Even the First Legion had a considerable shortage of them. For most potion masters, the cost-effectiveness of crafting antidotes was, indeed, rather low, Yu Qiang mused. The nearby rice ball glanced up at her momentarily before lying back down to continue its slumber. Yu Qiang cast a sidelong glance at the rice ball and gently stroked its head. However, for her, it was actually advantageous. If she sold the antidotes, her competition would be considerably diminished. With that thought in mind, Yu Qiang resumed her work. By Saturday, Yu Qiang had finally crafted all the B-grade potions and had listed them in her online shop. The sales performance of her online store aligned closely with her expectations. The antidotes sold the best, while the other potions sold only occasionally. Of course, this was likely due to her pricing being nearly on par with the market rates. As Yu Qiang was reviewing her store's recent sales on her holographic device, she suddenly received a message notification. It was Fan Jishue reaching out. Lady Yu Qiang, I've noticed that you haven't applied for potion materials or submitted any potions in the past few days. Have you been busy? Fan Jishue had been under considerable pressure regarding his performance lately, working overtime daily, and had just signed on a new intermediate potion master. However, that intermediate potion master was not adept at brewing the shadowless worm poison antidote. Currently, among the designated potion masters Yu Qiang had submitted the most shadowless worm poison antidotes. Yet, she had abruptly stopped submitting potions in recent days. He had been observant and anxious. But knowing Yu Qiang was a military academy student, he refrained from pressuring her. However, as the days passed and time slipped away, coupled with his recent observation that Yu Qiang had listed numerous other B-grade potions in her online shop, he could no longer contain his curiosity and decided to inquire. Upon seeing the message, Yu Qiang opened the chat window to respond. Yes, I have been a bit busy. I've been occupied with the tasks assigned by my teacher. Fan Jishue felt a sinking sensation upon reading this. How is your progress? Do you still have time to brew the B-grade shadowless worm poison antidote? He inquired further. He had already questioned several of the designated potion masters he had signed, all of whom expressed their busyness or their lack of proficiency in crafting the shadowless worm poison antidote, resulting in very few submissions. Yu Qiang pondered for a moment before replying. I can do it tomorrow. Among the B-grade potions, she was most familiar with the B-grade shadowless worm poison antidote, and, at present, she only had the materials for this specific potion left. Her teacher would not be meeting her until Monday, so she could continue to brew this potion tomorrow. Fan Jishue's expression brightened. That's wonderful. By the way, Lady Yu Qiang, as we previously agreed, if you can apply for potion materials worth 20 million star coins this month, I will assist you in applying for an increase in your limit. I've noticed that your current potion material application limit has already exceeded 20 million, so you can expedite your application for the materials. Additionally, regarding the limit increase, I have already preemptively applied for you. Your single application limit has now been raised to 2 million star coins. You can check it in the system at your convenience. Yu Qiang felt a tinge of disappointment upon reading the message. A mere increase of 1 million star coins. At that moment, another message from Fan Jishue arrived. If you wish to apply for another increase, you can continue submitting the shadowless worm poison antidote. If the total value of the potions submitted this month reaches 50 million star coins, I can assist you in applying for another increase. Yu Qiang considered the message thoughtfully. The First Legion's buyback price for a perfect B-grade shadowless worm poison antidote was 480,000 star coins per bottle. She had already submitted 542 bottles, valued at 26,016 million star coins. Thus, she was not far from the 50 million star coin target. How much can I expect the next increase to be? It won't just be raised to 3 million star coins, will it? Although she had decided to push for another increase, Yu Qiang couldn't help but ask, concerned that the amount was determined by him and that he might be deliberately limiting her progress by using this method to provoke her. Upon reading Yu Qiang's reply, Fan Jishue's expression stiffened, feeling a sense of awkwardness as if his intentions had been uncovered. Realizing that Yu Qiang had the capability for another increase, he dismissed his earlier thoughts. Chapter 71. A-grade potion materials. Gritting his teeth, he began typing again. If you can truly submit potions worth more than 50 million star coins within this month, I can assure you that your new quota will not be less than 5 million star coins. A flicker of excitement crossed Yu Qiang's mind.
Deal.
She sent the 2 words and put away her light brain. On Sunday, at 5 in the afternoon, after a busy day, Yu Qiang once again submitted 280 bottles of the perfect grade B-level shadow worm venom antidote through the First Legion's special system. Subsequently, she requested materials for 1,000 portions of the B-level shadow worm venom antidote, along with 50 portions of various other B-level potion materials. At this point, Yu Qiang still had a substantial remaining quota. Yet she did not rush to exhaust it all. After all, she sensed that upon completing the refinement of this newly requested batch of potion materials, her alchemical spirit power would likely advance once more. Once her alchemical spirit power ascended again, she would be able to attempt the refinement of A-level potions. At that time, she could utilize the remaining quota to request materials for A-level potions. On the other side, Fan Jishue quickly received a notification of increased points. With a sudden surge of 280 points, he found his performance ranking soaring to second in the office, filling him with gratitude toward Yu Qiang. On Monday, after having breakfast with rice ball, Yu Qiang was refining the B-level shadow worm venom antidote while awaiting a video call from her master. At 9:30, Jiang Lan's video call finally came through. Yu Qiang hurriedly answered. The serious figure of Jiang Lan appeared on the screen. Ahem, my dear girl. How is the task I assigned to you last week coming along? Jiang Lan felt that perhaps the task she had assigned was somewhat burdensome. The variety and quantity of B-level potion materials were quite substantial, and giving her apprentice only a week to familiarize herself seemed rather tight. Therefore, Jiang Lan thought that if her little apprentice had not completely fulfilled the task, she would not be overly critical. However, to her surprise, Yu Qiang responded with 4 words. All completed. Jiang Lan, who had initially prepared some comforting words, quickly suppressed her urge to speak. Completed? Ahem, very well.
Now,
let me test you. She rephrased.
Yu Qiang obediently replied.
Jiang Lan's eyes gleamed with pleasure as she immediately designated a type of B-level potion. In front of Jiang Lan, Yu Qiang took the corresponding potion materials from her spatial button. Then she harnessed her alchemical spirit power to process the materials and began refining the potion. Soon, the potion was successfully completed. Jiang Lan nodded in satisfaction and designated a second type of B-level potion. Yu Qiang likewise completed it with expertise. Jiang Lan continued to designate. And Yu Qiang continued to execute, unfazed and exceedingly proficient. The more Jiang Lan tested her, the more astonished she became. As Yu Qiang flawlessly handled several antidote potions in succession. At this point, Jiang Lan was utterly convinced of her little apprentice's words and, in her heart, designated her apprentice with the phrase extraordinary prodigy. Ahem, my girl, you performed admirably on this task. With your current prowess, you may attempt to learn the refinement of A-level potions. However, before refining A-level potions, you must first learn to process A-level potion materials using your alchemical spirit power. I will send you the relevant materials now for the next 2 weeks. Oh no. Make it 1 week. Your task is to process all 8 types of A-level potion materials I listed. Yu Qiang listened to Jiang Lan's words, somewhat perplexed. Just processing them, without needing to refine them into potions? Furthermore, the master only mentioned processing them, without mentioning the need for proficiency. Jiang Lan looked at Yu Qiang. Processing A-level potion materials is considerably more challenging than B-level materials. If you can manage to process 1 portion of each of those 8 materials within a week, that would be quite impressive. Seeing Yu Qiang remain silent, Jiang Lan speculated that her little apprentice might feel defiant. This was quite normal, as her own thoughts had been similar before she encountered A-level potion materials. Thinking of something, Jiang Lan boldly added, the 8 potion materials I listed are all classified as A-level combat materials, and their fusion indeed holds the potential for refining A-level potions. If you wish to attempt refining A-level potions, you may do so then. I will also send you the materials for refining A-level potions shortly. At this point, a smile crept onto Jiang Lan's face. If one were to look closely, they might discern a hint of mischief in her smile. Jiang Lan spoke the truth. Those 8 A-level potion materials indeed belonged to the same category, and it was entirely plausible that, upon fusion, they could result in the refinement of potions. Potions above A-level do not follow fixed formulas. During the refining process, only 2 principles must be adhered to. The first is that the potion materials used for refinement must belong to the same category. This requirement is satisfied by the 8 potion materials. The second is that, during the refinement of potions, the number of selected materials generally ranges from 4 to 8. The fewer the types of materials, the easier the refinement, and the higher the success probability. Conversely, the more types involved, the greater the difficulty, and the lower the success rate. For someone who has never even processed A-level potion materials, how could they possibly refine an A-level potion within a mere week? Let alone one formed from the fusion of 8 different materials. Jianlan was fully aware that Yu Qiang could not achieve this, but chose not to articulate it, simply wishing to let her extraordinary prodigy apprentice experience a setback. Yu Qiang, upon hearing Jianlan's words, felt no sense of injustice. In fact, she was quite pleased. With her advantages, she believed that processing A-level potion materials would be a trivial matter for her. Her alchemical spirit power was on the verge of ascending, and she was eager to attempt refining A-level potions sooner rather than later. All right, thank you, master. Yu Qiang expressed her gratitude with delight. Jianglan's eyes twinkled with amusement as she sent the relevant materials to Yu Qiang, imparted a few words of advice, and then ended the video call. Once the call concluded, Yu Qiang immediately began reviewing the materials Jianglan had sent her. As before, these materials included documents as well as videos. Yu Qiang first examined the initial document. This document provided a comprehensive introduction to A-level potion materials. After finishing the document, she realized that A-level potion materials were indeed not so easily processed. The challenge in processing A-level potion materials stemmed not only from the high demands placed on alchemical spirit power, but also from the fact that, although A-level potion materials, like B-level materials, were packaged in portions, the term portion here referred to the weight specifications of the materials. During processing, it was not the case that one portion of materials necessarily yielded a corresponding usable portion of processed materials. This was also one of the characteristics of potion materials at the A-level and above. A-level and higher potions do not possess fixed formulas. The quantity and weight of the materials utilized are determined by the alchemist based on their own capabilities. After reviewing the document, Yu Qiang then watched a video that accompanied the document. In the video, Jianglan demonstrated the processing of the 8 A-level potion materials while also refining them into potions. Yu Qiang noted that, during the processing of the potion materials, Jianglan sometimes used more than one portion of a material, while for others, she utilized less than one portion. The selection of potion materials was inconsistent. Chapter 72, The Secrets of A-level potion materials. This further confirmed the content of the document. Observing this, Yu Qiang realized that processing A-level potion materials would likely prove more difficult than she had initially envisioned. Suppressing her thoughts, she clicked on the next document. This document was an introduction to A-level potions. It detailed that the refinement of A-level potions was far more complex than that of B-level potions. For different categories of potions, Jianglan outlined various combinations of potion materials. However, these combinations only included the categories of potion materials and did not specify the quantities of each material to be applied. This was reasonable after all, as the selection of quantities is inherently uncertain and must be adjusted by the alchemist during the processing of potion materials. Yu Qiang also took note of Jianglan's mention that the simplest A-grade potion is composed of a fusion of 4 potion materials, while the most intricate A-grade potion requires the amalgamation of 8 materials. Upon reading this, Yu Qiang could not help but understand the glimmer of cunning that flickered in her master's gaze. Perhaps she had indeed overestimated her abilities. However, she still yearned to give it a try. After perusing the documents, Yu Qiang clicked on the final video. In this clip, Jianglan was concocting an A-grade antidote for the shadow worm's venom. According to the previously reviewed documents, Yu Qiang learned that A-grade antidotes are still the most challenging among all A-grade potions. There are 3 main difficulties. First, the materials for A-grade antidotes are more challenging to handle compared to other A-grade potion materials. Second, the process of successfully fusing various materials is notably more complex. And third, all A-grade antidotes necessitate 8 different materials, whereas other A-grade potions can be crafted with just 4. While potions made from 4 materials tend to yield inferior results compared to those made from a greater variety, the difficulty of crafting A-grade antidotes was evident. Yet, in the video, Jianglan appeared composed, much like the previous week when she was preparing the B-grade antidote for the shadow worm's venom. This was the essence of true skill, Yu Qiang mused. Afterward, Yu Qiang opened the last document, detailing her tasks for the upcoming week, which listed 8 types of A-grade potion materials. She accessed the First Legion's special client application, selected A-grade potion materials from the potion market page, and claimed 10 of each of the 8 materials. After a moment's hesitation, She cross-referenced Jiang Lan's document and claimed 20 units of the materials corresponding to the A-grade antidote for the shadow worm's venom. Upon confirming her order, Yu Qiang felt a twinge of regret as she noticed the deductions from her account. The market price of A-grade potions was several dozen times higher than that of B-grade potions. Although the prices of A-grade potion materials were not as exorbitant, they were still tenfold higher than their B-grade counterparts. Aspiring junior potion masters needed not only talent, but also a substantial supply of A-grade materials for practice. It is fair to say that the path to becoming a proficient potion master is inextricably tied to both innate ability and financial resources. After claiming the potion materials, Yu Qiang stowed away her light brain. Mere minutes later, a delivery robot from the First Legion arrived with her claimed materials. After signing for the package, Yu Qiang meticulously counted and categorized the potion materials. Once she confirmed that her potion spirit's power had fully replenished to 100, she took out one of the A-grade materials for processing. Tentatively, she infused her potion spirit's power into the material, causing the corresponding model to materialize before her. Yu Qiang observed that the model of the A-grade potion material was no longer merely composed of two-dimensional lines, but included three-dimensional, non-enclosed shapes. The material she was currently handling featured a rectangular prism that had been diagonally sliced, leaving behind a shape, along with several line segments and incomplete forms that hinted at the remaining sections of the prism. Having analyzed the model, Yu Qiang felt a sense of certainty. She began with the largest shape as a foundation, using her potion spirit's power to maneuver the other three-dimensional and two-dimensional shapes closer to it, piecing together the rectangular prism. However, as she commenced her task, she found it somewhat strenuous, particularly when manipulating the three-dimensional shapes, which required significantly more effort than the two-dimensional ones. Ultimately, it took her nearly 5 minutes to assemble the rectangular prism. While 5 minutes may not seem excessive, it paled in comparison to her proficiency with B-grade materials, where she could typically process a unit in approximately 5 seconds. The disparity was significant. Once the rectangular prism was completed, as anticipated, she successfully processed the A-grade material. However, since she had not utilized all the fragmented model shapes, specifically 2 curves and 1 broken line remained untouched, she had only consumed about 4/5 of the original material. Having completed her processing, Yu Qiang gained a foundational understanding of A-grade potion materials. This time, she had enough shapes for the puzzle. But should she encounter a situation where the shapes were insufficient, she would need to use a second material to extract the missing pieces. Indeed, assembling three-dimensional figures proved far more complex than their two-dimensional counterparts. Moreover, her potion spirit's power level was lower than she had initially estimated. Given her current situation, merely advancing once would likely be insufficient for crafting A-grade potions. Glancing at the other potion materials on her desk, Yu Qiang deliberated and then returned them all to her spatial button. Subsequently, she retrieved the materials for the B-grade antidote for the shadow worm's venom. Continuing her quest for experience. Only by successfully concocting potions could she accumulate experience, as processing alone would not yield any. For her, enhancing her prowess was of utmost importance. With a clear strategy in mind, Yu Qiang delved into the rigorous crafting of B-grade antidotes, working tirelessly until 11 o'clock at night when she finally paused to rest. Urged by the insistence of her food ball companion. Before she knew it, Saturday arrived. That evening, after relentless effort, Yu Qiang's potion spirit power finally reached a new level. Following her upgrade, she discovered that while crafting B-grade potions, she could now do so with remarkable ease and minimal cognitive strain. She began experimenting with processing 2 potion materials simultaneously to concoct 2 bottles at once. Upon realizing her efficiency had indeed improved, she escalated her efforts to 3 materials, and then 4. The B-grade antidote for the shadow worm's venom had become second nature to her. On Sunday morning, Yu Qiang submitted a staggering 200 bottles of B-grade antidote through the First Legion's special system. This left Fan Jishue astounded and elated. The sudden influx of 200 performance points not only enabled him to fulfill his monthly task, but also propelled him to the top of the office's performance rankings. Having closely monitored Yu Qiang's progress, Fan Jishue promptly sought Lu Bo's assistance to increase her allocation limit. Afterward, he sent Yu Qiang a message. Lady Yu Qiang, I am profoundly grateful for your support. Your submission of 1000 bottles of B-grade antidote has been immensely helpful. Thanks to you, I have successfully completed my monthly performance assessment. I have already approached the director to increase your potion material allocation limit to 5 million star coins. When you have time, you can check the system. By the way, Lady Yu Qiang, I noticed you claimed some A-grade potion materials in the system earlier. Are you currently preparing to advance to an intermediate potion master? Having speculated upon Yu Qiang's claim of A-grade materials, he was now nearly certain. The fact that she submitted such a considerable number of B-grade antidotes in exchange for an increased allocation of potion materials indicated her intent to invest heavily in A-grade materials. He had no concerns that she would cease crafting B-grade antidotes in pursuit of A-grade ones. On the contrary, he was certain that she would continue to produce and acquire as many B-grade antidotes as possible to submit to the system. After all, ascending from junior to senior potion master was indeed a costly endeavor. After sending the message, Fan Jishua eagerly awaited Yu Qiang's response, his gaze fixed on the light brain screen. Upon hearing the notification sound, Yu Qiang paused her work, accessed her light brain, and read Fan Jishua's message. She then entered the First Legion's special client application and noted a significant increase in her potion material allocation. Upon delving into the details of her credit limit, Yu Qiang discovered not only an increase in her fixed credit but also the value of the 200 bottles of B-grade shadow worm antidote she had submitted had been credited to her account. Understanding the situation, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly switched the holographic interface back to her chat with Fan Jishua. She then replied, I am currently still learning to process A-grade potion materials, but I should soon commence the refining of A-grade potions. Upon reading her message, Fan Jishua's eyes lit up. That is splendid news, far better than the current situation, he responded eagerly. In that case, may I impose upon you a small favor? Yu Qiang paused momentarily. What is it? She inquired. You see, thanks to the 200 bottles of B-grade shadow worm antidote you submitted, I have met my performance target for this month. However, our assessments are not limited to this month. They will continue into the next. I was wondering, since there are only a few days left in this month, could you refrain from submitting too many potions for now and save some for next month? Oh, and by the way, I am currently the top performer in our office. I would like to see if I can maintain this position. If necessary, I might need to ask for your assistance to help me boost my points significantly on the last day of the month. In Fan Jishua's eyes, Yu Qiang had become his secret weapon to secure the top position in performance. After reading his message, Yu Qiang succinctly replied, all right. She still needed to elevate her potion spirit power to the next level, and the B-grade shadow worm antidote remained her core potion for gaining experience. Fan Jishua, upon receiving her message, nearly erupted into laughter, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yu Qiang simply responded with "You're welcome" before returning to her tasks. As evening drew near, with Monday on the horizon, Yu Qiang resolved to complete the tasks assigned by her master. She retrieved the remaining 7 types of A-grade potion materials she had purchased earlier and began processing them with her potion spirit power. While handling the potion materials, Yu Qiang realized that after her recent upgrade, manipulating the model graphics had become significantly easier. The last time she had spent nearly 5 minutes processing a single potion material, but this time, she accomplished it in roughly 2 minutes, even accounting for the time spent contemplating the assembly scheme. Excluding her contemplation, she believed she could process an A-grade potion material within 30 seconds. Overall, she felt confident that handling A-grade potion materials was no longer an issue. Should her potion spirit power level up again, processing A-grade materials would likely become as effortless as it currently was for B-grade materials. Quickly, Yu Qiang processed all 7 types of A-grade potion materials. Gazing at the total of 8 A-grade potion materials she had processed, she felt a surge of excitement. Although her intuition suggested she might not be able to refine an A-grade potion just yet, her curiosity urged her to try. After a moment's deliberation, she could not resist the temptation. She opened the document Jianglan had sent her, examining the material combinations for A-grade battle potions. After some searching, she indeed found a combination scheme comprising 4 of the 8 potion materials. While I may not be able to refine a potion using all 8 materials, trying with 4 should not hurt, Yu Qiang murmured to herself. After checking her potion spirit power gauge and finding it at 92, she decided to wait until it fully recovered to 100 before proceeding. Once ready, she selected the 4 potion materials she intended to use and began the fusion process with 2 of them. The moment she applied her potion spirit power, she felt a strain. The model graphics of A-grade potion materials were all 3-dimensional. The 2 materials she wished to fuse had a rectangular and a cylindrical shape, respectively. Thanks to her external enhancement, she could see the positions of the 2 shapes clearly, allowing her to accurately align them for successful fusion. However, she soon realized that moving either shape was exceedingly difficult. The weight of the rectangular and cylindrical shapes was several dozen times heavier than the heaviest fragments that composed them. Aware of this challenge, Yu Qiang persevered, increasing her potion's spirit power output to push the cylindrical shape toward the rectangular one. After nearly 10 minutes, the cylindrical shape finally merged with the rectangular one. Just as she was about to add the third processed potion material, she noticed her potion's spirit power gauge had plummeted to 50. Realizing the danger, she quickly halted her efforts. Unfortunately, as soon as she stopped, the two successfully fused potion materials exploded, rendering them useless. Yu Qiang sighed in regret. Chapter 74. Shocked Tao Yanshu. This was the nature of potion refining. Whether through improper fusion of processed materials or an abrupt cessation during the process, it could lead to the materials being rendered useless. Conversely, while handling potion materials improperly would not result in their destruction, patience and time would ultimately yield processed materials. However, processed potion materials could not be stored for long. If not used promptly, they would automatically decompose within 2 weeks, at which point they too would be wasted. This was why potion material shops did not sell pre-processed potion materials. I should continue to elevate my potion spirit power level, Yu Qiang muttered, completely dismissing the notion of attempting to refine A-grade potions in the near future. Nevertheless, she still had her assigned tasks to complete. After some thought, she retrieved the 2 potion materials she had ruined and processed another set of those 2 materials, replenishing her stock of 8 potion materials. Once finished, she glanced at the 8 potion bottles filled with the processed materials and hoped she could elevate her potion spirit power once more within the next 2 weeks. This way, she wouldn't waste these materials. Storing the processed materials, Yu Qiang resumed her work on the B-grade shadow worm antidote, continuing to gain experience. Following her recent upgrade, she found that her capacity to continuously refine B-grade shadow worm antidotes had increased from 21 bottles to 46 bottles. Although the experience required for the next upgrade was more than double that of before, her daily output of B-grade shadow worm antidotes, and thus her experience gain, had also risen. With 2 weeks ahead, she felt hopeful for another upgrade, provided no other distractions arose. However, the following week would not be entirely free for her. First, she had to return to the Imperial Star Military University for a monthly exam on Friday. Then, on Saturday and Sunday, she would participate in outdoor combat training as part of her sophomore year. Last night, the class monitor, Tao Yanshu, had announced these 2 events in their group chat. The exam on Friday was mandatory for her. As for the outdoor combat training on Saturday and Sunday, she had already promised Zhao Yin and Tian Xian that she would take them along, so she needed to register as well. Well, I'll do my best, Yu Qiang said to herself. Consequently, she accessed her holographic interface, entered the class chat group, and registered for the weekend's outdoor combat training via the provided link. Just as she completed her registration, a notification popped up confirming her successful enrollment. The classmates present in the group were taken aback by this development. Oh my, Yu Qiang. Why have you signed up for outdoor combat training? Our potion department is full of weaklings. Without a strong player to lead us, we won't earn any points. Indeed. Yu Qiang, you should contact the class monitor immediately and withdraw your registration. As one progresses to their junior and senior years, there lies the prospect of becoming an intermediate pharmacist, at which point one may enroll in field combat training, thereby facilitating the search for assistance from combat specialists. After all, graduates from combat disciplines invariably join various military factions. They inherently possess the intention to connect with capable pharmacists before graduation, ensuring that when they encounter difficulties in obtaining potions within their factions, they can discreetly seek the aid of a pharmacist. Classmate Yu Qiang, we are aware of your formidable past. However, having transitioned to the pharmacy department, your absence from the field combat training will not incite any discontent, remarked a fellow student. Upon reading these messages, Yu Qiang contemplated a response, yet before she could, a private message from Tao Yanshu arrived. Classmate Yu Qiang, although I am unable to withdraw your registration after you've signed up, I can assist you in contacting the Academic Affairs office tomorrow morning to request a cancellation. You need not worry. Upon receiving this message, Yu Qiang felt a mix of exasperation and warmth from her peers' words. After some reflection, she typed a response to Tao Yanshu. There's no need for you to help me withdraw my registration. I am confident in my ability to achieve a commendable rank in the field combat training. After sending the message, she had a sudden thought and added a second line. The insect poison within me has already been resolved, and my strength has been restored. It appeared that her classmates, including the class leader, regarded her as a vulnerable entity. Initially, she found it challenging to explain her situation, but it seemed that failing to clarify would only prolong their concerns. Tao Yenshu, who had been on the verge of advising her upon reading her first sentence, was taken aback by the second. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly typed a response. Really? Has your mental strength recovered to double S level? And your physical constitution to S level? Indeed, Yu Qiang replied with a single word. Seeing her response nearly prompted Tao Yenshu to exclaim in surprise. Will you continue in the pharmacy department? After sending this message, Tao Yenshu suddenly felt that his inquiry might have been somewhat impolite and added, do not misunderstand. I merely believe that, with your restored strength, your prospects in the individual combat department may surpass those in the pharmacy department. As your class leader, I genuinely hope you remain in the pharmacy department. Yu Qiang smiled upon reading his message. Currently, I am more intrigued by alchemy. Moreover, I believe I can thrive within the pharmacy department, so I have no immediate plans to transfer again. After a moment's consideration, she felt that her previous statement might not have been sufficiently direct. Given the nature of her class leader, he likely would not assume her proficiency in alchemy was commendable. Thus, she added, Professor Jiang is quite optimistic about my potential. She has taken me as her closed-door disciple and permits me to forego attending classes. With this assertion, she hoped her class leader would understand and not perceive her as boasting. Tao Yenshu's eyes widened in disbelief upon reading her message, nearly leading him to question his own reality. After pinching his face, he meticulously reread Yu Qiang's message, confirming that it was indeed not a figment of his imagination. Professor Jiang had accepted Yu Qiang as a disciple, her closed-door disciple, no less. Professor Jiang was the most esteemed figure in the pharmacy department, reputed to have only taken in 4 disciples, all of whom were prodigies in alchemy. Each of her disciples had attained the rank of senior pharmacist within a few years post-graduation, including the current dean of their academy, who was also her pupil. Had she truly taken Yu Qiang under her wing? As his admiration deepened, Tao Yenshu was torn between disbelief and envy. Although rationality suggested the improbability of such a claim, he found it hard to dismiss the notion that Yu Qiang was lying. After all, she had no incentive to do so. After a significant pause, Tao Yenshu suppressed his swirling emotions. What potion are you currently refining? He inquired of Yu Qiang. At that moment, he finally recognized that her alchemical prowess far exceeded their previous assumptions. Yu Qiang pondered for a moment before responding, I am still refining B-grade potions. But my master has already instructed me on utilizing potion spirit energy to handle A-grade potions. She replied candidly, realizing that when conversing with her class leader, she should not hold back. Tao Yenshu was once again astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Engaging with A-grade potions meant she was on the cusp of refining A-grade potions and advancing to intermediate pharmacist status. After the initial shock wore off, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He had previously assumed Yu Qiang's potion spirit energy was meager and her alchemical skills inferior. Reflecting upon Yu Qiang's explanations, he realized she was intentionally clarifying her capabilities, likely tired of being underestimated. He had initially felt sympathy for her, but now recognized that he was the true fool in this scenario. Meanwhile, Yu Qiang waited patiently for Tao Yenshu's reply. But after a considerable time elapsed without a response, she decided to send another message. Class leader, I do not mean to boast. I merely, however. She did not finish her thought. Tao Yenshu, upon seeing her message, quickly responded, I understand. We were narrow-minded. We assumed that with such formidable mental strength and physical constitution, your alchemical skills would be lacking, yet we did not anticipate this. Yu Qiang, you are a genuine genius, a natural-born powerhouse, he exclaimed. Thank you for choosing to remain in the pharmacy department. Our class will certainly take pride in you. Yu Qiang smiled at the message, her lips curving upwards. The students in the pharmacy department were indeed far friendlier than those from the individual combat department. Just as she was about to conclude the video call with Tao Yenshu, he sent another message. Classmate Yu Qiang, may I ask a favor? A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she replied, What is it? Could you lead everyone to participate in the field combat training this weekend? Tao Yenshu requested. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have made such a request. Or, if he did, it would have been solely for himself. But this was the champion of the freshman field combat training from 2 years prior. A competitor who had eliminated hundreds and amassed points that far surpassed the second-place contender. She had also been the standout of her year, reportedly defeating numerous second-year elites before narrowly losing to the top combatant of that year. Although she had taken a year off, she had served in the first military faction, gaining invaluable experience and retiring with the rank of major. Her combat prowess was undoubtedly greater than before, possibly by a significant margin. After all, for those in the combat disciplines, the battlefield is where they grow the most rapidly, far surpassing the classroom. Now, with such a remarkable figure as a classmate, it was imperative to seize the opportunity rather than wait until their junior or senior years to scramble for extra credits. Though the students in the pharmacy department might appear fragile, others from different departments were wary of crossing those they should not offend, often refraining from targeting them unless they possessed beast cores. Beast cores, acquired by defeating wild beasts during training or seized from opponents, corresponded to their points total. If they ranked within the top 200 at the end of the training, they would be rewarded with extra credits. Unfortunately, due to their low combat capabilities, the pharmacy students could hardly obtain beast cores on their own, all while needing to guard against potential harm from wild beasts, let alone the prospect of robbing others. Thus, to secure credits in the field combat training, they would need to rely on a formidable ally. After some consideration, Yu Qiang agreed, all right. Whether guiding 2 individuals or an entire group, the distinction was minimal for her. The larger the group, the easier it would be for her to fish. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Tao Yanshu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Soon after, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yu Qiang. The two engaged in conversation for a while before concluding their discussion. After the chat, Tao Yanshu sat quietly for a considerable time, fully digesting the information he had received that night. On Monday, in the class of the pharmacy department where Tao Yanshu was enrolled, he eagerly spoke up as soon as teacher Jiang finished the lesson, urging all his classmates to stay. He had been holding this in for an entire night and was finally ready to share the news about Yu Qiang with his peers. Once everyone settled back into their seats, Tao Yanshu approached the podium and recounted the details of his conversation with Yu Qiang from the previous evening. Yu Qiang had graciously agreed to take them on a field training exercise this weekend, and interested students were encouraged to sign up. He reminded everyone that Yu Qiang had previously participated in a field exercise where she had ranked first on the leaderboard. The extra credit awarded for achieving first place in such an exercise amounted to an impressive 5 points. According to the school's regulations, accumulating just 8 points in extracurricular credits would fulfill graduation requirements. Missing this opportunity could mean that Yu Qiang might not participate in another field training session in the future. Tao Yanshu spoke with a sense of pride. At that moment, he truly felt honored to be the class representative of Yu Qiang. After enrolling, the first legendary figure he had heard about at the school was Yu Qiang. Regrettably, he had never seen her in person, as she had gone to serve in the First Legion. To his astonishment, a year later, she had become his classmate. Even more unexpectedly, the person he admired not only possessed extraordinary combat skills, but also demonstrated an unparalleled talent in alchemy. Upon hearing Tao Yanshu's words, his classmates were left utterly astonished. Surely, they must be dreaming? The class representative stated that Yu Qiang's mental strength and physical attributes had fully recovered. Furthermore, she was not only gifted in combat but also a prodigy in alchemy, having been taken in as an apprentice by teacher Jiang and soon to become a mid-level pharmacist. One by one, they had initially felt sympathy for her. How foolish they felt now. Many of them felt their faces flush with embarrassment. It was no wonder that Lady Yu rarely spoke in the group. After hearing their attempts to console her, she seldom replied. The truth was, she must have found their pity utterly perplexing. If they were in her shoes, they would likely feel the same way. Count me in, class representative. At last, someone snapped back to reality and raised their hand, calling out to Tao Yanshu. I'm going too, class representative. The second voice followed swiftly. Me too, class representative. Soon, the classroom was filled with students eagerly raising their hands to sign up. Tao Yanshu smiled and gestured for silence, asking everyone to calm down. Those interested could simply register through the link shared in the class chat. Additionally, he wanted to remind everyone to keep the information regarding Yu Qiang's restored mental strength and physical attributes confidential, as the field training would take place this weekend. Although their Yu Qiang was immensely powerful and capable of protecting them, their numbers were simply too vast. In such circumstances, it would be wise to help Lady Yu conceal her strength, ensuring that they could catch their opponents off guard. Chapter 76. Task situation. The classmates unanimously agreed, pledging to keep silent about Yu Qiang's recovery. Moreover, since teacher Jiang had not publicly announced Yu Qiang's apprenticeship, they decided to keep that information under wraps as well, to prevent any misunderstandings on teacher Jiang's part regarding Yu Qiang. Meanwhile, after class, Jiang Lan returned to her office and immediately contacted her talented student. Yu Qiang had been waiting eagerly and promptly accepted the video call when she saw her master's face. Typically stern and reserved, Jiang Lan's expression was surprisingly less serious this time. Child, How did you fare with last week's task? Zhang inquired, her gaze revealing a hint of amusement. Yu Qiang paid little mind to her master's demeanor and pointed the camera toward the 8 bottles of processed alchemical materials she had prepared in advance. I have processed the alchemical materials, she replied. Zhang was not surprised by this outcome. Her student was a prodigious talent. What would take other gifted individuals 2 weeks to accomplish, she had completed in just 1 week, which was hardly remarkable. And the potions? Have you attempted to refine them? Zhang continued, a hint of anticipation in her voice, eager to see her disciple face a challenge. Yu Qiang could hardly ignore the glimmer of mischief in her master's eyes. With a sigh inwardly, she responded, I refined them. I selected 4 types of alchemical materials and attempted to create an A-grade potion. However, due to insufficient spiritual energy, I chose to abandon the process after merging 2 of the materials. Upon hearing the first 2 words from Yu Qiang, a look of pride flickered across Zhang Lan's face. But as Yu Qiang continued, her expression shifted to one of surprise. You truly managed to fuse 2 types of alchemical materials? Wait, does that mean you processed 10 portions of alchemical materials? Zhang struggled to maintain her composure, but her excitement was palpable. Yes, Yu Qiang replied nonchalantly. Given your current level of spiritual energy, processing A-grade alchemical materials is not overly challenging, but refining an A-grade potion remains beyond your reach. Master, for the next 2 weeks, I would like to focus on refining B-grade potions to elevate my spiritual energy further, Yu Qiang suggested. Zhang was once again taken aback by Yu Qiang's statement. If anyone else had spoken such words in her presence, she would have swiftly reprimanded them for their arrogance. What did it mean that processing A-grade materials was not overly challenging? Were A-grade materials so easily handled? Yet this was her beloved disciple. How could she bear to scold her? In fact, she found herself believing that perhaps her student was not lying after all. Are you suggesting that you have already mastered the use of spiritual energy to process those 8 A-grade materials? Zhang asked. Yu Qiang hesitated for a moment.
Well,
I suppose I have become somewhat proficient, she replied. Among those 8 A-grade materials, she had only processed 6 of them once, while the remaining 2 were only handled a second time due to the termination of the refinement process, resulting in 1 being wasted. Thus, her proficiency was hardly substantial. However, with her unique advantages and prior experience, she had confirmed the models of those materials. Processing them again would undoubtedly be far more seamless than the first attempt. To an outsider, that would be sufficient to be deemed skilled. What do you mean by somewhat proficient? Show me your processing now, Zhang instructed directly. Yu Qiang looked up at her master and replied with an O, before proceeding to bring out the 8 types of alchemical materials to process them. Zhang watched her disciple on the video call, her heart racing with excitement. Truly, she was a prodigious talent. In just 1 week's time, she had learned to proficiently process 8 types of A-grade alchemical materials. Each time, her disciple managed to surpass Zhang Lan's expectations. Recalling her student's earlier words, Zhang Lan suddenly realized that her disciple's only limitation lay in her level of spiritual energy. Otherwise, she might have truly been able to refine an A-grade potion. With this thought, Zhang Lan felt a surge of excitement. Her disciple was likely on the brink of becoming a mid-level pharmacist. For others, the leap from a junior to a mid-level pharmacist was fraught with challenges, but for her, it might prove to be a trivial matter. Minutes later, Yu Qiang announced, Master, I have completed the processing. Zhang forcibly suppressed her excitement. Indeed, enhancing your spiritual energy level is crucial. You should spend some more time refining B-grade potions. However, do you believe 2 weeks will suffice to elevate your spiritual energy by 1 level? She had initially assumed that her disciple's spiritual energy was already robust enough to refine A-grade potions, only to discover it was insufficient. Nevertheless, the fact that she could proficiently process A-grade materials with inadequate spiritual energy spoke volumes about her abilities. Yu Qiang paused for a second. I have to participate in the school's monthly assessment on Friday, and I signed up for the field training on Saturday and Sunday. I can only do my best. Had it not been for these 2 matters, she would have felt quite confident. Nevertheless, even with these issues at hand, she believed that with a little effort, hope was not entirely out of reach. Zhang furrowed her brow slightly. The midterm examination was indeed mandatory. Field training, by the way. How is your mental strength and physical constitution recovering? The double S-grade antidote for the shadow insect venom that she provided should have been consumed by her diligent student. It was uncertain whether the effects had fully taken hold. I have completely recovered, Yu Qiang responded, unable to suppress a smile at the thought. The sensation of regaining her strength was exhilarating, moreover, with her mental strength and physical constitution thoroughly restored. She felt the resurgence of her psychic abilities from her past life coursing through her current form. Now, she felt undeniably powerful. Jiang Lan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Double S-grade mental strength, A-grade physical constitution? She continued to inquire. Late-stage double S-grade mental strength, mid-stage S-grade physical constitution, Yu Qiang replied. Jiang Lan's eyes widened with surprise. After a moment, she cleared her throat and said, "Well, since you have transitioned to the pharmacology department, it would be best for you to focus on your studies there. With your aptitude, becoming a senior pharmacist is merely a matter of time. The impact of an exceptional senior pharmacist is far greater than that of a distinguished military officer." Regrettably, she found herself somewhat remorseful for bestowing that double S-grade antidote upon her promising student. With such a high combat level and her powers restored, it would be a shame if she abandoned her path in alchemy to return to honing her mental prowess. It wasn't that she underestimated the mech soldiers. Rather, she believed her student's potential in alchemy was boundless. Yu Qiang, keenly aware of her master's intentions, nodded obediently. She had no intention of switching paths again. Chapter 77. The emergence of talent. If she wished to elevate her mental strength and physical constitution, the battlefield was far more conducive than the classroom. Since she could not access the battlefield at present, it was only fitting that she dedicated herself to the study of alchemy. Jiang Lan felt a surge of delight at her student's immediate agreement, though she maintained a composed facade. "Well then, I shall contact you in 2 weeks to assess your progress," she stated, adopting a more serious demeanor. "Understood," Yu Qiang replied, and soon the video call concluded. After the call, Yu Qiang glanced at the alchemical materials laid out before her and began to store them away in her spatial button. She then retrieved the materials for the B-grade antidote for the shadow insect venom, continuing her quest for experience. Before she knew it, Friday had arrived. The monthly examination at the Imperial Star Military University's Pharmacology Department was finally upon them. Yu Qiang woke early and returned to school. Remarkably, her food container did not accompany her this time. Last night, Tao Yanshu had shared the examination process in their class group and later approached Yu Qiang to elaborate on the details. The theoretical exam was set from 8 to 8:30 a.m. in the computer room, followed by practical assessments from 8:40 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. At the Alchemy Center. Additionally, students were permitted to submit their papers early. Upon arriving at the computer room, Yu Qiang noticed several classmates were already present. Casting glances her way, their expressions tinged with excitement. Had it not been for the need for silence and the prohibition against moving about in the examination hall, she felt certain they would have approached her. As more classmates filtered in, she observed that the later arrivals mirrored the earlier ones, their gazes filled with anticipation. Fortunately, the examination commenced shortly thereafter, and the scrutiny she faced finally diminished. After entering her name as prompted, Yu Qiang began answering questions. The theoretical exam comprised straightforward multiple-choice and true-false questions concerning D-grade potions. Having spent considerable time studying alchemy, she was well-versed in potions ranging from F to B grade, and she completed the questions in no time. Checking the clock, she noted there were still 10 minutes remaining. Seeing that no one else had submitted their papers, Yu Qiang chose to review her answers instead, waiting until the examination concluded to submit her paper alongside her classmates. As she exited the computer room, the attention of her peers returned to her. "Yu Qiang, the next exam is about to start. Let us head to the Alchemy Center together," Tao Yanshu called out as he approached from behind. "All right," Yu Qiang replied, falling in line with the group. "Yu Qiang, we're sorry for not realizing your true capabilities earlier," one classmate finally spoke after a moment of hesitation. "I apologize, Yu Qiang," another chimed in shortly thereafter. At that moment, Yu Qiang understood why everyone had been watching her. "It's all right," she replied with a warm smile. Her words seemed to lift the tension in the air. "Thank you for inviting us to participate in the weekend's field training, Yu Qiang. I've never taken part before," one student exclaimed. "I did attend during my freshman year, but I was completely ignored by the combat students. Although I survived to the end, I earned 0 points and didn't qualify for ranking. It felt like a complete waste of time. Yu Qiang, will you lead us in hunting star beasts tomorrow? Or perhaps, competing with the combat students? Yu Qiang, should we devise a strategy with so many of us? Perhaps something like fishing?" As Yu Qiang listened to her classmates' lively discussions, she noted their enthusiasm and even a plethora of mischievous ideas. While some suggestions were indeed cheeky, they were also quite practical and could certainly be considered. Yu Qiang occasionally interjected, feeling almost as if she were being celebrated as a star, leading her to the Alchemy Center. Upon entering the Alchemy Center and arriving at their designated examination room, the students fell silent, taking their seats and awaiting the start of the assessment. The exam commenced quickly, with the proctor, Teacher Zhou, entering to announce the rules. Students, the practical examination for this month will involve the creation of D-grade potions. Each of you will have 10 potion formulas at your station, along with 3 corresponding sets of materials. Once the exam begins, you are to transform all materials into potions. Your final scores will be evaluated based on both the quantity and quality of the potions produced. Additionally, you may submit your papers at any time until noon.
Now.
The examination begins. As Teacher Zhou concluded his instructions, everyone began to busily engage with their tasks. Yu Qiang surveyed her classmates, noting that they were all using tools to process their potion materials. Glancing at the tools on her own station, she hesitated but ultimately decided against using them. Instead, she examined one of the potion formulas, gathered the necessary materials, and harnessed her alchemical energy to simultaneously process the materials and concoct the potions. In a short span, she successfully brewed 3 bottles of potions. Without pausing, she moved on to the second potion, repeating the process once more and producing another 3 bottles. After finishing that, she proceeded to the third potion. At that moment, Tao Yenshu had just finished processing 1 batch of materials for a potion. Curious about Yu Qiang's progress, he glanced in her direction, only to be taken aback by her efficiency. Previously aware that Yu Qiang was learning to use her alchemical energy with A-grade materials, he understood she was far superior to him. However, he was astonished to witness her operating at such an extraordinary level, simultaneously processing potion materials while brewing potions, and managing 3 sets of materials at once. She was simply remarkable. As Tao Yenshu stood in awe, Yu Qiang completed another 3 bottles of potions. At this moment, it was evident that more than one individual had noticed Yu Qiang's situation. In addition to her classmates, Teacher Zhou was also observing. Upon witnessing Yu Qiang's performance, he disregarded his invigilation duties for the other students and approached her directly. Standing beside her alchemy station, he scrutinized her every move. From the assignments Yu Qiang had previously submitted, he had already deduced that her alchemical prowess was commendable. However, he now realized that he had underestimated her abilities. She was adeptly employing the power of medicinal spirits to process her potion materials. Though these were merely grade D materials, her proficiency was nearly on par with that of an intermediate alchemist. Moreover, the girl was simultaneously concocting 3 potions, exhibiting remarkable flair. By the time Chapter 78 commenced, Yu Qiang had completed half of her potion making. When she noticed Teacher Zhou standing beside her, she paused momentarily before choosing to continue. As the potion materials dwindled, she efficiently saved time searching for ingredients and soon finished the remaining 15 potions. Once completed, Yu Qiang tidied her alchemy station and turned her gaze towards Teacher Zhou. "Teacher," she whispered, intending to express her desire to submit her work early. Teacher Zhou regained his focus and responded gently, "You may leave." "Thank you, teacher," Yu Qiang exclaimed gratefully before stepping away. This movement caught the attention of several classmates in the classroom. Some of them had only just managed to produce their first potion, while Yu Qiang had already completed the examination. They had previously entertained the notion that her alchemical skills were lacking and had even attempted to console her. The true jesters were indeed themselves. They felt utterly embarrassed. Continue with the exam," Teacher Zhou suddenly announced. The students redirected their attention and resumed their work. After exiting the Alchemy Center, Yu Qiang retrieved her vehicle and headed home. Unbeknownst to her, just as she departed, Teacher Zhou began testing the potions she had crafted. Upon discovering that all 30 potions were of perfect grade, he could no longer maintain his composure. Perfect grade potions were not easily achieved. Even intermediate alchemists, who were well-versed in basic potions, struggled to ensure perfection with every attempt. Even advanced alchemists could falter. Yet, this girl had produced 30 perfect grade potions in one go. 30 bottles, not merely 3. Realizing something, Teacher Zhou could hardly wait. He activated his holographic communicator and directly contacted Jiang Lan. "Teacher Jiang, what is the situation with Yu Qiang?" Recently, Teacher Jiang had abruptly informed him and Teacher Wang that Yu Qiang would no longer be attending classes this semester. Initially, he had presumed that something unfortunate had befallen her, but it now seemed like sheer coincidence. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Lan immediately had her suspicions. Today was the day of her diligent pupil's monthly examination, and Teacher Zhou was undoubtedly reaching out to her due to Yu Qiang's remarkable performance in the examination hall. "What is it?" Jiang Lan countered, refraining from directly answering Teacher Zhou's inquiry. Teacher Zhou glanced at the potions on the alchemy station and relayed the situation to Jiang Lan. Upon reading his message, Jiang Lan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, her diligent pupil was exceptional, capable of simultaneously concocting 3 Grade D potions. Both Grade D and Grade B potions were foundational, yet if one could manage 3 Grade D potions, what about Grade B? She pondered. Perhaps she could inquire further with her talented pupil. So, Teacher Jiang, what was the reason that Yu Qiang applied to stop attending classes? Also, do you know her true capabilities? Teacher Zhou was certain without a doubt that Yu Qiang had at least learned to utilize medicinal spirit power to process Grade B materials. Yet, he sensed that her abilities might extend even further. With such a gifted child, if she encountered any troubles, it was their duty as educators to assist her in overcoming them, allowing her to focus on her studies. Seeing Teacher Zhou's new questions, Jiang Lan's smile returned. Her absence from school is simply because there is no necessity for her to attend classes. As for her abilities, she should soon advance to intermediate alchemist. She had unwavering confidence in her diligent pupil. Teacher Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment upon reading her reply. Was she truly on the verge of becoming an intermediate alchemist? She was merely a sophomore and, until recently, had been a rising star in the individual combat department. Suddenly, Teacher Zhou recalled something.
So,
her absence from school was arranged by you? Jiang Lan finally ceased her roundabout explanations. Indeed, her abilities do not align with the second-year curriculum. I have taken her as my closed-door disciple and will provide her with personal guidance in alchemy. Upon reading her message, Teacher Zhou wore an expression of realization.
soon after,
A wave of regret washed over him. He had been the first to recognize Yu Qiang's potential, yet he had failed to give her the attention she deserved. Had he been more observant, he might have been the one to become her mentor. It was a pity to have missed out on such a prodigious talent. By the way, please send me a copy of her examination video. Jiang Lan sent another message. Teacher Zhou suppressed his feelings of regret and replied, certainly. The following day, Saturday, marked the day for the second-year students of the Imperial Star Military University to engage in outdoor combat exercises. Yu Qiang, who had stayed up late until 11:30 the previous night, woke up early. It seemed that Fan Tuan had some matters to attend to and would not accompany her to school today. However, this was precisely to Yu Qiang's liking, as her purpose for going to school was merely to check in before joining her fellow classmates for the outdoor exercises via spaceship. Fan Tuan would not be able to join her in this venture. Upon arriving at the Imperial Star Military University, Yu Qiang met up with Xiao Yin and Tian Xian on the assembly grounds before heading off together to find their classmates. From a distance, Tao Yanshu and the others spotted Yu Qiang leading the way, bursting with excitement. When they recognized that she was accompanied by a royal princess and a popular streamer, their enthusiasm surged even higher. Class monitor, this is Xiao Yin and Tian Xian, our senior sisters from the alchemy department. They will be teaming up with us for the outdoor exercises. Yu Qiang introduced them to Tao Yanshu. Iner Xian, this is our class monitor, Tao Yanshu, she added. Your Highness, senior sister Tian Xian. Welcome. Tao Yanshu nearly lost his composure upon seeing them, awkwardly extending his hand, unsure to whom it should be directed. Ultimately, he settled on placing his hand between the two stunning beauties. The fact that Yu Qiang was acquainted with both the princess and senior sister Tian Xian, addressing them so familiarly, was truly remarkable. It seemed that only geniuses could forge friendships with fellow geniuses. Hello, Tao Xueti. Xiao Yin was the first to extend her hand, shaking hands with Tao Yanshu. Hello, Tao Xueti. Tian Xian followed suit, greeting him with a sweet smile. Tao Yanshu was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure and leading the group to mingle with the other classmates. The classmates were already familiar with Xiao Yin and Tian Xian, holding them in high regard as exceptional talents from the alchemy department.
now,
Their admired seniors were joining them as teammates for the competition, and the students could hardly contain their joy. Both Xiao Yin and Tian Xian possessed cheerful personalities, quickly integrating with their classmates. After a brief while, the school leaders announced the assembly. After discussing some important competition guidelines and rules, they boarded the spaceship to head to the competition venue. Chapter 79. Join or be eliminated. The chosen competition site by the school was located on a semi-developed planet in the central star system. This planet had only a few cities developed, while the majority of its terrain remained wild and uncharted. The outdoor combat exercise takes place within one of the designated wilderness areas. Once the spacecraft touches down, the competition officially commences. Some combat specialists emit bizarre cries upon landing, releasing their spiritual entities before darting away. Meanwhile, the potion specialists find themselves at a loss, huddling together, hesitant to move. This locale is teeming with towering trees, and the occasional cries of birds and beasts add an element of dread. It is only after Yu Qiang ensures that the non-allies have departed that she steps forward, accompanied by Tao Yenshu. Students, please be silent.
Now.
Let us all pay attention to Yu Qiang's instructions. Tao Yenshu gestures for quiet, and the crowd falls silent instantly. Yu Qiang scans the gathering before speaking. Greetings, everyone. The area we currently occupy is the central zone of the entire competition. Due to the recent arrival of the spacecraft, wild creatures will not approach for the time being. Therefore, I advise you all to remain here for now. I will venture out alone to recruit a few suitable candidates to join us. Once I have secured my companions and returned, we will proceed with our subsequent plans. Her combat prowess is formidable. Yet she is but one individual and cannot vigilantly guard so many. It is prudent to enlist a few capable allies to ensure everyone's safety and to assist her endeavors. Very well, Yu Qiang. Go forth and accomplish great things. We shall await your return. Tao Yenshu expresses his support first. Be careful, Yu Qiang, Xiaoyin adds. We will wait for your return. Tian Xian echoes. Yu Qiang acknowledges them with a nod, summoning her bloodthirsty vine spiritual entity. With a leap, she soars onto the vine, gliding through the air like a skateboarder, swiftly vanishing from sight. The onlookers are left in awe, immediately buzzing with excitement. Is that Yu Qiang's spiritual entity? The bloodthirsty vine? How impressive! I've heard that it's rare for someone to possess a plant-based spiritual entity, and each has its unique abilities. I know the special skill of the bloodthirsty vine. It can drain life force, and the more it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Moreover, it feels no pain. My goodness. Does that mean Yu Qiang's spiritual entity can fight without being hampered by injuries? It might even grow more formidable with each battle. Indeed. Yu Qiang was the top of our class. Xiaoyin interjects. Absolutely. Not only did she dominate her peers, but she also nearly overwhelmed the combatants from the second year, who are now in their fourth year, Tian Xian chimes in. At that time, only Lu Feng, the top of the second-year rankings, managed to narrowly defeat her due to his additional battlefield experience during the holidays. Otherwise, Yu Qiang would have completely dominated the second-year rankings. What was the situation back then? Senior Xiaoyin, Senior Tian Xian, please tell us more. Some students, stirred by excitement, urge for more details. Certainly, Xiaoyin replies with a smile, and she, along with Tian Xian, recounts Yu Qiang's past achievements. Meanwhile, Yu Qiang glides through the forest atop her bloodthirsty vine, traversing considerable distance. Despite encountering several star beasts along the way, she refrains from engaging. Her objective is to find allies, and she is in no rush to slay any star beasts. Winning the competition primarily hinges on seizing opportunities, especially targeting the affluent teams. Once secured, one can swiftly amass wealth and rise to prominence. After observing numerous teams, she ultimately selects a 4-member squad. The leader, Li Yang, and the vice-captain, Lu Yuehua, both possess S-class spiritual powers, while the other 2 members are slightly less capable, holding A-class powers. This quartet exhibits a commendable level of restraint, typically circumventing encounters and avoiding confrontation with stronger star beasts, only targeting those they are confident they can defeat. As Li Yang notes, the competition lasts 2 days, and there is no need to expose themselves too early. Points must be accrued, but not excessively, lest they become targets for others and swiftly eliminated. Their strategy is to conserve their strength while keeping their squad's power at a moderate level. It is only after the 4 have dispatched several lower-tier star beasts that Yu Qiang makes her presence known. Are you Yu Qiang? Li Yang is the first to recognize her. Upon seeing her, he instinctively takes a step back, adopting a defensive stance. How had he not noticed her approach after personally keeping watch? The others, hearing Li Yang's words, also regard her with caution. However, Lu Yuehua's reaction differs from the rest. Upon seeing Yu Qiang, a flicker of fervor crosses her eyes, quickly replaced by a sense of regret. Yu Qiang, you too have come to participate in the outdoor combat? She is well aware of Yu Qiang's reputation and holds a deep admiration for her as a fellow woman. Sadly, she sees only a fallen hero before her. Indeed, Yu Qiang replies with a smile, and a dark red vine materializes beside her. I'll be direct. I require a few individuals to assist me. If you are willing to join my team, come with me. If not, to prevent any leaks of information, I must eliminate you now. The shock ripples through Li Yang and his companions. Stop trying to intimidate us. Your spiritual power and physical level are both. One member of Li Yang's team begins, only to falter. Defunct? Then what is that bloodthirsty vine beside you? Wait. Your spiritual power is still A-class. The same individual exclaims in astonishment. Yu Qiang, however, pays them no mind and focuses directly on Li Yang. What is your decision? She inquires straightforwardly. Li Yang is taken aback, but dares not underestimate Yu Qiang's current power level. If you truly wish to recruit us, might I suggest revealing your actual strength? Should you prove stronger than I, we would naturally pledge our loyalty. After all, she is the one who once narrowly lost to the top combatant of the 4th year and has spent a year on the battlefield with the 1st Legion. If she is uninjured, her strength could likely sweep through the entire Imperial Star Military Academy's combat department. A smile curves Yu Qiang's lips. Then let us see what you can do. Li Yang and Lu Yuehua exchange glances before raising their heads in unison, and 2 silver wolves leap into the air, charging toward Yu Qiang. Yu Qiang, standing upon her vine, effortlessly evades the dual attacks with a gentle leap. As the wolves miss, they turn to launch another assault. In that fleeting moment, the dark red vine thickens to the girth of an arm, and numerous tendrils shoot forth, simultaneously targeting the silver wolves and Li Yang and Lu Yuehua. Chapter 80. We shall act tomorrow afternoon. Li Yang and Lu Yuehua's pupils widen in terror. Before they can resist, they find themselves ensnared by the tendrils. The vine's sharp, mouth-like leaves seem to possess a consciousness of their own, menacingly fixated on them, ready to drain their lifeblood at any moment. Simultaneously, the 2 silver wolves are also tightly bound, facing the same perilous fate. The sight terrifies the remaining 2 members of their team. Their captain and vice-captain appear weaker than fledglings before Yu Qiang. She is undoubtedly a formidable force. She is far from incapacitated. Li Yang struggles momentarily before conceding. He promptly withdraws his spiritual entity. Lu Yuehua follows suit, retracting hers as well. The silver wolves vanish, and Yu Qiang does not impede their retreat. Instead, she allows the bloodthirsty vine to release its grip on the 2. As they return to the ground, the vine rapidly retracts, shrinking back to a mere fragment. We accept the terms of the wager. For the remainder of the competition, we shall adhere to your directives.
Li Yang bows to Yu Qiang.
Your spiritual power has recovered. Lu Yuehua exclaims, her face alight with excitement. Yu Qiang glances at Lu Yuehua and nods in affirmation. The matter of her mental energy level restoration will no longer remain a secret once this competition concludes. There is no harm in letting our own know in advance. Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals were momentarily taken aback, only to soon be filled with exhilaration. If Yu Qiang has regained her strength, what suspense could possibly linger regarding the outcome of this match? Joining her in a team would certainly be a tremendous advantage. Your Excellency, what shall we do next? We are all at your service. Even the typically composed Li Yang found himself flustered, stuttering his words. Follow me. We shall first meet the other team members. Yu Qiang stated before turning on her heel and departing. Li Yang and the others hastily trailed behind, each of them murmuring to themselves. Besides them, the esteemed one had sought out additional team members, and they were curious about the identities of these individuals. Soon enough, they would learn of their status. The esteemed one had indeed gathered a group of alchemy students, and among them were 2 exceptionally talented 3rd-year alchemists. Had this been anyone else, Li Yang would have undoubtedly berated them for such a foolish action. However, since it was Yu Qiang, he dared not utter a word of reproach, even feeling a sense of relief. He now understood why she had chosen them as teammates. It was undoubtedly because she required assistance in safeguarding these alchemy students. Their task, it seemed, was to protect these individuals from the disturbances caused by star beasts. Yu Qiang introduced Li Yang and the others to the group, and indeed, as Li Yang had surmised, the task assigned to them was to ensure the safety of the alchemy students. From today until tomorrow morning, we shall not rush into action. Should anyone pose a threat, you may relinquish your beast cores to them. Yu Qiang even instructed Li Yang and the others. Just as she finished speaking, their communication devices simultaneously chimed. Upon checking, they discovered that the real-time leaderboard had been updated. All those in possession of beast cores had entered the ranking. Li Qiang noted that he was currently ranked in the 600s, with his previous 3 teammates trailing closely behind him. This was only to be expected, as the beast cores they had acquired from slaying star beasts had been distributed among them, with him having taken a slightly larger share. Yu Qiang and her group, lacking any beast cores, had not made it onto the leaderboard. As Yu Qiang gazed at the others, she noticed that, with the appearance of the leaderboard information. The number of beast cores each person possessed had materialized above their heads. The alchemy students displayed a count of 0, while Li Yang had 12, and Lu Yuehua and the others had 9. This was a secondary method established by the school to allow students to view their points, aside from the leaderboard. The rationale behind this arrangement was, of course, to facilitate competition among students. The school encouraged the strong to prey upon the weak, asserting that only the powerful deserved rewards in the form of extracurricular credits. Thus, in this context, Li Yang and his companions were paradoxically the most perilous entities within the team. If we are not to commence our activities until tomorrow afternoon, may we concoct potions here? Xiao Yin suddenly inquired. She had been under considerable strain with her recent tasks. Had it not been for her assurance that participating in the competition alongside her sister-in-law would grant her extracurricular credits, she certainly would not have ventured out. May I live stream the process? Tian Xian chimed in. Her live streams typically featured potion crafting, though she occasionally showcased other activities. Of course, Yu Qiang replied with a smile. As long as you do not leave this camp, you may pursue your own endeavors. She had never intended for her classmates to accompany her into battle. As for granting everyone extracurricular credits, the plan was simple. They would merely need to distribute a few beast cores to everyone as the competition neared its conclusion. After all, the final rankings would be determined by points, which corresponded to the number of beast cores collected. By that time, if each person received over 100 beast cores, it would be sufficient for them to secure a place within the top 200. Upon hearing Yu Qiang's words, the alchemy students were filled with delight. They had to do nothing and could still engage in potion crafting. This outdoor practical experience was simply exhilarating. Li Yang and his companions also felt a sense of relief. Striving for a high rank was challenging, but simply coasting along was rather effortless. Thus, the group set up camp right then and there, settling in comfortably. Yu Qiang took residence in a small tent and, like the other alchemy students, retrieved her potion materials to begin her work. After completing a round of potions, depleting her potion spirit energy to nearly 30, she would emerge from the tent to survey the camp. The remaining time was spent under the watchful eyes of Li Yang and the others. As midday approached, a small team passed by the camp. Upon learning that the camp was occupied by alchemy students, with only 4 combat-oriented individuals to protect them, and noting that the combatants had few beast cores, the team surprisingly opted not to rob them. Instead, Li Yang took the initiative to offer the team his own beast cores. We were invited at the last moment and received a protection fee to ensure their safety throughout the competition. Since we have no intention of competing, these beast cores would serve no purpose in our possession. You are the first team to pass this way. These cores are yours, Li Yang stated with a sincere smile. The captain of the team, taken aback, was visibly moved. He waved a greeting to the alchemy students, especially enthusiastic upon spotting Tian Xian, who was live streaming. After lingering for a moment, reluctant to leave, he finally departed with his team. Once that team had departed, the camp was left with every member devoid of points. The camp had completely lost its allure for the competitors. Yu Qiang learned of the situation from Lu Yuehua. Observing Lu Yuehua's reluctance, she gently placed a hand on her shoulder.